suspicion. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Then just say nothing and do nothing. Looking at Ye Bufan's cold eyes and feeling the rage released from him, Nzimu didn't care at all. He just shouted, "Someone come here. His Majesty." In an instant, 2 imperial guards from Yuanfu territory walked in from outside the hall. Nzimu ignored them and pointed at Ye Bufan, who was slumped on the ground, saying, "His name is Ye Bufan. From now on, he will be the deputy commander of your imperial guards and the 7th consort of the emperor." Well, the 2 Yuanfu realm imperial guards were both stunned. They all looked at Ye Bufan in astonishment. Deputy commander of the imperial guards. Also the 7 imperial princes-in-law. Before they could think about it, Nzimu spoke again. "From today on, you will follow the 7th prince consort and be responsible for protecting his safety. If anything happens to the 7th prince consort, you will not have to live." Buzz. Hearing this, the 2 Yuanfu realm imperial guards came back to their senses instantly. They were trembling in their hearts, but they simply did not disobey Nzimu's arrangement, so they clasped their fists and said, "I will obey your order. Go ahead." Nzimu waved his hand and said, "Take the prince consort back to the prince consort's mansion and take good care of him." "Yes." 2 Yuanfu territory imperial guards responded. Ye Bufan sneered, "Are these 2 Yuanfu realm imperial guards really used to protect me? Maybe. But it should be more for monitoring yourself." Nzimu saw Ye Bufan's reaction, but he didn't care at all. A moment later, 2 imperial guards helped Ye Bufan out of the hall. "His Majesty." After Ye Bufan and the 2 imperial guards left the hall, Eunuch Li looked at Nzimu, as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. "Just say whatever you want to say," Nzimu said calmly. "Yes." Eunuch Li responded, "Your Majesty, is it inappropriate to do this? I am afraid." "Are you afraid that the boy will harbor hatred and seek revenge in the future?" Nzimu asked with a smile. "Your Majesty is wise." Eunuch Li clasped his fists. "Oh." Nzimu just sneered and said, "A useless person with his Dantian and Yuanfu completely destroyed, plus 2 Yuanfu realm guards guarding him, what kind of trouble can he cause?" After a pause, Nzimu continued, "What's more, my 2 daughters, one ranked 3rd on the Tianzhou list, and the other ranked 1st on the peerless list, are now marrying him at the same time. Is he losing out?" "He is not losing out." But Eunuch Li wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Nzimu. "Okay, that's settled." Nzimu waved his hand, and then said, "Li Lin, draft an imperial decree, and immediately send it to the 13 kingdoms of the dynasty, inviting Ye Bufan of the Xingyu kingdom to be the imperial consort, and marry him with the 7th princess in Rushui and the 8th princess in Ruyan at the same time in half a year." "Your Majesty, isn't this a bit hasty?" What this old servant meant is that the wedding date is half a year away. If you pass on the decree now, as the future empress of the dynasty, shouldn't Shui prepare for her wedding in advance?" Nzimu said, "Okay, draft the decree." "Yes." Li Lin responded, with a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. He originally wanted to retaliate against Ye Bufan. "But I don't want to." Nzimu summoned Ye Bufan to come, actually to recruit him as his son-in-law. It would be fine if he was just a son-in-law. He happens to be the consort of the 7th princess, in Rushui. Who is in Rushui? That was the 7th princess of the Tianwu dynasty. She is the future empress of the Tianwu dynasty. Does Li Lin dare to touch her husband? Even if he had the cultivation level of Wuji realm and was extremely brave, Li Lin would definitely not dare to do it. Outside the palace, 2 Yuanfu realm imperial guards helped Ye Bufan walk out of the palace. They looked like 2 different people. They looked at Ye Bufan with enthusiasm and flattery, saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations, Your Majesty." They looked like 2 real licking dogs. "Oh." Ye Bufan sneered and said, "Happy? Why are you happy? Just because my cultivation has been destroyed, am I forced to marry that piece of meat in Rushui?" Well, the 2 Yuanfu realm imperial guards were both stunned. "Your Highness, don't you know?" Then, one of the imperial guards looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help but ask a question. "Know what?" Ye Bufan frowned. "This." The imperial guard hesitated for a moment and said, "My lord, this 7th princess is the future empress of our Tianwu dynasty. If you marry her, then in the future, etc." Ye Bufan suddenly interrupted the imperial guards and looked at him in surprise. "What did you say? In Rushui is the future empress of your Tianwu dynasty?" "Yes." "I." Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. "Are you kidding me? Let Rushui become the empress of the Tianwu dynasty. Just that one meatball. Wouldn't this be a loss of national dignity? Also, are all the princes of the Tianwu dynasty dead? Why? Suddenly, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. There must be a reason for everything being unusual. Ye Bufan didn't think that Zimu would pass the throne to Rushui for no reason. Moreover, even if he really wanted to pass it to Rushui, he shouldn't make it known to everyone so early. Isn't he afraid that Rushui would lose her life because of this? Unfortunately, facing Ye Bufan's inquiry, the Yuanfu Imperial Guard just shook their heads and said, "We don't know about this. We only know that 5 years ago, His Majesty suddenly issued an order to designate the 7th princess as the crown prince of the dynasty. Although it was opposed by many ministers at the time, it was finally decided. It is said that it was the intention of the Supreme Emperor." After a pause, the Imperial Guards of Yuanfu territory said excitedly, "Of course, this is not the point. The point is that His Majesty has already issued an order that whoever marries the 7th princess will get the 8th princess. My lord, that is the 8th princess, the most beautiful woman in the dynasty." The most beautiful woman in the dynasty. Ye Bufan curled his lips and said, "Rushui has grown up like this, how much better can her sister be? And she is the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. I am afraid that Tianji Tower has already been bought by your dog emperor." Dog emperor. The two imperial guards were startled. Their faces changed drastically and they immediately looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, one of the Yuanfu realm imperial guards looked at Ye Bufan and whispered, "My lord, although your cultivation was abolished by His Majesty and you must be resentful, I think you should be careful with your words. After all, compared to your life, martial arts cultivation is nothing. What's more, you are not at a disadvantage." After a pause, the imperial guards of Yuanfu territory continued, "I believe that the prince consort has never seen the 8th princess, so he said what he said just now. However, I need to correct one thing to the prince consort. Although the 7th princess and the 8th princess are sisters, and although the 7th princess does look a bit ugly, the 8th princess is truly beautiful. When I first saw the 8th princess, I was already astonished by her beauty. If I could marry the 8th princess, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my life, not to mention my entire cultivation. Is it that exaggerated?" Ye Bufan glanced at the Yuanfu territory imperial guards with some disbelief. "Exaggerate?" The imperial guards of Yuanfu territory shook their heads and said, "My lord, do you know how many people in the imperial city went crazy pursuing the 7th princess when His Majesty issued the imperial decree that whoever married the 7th princess would get the 8th princess? How many? Any man who has seen the 8th princess will be treated the same way." Chapter 2160 I want to kill someone now. Any man who has seen the 8th princess is no exception. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he looked at the Yuanfu realm imperial guards with a strange look on his face. "Did you also pursue Rushui?" Bang! The Yuanfu realm imperial guards were so frightened that they immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Please spare my life, my lord, I was also bewitched by a ghost." "What are you doing?" Ye Bufan frowned and said, "I'm just curious if I blame you." "Get up." "This." The Yuanfu guards hesitated for a moment. "Yes." Then he responded, stood up and said, "Thank you, Prince Consort." Seeing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help feeling a little emotional. A warrior of the Yuanfu realm actually knelt down and begged for mercy just because he misunderstood his intentions. It has to be said that imperial power is really a terrifying thing. But Ye Bufan didn't think much about it. He looked at the Yuanfu realm imperial guards again and said, "You haven't answered my question yet. Have you also pursued Rushui?" "This." The Yuanfu imperial guard hesitated for a moment, then said awkwardly, "My lord, to be honest, I did have this thought, but, with my status, how dare I pursue the 7th princess? And you?" As soon as the Yuanfu territory imperial guard finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at another person. "This." The other person also looked embarrassed. Needless to say, he must have had the idea of pursuing Rushui. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched again, and he said, "Is the 8th princess really that beautiful? So beautiful that you can even lay your hands on Rushui?" The two imperial guards were extremely embarrassed. One of them said, "My lord, the beauty of the 8th princess cannot be expressed in words. However, there is one thing that is enough to indirectly prove the 8th princess's peerless beauty." "What's up?" "Before I talk about this matter, I would like to ask you a question. You say, what do you think of the palace guards, my lord? Palace guards. Let me ask this in another way. Your Majesty, what do you think would happen if a Wuji realm expert broke into the palace? You will die, Ye Bufan said without even thinking. Although he only saw part of the palace's guarding situation, Ye Bufan had no doubt that even if a strong man in the Wuji realm broke into the palace, he would be dead for sure. Yes, he will die. The Yuanfu Imperial Guard responded, saying, even so, there are no less than 100 people who try to sneak into or even break into the palace every year. Their purpose is not to assassinate your Majesty, but just to see the face of the 8th princess. Of course, in addition to Yuanfu and Wuji masters, there are also many warriors at the Shinpo and Tianming realms. The most ridiculous thing is that after being captured, these people even clamored to see the 8th princess again. Hearing this, Ye Bufan became confused and crazy. Yuanfu and Wuji are fine. Warriors like Shinpo and Shanwu actually dared to break into the palace. What are they thinking? Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? And after catching her, he had to see the 8th princess again. Is the 8th princess really that beautiful? Ye Bufan began to feel curious. Most importantly, if the 8th princess was really so charming, why didn't Nzimu arrange for himself to meet her first? Maybe after meeting the 8th princess, he will be willing to marry the 7th princess. In this way, wouldn't everyone be happy? Why did he have to make it like this, making myself angry or even hate him? But soon, Ye Bufan seemed to have figured it out. Nzimu's abandonment of his own cultivation actually had nothing to do with whether he was willing to marry the 7th princess. Even if he was willing, he would definitely abandon his own cultivation. Why? Because of Enrushue's identity. She is the 7th princess. She is the future empress of the dynasty. As the husband of the queen, does one need to be very powerful? Unnecessary. Powerful military force will only become an unstable factor that threatens the safety of the queen. To put it bluntly, Nzimu regarded himself as a stud for whom nothing else mattered as long as he could allow Enrushue to carry on the family line. When he thought of this, Ye Bufan's face turned dark. To think that he, the master of a world, had to be reduced to being a stud for a mere empress of an imperial dynasty, that feeling was really like being fucked by a dog and feeling so aggrieved. My lord, we're here. But at this moment, a member of the Yuanfu realm Imperial Guard suddenly spoke. Arrive. Ye Bufan paused and looked up. Suddenly, a magnificent and extremely luxurious mansion appeared in Ye Bufan's sight. Ye Bufan clearly saw that hanging on the gate of the mansion in front of him was a golden plaque engraved with the 3 characters, Prince Consort's Mansion. The next second, one of the Yuanfu realm Imperial Guards beside Ye Bufan explained to him, my lord, this Prince Consort's mansion was specially built for the 7th princess by His Majesty 3 years ago. At that time. However, just as the Yuanfu Imperial Guards finished their words, a group of people came out from the Prince Consort's mansion to greet them. Leading them was none other than the 7th princess Enrushue. In just a moment, Enrushue arrived in front of Ye Bufan. The moment they saw Enrushue, the Imperial Guards stopped talking. Then they both knelt down in front of Enrushue and said, I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness the 7th Princess. It's a pity that Enrushue didn't even look at them. The 2 Imperial Guards could only kneel on the ground. Enrushue looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Prince Consort, you are back. Oh, Ye Bufan sneered. Prince Consort, you call it quite smoothly. But, have I agreed? Do you think that since Nzimu has destroyed my cultivation, I can only let you control me? Or do you think that since I am already living under someone else's roof, I should be subservient to you? You are wrong. I don't know how to do it, and I don't want to. 7th Princess has good tactics. I admire you, young master. Looking at Enrushue, Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. Ye Bufan's attitude made Enrushue stunned, but she soon came back to her senses, looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Prince Consort, I know that you have been wrong this time, but I really like you, and it is not my intention to abolish your cultivation. Even before you came, I had already asked my father for mercy for you, but my father insisted on doing so, and I had no choice. However, Prince Consort can rest assured that I will double compensate you in the future. Compensate? Ye Bufan said angrily, how do you want to compensate me? How can you compensate me? This. Enrushue hesitated for a moment and said, I really don't know how to compensate the Prince Consort, but as long as the prince consort treats me sincerely in the future, I will definitely grant his request. Yeah, Ye Bufan sneered. Well, I want to kill someone now, can you agree? Can you satisfy me? Chapter 2161 Go, let me beat them all up. Kill. There was a hint of surprise in Enrushue's eyes when she looked at Ye Bufan. But soon, she understood and felt relieved. In Enrushue's opinion, the reason why Ye Bufan made such a strange request was simply to take the opportunity to kill someone to vent his anger. Come to think of it, he was a young genius, but his cultivation was destroyed and he was even forced to marry a woman he didn't like. I believe that anyone would feel angry and aggrieved. In this case, it becomes reasonable to want to kill someone to vent your anger. If that's the case, then why not? Can. After a moment, Enrushue said lightly. Although she has already got Ye Bufan, she also wants to get Ye Bufan's heart. Therefore, in Rushue's previous words, if the prince consort has a request, I will definitely respond, were not just casual remarks, but she really intended to do so. She wanted to impress Ye Bufan in this way. If 1 day doesn't work, try 2 days. If 2 days isn't enough, try 3 days. Even 4 days, 5 days, 6 days, 7 days. Even if it's January, February, or March. Enrushue can wait. As the saying goes, love grows with time. Enrushue believed that she would be able to impress Ye Bufan sooner or later. However, Ye Bufan didn't know what Enrushue was thinking. At this moment, Enrushue's simple 2 words made Ye Bufan a little surprised. Can. I wanted to kill someone, and Enrushue agreed so readily. Let's go. Before Ye Bufan could think more, Enrushue had already walked out first. Where are you going? Ye Bufan asked instinctively. Heavenly Prison. Enrushue said in 2 words. On the west side of the Imperial City, 300 meters away. This is where the Heavenly Prison is located. Although there is more than one prison in the Imperial City, Tianlao is the prison directly controlled by the royal family. It is also the most important prison in the entire Tianwu Imperial City, without a doubt. More than 10 minutes later, Enrushue brought Ye Bufan here. As soon as the group arrived, a group of people came out to greet them from the prison. Leading them was a white-haired old man with a hunched back and wrinkled face. Behind the old man were more than a dozen jailers. Although his martial arts skills were destroyed by Nzimu, Ye Bufan still had vision. Coupled with his physical skills at the Yuanfu realm, he could tell at a glance that the white-haired old man in front of him, who looked dying and frail, was actually a martial arts expert at the 7th level of the Yuanfu realm. As for the dozen or so jailers behind the old man, all of them had cultivation in the Tiangong realm. It was just a sky prison, but there was a martial arts expert at the 7th level of Yuanfu and more than 10 Tiangong realm warriors stationed there. It had to be said that the foundation of the Tianwu dynasty was so powerful that it was terrifying. Before Ye Bufan could think more, the white-haired old man and more than a dozen jailers behind him knelt down in front of Enrushue and bowed, greetings to the 7th princess. May the 7th princess live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years. Get up, Enrushue said lightly. Thank you, 7th princess. The white-haired old man and others stood up in response. This is my consort. At this time, Enrushue suddenly pointed at Ye Bufan beside her and said something. The white-haired old man and others were all shocked. They were shocked and horrified and immediately looked at Ye Bufan. Is this person the 7th prince consort? When did the 7th princess find a husband? However, before they could think about it, Enrushue spoke again. The prince consort wants to kill someone, you should arrange it. Ah, the white-haired old man was stunned at first. Yes, yes, yes. Then he immediately came back to his senses, bent down, stretched out his right hand to Enrushue and Ye Bufan, and said with a smile, 7th princess, please, prince consort, please. Although he greeted people with a smile, he was actually extremely shocked inside. Who is the 7th princess? That is the future empress of the dynasty. That is why, no matter who he is, as long as he can become the 7th princess's consort, he will surely rise to the top and enjoy supreme glory in the future. That's not all. Nzimu had already issued an edict that whoever married Enrushue would also get Enruyan. Who is Enruyan? She is the 8th princess of the dynasty and the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. Already obtained the imperial power. And enjoy the beauty. The position of the 7th prince consort is definitely a hot topic. This is also true. There is no telling how many people in the imperial city are eyeing the position of the 7th prince consort. There are even countless secret battles and sword fights sparked by this. But now a seventh prince consort suddenly appears. The white-haired old man felt that something big was about to happen in this imperial city. But it had nothing to do with him. He is just an old man in Tianlao. No matter how turbulent or bloody the outside world is, he just needs to take care of Tianlao. Under the guidance of the white-haired old man, Ye Bufan and his party quickly entered the sky prison and came to a cell area. Ye Bufan took a look and saw that in the dim space, on both sides of a 5 or 6 meter wide corridor, there were cells of 30 or 40 square meters extending all the way into the depths of the prison. There are dozens of prisoners in each cell. Although the arrival of Ye Bufan and others had attracted the attention of these prisoners, they just glanced at Ye Bufan and others and ignored them. At this time, the white-haired old man explained to Ruxue and Ye Bufan, 7th princess, and prince consort, this is the first prison area, with a total of 376 prisoners, of which 163 have been sentenced to death. How about I bring a few death row prisoners to prince consort now? Go ahead. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, Ruxue waved her hand. Yes, the white-haired old man responded. However, just as he was about to go and fetch the person, Ye Bufan suddenly said, wait. Does your majesty have any other instructions? The white-haired old man stopped, turned around and looked at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan frowned, glanced at the prisoners in the cells in front of him, then looked at the white-haired old man, and said in a cold and dissatisfied voice, I am at least a strong man in the Yuanfu realm. Now, you want me to kill these ants in the Shenpo and Shanwu realms? Are you insulting me? Although Ye Bufan's martial arts skills were abolished, the Hongmeng Heavenly Seal remained the same as before. To put it bluntly, the current Ye Bufan still could not gain luck by killing warriors below Tai. In this case, why would Ye Bufan waste time on these prisoners in the spirit and immortal martial realms? He wanted to kill, not because he was bloodthirsty, but because he wanted to confuse Zimu and Ruxue, and gain luck for himself without arousing their suspicion. Bang! As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the white-haired old man immediately knelt on the ground. Feeling Ye Bufan's anger, he immediately said tremblingly, My lord, spare my life. I, your servant, did not want. Okay. The old man wanted to say something, but Ye Bufan interrupted him. I don't mean to blame you, but, in this prison, isn't there any prisoner who is Tai, or above Tai? Yes, yes, yes. The white-haired old man responded repeatedly. Lead the way. Ye Bufan said these two words sternly. This. The white-haired old man looked at Ruxue beside him with hesitant eyes. Do as the prince consort says. Ruxue said calmly. Yes. The white-haired old man responded. Afterwards, he stood up and took Ye Bufan, Ruxue and others to the depths of the sky prison. The second prison area. Compared with the first prison area, although there are fewer prisoners here, most of the prisoners here are at the Tai and Tiangong levels. Standing in front of the first cell door in the second area, looking at the dozen or so prisoners in the cell who were all shackled and handcuffed, Ye Bufan said directly, Open the door. Yes, yes, yes. The white-haired old man immediately responded and opened the cell door. Wang Tian, Shen Shang. After the cell was opened, Ye Bufan shouted loudly. Wang Tian and Shen Shang were the two Yuanfu imperial guards that Zimu had arranged for Ye Bufan. My lord prince consort. The two looked at Ye Bufan with inquiring eyes. Ye Bufan pointed at the dozen prisoners in the cell and said, Go, beat them all up for me. Chapter 2162 Being a royal consort is actually pretty good. Although it is still easy for Ye Bufan to kill the Tai and Tiangong warriors in front of him with his current physical body at the first level of Yuanfu, but since he wants to confuse Zimu, he cannot expose the strength of his physical body. Besides, he is now the 7th prince consort of the Tianwu dynasty. Does he have to do this kind of dirty work himself? Don't be funny. A prince consort should have the privileges and dignity of a prince consort. Just finish it yourself. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Wang Tian and Shen Shang looked at Ruxue who was standing beside them. Ruxue nodded, and the two of them no longer hesitated and walked directly into the cell. What do you want to do? Don't come over here. As soon as Wang Tian and Shen Shang walked into the cell, the prisoners in the cell retreated one after another and stared at them with a wary and fearful look. After all, they had heard what Ye Bufan said before. Beat them up. Although they are prisoners, they also have human rights. It's a pity that Wang Tian and Shen Shang obviously don't care about their thoughts. As soon as they entered the cell, the two men rushed directly towards the prisoners. Ah! Suddenly, the prisoners cried out in surprise. I'm going to fight you guys. They are angry, and they even want to resist and fight back. It's a pity that they are just a group of Tai realm warriors. How could they possibly be a match for two Yuanfu realm powerhouses? Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A dull and heavy sound was heard. In less than 10 seconds, more than a dozen prisoners in the first cell were knocked to the ground by Wang Tian and his companion. At this time, Ye Bufan outside the cell suddenly stretched out his right hand and said, "Bring me the knife." Upon hearing this, a guard behind Enrushui handed his sword to Ye Bufan. Base. Ye Bufan drew his sword from its sheath, then walked into the cell with the knife in hand. You, what do you want to do? Seeing Ye Bufan coming with a knife, the prisoners who had been knocked to the ground by Wang Tian and the other man in the cell suddenly felt terrified and trembled all over. However, Ye Bufan did not answer them, and was even too lazy to pay attention to them. In front of one of the prisoners, Ye Bufan raised the long knife in his hand and then slashed down. No! The prisoner couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Puff! Ye Bufan chopped off the prisoner's head with one blow of his sword. Bang! The prisoner fell to the ground, and his blood dyed the ground red. Gurgle! Seeing this scene, the other prisoners couldn't help swallowing. Looking at Ye Bufan, they were wary, terrified, and more frightened than ever before. Bang! The next second, a prisoner knelt down in front of Ye Bufan and begged for a detour. Sir, spare my life. Once someone sets an example, others will naturally follow suit. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen prisoners in the cell all knelt down in front of Ye Bufan, begging for mercy in trembling voices. Unfortunately, it's completely useless. Puff, puff, puff. Ye Bufan raised his sword and mercilessly killed the dozen prisoners. After doing all this, Ye Bufan walked out of the cell and shouted, "Next one." Gurgle. After hearing this, everyone present except Enrushui couldn't help swallowing, especially the white-haired old man who was the jailer. He never imagined that Ye Bufan, the seventh prince consort, would be so murderous. That's more than 10 lives. He is still not satisfied. However, the white-haired old man was very clear about his identity and position. He just has to do whatever the seventh princess says. As for the rest, it has nothing to do with him. Next, Ye Bufan launched a frenzied massacre in the Sky Prison. The second cell, the third cell, the fourth cell. Ye Bufan walked and killed as he went. The number of prisoners who died at his hands also soared rapidly. 20 people, 30 people, 40 people, 50 people. Among them are not only warriors in the Tai realm, but also many warriors in the Tiangong realm. More than half an hour later, all the prisoners in the second prison area were killed by Ye Bufan's knife. There are a total of 176 people, including 106 in Tai realm and 70 in Tiangong realm. After killing more than 100 people in a row, Ye Bufan was covered in blood, and the murderous intent condensed around him was so cold that it made people afraid and tremble. But Ye Bufan did not stop there. After the second prison area is the third prison area. Unlike the first and second prison areas, the third prison area is composed entirely of independent cells, and all the prisoners here are warriors at the Yuanfu realm. However, the number of prisoners in the third prison area is not large, only 7. In the end, none of the 7 people escaped and were all killed by Ye Bufan's knife. At this point, except for the first prison area, all the prisoners in the second and third prison areas of the entire Tianlao were killed by Ye Bufan. The guards and maids who were accompanying him looked at Ye Bufan with nothing but fear and dread in their eyes. Even the 7th princess Enrushui couldn't help but frown. Just over 100 lives. Is it a lot? Not much at all. Over the years, at least 800 people have died at the hands of her 7th princess, Enrushui. But many times, Enrushui doesn't need to kill people herself. Enrushui thought that she could never do something as crazy as Ye Bufan, who killed more than 100 people with his own hands in more than half an hour. Because this requires not only ruthlessness, but also great courage. More than 100 lives. Enrushui was really worried that Ye Bufan would suffer some psychological trauma because of this. Unfortunately, she thought too much. Psychological shadow. It doesn't exist at all. In fact, Ye Bufan not only did not feel any discomfort but was extremely happy. Why? It's because Ye Bufan didn't kill to vent his anger, but for his luck. For this reason, when beheading these prisoners, Ye Bufan had been paying attention to the changes in the amount of luck in the Hongmeng Tianyan. This time, Ye Bufan killed a total of 183 people. Among them, there are 106 people in Taiyi realm, 70 people in Tiangong realm, and 7 people in Yuanfu realm. 106 Taiyi realm prisoners provided Ye Bufan with more than 580,000 luck. The 70 Tiangong realm prisoners have more than 3.2 million points of luck. As for the prisoners in Yuanfu territory, although there were only 7 people, they provided Ye Bufan with more than 3.3 million points of luck. In other words, during this trip to the heavenly prison, after Ye Bufan killed more than 100 people, he gained a total of more than 7 million points of luck. What does it mean to gain more than 7 million points of luck in more than half an hour? In the past, Ye Bufan didn't even dare to think about it. After all, Ye Bufan has never been a bloodthirsty person, and he will not kill innocent people for the sake of luck. In this situation, the number of people he can kill is limited, even pitifully small. But now not only are these people numerous, they are all serious criminals and wanted criminals. Ye Bufan will not have any psychological burden at all in killing them. More than 7 million luck in half an hour. For the first time, Ye Bufan experienced the benefits and advantages of power. The most important thing is, although Ye Bufan's martial arts skills were destroyed by Nzimu, in fact, if he wants to raise his skills to the first level of Yuanfu again, he only needs to spend about 6 million points of luck. What does that mean? This means that even if Ye Bufan took the course again, he would still earn an extra million. Plus, Nzimu arranged for the wedding to be in half a year. Half a year. Now, in just over half an hour, he has already obtained more than 7 million luck. What about half a year? How much profit and advantage can he gain for himself in half a year by leveraging his status as the 7th prince consort? Thinking of this, Ye Bufan suddenly felt that Nzimu was not so hateful and damnable. At least being a royal consort isn't all bad, it's even pretty good. Isn't it just living off a woman? Isn't it just taking advantage of the power of others to bully others? Although I don't know how to do it, I can learn. As the saying goes, love what you do. From now on, I must work very hard to learn how to be a qualified royal consort. Chapter 2163 Major General, Yang Xiaolong. Being a consort of a princess means living off her husband. Is it just bullying others by taking advantage of one's power? If Nzimu knew what Ye Bufan was thinking at the moment, he would probably be angry to death. Wrong. Maybe he won't be angry to death, but will be very happy instead. After all, didn't Nzimu destroy Ye Bufan's cultivation just to make him serve as the 7th prince consort? Since Ye Bufan is already learning to be a qualified prince consort, it means that he has accepted his fate. This is a good thing. It's a pity that Nzimu doesn't know Ye Bufan's idea yet. Of course, it won't be long before Ye Bufan will use his actual actions to prove this to him, proving that he, young Master Yi, has accepted his fate. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan wanted to use the title of son-in-law to gain as much luck as possible for himself. During this period, Ye Bufan is likely to offend many people and even anger Nzimu. After all, the king's mind is hard to predict. So Ye Bufan felt that before that, he needed to find a talisman for himself, a talisman that could offset Nzimu's murderous intent. And this amulet belongs to the 7th princess Enrushui. Ye Bufan believed that as long as Enrushui protected him, Nzimu would never touch him, at least he would not take his life. Just this is enough. As for how to please Enrushui, to be honest, Ye Bufan really can't do it, and he doesn't want to. But it doesn't matter. No, and I don't want to please Enrushui, so just drag him. As soon as he thought of this, Ye Bufan let go of the bloody long knife in his hand. When the long knife fell to the ground, Ye Bufan looked at Enrushui's dejected and lonely face and said, "I am tired." Hearing this, Enrushui was stunned at first, and then she immediately said, "Since the prince consort is tired, let's go back to the mansion and rest." The next second, Ye Bufan did not stop and walked directly out of the sky prison. Enrushui followed. A group of guards and maids followed the two of them and left. In just a moment, the white-haired old man, the jailer, was the only one left in the 3rd prison area. Why? Looking at the bodies of the 7 Yuanfu realm prisoners in front of him, the white-haired old man sighed, and no one knew what he was thinking or what he wanted to express. After a moment, Prince Consort's mansion. outside the room that Rushui prepared for Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan stood at the door and was about to push it open to enter, but suddenly turned around and looked at Rushui in front of him. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Seventh princess. You can just call me Xiaoshui, my prince consort." Rushui interrupted Ye Bufan directly. "Light snow." Ye Bufan got goosebumps all over the floor and even felt a little nauseous. But he didn't show it. Instead, he looked at Rushui, frowned and said, "It's just a name, it doesn't matter, but the word Xiaoshui is a bit awkward, so I'll call you Princess Rushui from now on." "Can she know, it's Rushui. I want to make a promise with you." "Promise?" Rushui was stunned and said, "Please speak, Prince Consort. You and I are getting married in half a year." "Yes. In that case, you are not allowed to interfere with me in the next 6 months. After 6 months, I will marry you." Although the marriage between the two was a fact, Rushui was still a little surprised to hear Ye Bufan say the 7 words, "I will marry you in half a year." What does this mean? This shows that Ye Bufan has accepted his fate. Although he still couldn't accept it for the time being, at least it was a good start. "Can." Immediately, Rushui agreed with a smile. "Thanks." Ye Bufan left 2 words, pushed the door open and walked in, then closed the door. Half a year. Rushui looked at the tightly closed door in front of her, smiled and pondered for a moment, then said, "In half a year, I will definitely win your heart." She was full of confidence, but she didn't know that this would never be possible. Not to mention her fat body, even if she had an extraordinary beauty, what good would it matter? Young Master Yi has never been a person who accepts things passively or compromises easily. He has his pride. He has his persistence. He also has his bottom line. "I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, I will not stop until he is dead." Ever since Zimu destroyed Ye Bufan's cultivation and forced him to marry Rushui, he, Zimu, Rushui, and the Tianwu dynasty were destined to be enemies rather than friends. Let me explain this on 2 sides. When Ye Bufan left the heavenly prison and was on his way back to the prince consort's mansion, Zimu's imperial edict had already been posted all over the Tianwu imperial city. The content of the imperial edict was very simple. The gist of it was to recruit Ye Bufan as the imperial consort and marry him with the 7th princess Rushui and the 8th princess Ruyan in half a year. Although it was just a few short words, it caused a huge uproar in the imperial city. Who is the 7th princess Rushui? Who is the 8th princess Ruyan? One of them is the future empress of the dynasty, and the other is the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. Perhaps not many people care about the 7th princess Rushui, the future empress of the dynasty. After all, although imperial power is good, it is not something that anyone can easily get their hands on. Without a strong background and strength to back him up, this so-called prince consort would be just a nominal position, and in the end he might even become Rushui's plaything. But the 8th princess Ruyan is different. She is the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. In this world, everyone has a love for beauty. Especially for a stunning beauty like Ruyan, every man would not want to get her and possess her. Even if it is just to be her plaything, it is worth it. But now, Emperor Tianwu actually posted an imperial edict and announced to the world that he would betroth the 8th princess Ruyan to a young man named Ye Bufan. Who is Ye Bufan? What does he do? Why haven't I heard of it before? Of course, this is not the point. The point is, since the imperial edict has been issued, it is no joke. In other words, the 8th princess, the goddess in the hearts of all men in the imperial city, is getting married. Damn it. How is this possible? The 8th princess is hers and she must not marry anyone else. Ye Bufan, do you want to marry the 8th princess? Then I'm going to kill you. It can be said that as soon as the imperial edict came out, Ye Bufan instantly became the mortal enemy in the hearts of most men in the imperial city. Imperial City, Ouyang family. There are a total of 7 national defense generals in the Tianwu dynasty, and the current head of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Jia, is one of the 7 generals of the dynasty. He is even the strongest and most powerful one among the 7 generals. At this moment, in a room in the backyard of Ouyang's house, a man and a woman were playing on the bed. The young man was none other than Ouyang Jia's only son, the major general of the Ouyang family, Ouyang Xiaolong. As for the girl's identity, she was not Ouyang Xiaolong's wife or concubine, but a princess from one of the 13 kingdoms under the rule of the Tianwu dynasty. Later, she was favored by Ouyang Xiaolong and was brought directly back to the Tianwu dynasty. Nowadays, she is just a concubine of Yang Xiaolong. Boom boom boom. At this moment, when Yang Xiaolong was extremely excited, there was a sudden urgent knock on the door outside the tightly closed room. Who? Yang Xiaolong shouted loudly, but continued to do his own thing. Master, it's me, Samsun. Outside the door, a servant said softly. What's the matter? Don't you know that I'm busy, young master? Yang Xiaolong said somewhat dissatisfiedly. Although the servant didn't want to disturb Yang Xiaolong's good deeds, he couldn't help but say, Master, just now, the emperor posted an imperial decree, saying that the 8th princess will be betrothed to a young man named Ye Bufan. What? Yang Xiaolong was startled and his movements suddenly froze. Then he turned his head to look at the tightly closed door and said angrily, Come in, the fuck. Squeak. As soon as Yang Xiaolong finished speaking, the door that had been tightly closed was pushed open from the outside. Then, a boy of about 17 or 18 years old walked in from outside. Looking at Yang Xiaolong lying on the bed, he said lightly, Young master. What did you just say? Say it again to me. Yang Xiaolong glared at the young man and shouted angrily. Master, I just said that the emperor has betrothed the 8th princess to a man named Ye Bufan. The servant said nervously and apprehensively. Asshole. Yang Xiaolong shouted angrily, then gritted his teeth and said coldly, It must be her, it must be that B*TCH and Rushui who did it. Feeling Yang Xiaolong's rage, the woman under him raised her head, looked at him and consoled him, saying, Master, isn't she just an 8th princess? What's the big deal? Although she is nominally the most beautiful woman in Tianwu, I am not necessarily worse than her. Let's still roll. The girl wanted to say something, but Yang Xiaolong roared at her, You want to be compared with an Ruyan. In front of her, you are just a mediocre woman. You are not even qualified to carry her shoes. Hearing this, the young girl curled her eyes and said with some resentment, Although I am not as good as her, I can at least bring happiness to the young master. But can she? Not only can she not, but she will soon become someone else's woman. What did you say? Yang Xiaolong was furious. He grabbed the girl's neck and said angrily, Try to tell me that again. Woo woo woo. The girl felt like she was about to suffocate as Yang Xiaolong was pinching her neck. She wanted to break free, but she couldn't. She could only struggle and let out extremely uncomfortable sobs. Yang Xiaolong ignored this and did not let go. After a moment, the girl's eyes widened and she was lifeless. Yang Xiaolong strangled her to death. Snort. Seeing that the girl had no chance of survival, Yang Xiaolong snorted coldly, then loosened his hand, looked at the servant in the room, and said, Go, bring the military advisor here quickly. Although he saw Yang Xiaolong strangle the girl to death, the servant said nothing and dared not say anything. At this moment, facing Yang Xiaolong's order, he just responded, Yes, and ran out. Ye Bufan. No matter who you are, if you dare to compete with me for a woman, you must die. After the servant left, Yang Xiaolong said something in a cold voice. Chapter 2164 The Second Prince, in Tianyu. After more than a minute, the servant came back and returned to the room where Yang Xiaolong was, and brought back an old man dressed as a scholar. The old man Yin Ju was none other than the military advisor mentioned by Yang Xiaolong, Zhou Fang. At this moment, the servant's face changed drastically when he saw the scene in front of him. Even Zhou Fang frowned. As Yang Jia's military advisor and the steward of the general's mansion, Zhou Fang naturally knew his own young general very well. He knew that Yang Xiaolong was a sex-hungry ghost. However, he had already heard from the servant what had happened here just now, and he could also see that the woman under Yang Xiaolong was indeed dead. In other words, the girl is already dead. Now, Yang Xiaolong is actually with a dead person. Although it was a little hard to accept, Zhou Fang didn't say much. Because he knew very well that it would be useless even if he said it. In an instant, Zhou Fang calmed down, then looked at Yang Xiaolong and said, Master. I am here. Yang Xiaolong said calmly, You know everything about the imperial edict, right? Yes, I have heard of it. Zhou Fang responded. In that case, I will kill that boy within 3 days. Is that a problem? Yang Xiaolong asked. Master wants to take that young man's life. Zhou Fang frowned. Any questions? Yang Xiaolong glanced at Zhou Fang and said in a cold voice, If you dare to compete with me for an Ruyan, I am not Yang Xiaolong if I don't kill him. This. Zhou Fang hesitated for a moment and said, Master, you don't need to worry about this. Yang Xiaolong frowned. Zhou Feng continued, Master, think about it. If the young man wants to marry in Ruyan, he must marry in Rushui. But who is in Rushui? She is the crown prince appointed by His Majesty himself. If in Rushui gets married, who will be the most anxious? In Tianyu and the others. Yang Xiaolong said this instinctively. That's right. Zhou Feng smiled and said, once the crown prince gets married, he will be close to inheriting the throne. Therefore, the one who should be most anxious now should not be you, young master, but the other princes. After all, they will not sit idly by and watch a woman snatch away the throne that should have belonged to them. You mean, Tianyu and the others will kill that kid? Young master can kill him for in Rushui, so why should the other princes keep him alive for the sake of the supreme throne? Haha, that's right. If that's the case, then I'll just wait and see the show. As he spoke, Yang Xiaolong no longer paid attention to Zhou Feng and continued to exercise. Seeing this scene, Zhou Feng couldn't stand it anymore, so he frowned and reminded, Master, in another month, the master should be back, so I advise you to be more restrained. If the master knew that you… Yang Xiaolong paused, looked at Zhou Feng and said, is the old man coming back? Yes. Zhou Feng responded, the master will return to the court within a month at the latest. Imperial City, Prince Jing's mansion. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, in the study of Prince Jing's mansion, a young man in his 20s with a handsome appearance pushed all the 4 treasures of the study on the table to the ground, smashing them to pieces. But even so, he still couldn't vent the anger and unhappiness in his heart. The young man pointed at the 3 middle-aged men kneeling in the middle of the study and cursed. Trash, trash, you are all a bunch of trash, what's the point of me keeping you? Speak, son of AB*TCH. Aren't you usually quite talkative? Why are you all mute now? Zhang Tianyu, tell me, why didn't I know about the big deal that B*TCH and Rushui recruited a prince consort? The young man was none other than the owner of Prince Jing's mansion, Prince Jing personally conferred by Nzimu. He was also the second prince of the dynasty, and was also known as Tianyu by Yang Xiaolong. Buzz. As soon as Tianyu finished speaking, the middle-aged man among the 3 men kneeling in front of him trembled all over, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said in a trembling voice, Your Highness, this is really not because we are not doing our job well, it is really. What is it really? Tianyu shouted angrily, isn't it because you guys are not doing your job well? Well, tell me who this Ye Fan is and where did he come from? Why did he get together with that B*TCH and Rushui, but we didn't know anything about it? In fact, if it weren't for the imperial decree issued by my father, I would still be kept in the dark. Faced with Tianyu's questioning, Zhang Tianyu broke out in cold sweat, but he had no idea how to answer. It was all too sudden, so sudden that it was even a little weird. Report. But at this moment, a guard rushed in from outside the study. Any news from the palace? Seeing the person coming, Tianyu ignored Zhang Tianyu and others, and asked directly. Yes, Your Highness. The visitor responded, Ye Bufan, about 20 years old, from the Star Moon Kingdom, but not from the Star Moon Kingdom. As for where he is from, it is not known yet. In addition, he himself has the cultivation base of the Yuanfu realm, and he even killed a Yuanfu 3rd-level cultivator with 1 strike. However, now his cultivation base has been abolished by His Majesty. Besides that, the other party didn't seem to want to marry the 7th princess. It was just that a few days ago, the 7th princess met him in the Star Moon Kingdom and fell in love with him at first sight. She went straight back to the imperial court to ask His Majesty for an order to grant them a marriage. Later, it was eunuch Li Lin who personally went to the Star Moon Kingdom to bring Ye Bufan back to the imperial city. He had just returned to the imperial city an hour before the imperial edict was issued. After the guard finished speaking, Tianyu was stunned and dumbfounded. Tianyu was like this, and the 3 middle-aged men kneeling in the study were no exception. Ye Bufan, about 20 years old, his origin is unknown, and his cultivation level is Yuanfu realm. The reason why he suddenly became a royal consort was because the 7th princess met him in the Star Moon Kingdom a few days ago, fell in love with him at first sight, and then asked His Majesty to grant them a marriage. MMP. No wonder they didn't know anything about it before. No wonder they knew nothing about this so-called 7th prince consort. This person clearly appeared out of nowhere. Are you sure what you said is true? After a moment, and Tianyu came back to his senses, looked at the guard in front of him, and said with a twitching mouth. Your Highness. The guard clasped his fists and said in a deep voice, this is the news that the imperial concubine personally got from eunuch Li Lin. It can't be wrong. And Tianyu's mouth twitched. The information that my mother personally found out from Li Lin cannot be wrong. And Rushui recruited a man whose background was unclear as her husband after only meeting him once, and her father even agreed. This is so. Why did this king suddenly feel like 1,000 alpaca horses were galloping through my heart? What do my father and Rushui think of the marriage of a future empress? Is this a joke? Chapter 2165 I have an idea. Yes, it's just child's play. Although Tianyu neither acknowledges nor accepts Rushui's identity as the crown prince, the fact is, for now, Rushui is the crown prince of the Tianwu dynasty and the future empress of the Tianwu dynasty. As the future empress of the dynasty, even if Rushui's husband is not an outstanding person, he should at least have a clean background, right? Now, Zimu actually let a man of unknown origin become Rushui's husband. That's all. The most important thing is that the other party simply does not agree to or accept such a marriage. But what about Zimu? He actually destroyed the other party's cultivation and forced him to stay in the Tianwu dynasty. What does he want to do? Forcibly seizing women. Wrong. Is it a robbery of a man? In Tianyu's opinion, Zimu's behavior was extremely abnormal and irrational. In fact, this was definitely not Zimu's style. But, at this moment, Tianyu's mind was in a mess and he didn't know what to do. At this time, the guard in the study room spoke again. Your Highness, in addition to these, the imperial concubine also asked me to bring a message to your Highness. What? Tianyu came back to his senses and looked at the guard. Watch the situation calmly and don't act rashly. The guard said these 8 words calmly. Just wait and see what happens, don't act rashly. Tianyu frowned and asked, does mother suspect that this is a trap set by father? This I don't know. Didn't mother tell you? No. Alright, you can leave first. Go back and tell mother that I know what to do. Yes, your Highness, I will take my leave. The guard said this and then turned and left. After the guards left, Tianyu looked at the 3 middle-aged men in the study, frowned and said, what do you think about this? As soon as Tianyu finished speaking, Zhang Tianyu asked directly. Your Highness, are you suspecting that His Majesty has other intentions regarding the matter of the 7th prince consort? It's not impossible. After all, this matter is too abnormal and totally not my father's style. Your Majesty's style would certainly not be such a thing, but, Your Highness, have you forgotten the 7th princess? Rushui. Yes, considering Your Majesty's past preference for the 7th princess, if the 7th princess insists on doing so, I'm afraid Your Majesty will have no choice but to follow her wishes. Now that you mention it, it's really possible. Tianyu groaned for a moment, then changed the subject and said, forget it. Regardless of whether my father has other purposes or not, let me have someone keep a close eye on this kid named Ye. From now on, I want to know his every move in the imperial city, including what he eats and does every day. I want to know everything clearly. The 3 men hesitated. Zhang Tianyu said cautiously, Your Highness, didn't the queen say? Just wait and see what happens, don't act rashly, right? Tianyu interrupted Zhang Tianyu and said, I just asked someone to keep an eye on that kid, but I didn't do anything to him. How can it be considered as a reckless move? Okay. Without giving Zhang Tianyu a chance to refute, Tianyu directly made the decision, it's settled, you go and make the arrangements. Yes. Zhang Tianyu and the other 2 responded helplessly, then took their leave. After the 3 of them left, Tianyu shouted, someone come here. As soon as Tianyu finished speaking, a guard hurriedly ran in from outside the study, faced Tianyu, clasped his fists and said, Your Highness. Go, invite old 7 here, and tell him I want to treat him to a drink. Tianyu gave the order directly. Yes. The guard responded and was about to leave. Etc. Tianyu suddenly stopped him and asked, what's going on with the boss? Is there anything unusual recently? Reporting to Your Highness, the eldest prince is still reciting poems and composing couplets with those scholars in Wangjiang Tower every day. Apart from that, there is nothing else. Is the boss really useless? Tianyu frowned and said, okay, go and invite old 7 over. Yes. The guards left in response. In the Tianwu imperial city, Due to an imperial edict from Nzimu, undercurrents are now surging in the imperial city. Apart from Wuyang Xiaolong and in Tianyu, there are countless people staring at Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan has obviously become the target of public criticism. However, Ye Bufan knew nothing about all this. At this moment, in the prince consort's mansion, the 7th princess and Rushui had already left. After all, she and Ye Bufan had not yet been married, so it was naturally inconvenient for her to stay in the restaurant in the prince consort's mansion. In the bedroom, looking at the luck value displayed in the Hongmeng Tianyan, in front of him, Ye Bufan frowned. 12,654,321. This is the amount of luck Ye Bufan currently possesses, more than 12.6 million. With this luck of more than 12 million, Ye Bufan is able to repair his Dantian and Yuanfu, and restore his cultivation to the first level of Yuanfu before it was abandoned. He can even go further and reach the 3rd level of Yuanfu. But, is the 3rd level of Yuanfu useful? Perhaps in the Star Moon Kingdom, the cultivation level of the 3rd level of Yuanfu is already top-notch, but in the Tianwu dynasty, the 3rd level of Yuanfu is really nothing. Even though Ye Bufan was extremely talented and could fight across levels, with his cultivation level at the 3rd level of Yuanfu, he could only unleash the combat power of a half-step to the Wuji realm at best. However, the combat power of the half-step infinite realm is simply not enough to escape Ye Bufan's current predicament. As for escaping from the imperial city and the Tianwu dynasty by relying on the combat power of half a step into the Wuji realm, that is nothing but a foolish dream and a fairy tale. Therefore, even with more than 12 million luck in his hands, Ye Bufan still had no intention of repairing his Dantian and Yuanfu and restoring his cultivation. Since I can't use it for myself and don't want to keep it, I can only use it for others. The first thing Ye Bufan thought of was the 30 god-killing guards. Although the talents of the god-slaying guards could not be compared with his own, as a killing army that was carefully selected and trained by the god-slaying guard in the Tianyuan small thousand realms, fighting across levels was not a difficult task for the god-slaying guards. Although the current 30 god-killing guards are all at the immortal warrior level and their functions are limited, what if they were all upgraded to the Yuanfu or even Wuji level? 30 Yuanfu level god-killing guards attacked at the same time. Ye Bufan felt that even a strong man in the Wuji realm would die on the spot. This is just the god-killing guard of Yuanfu realm. What if it is the god-killing guard of the Wuji realm? 30 god-killing guards in the Wuji realm, even if they are only at the first level of Wuji, can definitely sweep away the entire Tianwu dynasty with an invincible force. I suddenly had an idea. Ye Bufan muttered to himself, and then a playful and teasing smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he said, "In Rushui, in Zimu, and the Tianwu dynasty, don't you like to bully the weak and oppress others with your power? Okay then, I have trained all 30 god-killing guards to the Wuji realm right under your noses. 30 Wuji realm god-killing guards. I want to see how you can bully the weak and use your power to suppress others. Tianwu dynasty. Oh," Ye Bufan sneered. Contempt. Even more disdainful. As for the massive amount of luck needed to train all 30 god-killing guards into powerful warriors in the infinite realm, Ye Bufan was not worried at all. After all, he still had half a year. Previously, he had earned more than 7 million in just half an hour. Wouldn't he be able to train 30 god-killing guards to the Wuji realm in half a year? What's more, Ye Bufan never fights alone. He also has Qian Duoduo, Long Xiaobao, the Snow Wolf Demon King, and the entire Tianyuan small thousand worlds. Tianwu dynasty. They are at war with the world. If they don't destroy it, who will? Getting married in half a year. Half a year later, I will turn your wedding into a funeral, and your country and clan will be destroyed, and your entire family will be wiped out. When Ye Bufan thought of this, a thunderous roar suddenly sounded in his ears. You little Ye boy, get out here. Chapter 2166, All the men in the Tianwu dynasty are sick. Boy surnamed Ye, get out of here. The sudden roar made Ye Bufan stunned and even a little confused. Ye Bufan was very sure that this was definitely his first time in the Tianwu dynasty. Before this, he had never set foot in the Tianwu dynasty. Since he had never set foot in the Tianwu dynasty, naturally he would not know anyone in the Tianwu dynasty. If there is no one I know, how can there be any enemies? However, this sudden voice was full of anger and hatred towards him, and the other party had already mentioned the name, so there was obviously no mistake. What is going on? Ye Bufan was suddenly confused. My lord, At this time, Wang Tian's voice was heard outside the house. Hearing this, Ye Bufan stood up and walked to the entrance, opened the door, looked at Wang Tian in front of him, and asked, "What's going on?" This. Wang Tian hesitated for a moment, and said awkwardly, "My lord, you should go and have a look yourself." Ye Bufan frowned, but did not ask any further questions. Instead, he walked out directly. After a moment, in front of the prince consort's residence. When Ye Bufan arrived here, the prince consort's mansion was already surrounded by people, and the most conspicuous among them was a bald man standing in front of the crowd. The man was in his 30s, about 1.80 meters tall, with muscular body, and was unusually strong and sturdy. But his cultivation level is only at the 4th level of immortal martial arts. As soon as Ye Bufan left the prince consort's mansion, he noticed the other person. "Are you calling me master? Are you Ye Bufan?" Hearing this, the bald man glanced at Ye Bufan and then asked in a cold voice. "Exactly." Ye Bufan replied. "Very good." The bald man pointed at Ye Bufan and said, "I, Wang Sanchui from the South City blacksmith shop, would like to challenge you, Ye Bufan." "Well." Ye Bufan was stunned and asked in surprise, "You want to challenge me?" "That's right." The bald man responded, "It determines victory or defeat, as well as life or death." Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he looked at Wang Sanchui in a somewhat messy manner and said, "Do we know each other?" "I don't know him." "Do we have a grudge?" "No grudge." "Then why did you challenge me? To decide the outcome or even life and death? Are you fucking mentally ill?" Ye Bufan left a word and ignored Wang Sanchui, but turned and walked towards the prince consort's mansion. Seeing this, Wang Sanchui was not willing to give up. He shouted, "Boy, stop right there." As he was speaking, Wang Sanchui had already caught up with him. Unfortunately, before he could get close to Ye Bufan, he was stopped by Wang Tian and Shen Shang. Seeing Ye Bufan about to walk into the prince consort's mansion, Wang Sanchui suddenly became anxious and said, "Boy surnamed Yi, don't run away. You are a coward. Why do you marry the 8th princess? Come back here." Ye Bufan paused, turned around and looked at the bald man, and asked, "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" The bald man yelled, "Stop playing dumb with me. I'm telling you, the 8th princess is mine. If you want to marry her, you'd better beat me first." Ye Bufan was in a mess and was speechless. "The 8th princess is yours." At this moment, he finally understood why the bald man wanted to challenge him. Because in Ruyan. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the bald man spoke again. "Mr. Yi, why don't you speak? I'm telling you, if you are a man, you should accept my challenge and fight me. The winner will marry the 8th princess, and the loser will keep his life." Looking at the passionate bald man in front of him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but roll his eyes. "How can you, a warrior in the immortal martial realm, have the confidence to challenge me? And how can you have the courage to fight me to the death?" Because of Ruyan. It has to be said that Ye Bufan is becoming more and more curious about Ruyan, the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. What kind of woman could make a blacksmith in the immortal martial realm openly challenge the prince consort personally appointed by Nzimu and fight to the death? Of course, Ye Bufan would never accept such a challenge. First, his cultivation was now wasted. How could he accept the challenge of a warrior in the immortal martial realm? Relying on the physical body of Yuanfu realm. That was one of Ye Bufan's trump cards, and he would not reveal it easily. Second, Ye Bufan really had no interest in the challenge of a warrior in the immortal martial realm. It's just the realm of immortal martial arts. What would it matter if I defeated him, or even killed him? Being competitive has never been Ye Bufan's style. Ye Bufan immediately looked at the bald man and said, "If you really want to challenge me, I don't have any objection, but I'm afraid someone will disagree." "Who? Who dares not to agree?" "Nzimu." "Well." Wang Sanchui was stunned. "As long as Nzimu has no objection, I am ready to accept your challenge at any time. The person I want to challenge is you, not His Majesty. Why should I ask for His Majesty's consent? But the 8th princess you mentioned is actually Nzimu's daughter. So what? It's you who is going to marry the 8th princess, not His Majesty. Boy, if you're scared, just say so." "Okay, I'm scared now, is this okay? Are you still a man?" "No." After leaving these two words, Ye Bufan no longer paid any attention to the bald man, but walked directly into the prince consort's mansion. In his opinion, Wang Sanchui was simply inexplicable. Looking at Ye Bufan leaving, Wang Sanchui was furious. Bang! The next second, he sat down on the ground in front of the prince consort's mansion and said, "Boy, if you don't accept my challenge, I won't leave." "What is this? Are you being unreasonable?" Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he simply chose to ignore it. But at this moment, another noisy voice rang out from the back of the crowd. "Get out of the way, get out of the way, all of you, get out of the way." Then, a young man dressed as a scholar squeezed out of the crowd. Looking at the prince consort's mansion in front of him, he drew out the long sword in his hand, pointed the long sword at the prince consort's mansion, and said, "I, Zhang Choyan of Qingtian Academy, challenge the prince consort Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan, do you dare to fight with me? It determines victory or defeat, as well as life or death." Inside the prince consort's residence, Ye Bufan paused. But at this moment, another rough voice sounded. "Who is Ye Bufan? Come out here and let me tell you, you are not worthy of Yunur at all. For Yunur's happiness, I want to duel with you. Are you guys done yet?" Ye Bufan was furious. However, the fact is, it's not over yet. 10 minutes later, more than 20 people were standing in front of the prince consort's mansion. These people are all men, tall and short, fat and thin, old and young. Without exception, they all came to challenge Ye Bufan. As for the reason, of course it's because of the 8th princess in Ruyan. Ye Bufan stood inside the main gate of the prince consort's mansion, looking at the people in front of him. He felt as if millions of alpaca horses were galloping through his heart. Are all the men in the Tianwu dynasty fucking sick? You admire in Ruyan, that's your business, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, do you think I am willing to marry in Ruyan? I was forced into this. Chapter 2167. All the men in the Tianwu dynasty are sick too. Another 10 minutes later, the number of people who came to challenge Ye Bufan in front of the prince consort's mansion has risen to 50 or 60. Looking at these people, Ye Bufan's face turned dark. Isn't Nizi beautiful? Isn't Lang Ningshang considered stunningly beautiful? Qin Yao, Luo Qinmo, and Qian Rumeng are all beauties, right? But Ye Bufan had never encountered anything like this before when he was with them. Now things are different. In just 20 minutes, 50 or 60 people launched a life or death challenge against him just because of Ruyan. Is Ruyan really that beautiful? Even if there is no need to do this, right? After all, this was a marriage arranged by Emperor Tianwu and Zimu, and not anyone could easily change it. Or, in their eyes, is imperial power nothing more than a formality? Otherwise, why would they be so crazy as they are now? In Ye Bufan's opinion, these people's behavior is either because they are bored or they are mentally ill. The most hateful thing is that since I didn't accept their challenge, it would have been fine if they didn't leave, but they actually started cursing at me one by one, and each curse was more unpleasant than the last. What did they think of themselves? To whom were they venting? Or are you just a straw bag that they can manipulate? Hemp leather. I have to work hard to learn how to be a man who is worthy of being a princess consort. What is a prince consort like? The prince consort should take advantage of his power to bully others. Ye Bufan immediately shouted angrily, "Wang Tian, Shen Shang, beat these people half to death for me, and then throw them as far away as you can. Challenge me. Are you qualified?" Snort. After Ye Bufan left a few words, he flicked his sleeves and left. Wang Tian and Shen Shang looked at each other hesitantly. The next second, they looked directly at the 50 or 60 people in front of them who came to challenge Ye Bufan. "What do you want to do?" Feeling the malicious looks from Wang Tian and Shen Shang, those who came to challenge Ye Bufan were all startled, and a hint of vigilance appeared in their eyes. Wang Tian said, "You have all heard what the prince consort said. Now, I will give you 10 seconds. Either get out of here, or my 2 brothers will beat you half to death and then throw you out. You can choose." Why? As soon as Wang Tian finished speaking, the people present immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. "I will challenge whoever I want to challenge, what is it to you guys?" That's right. What Ye Bufan, you are nothing but a coward, you are not worthy of Yunur at all. Ye Bufan, come out here. You are hiding your head and showing your tail. Are you still a man? There were shouts and curses one after another. Both Wang Tian and Shen Shang's faces turned black. After all, Ye Bufan was the son-in-law appointed by Emperor Tianwu himself, but these people are just like that. They are simply stubborn and are simply defying the imperial power. Do it. Immediately, Wang Tian shouted loudly. In an instant, he and Shen Shang rushed out. Although their cultivation in the Yuanfu realm was not top-notch in the Tianwu dynasty, the people in front of them were just a group of Shanwu and Taiyi realm warriors, and there were even a few of them who were only in the Shenpo realm. With such strength, how could they possibly be a match for Wang Tian and Shen Shang? Bang, bang, bang. In just a few quick moves, Wang Tian and his companions knocked down dozens of challengers in front of them. But even so, these people still looked unyielding. Ye Bufan, do you think I will back down like this? Let me tell you, as long as I am still alive, I will not let you desecrate the 8th princess. That's right. You wimp named Yi, what a skill it is to let 2 Yuanfu realm slaves take action. If you have the guts, challenge me in a one-on-one duel. Coward. Waste. Faced with the shouting and cursing from the people in front of them, Wang Tian and the other man couldn't help but twitch their lips. The next second, Wang Tian shouted coldly, "Throw them out of the imperial city, as far as you can." Yes. The guards from the prince consort's mansion immediately responded and went forward to greet them. In the prince consort's mansion, Ye Bufan was walking towards his bedroom with a grim face. He never thought that the title of prince consort would bring him so much hatred. At the same time, Ye Bufan became more and more curious about the 8th princess and Ruyan. Of course, curiosity is curiosity. No matter how beautiful Ruyan is, Ye Bufan will not be attracted to her. Why? Just because she isn't Zimu's daughter. Just because of this point, Ye Bufan and Ruyan were destined to be enemies rather than friends. But is it really like that? When Ye Bufan meets Ruyan in person, can he really remain calm? You never know what's going on. No one can know the outcome of something that has not happened. Prince Consort, back garden. When Ye Bufan passed by this place, he suddenly stopped, and then he was shocked. There is murderous intent. As a former Yuanfu realm warrior, although his martial arts skills were destroyed by Zimu, Ye Bufan's spiritual awareness was not weakened by this. Coupled with his Yuanfu realm body, his perception is definitely far beyond that of ordinary people. At that moment just now, Ye Bufan clearly caught a hint of murderous intent. Base. The next second, before Ye Bufan could think about it, the sound of a sword being unsheathed was heard. Call out. Immediately afterwards, a figure emerged from behind a rockery on Ye Bufan's left side and rushed towards him. Hemp skin. Could it be because of Ruyan again? Ye Bufan couldn't help but think. But he quickly rejected this idea. He openly assassinated the current prince consort just for Ruyan, a girl he admired. Ye Bufan felt that the people of the Tianwu dynasty were not so crazy. If it wasn't because of Ruyan, then why did this person in front of him want to assassinate him? Is it because of Zimu? Did Zimu see something and wanted to test me in this way? Ye Bufan didn't know and couldn't be sure. But he understood that he must not take action, let alone fight back. Otherwise, it will only bring more trouble to yourself. Immediately, Ye Bufan shouted hysterically, "There is an assassin." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan had already retreated behind him. At this time, he finally saw the assassin's appearance and skills clearly. He was a young man in the 3rd level of Tai Heaven. The young man, holding a sharp sword, rushed towards Ye Bufan at an extremely fast speed. In just a moment, he had arrived in front of Ye Bufan, and the sharp sword in his hand pierced Ye Bufan's heart. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan secretly groaned in his heart, but it was not because his life was hanging by a thread, but because the young man in front of him was too weak, so weak that Ye Bufan could easily kill him with a slap. But unfortunately, in order to hide his incompetence, Ye Bufan dared not and could not take action. The most hateful thing was that he couldn't let the sword in the young man's hand touch him. Why? Because the sword in the young man's hand is just an ordinary weapon. And what about yourself? My own physical body is at the 1st level of Yuanfu. In this situation, if the young man stabbed himself with a sword, not only would he not be able to hurt himself, but there was a high possibility that the sword in his hand would break directly. If this is true, wouldn't his physical body in the Yuanfu realm be exposed? With no other options, Ye Bufan could only deliberately fall to the ground with a bang. Call. The young man's sword missed. However, he did not give up. After failing with one sword, he stabbed Ye Bufan with another sword. Hemp skin. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart. Just as he was about to dodge, an angry shout suddenly rang out from a distance, "How dare you!" Hearing this, Ye Bufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Call out. The next second, a figure appeared in front of Ye Bufan. The young man swung his sword. Wang Tianyi's palm arrived first after being struck later. Bang! A palm fell. Puff! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. Bang! A few meters away, the young man's body hit heavily on a rockery. The rockery collapsed and half of the young man's body was buried in the rubble. Wang Tian ignored him and helped Ye Bufan up, saying, "Prince Consort, are you okay?" "Fine." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "Call." Wang Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Ye Bufan had an accident, both he and Shen Shang would definitely not survive. At this time, Ye Bufan had already looked at the young man not far away. The same is true for Wang Tian. Next to the rockery, Shen Shang grabbed the young man and pulled him out of the rubble. Then he brought him in front of Ye Bufan and threw him to the ground with a bang. Ye Bufan took a look and found that the young man was dying. Come to think of it, Wang Tian is a warrior at the Yuanfu realm, while the young man is only at the 3rd level of Tai. He was lucky that Wang Tian's angry palm didn't kill him directly. "Who are you? Why do you want to assassinate me?" Looking at the young man, Ye Bufan couldn't help but ask. "Oh." The young man sneered, then raised his head with difficulty, looked at Ye Bufan, gritted his teeth and said disdainfully, "You are not worthy of the 8th princess." Suddenly, thousands of horses galloped to life in Ye Bufan's heart. It's because of Enruyan again. Are all the men in the Tianwu dynasty crazy? Chapter 2168, All the men in the Tianwu dynasty are sick. 3. It is understandable that Ye Bufan challenged himself for Enruyan. But assassinating myself just for Enruyan, isn't that a bit too much? The most important thing is that the young man in front of him is only at the Tai realm. A warrior from Tai realm sneaks into the prince consort's residence and assassinates the prince consort. How much courage and guts does this take? The most important thing is, don't you have any idea of your own abilities? It's just the Tai realm. Do you really think the imperial prince consort is so easy to kill? The most infuriating thing is that this guy almost succeeded. Call. Ye Bufan took a deep breath. Base. The next second, he grabbed the long sword in Wang Tian's hand and drew it out of the sheath. Seeing this scene, the young man was shocked all over. You want to kill me? Finally, he looked at Ye Bufan and asked another question. He who kills others will be killed. You want to kill me, so why can't I kill you? Ye Bufan said in a cold voice. Yes, I can kill him, why can't he kill me? The young man was visibly stunned. Oh. Then, he sneered and said, kill me if you want. It is my supreme honor to sacrifice my life for Yunur. It is a pity that I failed to kill you, this evil villain, in the end. Neuropathy. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Base. Then he swung the long sword in his hand. Puff. Blood splattered. Ye Bufan killed the young man with one blow. When, after killing the young man, Ye Bufan threw the long knife in his hand to the ground, then walked straight to his bedroom without saying anything. Beside the young man's body, Wang Tian and Shen Shang looked at each other. They were helpless and even more confused. They really didn't expect that the admirers of the 8th princess and Ruyan would be so crazy. It would be fine if they just challenged her, but they even dared to assassinate her. But this incident gave them a wake-up call. Since it happened the first time, there is no guarantee that there won't be a second time, a third time, or even more times. Once Ye Bufan is assassinated, the two of them will definitely not be able to survive. Immediately, Wang Tian and Shen Shang no longer paid attention to the young man's body, but followed Ye Bufan. From now on, they will never let Ye Bufan out of their sight again. They will follow Ye Bufan closely. Time flies by. Night falls. Even a prosperous city like Tianwu Imperial City has become like an empty city, with only 1 or 2 people left on the streets. The quiet night should be a time for rest or practice. But tonight, for the vast majority of people in Tianwu Imperial City, it is destined to be a sleepless night. Why? Because of the Imperial Edict. Because of Ye Bufan. Although Ye Bufan and Enruyan have not yet been married, and their wedding date will not be until half a year later, the appearance of the Imperial Edict means that those who have been thinking about Enruyan day and night are about to lose their goddess. Naturally, they couldn't accept this. How can they fall asleep then? Under the night, Prince Consort's mansion. The young man's body had already been disposed of. At this moment, the Prince Consort's mansion was as quiet as the outside world, but in this quiet night, there were still teams of guards patrolling back and forth. Especially where Ye Bufan's bedroom is located. There were as many as 150 guards patrolling within a radius of 300 meters. The reason for this was entirely because of the assassination that took place during the day. Although the assassin has been killed, it is an indisputable fact that the other party sneaked into the prince consort's mansion and almost succeeded in assassinating Ye Bufan. Under such circumstances, the guards in the prince consort's mansion dared not be careless or take it lightly. After all, if Ye Bufan was killed in the prince consort's mansion, none of them would be able to survive. The guards were like this, and Wang Tian and Shen Shang were no exception. At this moment, Wang Tian was standing quietly outside Ye Bufan's bedroom like a door god. He will be on guard tonight. As for Shen Shang, although he is not here, he is not far away either. At this moment, he was resting in the room next to Ye Bufan. Once there was any disturbance here, he would immediately come to support. It was midnight, southwest side of the prince consort's mansion. Call. A flame fell from the sky. Although the flame was small, it was extremely conspicuous in the dark night. In just a moment, it attracted the attention of the surrounding guards. The guards all looked sideways. Just see. In midair, a fist-sized wine jug fell from the sky, and the flame came from the cloth strip stuffed in the mouth of the jug. What's going on? Some guards who didn't understand what was going on were stunned. Pa! The next second, the wine jug fell to the ground and shattered. Boom! Immediately afterwards, a raging fire broke out within several meters around the place where the wine jug shattered. Buzz! Seeing this scene, the guards were all trembling. How could they not understand that the wine jug must have been filled with kerosene? Immediately, a guard shouted, "There's an assassin!" The loud voice broke the silence of the night. The entire prince consort's mansion was alarmed in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. All the guards immediately gathered towards the source of the sound. Outside Ye Bufan's bedroom, Wang Tian's eyes, which were originally closed, opened instantly. Bang. At this moment, there was a muffled sound, and Shen Shang rushed out from the room next to Ye Bufan and came to Wang Tian. But neither Wang Tian nor Shen Shang went towards the source of the sound, but still stood quietly outside Ye Bufan's bedroom. Southwest side of the prince consort's mansion. Ha, ha. After the guard shouted, several more flames fell from the sky. Son of AB*TCH. Is someone planning to burn down the prince consort's residence? The dozen or so guards present were all furious. Swish. Several guards even drew out their swords, and with the infusion of spiritual power, they slashed at the wine jugs that fell from midair. Bang, bang, bang. As the blade passed, the wine jug shattered and the flames were instantly extinguished. But, hulala. The kerosene in the 3 wine jugs spilled all over the ground, and the raging fire covering several meters on the side came into contact with each other. Boom! Flames shot up into the sky. It instantly swept across the surrounding area of dozens of meters. Oh shit! The guards were all shocked. They all retreated. Pa! One of the guards even slapped another guard on the head and angrily yelled, "Are you FC King mentally ill? Don't you know that this is filled with kerosene?" The guard who was beaten looked disheveled and confused. Of course he knew that the wine jugs were filled with kerosene, but in the emergency just now, his knife strike was completely an instinctive reaction. Da da da. At this time, a burst of intensive footsteps came from all directions, and in just a moment, hundreds of guards rushed here. What's going on? Where's the assassin? The leading silver-armored guard glanced at the blazing fire in the distance, then looked at the dozen or so guards who had already been present and asked in a cold voice. His name is Zhang Cheng. He is the commander of the guards in the prince consort's mansion and also a warrior at the second level of Yuan Mansion. Upon hearing this, one of the guards looked a little nervous and said, reporting to the commander, we haven't found any trace of the assassin yet. No trace of the assassin. Zhang Cheng was stunned for a moment, then pointed at the fire not far away and said angrily, then what's going on? Who? Just as Zhang Cheng finished his words, several wine bottles with flames fell from the air. As a warrior at the Yuanfu realm, Zhang Chengli sensed all of this immediately. Court death. Immediately, Zhang Cheng shouted angrily. Base. The long sword in his hand was instantly unsheathed, and then he slashed out again. Commander, it's filled with kerosene. Seeing this scene, one of the more than 10 guards immediately exclaimed. But it was too late. Bang! The wine jug was broken. The kerosene spilled all over the ground in an instant. Add fuel to the fire. Boom! The flames that had originally shot up into the sky erupted once again. The heat wave is coming. Zhang Cheng's mouth twitched and his face turned dark. Fortunately, the place where they are now is relatively open. Otherwise, the fire would probably burn the entire prince consort's mansion in an instant. The man is there. After a brief moment of distraction, Zhang Cheng pointed the long knife in his hand at the courtyard wall in the southeast direction of the crowd, shouted loudly, and then said, "Leave some people to put out the fire quickly, and the others, chase after them." Chapter 2169. All the men in the Tianwu dynasty are sick. 4. He entered the mansion to assassinate during the day. Burn down the prince consort's residence at night. Son of AB*TCH. Who is the 7th princess in Rushui? If Ye Bufan encountered an accident, then he, the commander of the guards in the prince consort's mansion, would inevitably die. Moreover, not only would he die, but in Rushui, in her rage, would definitely wipe out his entire clan. Are these people trying to kill Ye Bufan? These people clearly wanted to kill him, the commander of the guards in the prince consort's mansion. Zhang Cheng was furious, even furious. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed out. The hundreds of guards present did not hesitate any longer. Some of them stayed to put out the fire, while others followed Zhang Cheng to chase after the assassin. But is it necessary for them to chase after them? It's totally useless. Because the assassin didn't run away at all. Outside the southwest wall of the prince consort's mansion, a middle-aged man in his 30s was squatting behind a big tree outside the courtyard wall, with more than 20 fist-sized wine jugs piled up in front of him. The middle-aged man picked up one of the wine jugs and lit the cloth stuffed in the bottle mouth. Then he turned to the prince consort's mansion and said coldly, "If you dare to compete with me for the 8th princess, I will burn you to death first, you be*****." After saying this, the middle-aged man wanted to throw the lit wine jug in his hand into the prince consort's mansion. He was so focused that he even didn't notice Zhang Cheng and others coming behind him. After hearing what the middle-aged man said, Zhang Cheng's face turned dark. He knew that the 8th princess was as beautiful as a fairy. He also knew that most men in the imperial city had improper thoughts about the 8th princess. But he never expected that these people would be so crazy. Son of AB***TCH. Still want to burn down the prince consort's residence? I'm going to kill you first. Zhang Cheng yelled angrily, then kicked out. The sudden roar also woke up the middle-aged man who was originally concentrating. His movements froze and he instinctively exclaimed, Who are you? You're quite focused. If I hadn't spoken, would you have noticed that you were surrounded? Bang. As soon as the middle-aged man uttered a word, Zhang Cheng kicked him on the back. Bang. Then there was another muffled sound. The middle-aged man fell flat on his face. Zhang Cheng's face turned ashen. He didn't even want to look at the middle-aged man again, and just shouted, "Take him away." Just when Zhang Cheng captured the middle-aged man. In the prince consort's mansion. Ye Bufan's bedroom. Call. A wine jug with flames on it was thrown in from the prince consort's mansion, then fell from the sky and landed on an ancient tree outside the left side of Ye Bufan's bedroom. It was obvious that the captured middle-aged man was not the only one who wanted to burn down the prince consort's mansion tonight. Moreover, the wine jug used by this second man was obviously one size larger than the one used by the middle-aged man. A sudden change. A wine jug falling from the sky. Although the sound was very small, it still could not escape the perception of Wang Tian and the others. Who? The two of them exclaimed instinctively, and then looked in the direction of the sound. Unfortunately, they didn't see anyone, but only saw a wine jug with flames hitting an ancient tree not far away with a bang. Boom. In an instant, the fire was blazing. The ancient tree that was originally more than 10 meters tall has also turned into a flaming tree that illuminates the night. Wang Tian and the other two couldn't help but feel a little confused. However, before they could think about it, another wine jug with flames fell from the sky and landed on the roof of Ye Bufan's bedroom with a bang. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky. The roof of Ye Bufan's bedroom instantly turned into a sea of fire. Wang Tian and Shen Shang's faces changed drastically. At this moment, they understood that the fire of the ancient tree was not an accident at all, but someone wanted to burn Ye Bufan to death. It was also at this time. Huff, huff, huff. Several more wine jugs fell from the air one after another and landed in 3 different locations, directly igniting a raging fire. Damn it! Wang Tian and the other man cursed in their hearts. Bang. The next second, Wang Tian kicked open Ye Bufan's bedroom door without any hesitation, and rushed in without even notifying anyone. In the bedroom, Ye Bufan was lying on the bed, sleeping like a dead pig. Wang Tian pushed him directly and said, "Prince Consort, wake up quickly." Ye Bufan moaned softly and woke up slowly. The moment he saw Wang Tian, he sat up suddenly, hugged his chest, looked at Wang Tian warily and said, "Wang Tian, what do you want to do in the middle of the night? Let me tell you, I don't like men. You like men. Your whole family likes men." Wang Tian's mouth twitched, and he said anxiously, "My lord, someone is setting fire to the prince consort's mansion, let's retreat quickly." "What?" Ye Bufan was shocked. Boom. As if to confirm Wang Tian's words, a fire dragon roared down from the roof. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched violently. At this moment, he discovered that his bedroom was surrounded by flames. Not only that, the fire was spreading to other places at a crazy speed. "Fuck it, why are you still standing there? Run!" Ye Bufan shouted immediately, then jumped off the bed in his pajamas and ran out of the bedroom. Wang Tian naturally didn't stay any longer. Bang! Ye Bufan and Wang Tian had just rushed out of the bedroom when it collapsed under the fierce attack of the fire. Not only that, standing outside the bedroom, Ye Bufan and Wang Tian discovered that at this moment, the rest of the prince consort's mansion was also ablaze. The heat wave is coming. The fire dragon raged in the night. At this moment, the fire in the prince consort's mansion seems to be out of control. What's going on? Looking at Shen Shang in front of him, Wang Tian couldn't help but ask. He clearly remembered that when he broke into Ye Bufan's bedroom, the fire was only in their area. But now, the entire prince consort's mansion was on fire. There was more than one person who set the fire. Facing Wang Tian's questioning, Shen Shang replied helplessly and bitterly. Hearing this, Ye Bufan was confused and Wang Tian also went crazy. Was there more than one person who set the fire? This is so. Are these people crazy? But no matter what, now is not the time to think about these things. My lord, I am sorry. Seeing that the fire was out of control, Wang Tian said something to Ye Bufan, then carried Ye Bufan on his back and rushed out of the prince consort's mansion. Shen Shang followed closely behind. The night is endless. Flames shot up into the sky. Such a big commotion in the prince consort's mansion naturally attracted the attention of other people around. When Ye Bufan and the other two rushed out of the prince consort's mansion, the commander of the Imperial City Guard had already arrived outside the mansion with more than 1,000 city guard soldiers. What's going on? Looking at the prince consort's mansion in front of him with flames rising to the sky, the commander of the city guards couldn't help but ask a question. What's going on? Arrange someone to put out the fire quickly. Wang Tian shouted angrily. The commander of the city guards was stunned at first, but then he no longer hesitated. Put out the fire. As for the guards in the prince consort's mansion, they did not join the city guards in putting out the fire. Instead, under the leadership of Zhang Cheng and driven by boundless anger, they began to frantically search for the arsonists. More than half an hour later, the fire was put out. The prince consort's mansion has become a ruin. The most important thing is that in the prince consort's mansion, 7 maids and 2 servants were directly killed in the fire and burned into charcoal. At this moment, in front of the prince consort's mansion, the city guards are on the left. The imperial guards and the maids and servants of the prince consort's mansion are on the right. Ye Bufan stood between the two armies. Behind him were Wang Tian and Shen Shang. In front of him were 5 men kneeling. Among the 5 men, there was an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 2 young men. These 5 people were the arsonists captured by Zhang Cheng and his guards. In addition, there were 9 charred corpses neatly arranged behind these 5 people. In a dead silent atmosphere, everyone looked at these 5 people with unfriendly expressions. Chapter 2170, I am the prince consort of the palace. Not everyone can move me just because they want to. Overnight, 5 people set the fire. The prince consort's mansion was burned down, and 9 people died and 7 were injured in the mansion. Looking at the 5 people in front of him, Ye Bufan really didn't know what to say. Suddenly, he asked, whose idea was it? The 5 people present were all stunned. I want to ask you who came up with this idea. Ye Bufan couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. However, Ye Bufan's anger did not scare the 5 people present. One of them said directly, who came up with this idea? I don't even know them. The other 4 people also said. That's right, I don't know them either. Everyone has his own share of responsibility. I started the fire, so I can kill you or chop you up as I please. If you frown, I will be your grandson. Mr. Yi, don't be so complacent. If I can't burn you to death, God will take you away sooner or later. The 5 people spoke harshly to each other and showed no sign of repentance. Seeing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He could see that these 5 people were not lying, which meant that they were not in the same group, and they burned down the prince consort's mansion tonight just by coincidence. Daytime. Dozens of people challenged him, and 1 person entered the mansion to assassinate him. Night. 5 men who did not know each other, spontaneously set fire to the prince consort's mansion. And all this was just because of Enryan. Although he has never seen the legendary most beautiful woman in Tianwu, in Ye Bufan's eyes, Enryan has been labeled as a beauty who brings disaster. Most importantly, it's only day 1. Dozens of people challenged each other to a life and death battle. A man entered the mansion to assassinate him. 5 people set fire to the prince consort's mansion. It was like this on the first day. What then? The most terrifying thing is that today, except for the young man who entered the mansion to assassinate, who has the cultivation level of Tai realm, the others are just immortal warriors and divine spirits. But, who can guarantee that among Enryan's admirers, there are no martial arts masters like Tiangong, Yuanfu, or even Wuji? Once Wuji takes action, it's unimaginable. What's more, it is easy to dodge an open attack but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. Ye Bufan felt that sooner or later he would fall into the hands of these lunatics. But he still had no solution. After all, he couldn't influence the thoughts of these crazy people in the Tianwu dynasty, nor could he make the overbearing emperor and Zimu cancel the marriage between himself and Enryan. The meat on the chopping block is just that. Of course, it is not so easy to take young Master Yi's life. Oh. The next second, Ye Bufan sneered, then looked at the 5 people in front of him and said, and Zimu destroyed my cultivation and forced me to marry in Rushui, which is fine, but now even you ants want to take my life. Sure, I can't do anything to Nzimu, so am I afraid of you ants. You don't want me to marry Enryan, right? I have always been a stubborn person. I won't move if you pull me, and I will retreat if you hit me. Since you don't want to see me marry Enryan, I will definitely be your consort. The most beautiful woman in Tianwu, right? Since so many people like it, I think it's not a loss. Ye Bufan said this to the 5 people in front of him, but he also said it to the city guards and bodyguards present. Most importantly, he said it to Nzimu. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to change his attitude towards Nzimu, forcing him to marry in Rushui, so as to confuse Nzimu, the Tianwu emperor. Of course, everything has a process. Although Ye Bufan would change his attitude, he would not directly accept the marriage that Enrushui and Nzimu had forced upon him. Take it step by step. Advance every step carefully. This is his way of survival in the Tianwu dynasty. However, the 5 people in front of them did not know what Ye Bufan was thinking. When they heard what Ye Bufan said, they immediately exploded. Mr. Yi, I'm going to fight you. The 5 of them rushed forward and tried to fight Ye Bufan to the death. It's a pity that the one with the highest cultivation among them is only at the 7th level of immortal martial arts, so how could they possibly hurt, even Ye Bufan? Snort. Ye Bufan didn't say anything. Behind him, Wang Tian snorted coldly and said, "You're looking for death." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, he and Shen Shang attacked at the same time. Bang, bang, bang. In just a moment, the 5 people were knocked to the ground by Wang Tian and his companion. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out at the same time. Only 2.5 of the 5 lives were left. This is because without Ye Bufan's order, Wang Tian and Shen Shang did not dare to take action. Otherwise, these 5 people would have already become 5 corpses. The 7th princess has arrived. But at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from behind the city guards. Everyone was stunned. Behind the crowd, the 7th princess and Rushui came slowly. Bang, bang, bang. Seeing this, everyone present except Ye Bufan did not hesitate anymore and knelt down to greet her. Greetings to the 7th princess. May you live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years. And Rushui ignored this. She came directly in front of Ye Bufan, took a look at the prince consort's mansion behind Ye Bufan which had turned into ruins, then looked at Ye Bufan again and asked with concern, "Prince consort, are you okay?" Thanks to you, I'm not going to die. Ye Bufan said this in a cold voice, and then he ignored En Rushui and looked at Wang Tian and Shen Shang behind him and said, Wang Tian, Shen Shang, let's go. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan walked away. It looked like he didn't want to even look at En Rushui. En Rushui was stunned and asked, Prince Consort, where are you going? Don't forget the agreement between us. Ye Bufan just said one sentence, but did not stop for a moment. The agreement between us. En Rushui was stunned again, but said nothing. Princess. At this time, Wang Tian and the other man looked at En Rushui with inquiring eyes. Go ahead. En Rushui waved her hand. Yes. Wang Tianliang responded and stood up to chase after Ye Bufan. After a moment, Ye Bufan and the other two had already disappeared around the corner of the street, and En Rushui's expression suddenly changed. Angry, but also indifferent. She glanced at the 5 people lying on the ground and shouted coldly, "You're the ones who set the fire and wanted to assassinate my husband." The 5 people on the ground were all speechless and hesitant. Although they dared to set fire and assassinate Ye Bufan, and even remained fearless after being caught, they could no longer do the same when facing En Rushui. Perhaps in their hearts, although Ye Bufan was named the son-in-law of Nzimu, he was not yet a member of the royal family, while the 7th princess in front of them was already able to represent the imperial power. Snort. Seeing that the 5 people didn't say anything, En Rushui snorted coldly and said, "Come here, take them away, pull out their tendons, peel off their skin, remove their bones and cut off their meat." Yes. In an instant, 5 guards came forward. Boom. The 5 people were startled. En Rushui spoke again, also, investigate all 9 of their clans, leaving no one alive. I want everyone to know that I am not the prince consort of the palace, and I cannot be touched by anyone who wants to. Chapter 2171. There is a restaurant. Ye Bufan was not aware that En Rushui had skinned and fleshed out the 5 arsonists, and was even planning to exterminate all 9 clans of their clan. Of course, even if he knew, Ye Bufan wouldn't care. He who kills others will be killed. No matter what the reason or excuse, it is an indisputable fact that these people want to take their lives. If you want to kill yourself, you must be prepared to be killed. Under the night, the streets of the imperial city. Ye Bufan took Wang Tian and Shen Shang and wandered aimlessly. At this moment, Ye Bufan just wanted to find a place to have a good rest. After a day of being abandoned, challenged, assassinated, and set on fire, he was really tired. It's not the person who is tired, it's the heart that is tired. It's a pity that it's already midnight and the imperial city is dead silent. It's really difficult for Ye Bufan to find a temporary place to stay. Of course, if this matter was handed over to En Rushui, she would definitely be able to help Ye Bufan solve it immediately and arrange a new mansion for him. However, Ye Bufan did not want to seek help from En Rushui. The cold night, the deserted streets, the street corner 300 meters away from the prince consort's mansion. Ye Bufan suddenly stopped. This sudden change made Wang Tian and Shen Shang behind him both stunned. My lord, what's wrong? Wang Tian looked at Ye Bufan and couldn't help but ask a question. But Ye Bufan didn't answer him. Under the astonished looks of Wang Tian and Shen Shang, Ye Bufan turned around and returned the same way. Wang Tian and the other two were completely confused. After 3 steps, Ye Bufan stopped, then turned sideways and looked at a 3-story building on the street, or rather, at the plaque on the main entrance of the building. There were only 4 words, Yujian Restaurant, engraved on the plaque. Although they were just 4 simple words, they gave Ye Bufan a sense of déjà vu. At this time, Wang Tian and the others had also noticed this restaurant. The next second, Wang Tian let out a sigh and looked at the plaque in front of the restaurant and said, "Isn't this Zaixianlu? When was the name changed? There's a restaurant here. It's quite interesting." Ye Bufan frowned, then looked at Wang Tian and said, "Have you been to this restaurant before?" Well, Wang Tian was instinctively stunned. Although he didn't know why Ye Bufan asked this, he still said truthfully, "To answer your question, Lord Prince Consort, I have indeed been to this restaurant, but this restaurant was not called Yujian Restaurant before, but Zaixian Restaurant. Moreover, this restaurant is very famous in the imperial city. The Zaixian wine brewed exclusively by the restaurant owner is the best wine, but the price is relatively high, so I have only been here 2 or 3 times." Yeah, Ye Bufan pondered for a moment and said, "The name of the drunken immortal tower is called Shenxianzui. Instead of using such an appropriate name as the Drunken Immortal Tower, they chose to use such a funny name as Yujian Restaurant. It's really interesting. Wang Tian, go knock on the door. I want to try this so-called divine intoxication tonight. Well, Wang Tian was stunned. Yes. Then he answered again and went straight forward to knock on the door. Boom boom boom. After Wang Tian knocked on the door more than 10 times, a lazy and impatient voice finally came from inside the room. Who is this late at night? Are you going to let me sleep? Squeak. The next second, the door opened. Immediately afterwards, a young woman appeared in Wang Tian's sight. The woman was about 25 or 26 years old. Dressed in white, with no makeup on. But even so, the moment he saw her, Wang Tian was a little dazed. Because this is a beauty. Although she could not be compared with the most beautiful woman in Tianwu, the 8th princess in Ruyan, but in this imperial city, the beauty of a woman could definitely be described as stunning. The most important thing is that Wang Tian had been to the restaurant several times, but had never seen the beautiful woman in front of him. Seeing Wang Tian's absent-minded look, the woman rolled her eyes and said with some dissatisfaction, "Don't you think it's rude to look at an unmarried woman like this?" Well, Wang Tian came back to his senses instantly and said repeatedly, "Sorry, sorry." At the end, he added, "I don't know, the girl is. You are a really interesting person." The woman smiled and said, "It's fine if you come knocking on my door in the middle of the night, but you come to my restaurant and ask who I am. Are you bored or are you bored?" Well, Wang Tian was stunned again. Although the woman's last 2 sentences made him feel a little awkward, he was more concerned about the woman's identity and blurted out, "Your restaurant. Don't you think so? No, isn't the owner of this restaurant old Zhang? Can't he just sell the restaurant?" As soon as she finished speaking, the woman said impatiently, "I wonder if you will ever stop. If you have something to say, just say it. If not, please leave immediately and don't disturb my rest. Feel sorry." Wang Tian said this with some embarrassment, and then continued, "It's like this, young lady, my son wants to try the shenxianzui of your store. I wonder, young lady, can you give me a favor?" "No, it's not convenient." "Well, it's the middle of the night, who knows what you want to do? If you 3 grown men come into the store and want to do something indecent to me, then I will be destroyed by your brutal hands, right? No, girl, are you going to leave or I will scream for help? Don't forget, this is the Imperial City. Even though it is midnight, the city guards will not rest. Okay, let's go. We need to drink and get up early tomorrow." "Sir." Wang Tian had no choice but to look back at Ye Bufan. At this time, Ye Bufan had already looked at the woman and asked, "Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are. I am Ye Bufan." "Well, can I enter the store now? You are the prince consort. I am so sorry for your disrespect." The woman smiled, and immediately came to Ye Bufan, and made a gesture of invitation, saying, "Your Majesty wants to drink, of course there is, and must be, Your Majesty, please." Ye Bufan didn't stop and walked straight to the restaurant in front of him. The woman followed closely behind. Wang Tian, however, had a messy look on his face. Shen Shang was also a little crazy. It was really that the woman's attitude changed too quickly and too suddenly. She was shouting, "Molest," the second before. And then he greeted people with a smile the next second. Is it just because of these 3 words, prince consort? What the hell? What happened to the prince consort? The prince consort is also a human being. Wouldn't the prince consort do anything inappropriate to you? Also, when people say something, do you just believe it? Aren't you afraid that the prince consort in front of you is someone else pretending to be him? Wang Tian and the others were completely speechless regarding the woman. A snob. Chapter 2172 Nan Zailuo, Meet the Lord God. There is a restaurant with a lobby on the 1st floor. The woman held a dark golden wine jug and slowly poured it into the glass in front of Ye Bufan. Suddenly, green wine flowed into the cup. The aroma of wine is everywhere. Ye Bufan just felt refreshed. Behind him, Wang Tian and Shen Shang also showed a hint of intoxication on their faces. But the woman did not stop. She poured the so-called God's drunk into her own glass, then raised the glass and extended it to Ye Bufan, saying with a sweet smile, "The presence of the prince consort in person really makes our little shop shine. Come, let me offer a toast to the prince consort." Ye Bufan did not refuse. He just picked up the wine glass on the table, clinked it with the woman's, then poured it into his mouth and drank it all. Suddenly, Ye Bufan closed his eyes involuntarily. He clearly felt the mellow flavor suddenly brushing across the tip of his tongue, moistening his throat, sliding across his larynx, floating warmly in his abdomen, slowly drifting in his nose, and quietly moving into his blood vessels. At that moment, it seemed as if the soul was sublimated. This wine can actually nourish the soul. Ye Bufan was shocked. Then he opened his eyes and said, "Good wine. Your Excellency, I am so kind." The woman smiled and said, "Of course the wine is good, but the price is not cheap." After a pause, the woman continued, "The last cup was a treat from me to the prince consort. If the prince consort wants to drink more, he will have to pay. And this is the new rule of our restaurant. Pay first and then serve." Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Wang Tian and Shen Shang were no exception. Pay first, then serve the wine. What is the rule? The woman looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "My lord, do you want more?" Nature. Then please, Lord Prince Consort, pay for the next drink first. How many? 300,000 spirit stones per cup, no bargaining. Fuck. As soon as the woman finished speaking, Ye Bufan hadn't spoken yet, but Wang Tian behind him exclaimed, glared at the woman and said angrily, "Although this immortal drunk is not cheap, it used to be only 3,888 per pot. Now, you are selling it for 300,000 per cup. Why don't you go and rob it?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan frowned, and then looked at the woman with dissatisfaction, as if waiting for her explanation. The woman smiled and looked at Wang Tiandao. "This gentleman is right. In the past, this immortal drunk indeed only cost 3,888 per pot, but the past was the past, and this is now. Let me tell you this. After I took over Zhexianlu, I have made some improvements to Shenxianzui and divided it into 4 levels. First class is the worst, 300 spirit stones per cup. Second class, 3,000 spirit stones per cup. Third grade is slightly stronger, 30,000 spirit stones per cup. Fourth grade is the best, 300,000 spirit stones per cup. I gave the prince consort a drink of the 4th grade Shenxian drunk, which naturally costs 300,000 per cup. Of course, if the prince consort thinks it's expensive, he can choose the first class immortal drunk. This level of immortal drunk only costs 300 spirit stones per cup, which is not expensive, and it's even very cheap." After the woman finished speaking, Wang Tian and the other man couldn't help but twitch their lips. There are 4 grades of wine. First class is the worst, 4th class is the best. The cheapest is 300 per cup, and the most expensive is 300,000 per cup. After the woman said this, they really didn't know how to refute. Ye Bufan said, "Wang Tian, give me the money." Well. Wang Tian was stunned. Then he said in great embarrassment, Sir, I don't have so many spirit stones on me." Ye Bufan frowned. The woman's expression changed, and she said with disdain without disguising it, "It turns out that you don't think it's too expensive, but you don't have the money. In that case, my lord, please go back. Brush." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman took back the wine jug in her hand. Seeing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Wang Tian and Shen Shang both looked messy. Just kick people out if they don't have money. Are you too realistic? Also, the person in front of you is the current emperor's consort. Is it really okay for you to be so fierce? Wang Tian. Before Wang Tian and the others could think about it, Ye Bufan had already called out softly, "My lord prince consort." Wang Tian looked at Ye Bufan with an inquiring look. Ye Bufan said, "Go back and get the money." Well. Wang Tian couldn't help but be stunned. Go back and get the money. The prince consort's mansion has been burned down to ruins, where can I go to get the money? But soon, Wang Tian understood what Ye Bufan meant. Ye Bufan, the prince consort, has no money, but in Rushui, the 7th princess, has money. Since the prince consort has no money, he naturally turns to the 7th princess. Yes. Immediately, Wang Tian responded, then glared at the woman and left the restaurant. Can I pour the wine now? After Wang Tian left, Ye Bufan looked at the woman and said, No. The woman shook her head. If the money is there, the wine will be there. If the money is not there, there will be no wine. Aren't you afraid that I will close your shop? Ye Bufan's face turned cold. If the prince consort insists on taking advantage of his power to bully a little girl like me, I have nothing to say. At worst, I will take Shenxianzui away from here and start over in other dynasties. However, I can guarantee that from now on, your highness will never be able to drink this divine wine again. The woman did not back down at all, and there was even a hint of threat in her words. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. Looking at the woman, Shen Shang couldn't help but admire her. This woman. It's simply about money over life. After. Ye Bufan said nothing more. The woman and Shen Shang also remained silent. Time passes by every second. About 2 minutes later. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, there were bursts of creepy sounds of a girl crying outside the restaurant. What's going on? The three people's faces changed. Ye Bufan said, Shen Shang, go and take a look. But. Shen Shang hesitated for a moment. Okay. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, I'm here, what can go wrong? Even if something happens, you can always come back to rescue me. Go and have a look. The crying sound is creepy. If I don't find out what's going on, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink this wine. This. Shen Shang hesitated for a moment and said, yes. Then he walked straight outside. Just as Ye Bufan said, the crying sound was not far from the restaurant, so even if Ye Bufan was really attacked, he would be able to rush back to provide reinforcements in the first time. Bang! As soon as Shen Shang left, the woman in the restaurant half knelt in front of Ye Bufan, clasped her fists, and said in awe, Nan Zailuo, I pay my respects to the Lord God. Get up, Ye Bufan said lightly. The woman was none other than Nan Zailuo, one of the 360 small shopkeepers of Qian Duoduo Linglong Chamber of Commerce. When Ye Bufan first saw the words, Yujian Restaurant, he had a sense of déjà vu, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. It was not until Wang Tian said that the restaurant was formerly called Zaixianlu and it was changed to Yujian Restaurant, at some point that Ye Bufan suddenly remembered that when he was in Tianwu continent, weren't all the inns under Qian Duoduo Linglong Chamber of Commerce called Yujian Inn. At that moment, Ye Bufan directly sensed it through the Hongmeng Sky Seal. As expected, he sensed the aura of the Tianyuan Small Thousand World in the restaurant. It was not until he saw Nan Zailuo that Ye Bufan was sure that this Yujian Restaurant was the work of Qian Duoduo. He definitely chose this name to attract his attention. Yes. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Nan Zailuo stood up in response. When did you arrive? Ye Bufan asked. Nan Zailuo, reporting to the Lord, I arrived at Tianwu Imperial City a day ago. A day ago? Ye Bufan frowned and said, so, you arrived half a day earlier than me. Yes. Nan Zailuo responded, however, it should be that the Divine Lord deliberately delayed the time, so this subordinate was able to arrive one step earlier than the Divine Lord. Oh, how did you know? The president said so. Fatty Qian is Fatty Qian. He's almost the worm in the stomach of cost less. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Why did it take him more than 2 days to reach the Tianwu dynasty? Was it really because he didn't want Li Lin, the chief eunuch, to take him flying? Or did he simply want to discuss this Wuji realm expert? Of course not. What Ye Bufan did was nothing more than delaying time. You're the only one here. The next second, Ye Bufan asked again. No. Nan Zailuo shook his head and said, except for me, all the 30 god-killing guards have arrived, but we separated before entering the city, so I don't know where they are now. Chapter 2173 A Group of Drama Queens. The 30 god-killing guards were originally sent to Tianwu Imperial City by Ye Bufan after he had sent a message to Xiao Qian. So Ye Bufan was not surprised that the 30 god-killing guards had already entered the Imperial City. He just looked at Nan Zailuo curiously and asked, anyone else? Are you the only one from Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? Didn't Fatty Qian assign you any other people? Yes, the crying girl outside the restaurant came with me. I know that they are from your Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, but, besides you and her, are there no others? No, really not. This doesn't seem to be Fatty Qian's style, right? You don't know, Lord God, but the president has already started the comprehensive transformation of the Star Moon Kingdom, so he can't spare any manpower to enter the Tianwu dynasty. Fatty Qian wants to carry out a comprehensive transformation of the Star Moon Kingdom. Yes, how does he want to transform? This the president did not explain it in detail, so I am not very clear. However, according to the president, the first step should be to allow the demon race to completely integrate into the Star Moon Kingdom. Let the demon race completely integrate into the Star Moon Kingdom. Ye Bufan groaned. However, since Nan Zailuo had already said that she didn't know much, Ye Bufan naturally didn't ask any more questions. Instead, He looked at her and changed the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about you first. Fatty Qian asked you to come to Tianwu Imperial City. You're not here to open a restaurant, are you? I'm here to open a restaurant. What the president means is that the Chamber of Commerce will move into the Tianwu dynasty sooner or later, so he asked me to come here first to find out the bottom line of the Tianwu dynasty and make preparations for the Chamber of Commerce to move into the dynasty in the future. You are just a immortal martial realm, and you want to get to the bottom of the Tianwu dynasty. Also, this immortal drunkenness should also be the work of Fatty Qian, right? With this arrangement, aren't you afraid that you will be beaten to death? Of course I'm not afraid. Why? Isn't there still you, Lord God? What's the meaning? The president said that we have the protection of the divine lord, the consort, etc. Hearing the word, prince consort, Ye Bufan immediately interrupted Nan Zailuo and said, you mean, when you left Xingyu Royal City, Fatty Qian already knew that I was going to be recruited as a prince consort? Yes. How did he know that? I don't know about this, but the president said that Emperor Tianwu appointed the God Lord as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guards and recalled the God Lord to the Tianwu dynasty. There is no other possibility except that he wanted to recruit the God Lord as his son-in-law. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He was messy and a little crazy. Emperor Tianwu made all these arrangements, except that he wanted to recruit himself as a royal consort. There was no other possibility. Isn't Fatty Qian too confident? Could it be that he is the worm in Nzimu's stomach? Qian Duoduo is obviously not. But he still guessed Nzimu's true intention. Just for this point, Ye Bufan could not deny that the old ones are the wisest. Compared with Qian Duoduo, he was still too green. At least at that time, he could not guess Nzimu's true intention, but Qian Duoduo saw through it at a glance. Shaking his head, Ye Bufan stopped thinking about it and continued to look at Nan Zailuo. Even if he knows that I will be recruited as a consort, it doesn't mean that I will be able to protect you, right? But the Lord God can help me improve my cultivation. The president said that it won't be long before the Chamber of Commerce's revenue will enter an explosive growth. At that time, the Lord God will only need to use the part of the energy that originally belonged to the president on me. Nan Zailuo said somewhat embarrassedly. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and he said in a messy voice, this is the real purpose of Fatty Qian sending you to the Tianwu dynasty, right? Nan Shi was speechless and smiled bitterly. She knew very well that this was indeed one of the reasons why Qian Duoduo sent her here. Seeing this, Ye Bufan was speechless. Fatty Qian is Fatty Qian, and he is still the same person who will not do anything without profit. But what can Ye Bufan say? In his opinion, in the current situation, it is very necessary to help Nan Zailuo improve his cultivation. In fact, the value of helping Nan Zailuo improve his cultivation is far greater than helping the 30 god-killing guards improve their cultivation. Just imagine, if a stunning beauty suddenly appeared in Tianwu Imperial City, and she was a stunning beauty with the cultivation of the infinite realm, what kind of impact would it have? What kind of sensation would it cause? At least for now, Yujian Restaurant will immediately become famous in Tianwu Imperial City and become a place that everyone pays attention to. For Ye Bufan, this will also become an absolutely safe place to stay. Wasn't the prince consort's mansion burned down? That's perfect. From now on, this 7th prince consort will live in this Yujian restaurant. Challenge. Assassination. Arson. Come on. Who dares to act rashly in front of a powerful person in the Wuji realm? As for whether this would cause Nzimu and other people in the imperial city to doubt and speculate about the relationship between him and Nan Zailuo, Ye Bufan was not worried at all. Because he won't give anyone the chance to doubt or speculate. More than 3 minutes later, Shen Shang left and came back. When he walked into the restaurant, Ye Bufan and Nan Zailuo still remained silent. What's going on? Seeing Shen Shang coming back, Ye Bufan asked a question. This. Shen Shang hesitated for a moment. He glanced at Nan Zailuo with a strange look, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, reporting to the prince consort, the woman crying outside is the maid of this shopkeeper. Ye Bufan frowned and looked at Nan Zailuo. What? Nan Zailuo screamed in surprise, and then said angrily, damn it, that damn girl, she didn't sleep in the middle of the night and ran outside the restaurant to act like a ghost. Did she want to scare me to death? Hearing this, Shen Shang immediately accused him, boss, you are wrong. Why would Miss Shu Qing cry outside in the middle of the night? Isn't it because she was bullied and felt wronged? What do you mean? Do you mean I bullied her? Isn't it? Yes, I bullied her. What's the matter? I bought her with my own money. I can bully her however I want. What's it to you? You. What do you mean by, you? You little b*tch dared to slander me in front of others. Let me show you how I'm going to deal with her. After saying this, Nan Ziluo walked straight out. Unexpectedly, Shen Shang stood directly in front of her. Why, do you want to stand up for that damn girl? Nan Ziluo glared at Shen Shang and yelled angrily. Shen Shang frowned and said, if the shopkeeper doesn't stop, then Shen Shang will have to offend him. Just you. Nan Ziluo sneered with disdain. Only me. Shen Shang clenched a long knife in his hand. He looked like he would draw his sword against Nan Ziluo at any moment. Seeing this, Ye Bufan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Although he didn't know what happened outside the restaurant, nor did he know what the girl outside the restaurant said to Shen Shang, but the fact that she could make a Yuanfu realm warrior stand up for her in just a few minutes showed her ability. Let's talk about Nan Ziluo. Is she sarcastic? Is she really going to deal with the girl outside the restaurant? Neither. It's all fake. All of this is just pretend. But Shen Shang, a powerful man in the Yuanfu realm, believed it. It's Ye Bufan himself. If he didn't know the trick behind it, he might have believed it. Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. It's true that none of them is easy to deal with. These are just a bunch of drama queens. Chapter 2174, First Class, God's Drunkenness. Although he knew that Nan Ziluo was pretending, Ye Bufan would not expose her. Instead, he looked at Shen Shang who was about to draw his sword against Nan Ziluo and said, Shen Shang, don't meddle in other people's business. But, Shen Shang wanted to say something else. Ye Bufan frowned. Shen Shang was stunned. Yes. He responded helplessly and retreated back to Ye Bufan. Snort. Nan Ziluo snorted coldly and ignored Shen Shang, walking out of the restaurant on his own. A moment later, the sound of the girl crying and begging for mercy was heard again outside the restaurant, and of course, there was also Nan Ziluo's extremely resentful and angry scolding. Inside the restaurant, Ye Bufan turned a deaf ear. Shen Shang's face turned pale, his fists clenched tightly. If Ye Bufan had not ordered him not to get involved, he would have rushed out and chopped Nan Ziluo with a knife. Time passes by every second. 5 or 6 minutes later, Nan Ziluo walked back to the restaurant again, followed by a girl in green. The girl was about 16 or 17 years old. She followed behind Nan Ziluo with her head lowered. Her petite body was shaking and trembling constantly, which showed how panicked and scared she was at the moment. However, Nan Ziluo didn't care about these things at all, and just shouted at the girl, "What are you standing there for? Go back to sleep quickly. If you dare to act like a ghost next time, I will tear you apart." Buzz. The girl's body trembled. Yes. Then she responded tremblingly and ran directly to the second floor of the restaurant. Bad bones. Nan Ziluo cursed and ignored the girl, instead walking towards Ye Bufan and Shen Shang. Looking at Nan Ziluo, Shen Shang's eyes were full of anger and coldness. Ye Bufan said nothing. 3 minutes later, Wang Tian came back. "Boss, serve the wine." Ye Bufan looked at Nan Ziluo without hesitation. Nan Ziluo ignored it, and instead fixed his gaze on Wang Tian, saying, "Where's the money?" Snort. Wang Tian snorted coldly. "Pa." He directly placed a storage ring on the table in front of Nan Ziluo. Nan Ziluo smiled, took out the storage ring and checked it, then looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Your Highness is so lucky, as soon as you asked, the 7th princess gave you 80 million directly, wow. Can we serve the wine?" Ye Bufan interrupted Nan Ziluo directly. "Sure." Nan Ziluo greeted people with a smile. Ye Bufan glanced at Wang Tian and the other man and said, "Sit down and drink with me." This. Wang Tian and the other man hesitated for a moment. "Why, you don't want to? Or do you think I don't have enough face?" Ye Bufan frowned. Wang Tian and the other man trembled violently. Afterwards, Wang Tian immediately explained, "Prince Consort, that's not what we meant." "What does that mean?" "Yes. All right, stop explaining. I don't want to hear it. Now, I'm going to give you 2 choices. Either sit down and get drunk with me, or get out of here right now. Make your choice." Wang Tian's face was in a mess. Shen Shang also had a bitter look on his face. Select. How to choose. Are there any choices? They were sent by Nzimu to protect Ye Bufan. Without Nzimu's order, they would not dare to leave without permission even if they were very brave. Wang Tian said helplessly, if that's the case, my two brothers will respectfully obey your order. However, the first-class immortal intoxication is enough. As for the fourth-class immortal intoxication, my two brothers really can't afford it. 300,000 per cup. What's this? This is a sky-high price. Wang Tian and the other man didn't dare to drink. After Wang Tian finished speaking, Ye Bufan frowned, but did not force them. Instead, he said, sit down. Then he looked at Nan Ziluo and said, bring the wine. Seeing that Ye Bufan didn't force them anymore, Wang Tian and Shen Shang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then they didn't hesitate anymore and sat down next to Ye Bufan. At this time, Nan Ziluo directly took out a bronze wine jug from the storage ring in his hand, and placed it in front of Wang Tian and the others, almost throwing it, and said with a look of disdain, pour it yourself. After saying that, she picked up the purple gold wine pot in her hand and poured the fourth grade, immortal drunk, into the wine glass in front of Ye Bufan. She looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, my lord, please. Faced with Nan Ziluo's discriminatory attitude, Wang Tian and the other man both twitched their lips. This woman is really powerful. However, they did not pay too much attention to it. Instead, they picked up the bronze wine pot in front of them and filled their cups with wine. Then they stood up, picked up the wine cups, and said to Ye Bufan, sir, my two brothers toast you a glass. Ye Bufan did not refuse and directly picked up the wine glass. The three of them clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. The gods are drunk, the gods are drunk. As the fourth-class immortal intoxicant went down his throat, Ye Bufan once again felt that his soul was sublimated. Puff, puff. Wang Tian and Shen Shang, however, spat out the drinks they had just taken. Seeing this, Ye Bufan frowned. Wang Tian and Shen Shang were already glaring at Nan Ziluo. Wang Tian even pointed at Nan Ziluo and cursed, bitch, are you kidding us? What's the meaning? Nan Ziluo looked confused and puzzled. What's the meaning? Wang Tian was furious. He picked up the bronze wine pot on the table and shook it in front of Nan Ziluo, saying, are you still pretending to be stupid? Is this wine? This is obviously just water. The wine jug contains water. The corner of Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. He knew that there must be something fishy about the 4 levels of divine intoxication that Nan Ziluo mentioned, but he didn't expect that the so-called first class and worst, divine intoxication, was actually water. A cup of water sold for 300 spirit stones. This is a bit too much. No, this is simply insane. Hee. Unexpectedly, facing Wang Tian's angry shout, Nan Ziluo just smiled and said, if you insist on saying this is water, then what else can I say? You. Wang Tian was anxious. What do you mean? Could it be that my two brothers have slandered you? What else? Nan Ziluo rolled his eyes and said confidently, first-class immortal drunk is brewed from fourth-class immortal drunk mixed with 1,000 times of water. It is at most a low-quality immortal drunk. How can it be called water? Hemp skin. 1 part wine mixed with 1,000 parts water. And the inferior Shenxian drunkenness. How dare you say that? What is the difference between this and water? In an instant, Wang Tian and Shen Shang were furious. Nan Ziluo spoke again, when I opened my door to do business, it was always based on mutual consent and honesty. If you are not satisfied with the first-class divine drunk, you can drink the second, third, or even fourth-class divine drunk. No one is forcing you to drink the first-class divine drunk. Besides, it's only 300 spirit stones. What else do you want to drink? It's already very good that I didn't just give you plain water. Son of AB** TCH. Water is added to the wine and the price is maliciously raised. Do you still think you are right? A murderous look flashed across the eyes of Wang Tian and Shen Shang. It felt like thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through Ye Bufan's heart. All along, in Ye Bufan's eyes, Qian Duoduo was a complete scumbag, but now, compared with Nan Ziluo, Ye Bufan suddenly felt that Qian Duoduo was not that bad after all. 1 part of wine is mixed with 1,000 parts of water. This is really too much and a bit crazy. Ye Bufan felt that it was really necessary for her to help Nan Ziluo improve her cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the restaurant opened, she would probably be beaten to death. Chapter 2175 The Prince Consort drank 222 million in one night. Okay. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan said, let's drink. He was afraid that if he did not step forward to stop them, Wang Tian and Shen Shang might really draw their swords against Nan Ziluo. If it really comes to that, what should I do? To stop or not to stop? Bar. It will definitely expose your strength. Don't stop. Are we just going to watch Nan Ziluo being killed? Undoubtedly, the best option is to stop it now. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Wang Tian and the others were stunned at first, and then they looked at Ye Bufan with unwilling eyes. Wang Tian said, "But, Prince Consort. Are you trying to spoil my fun?" Ye Bufan interrupted Wang Tian directly. Wang Tian was stunned and said, "I dare not." "Then drink," Ye Bufan said in an imperative tone. "Yes," Wang Tian responded helplessly. Then he and Shen Shang sat back in their original seats. But even so, they did not forget to glare at Nan Ziluo fiercely. It's a pity that Nan Ziluo ignored it at all. "My lord, let me pour you some wine." Looking at Ye Bufan, Nan Ziluo said with a smile. Ye Bufan hummed softly and said, "Pour them some too, with the 4th grade immortal drunk in your hand." Okay. Nan Ziluo was overjoyed. Wang Tian and the other two's expressions changed. "My lord." Wang Tian was about to say something when Ye Bufan interrupted him. "This is an order." "Yes." Wang Tian responded helplessly. Nan Ziluo did not hesitate any longer and directly poured a glass of the 4th grade, immortal drunk, into the cups of Wang Tian and Shen Shang, and said sarcastically, "You should thank the Prince Consort. Otherwise, you two poor ghosts will never be able to drink my 4th grade immortal drunk in your whole life." "Ma Pai, I really want to kill her." Wang Tian and Shen Shang clenched their fists. It's a pity that Ye Bufan was present, so they didn't dare to act presumptuously. Brush. The next second, Wang Tian picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. Wang Tian is like this, and Shen Shang is no exception. Drown your sorrows in alcohol. The two's behavior at this moment was entirely due to their anger and dissatisfaction with Nan Ziluo. However, as soon as the wine entered their mouths, their expressions changed again. 4th class, God's drunk. Hemp skin. This is clearly the original, God's drunkenness, okay. Still improving. What the hell is this improvement? In the past, a pot of Shenxianzui cost 3,888 yuan. The current price of Shenxianzui is 300,000 yuan per cup. This gap. It's simply robbery. That was why Wang Tian and the other man looked at Nan Ziluo with eyes that were almost spitting fire. But what can they say? What else can they do? People have already said that if you want to drink, drink it. If you don't want to drink, no one will force you to drink. Besides, the Prince Consort wouldn't let them cause any trouble at all. What to do? Just bear with it. Ye Bufan didn't say much, just said, "Pour the wine." The original young prodigy, however, because he was admired by the 7th princess and Rushui, the Emperor Tianwu, and Zimu had to abandon his cultivation and was forced to stay in the Tianwu imperial city. With ups and downs, he felt aggrieved. He feels uncomfortable. He is in pain, so he wants to get drunk. So he had to numb himself in this way. Wine makes me sad. Ye Bufan drank cup after cup. Wang Tian and the other man saw it but said nothing, and they didn't know what to say. They knew why Ye Bufan was like this. But this is the emperor's order. No one can control it, no one can change it. All they could do was drink with Ye Bufan. Especially at the end of the drinking, Wang Tian and Shen Shang had even forgotten their mission. They just accompanied Ye Bufan, talked to each other, and drank one cup after another. More than 2 hours later. Bang, bang. With 2 dull thuds, Wang Tian and the other man's heads fell directly on the table. The 2 of them were already drunk and unconscious. Call. Seeing this, Ye Bufan put down the wine glass in his hand, let out a long breath, and said, "These 2 guys can drink too much, right? It's been almost 2 hours, and they just fell down. Lord God, they are at least warriors of the Yuanfu realm. It's good enough that they can fall down. If they use their own spiritual power to dissolve the alcohol, they can at least drink for another day." Nan Ziluo said with a leisurely smile. 2. Ye Bufan responded. Why isn't he drunk yet? It was because he cheated and used the Tianyuan Yushinju to neutralize the effects of the God's drunk. Okay, let's go upstairs. Ye Bufan said this, then stood up and walked to the 2nd floor of the restaurant. Nan Ziluo followed closely behind. The reason why they got Wang Tian and the other 2 drunk was for this opportunity to be alone. What are you doing? Naturally, it was to help Nan Ziluo improve his cultivation. The 2nd floor of the restaurant. In one of the rooms. After entering, Ye Bufan did not hesitate at all and directly infused Nan Zailuo's body with qi. Ye Bufan didn't know what Nan Zailuo's talent was. But now, he has more than 14 million luck in his hands. No matter how strong Nan Zailuo's talent is, he can at least use this 14 million luck to improve Nan Zailuo's cultivation to the Yuanfu level. A night in silence. The next day, as soon as the dawn broke, Wang Tian and the other man woke up leisurely. Not good. However, the moment they opened their eyes, they both cried out in surprise. Brush. The next second, they stood up. Call. When they saw Ye Bufan lying on the ground, drunk and unconscious, they all breathed a sigh of relief. However, even so, they still felt a lingering fear in their hearts. Think about your responsibilities. Think about Ye Bufan's situation again. If someone had killed Ye Bufan while they were drunk last night, what would have been their fate? The seventh princess was furious. They are both doomed to die. When they thought of this, Wang Tian and Shen Shang looked at each other. Their hearts were trembling, and they saw a mixture of relief and fear in each other's eyes. I was careless. Looking at Wang Tian, Shen Shang said something with some self-blame. Wang Tian responded and said, this is the first time and the last time. Hey, are you all awake? But at this moment, a light laugh suddenly sounded from the second floor. Swipe. Wang Tian and the other man instinctively looked in the direction of the sound. On the second floor of the restaurant, Nan Zailuo walked down slowly. The moment they saw Nan Zailuo, Wang Tian and the other man both frowned. Nan Zailuo ignored it. After a while, she came in front of Wang Tian and the others, and stretched out her slender jade hand and said, since you are awake, please pay for the wine. Wine money? What wine money? Wang Tian and Shen Shang were both stunned. Why, you want to default on your debt? Nan Zailuo's face darkened, and she said angrily, although I am just a woman, I am not someone who can be easily bullied. If you don't pay for the wine today, no one will be able to step out of the restaurant. What do you mean? Wang Tian frowned and said, didn't I give you all the money for the wine yesterday? You mean the 80 million? That's right. Sorry, 80 million is not enough. What? Wang Tian and the others were shocked. 80 million is not enough. You profiteer, don't go too far. I've gone too far. How have I gone too far? Nan Zailuo pointed to the pile of purple gold wine jugs on the ground and said, look at them all. These are what you drank last night. There are 37 jugs in total, and each jug has 20 cups, which means 740 cups. Each cup costs 300,000. Last night you spent a total of 222 million. I will remove the decimals and deduct another 80 million. Now you still owe me 140 million. Give me the money. Nan Zailuo stretched out her jade hand. Wang Tian was dumbfounded. Shen Shang was also confused. The three of them drank 222 million in one night. Damn it. Is this true or false? Chapter 2176. Are you playing tricks on me? What does 222 million mean? As the imperial guards of Yuanfu territory, Wang Tian and Shen Shang's monthly salary was only over 1 million. But is more than 1 million less. You know, a family like the Chen family in Qingshan town only has a net income of more than 300,000 yuan a month. In comparison, the salaries of Wang Tian and the other person are not less at all. But it's just a lot. More than 1 million a month. That's more than 10 million a year. Even if they didn't eat or drink, it would take Wang Tian and the other man 20 years to save up 222 million. 20 years. He drank away 20 years' salary in one night. Just thinking about it made Wang Tian and the other guy feel their scalps tingling. But what can they do? Just as Nan Zailuo said last night, although her wine is a little expensive, even a rip-off, she has clearly marked the price. If you think it is too expensive, you can simply not drink it. But they drank it, and drank away 222 million. Before Wang Tian and the others could think about it, Nan Zailuo spoke again, why are you still standing there? Give me the money. Give you hemp skin. Wang Tian and Shen Shang were furious. 222 million. They definitely can't afford this money. Not only they couldn't afford it, even Ye Bufan, the prince consort, couldn't afford it. What should I do then? Looking for the seventh princess. Don't be funny. The seventh princess is rich, but she is not a fool. Once the seventh princess knew what happened here, she would definitely not make things difficult for Ye Bufan, the prince consort. However, it was hard to say about them and the shopkeeper in front of them. Based on their understanding of Enrushui, there is a high possibility that Enrushui would kill them directly. What to do? Kill her. Looking at Nan Ziluo, a hint of murderous intent flashed across Wang Tian in the other man's eyes. Seeing this, Nan Ziluo frowned and said, "What? You don't want to give me money, but you want my life. Haha, do you really think I'm just a weak little woman? What do you mean?" Wang Tian and Shen Shang's faces changed. It was only then that they realized that their Yuanfu realm cultivation level was not enough to see through Nan Ziluo's depth. What's the meaning? Nan Ziluo smiled and said, "If you want to do it, you can try, but I can assure you that once you do it, you will definitely regret it." This. Wang Tian and the other man hesitated for a moment. "Beauty, pour the wine." But at this moment, Ye Bufan on the ground suddenly said something in a daze. In an instant, the corners of Wang Tian's mouth twitched. "Still pouring wine. My lord, do you know that you drank 222 million last night?" At this time, Nan Ziluo suddenly said, "You silly girl, come out and help our prince consort sober up." As soon as Nan Ziluo finished speaking, Shu Qing came out holding a basin of water. "What do you want to do?" Seeing this scene, Wang Tian's face darkened. Shen Shang also frowned. Although he is full of sympathy for Shu Qing, it does not mean that he will indulge Shu Qing. In an instant, the two of them blocked Shu Qing's way. Nan Ziluo frowned. In an instant, be it Wang Tian or Shen Shang, they felt a terrifying aura locking them tightly, as if they would lose their lives immediately if they moved. This sudden change caused Wang Tian and the other two to look at Nan Ziluo with a drastic change of expression. They finally realized that the Nan Ziluo in front of them was a hidden martial arts expert, and was much stronger than them. "Do it." Nan Ziluo ignored it. Clatter. The next second, Shu Qing poured the basin of water in her hand directly on Ye Bufan. "Shit, it's raining." Ye Bufan woke up suddenly and jumped up from the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Tian and the other man twitched their lips again. Ye Bufan frowned. He looked at the people around him, then looked at himself who was soaked all over, and asked in surprise and confusion, "What's going on? What's going on? My lord, how dare you ask? You know, you're in trouble." Wang Tian and Shen Shang couldn't help but twitch their lips again. Nan Ziluo looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "My lord, now that you are awake, shouldn't you pay for last night's wine?" "Wine money?" Ye Bufan was stunned and said, "Didn't I give it to you last night?" "Not enough. Not enough." "Yes, it's not enough." "How much?" 140 million. Wang Tian. Ye Bufan shouted. "My lord." Wang Tian clasped his fists towards Ye Bufan. "Go back and get some money. Remember to get more." Ye Bufan said this lightly, and then sat down at the table. In an instant, Wang Tian and Shen Shang were both confused and crazy. "Go back and get the money. Want more? My lord, do you really regard the seventh princess as your money bag? Also, aren't you afraid that your subordinates will never come back?" However, before Wang Tian and the others could think about it, Ye Bufan had already urged them, "What are you still standing there for? Go quickly." Wang Tian and Shen Shang looked at each other. They are helpless and even more bitter. What to do? They can't afford to offend Nan Ziluo. The seventh princess and her friends are even more difficult to deal with. Now they were sandwiched between the seventh princess and Nan Ziluo, and they felt that even they, who were at the Yuanfu realm, were about to suffocate. "I'll go." After a moment, Shen Shang said helplessly. "If it is a blessing, there will be no disaster. If it is a disaster, there will be no escape." The current situation could not be resolved by the two imperial guards. "I'll go." As soon as Shen Shang finished speaking, Wang Tian suddenly said something, and then without giving Shen Shang a chance to speak or refuse, he walked out of Yujian restaurant. Shen Shang was stunned, but said nothing. In fact, it is the same no matter who goes. If Wang Tian never comes back, he will definitely not live long. Wang Tian and Shen Shang were worried, nervous, and even anxious because they were afraid of being blamed by the seventh princess. At this time, many people in the imperial city had the same feeling as them. Why? It's because of the ruthless methods of the seventh princess Enrushui. Not only did she have the 5 arsonists skinned and fleshed out, she also exterminated all 9 clans of them. Most importantly, she also ordered people to chop off the heads of all the 9 clans of these 5 people and hang them in front of the ruins of the prince consort's mansion. What kind of picture would that be, with hundreds of human heads in front of us? What kind of scene would that be? Bloody, hideous, and horrific. The onlookers were all shocked and trembling. At this moment, many of them finally came to their senses. Ye Bufan marrying the 8th princess in Rushui was an imperial decree issued by Emperor Tianwu. Since it was the will of Emperor Tianwu, what was the point of their dissatisfaction and opposition? Challenge Ye Bufan. Assassinate Ye Bufan. That is clearly a provocation to the imperial power. What's the difference between that and seeking death? It has to be said that although Enrushui's behavior was bloody and brutal, it was very effective in intimidating many people in the imperial city who were planning to do something bad to Ye Bufan. Let me explain this on two sides. While most people in the imperial city were discussing the assassination attempt on Ye Bufan last night, Wang Tian had already rushed to the 7th princess's residence. That's right, it's the residence of the 7th princess. As a princess of the dynasty, she should not have her own mansion, but Enrushui was an exception, because she was not only a princess of the dynasty, but also the crown prince, the future ruler of the dynasty. At this moment, in the princess's mansion. What's the matter? Looking at Wang Tian kneeling on the ground in front of her, Enrushui frowned and asked in a deep voice. Well, that. Wang Tian, however, looked nervous and apprehensive. He didn't even know how to start the conversation. Seeing this, Enrushui frowned and asked, did something happen to the prince consort? No, I haven't. Then why did you come? Yes. Hurry up and tell me. Yes, it was the prince consort who asked me to come back to get the money. Withdraw money. Yes. Didn't I just give you 80 million last night? Yes, but it's not enough. Not enough. Enrushui frowned and said, didn't you say that the prince consort took the money for drinking? If it was just for drinking, why wasn't 80 million enough? Tell me, what did you do last night? Feeling Enrushui's anger, Wang Tian trembled all over, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said hurriedly, Princess, we really just went to drink, just. Just what? But this wine is more expensive. More expensive. Yes, that wine, just one glass costs 300,000. What? Enrushui exclaimed, staring at Wang Tian with wide eyes, and said in a cold voice, 300,000 for a glass of wine. Are you kidding me? Tell me, what on earth does the prince consort want to do with so much money? Chapter 2177 Enrushui vs Nanzailuo. Buzz. Facing Enrushui's angry rebuke, Wang Tian's whole body trembled, and he was so frightened that he hurriedly said, Princess, I really didn't lie. The prince consort is in a restaurant right now, and the shopkeeper said that if you don't pay, the prince consort won't be able to leave the restaurant. As he spoke, Wang Tian couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat that kept oozing out of his forehead. Enrushui didn't even frown, and said, the prince consort was detained. Yes, it is. How brave. Enrushui shouted angrily, you even dare to detain my consort. You simply don't want to live anymore. Wang Tian, lead the way. I want to see who is so blind and so bold as to do this. Unexpectedly, Wang Tian did not stand up to lead the way. Instead, he looked at Enrushui and said tremblingly, Princess, that person seems not easy to mess with. Enrushui frowned and said with a hint of dissatisfaction, is there anyone in this imperial city that I cannot offend? Princess, that person seems to be a strong man in the Wuji realm. Wang Tian couldn't help but say something. Master Wuji. Enrushui was stunned. Yes, it is. Wang Tian responded, but I can't be completely sure, but I just feel that if we fight, that person can kill me with one move. Can Wang Tian be killed with just one move? Enrushui pondered in her heart. Wang Tian is also a warrior of the Yuanfu Sutra after all. Since he can feel that the opponent only needs one move to kill him, it means that the opponent's strength is definitely not weak. He is at least at the 8th or 9th level of the Yuanfu Sutra, and it is even possible that he has reached the Wuji realm. Even Enrushui did not dare to offend a strong man in the Wuji realm easily. But, looking at Wang Tian, Enrushui frowned and said, didn't you go out for a drink last night? Why did you suddenly provoke a strong man who looks like Wuji Zhenjin? Reporting to the princess, the man I am talking about is the owner of the restaurant. Wang Tian had a bitter look on his face. Enrushui was stunned. Then, she looked at Wang Tian with a hint of surprise and astonishment and said, you said that the restaurant you went to was run by a Wuji realm expert. Yes. Wang Tian responded. Nonsense. Enrushui angrily scolded. How could a powerful person in the Wuji realm run a restaurant? Besides, if it is really like what you said, why have I never heard of such a person in the imperial city before? Princess, what I said is absolutely true. The reason why your highness has not heard of him is because he has only been in the imperial city for a short time. You've only been in the imperial city for a short time. Yes, the restaurant she runs is Zaixianlu. According to her, she bought it from the previous owner, and it has not officially opened yet. Zaixianlu. Rushui was stunned again. As a very famous restaurant in the imperial city, and even one of the suppliers of royal wine, how could Rushui not know Zaixianlu? But why did the Zaixianlu suddenly change its owner? When did this happen? Besides, why did the shopkeeper sell the restaurant? How could the shopkeeper have the courage to sell the restaurant? Thinking in her heart, Rushui looked at Wang Tian and said, "Lead the way. I want to see where the new manager of Zaixianlu comes from." Imperial City, Zaixian Tower. At this time, more than half an hour had passed since Wang Tian left. Wang Tian hasn't come back yet. Nan Zailuo looked at Ye Bufan and said jokingly, "My lord, it's been more than half an hour. Your princess doesn't want you anymore, does she?" Presumptuous. Just as Nan Zailuo finished speaking, an angry voice suddenly rang out outside the restaurant. Immediately afterwards, Rushui walked into the restaurant surrounded by a group of people. Wang Tian was naturally among them. After entering the restaurant, Rushui only glanced at Nan Zailuo, and then came to Ye Bufan and asked with concern, "Prince Consort, are you okay? What are you doing here?" Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan just asked back with a slightly dissatisfied look. Well, Rushui couldn't help but be stunned. "What am I here for? I'm not here to wipe your ass for you." Faced with Ye Bufan's attitude, Rushui couldn't help feeling a little angry. However, she also knew that the reason why Ye Bufan acted like this was entirely because his cultivation was abolished, which made him resentful towards her, so Rushui was just dissatisfied but not angry about it. The next second, she ignored Ye Bufan and looked at Nan Zailuo. She took a look and said, "Are you the new manager of Zaixianlu?" "Exactly. Do you know who I am? Who are you?" "This palace is as peaceful as the snow. So it's Her Royal Highness the 7th Princess. I'm so sorry for the disrespect." Nan Zailuo smiled and said. Rushui frowned. "It turns out to be Her Royal Highness the 7th Princess. I'm so sorry. Is this your attitude towards me, the 7th Princess and the Crown Prince of the dynasty?" Snort. Thinking in her heart, Rushui snorted coldly and said, "Since you know who I am, how dare you treat me like this? Don't you want to live?" "Your Highness, I don't quite understand what you mean." "What's the meaning?" Rushui snorted coldly and said, "Let's not talk about the detention of the Prince Consort for now. A cup of Shenxian drunk is sold for 300,000. Do you think I'm a fool? Or do you think anyone can bully me, the Prince Consort?" "Your Highness, you are wrong to say that. I open my door to do business and I set clear prices. We are both willing. The price of 300,000 for a cup of 4th grade Shenxianzu is known to the Prince Consort. Since he already knew the price in advance, how can it be considered fraud?" "You." Rushui was furious, but speechless. She had heard from Wang Tian about what happened last night. Just as Nan Zailuo said, although the prices at Yujian restaurant were ridiculously high and frighteningly expensive, they did have their prices clearly marked. Since the prices are clearly marked, there is no such thing as fraud. Rushui still found it hard to accept. A cup of wine costs 300,000. 222 million in one night. How is this different from robbing money? Before Rushui could think about it, Nan Zailuo smiled and said, "Since Her Royal Highness the Princess is here, can you help the Prince Consort to pay for the wine?" Rushui came back to her senses, looked at Nan Zailuo and said coldly, "What if I don't give it to you?" "No." Nan Zailuo smiled and said, "You are a princess of the dynasty, and you are not the one who drinks the wine, so I can't do anything to you. However, until the wine money is paid, your husband will have to stay with me." Hearing this, Rushui instantly became furious. "Are you blackmailing me?" Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Rushui finished speaking, the dozen or so guards who came with her drew their swords instantly. As long as Rushui gave the order, they would attack Nan Zailuo without hesitation. Chapter 2178 Prince Consort, please respect yourself. Hee hee. However, facing the tense atmosphere, Nan Zailuo just smiled and said, the seventh princess is worthy of being the seventh princess, the crown prince of the dynasty, the future empress. She is indeed domineering, but... Nan Ziluo stretched out his voice and changed the subject. Aren't you afraid that your actions will chill the hearts of the people of the dynasty? Oh. And Rushui sneered. Just you. A black-hearted businessman wants to represent the people of the dynasty. Whether I can represent the people of the dynasty is not something that can be decided by the seventh princess. After a pause, Nan Ziluo continued, as for the black-hearted merchants, I clearly marked the price, and what matters is that we are willing to do something, not force a sale, so how can I say that I am black-hearted? But you, the seventh princess, should pay for meals and drinks, which is a matter of course, but you don't pay, and you even want to kill me. You are really a tyrant and tyrannical person who regards human life as worthless. If you become the emperor, wouldn't the people of the dynasty suffer in the future? Presumptuous. And Rushui angrily shouted, how dare you slander me like this? Isn't what I said true? You. And Rushui was furious. Snort. Then she snorted coldly and said, I won't argue with you. Queer, pay the bill. Well, Nan Ziluo was stunned. She thought An Rushui would fight, but unexpectedly, she chose to give in. Ye Bufan was somewhat surprised by Nan Ziluo's behavior. He and Nan Ziluo originally wanted to use An Rushui to establish their authority, but they didn't expect An Rushui to give in. But soon, Ye Bufan felt relieved. Who is An Rushui? Back in the Star Moon Kingdom, although An Rushui fell in love with me, she did not use her status as a princess of the dynasty to force me to marry her. Instead, she returned to the Tianwu dynasty and asked An Zimu to trick me back to the Tianwu dynasty. From this point, it is not difficult to see that although An Rushui is arrogant and domineering, she is also a meticulous person. Even her scheming is far beyond that of ordinary people. It was like this before, and it is the same now when dealing with Nan Ziluo. Because she didn't know Nan Ziluo's background, she chose to endure and avoid him. Yes. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, the maid behind An Rushui responded, then took out a storage ring and placed it on the table in front of Nan Ziluo. Thank you very much. Nan Ziluo smiled and put away the storage ring in front of her. Snort. An Rushui snorted coldly and ignored Nan Ziluo. Instead, she looked at Ye Bufan and said with a relaxed expression, Prince Consort, let's go. Go. Where to? Ye Bufan laughed at himself and said, An Rushui, don't forget the agreement between you and me. An Rushui was stunned. You go now. Ye Bufan waved his hands. But, An Rushui wanted to say something, but Ye Bufan shouted angrily, get out. You. An Rushui's face changed and she felt angry, but she finally endured it. Let's go. After leaving a few words, she walked straight out of the restaurant. Etc. Suddenly, Ye Bufan called An Rushui. What else does the prince consort want? An Rushui turned around and asked. The loan amount is 10 billion, and I will pay you back later. Ye Bufan said lightly. An Rushui was stunned again. Lend you 10 billion, will you pay me back in the future? There is no such thing as borrowing and repaying between you and me. I don't care about a mere 10 billion. However, if you want to spend 1 billion in this black shop, I will never agree. Although I am rich, I am not a fool. Immediately, An Rushui said calmly, if the prince consort wants to drink, I have a drink in my house. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to lend it or not? Ye Bufan interrupted An Rushui directly. You. An Rushui was furious. No. She rejected Ye Bufan with just 2 words, and then walked straight out of the restaurant. Oh. Seeing this, Ye Bu sneered. What you said about me asking you to do whatever I asked, turns out it was all a lie. An Rushui was stunned. She turned to look at Ye Bufan and said, Prince Consort, I did say that I can satisfy any of your requests, but I will never pay for your stupidity and self-abandonment. Let's go. After leaving a few words, An Rushui didn't stay any longer. Oh. Ye Bufan gave a bitter smile. After a while, An Rushui and others had left, leaving only Ye Bufan, Nan Ziluo, Wang Tian, Shen Shang, and the maid Shu Qing in the restaurant. Ye Bufan didn't hesitate at all. He looked directly at Nan Ziluo and said, Boss, serve the wine. My lord, you know the rules of this restaurant. Pay first, then serve the wine. Nan Ziluo said with a smile. I'll owe you that first. That won't do. We are a small business and we don't sell on credit. Are you still afraid that I will default on my debt? This is not a question of fear or not, but a question of principle. You. Ye Bufan was furious. Enrushui has concerns, but I don't. If you refuse me, aren't you afraid that I will have your store closed and your people arrested? My lord, I have already said it last night. If you insist on doing this, I can do nothing about it. I'll ask you again, do you want to drink this wine or not? If you have money, you can have wine. If you don't have money, then I can only apologize. Since you are seeking death, I will grant your wish. Ye Bufan said coldly, Wang Tian, Shen Shang, capture her for me. Does Prince Consort want to rob me? Nan Ziluo's face darkened and he said in a cold voice. Wang Tian and Shen Shang both looked confused, messy, and mad. Take down Nan Ziluo. Just the two of us. My lord, do you know that you are playing with fire? Of course Ye Bufan knew. But so what, he just wants to play with fire. Since Enrushui has admitted her mistake, he will use himself to help Nan Ziluo establish his authority. That's right, I'm going to rob you by force, what do you think? As soon as Nan Ziluo finished speaking, Ye Bufan said something, then looked at Wang Tian and the others and said, what are you still standing there for? Capture him for me. The corners of Wang Tian's mouth twitched, and then they looked at each other. They all saw bitterness and helplessness in each other's eyes. Take down Nan Ziluo. They would definitely not be able to win if they fought, but as the guards assigned by Nzimu to Ye Bufan's orders were equivalent to Nzimu's orders. The emperor's order cannot be disobeyed. Since Ye Bufan asked them to take action, they had no right to choose or refuse. I'm sorry. Immediately, Wang Tian and the other man looked at Nan Ziluo and said something. Oh. Enrushui sneered, but ignored Wang Tian and the others. Instead, she looked at Ye Bufan and said, does the prince consort really want to force me? Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly, you asked for this. If you don't give me the wine, I will take you and the wine with me. What do you mean? Nan Ziluo frowned. What's the meaning? Ye Bu sneered. What I mean is, today, I want the wine, and I want the person too. After saying that, Ye Bufan looked directly at Wang Tian and the other man and said, what are you still standing there for? Do something. In an instant, it felt like thousands of alpaca horses were galloping through the hearts of Wang Tian and Shen Shang. They felt that Ye Bufan was simply crazy. You want wine, and you want people. My lord, do you know that the person in front of you is most likely a powerful person in the Wuji realm? You're so fierce, aren't you afraid that the three of us will die in this restaurant? Sure enough, before Wang Tian and Shen Shang had time to think about it, a terrifying pressure surged out from Nan Ziluo. The pressure was like the roar of a wild beast in the eruption of a volcano. Bang, bang, bang. In just a moment, Ye Bufan, Wang Tian, and Shen Shang were pinned to the ground. Nan Ziluo looked at Ye Bufan and said coldly, my lord, please respect yourself. Chapter 2179 1 quadrillion, I am at your disposal. My lord, please respect yourself. Nan Ziluo's three simple words exploded like thunder in the minds of Ye Bufan and the other two. You. Looking at Nan Ziluo, Ye Bufan seemed to be frightened and didn't know what to say. Wang Tian and Shen Shang both looked bitter, helpless, and a little desperate. The fact was just as they guessed, Nan Ziluo was a powerful person in the Wuji realm. The most terrifying thing is that the prince consort offended and angered this powerful person in the Wuji realm. What will the other party do? Kill them. This possibility is not impossible, and the probability is even very high. It's a pity that Wang Tian and the others were obviously worrying too much. As a creature of the Tianyuan small thousand world, Nan Ziluo could not kill Ye Bufan at all. In fact, the scene where Ye Bufan was suppressed to the ground by her was just an act by Ye Bufan, because Nan Ziluo's pressure had no effect on Ye Bufan at all. To put it bluntly, Ye Bufan and Nan Ziluo were just acting, just to give Nan Ziluo the opportunity to establish her authority and expand her influence in the Tianwu dynasty. In fact, Ye Bufan and Nan Ziluo have achieved their goal. Following Nan Ziluo's outburst, her pressure instantly swept across half of the imperial city, frightening most of the people in the area. There is a restaurant about 400 or 500 meters away. Not long after Enrushui and her group left the Yujian restaurant, as soon as they arrived here, they suddenly felt a terrifying pressure sweeping over from behind them. Immediately, Enrushui stopped. She turned and looked at the Yujian restaurant, not far away, and subconsciously said, Mammy. Your Highness, it's her. She is at the first level of Wuji, but her actual combat power may be a bit stronger than mine. Moreover, from her aura, I sensed a strong anger. Perhaps the prince consort did something to anger her. Beside Enrushui, a hunchbacked old woman said with a heavy expression. Hearing this, Enrushui frowned and said, let's go back to the restaurant. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. His Majesty. The moment Nan Zailuo's Wujijing pressure exploded, Li Lin looked at Nzimu beside him. Nzimu frowned and said thoughtfully, she is a Wuji first heaven cultivator, feminine, strange, and angry. This woman is not from the imperial dynasty. Li Lin, go and see who she is and why she is angry. Yes. Li Lin responded and disappeared directly into the imperial study. Nzimu didn't pay too much attention to these things. Instead, he looked at a memorial on the table in front of him and frowned, saying, these are troubled times. At this time, in addition to Nzimu, many powerful people in the imperial city were also alarmed by Nan Zailuo's sudden pressure, and many people developed a strong interest in this unfamiliar Wuji realm expert. Once you become famous, you will be known all over the world. In just a moment, Nan Zailuo's Yujian restaurant came into the sight of everyone in the imperial city. Inside the restaurant, looking at Ye Bufan who didn't know what to say, Nan Zailuo said in a cold voice, my lord, as long as you have money, I have a restaurant that welcomes you at any time. But if you come here to cause trouble, I advise you to consider whether you have the ability to do it. This is the first time and the last time. If there is a next time, I guarantee that not only Enrushui, but even Nzimu can't protect you, As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Zailuo's terrifying pressure receded like a tide. Call. Wang Tian and Shen Shang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Afterwards, they stood up, clasped their fists towards Nan Zailuo and said, thank you for not killing us, senior. Go away. Nan Zailuo said just 2 words. Wang Tian and the other man felt a little embarrassed, so they didn't say anything more and looked at Ye Bufan. At this moment, Ye Bufan's face was pale and he looked frightened. He looked obviously frightened. But it is also true that after Nzimu destroyed his cultivation, Ye Bufan is now just an ordinary person, not even in the heavenly fate realm. How could he withstand the pressure of Nan Zailuo in the infinite realm? This may be because Nan Zailuo showed mercy. Otherwise, with her infinite realm pressure alone, she could definitely crush Ye Bufan to death. Didn't think any more about it. Wang Tian and the other man helped Ye Bufan up directly. Wang Tian asked with some concern and worry, Prince Consort, are you okay? My dear son-in-law. At this time, Enrushui suddenly ran in from outside. When she came to Ye Bufan and saw that Ye Bufan was pale and frightened, Enrushui couldn't help but look at Wang Tian and the others. What happened? This. Wang Tian and the other man looked at Nan Zailuo with hesitant eyes. They really wanted to say that Ye Bufan was frightened by Nan Zailuo, but they didn't dare to say it. Seeing this scene, Enrushui frowned and turned to look at Nan Zailuo. But at this moment, before Enrushui could speak, Ye Bufan suddenly came back to his senses, pointed at Nan Zailuo, and said with a resolute and ruthless look, this young master wants her. Well, Enrushui was stunned. What's the meaning? She was a little confused. Wang Tian and Shen Shang's mouths twitched, their faces looked messy and crazy. Hee. At this time, Nan Zailuo laughed and said, I didn't expect that the prince consort has such a domineering side. He actually dared to ask the princess for other women in front of her. You are so arrogant, aren't you afraid of angering the princess and losing your wealth and glory as the prince consort? Brush. As soon as Nan Zailuo said this, Enrushui's expression changed drastically. She finally understood what Ye Bufan meant by what he said just now. Ye Bufan wanted Nan Zailuo. Is he interested in Nan Zailuo? No. Judging from Ye Bufan's eyes and expression at the moment, he obviously did not make this request because he liked Nan Zailuo. He did this more like revenge. What exactly happened here after I left? Enrushui couldn't help but think in her heart. Before she could think about it, Nan Zailuo spoke again. However, I don't have many hobbies except money. Since the prince consort has spoken, I will give him a chance. 1 quadrillion. Nan Zailuo raised a finger and said playfully and teasingly, as long as the prince consort can give me 100 billion, I will let the prince consort do whatever he wants. Anything is fine. As long as you don't kill me, anything is fine. You can also let 100 big men sleep day and night. What does prince consort mean? Just tell me, yes or no. Okay, why not? As long as the prince consort can give me 100 billion, I can have 1,000 or 10,000 men sleep with me, not to mention 100. Good. Ye Bufan shouted, then looked at Enrushui and said, give it to her. Give it to her. What to give her? Enrushui couldn't help but feel a little confused. Ye Bufan said, as long as you help me give her 1 trillion, I will be your consort and will never leave you. I will be with you through thick and thin. Enrushui was stunned. She almost said the word, seriously, but when she thought of the number, 100 trillion, Enrushui couldn't say it in the end. In fact, her face turned a little dark because of the number, 100 trillion. 1 quadrillion. Unless she sold the Tianwu dynasty, where would Enrushui get so much money? Chapter 2180 in Tianyu's Zhexianlu. But can the Tianwu dynasty be sold? Even if Enrushui wanted to sell it, even if Nzimu allowed it, not everyone would buy it, let alone be able to afford it. Besides, Enrushui recruited Ye Bufan as her consort more because of her inner possessive desire. Under such circumstances, how could she possibly sell out the Tianwu dynasty for Ye Bufan? She wouldn't even fight to the death with a powerful Wuji realm master for Ye Bufan. To put it bluntly, it is impossible to expect Enrushui to devote herself to Ye Bufan without hesitation. Her love is limited. Her dedication also has prerequisites. Enrushui would only do anything for Ye Bufan if it did not affect herself. Now, use 100 trillion to help Ye Bufan take revenge on a powerful person in the Wuji realm. To be honest, in Enrushui's heart, Ye Bufan is not worth the price. Thinking in her heart, Enrushui said, Prince Consort, remember the agreement between us. In the next 6 months, I will not care what you do, but at the same time, I will not give you any help. Enrushui's meaning was very clear, she wanted 1 trillion, but there was none. Ye Bufan was furious. He wanted to say something, but Enrushui took the lead and said, let's go. After saying this, Enrushui turned around and left. The people around her followed suit. In just a moment, Ye Bufan and a few others were left in the restaurant. Looking at Ye Bufan, Nan Xiluo smiled and said, it seems that the princess's husband doesn't hold a very high position in her heart. Otherwise, why would the princess not be willing to spend even a mere 100 billion on him? Nan Xiluo's words were full of provocation and sarcasm. Ye Bufan's face changed and he said angrily, just wait for me. Okay, my lord. Nan Xiluo smiled and said, I am here and I am not going anywhere. As long as the prince consort brings me 1 trillion, I will let the prince consort do whatever he wants. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly, then flicked his sleeves and left. This. Wang Tian and Shen Shang looked at each other, and then followed reluctantly. Hee. Watching Ye Bufan and the other 2 leave, Nan Xiluo just giggled. There is a restaurant outside. Where can I make money? Looking at Wang Tian and Shen Shang, Ye Bufan said with a grim expression. Suddenly, Wang Tian and the other 2 were confused and speechless. Where can I make money? My lord, you didn't take that woman's words seriously, did you? That's 1 quadrillion. Even if all the wealth of everyone in the imperial city were pooled together, it might not be worth 1 quadrillion. How can you make money from this? Where can I make money from this? While Ye Bufan was thinking about how to earn 100 trillion, Nan Xiluo and Yujian restaurant also came into the sight of all the nobles in the imperial city because of the pressure from Wuji first level. The imperial palace, inside the imperial study. So, the previous pressure was caused by that kid angering the restaurant owner you mentioned. Looking at Li Lin, Nzimu asked in a deep voice. Yes, sire. Li Lin responded. Oh. Nzimu sneered. This kid must be unlucky for 8 lifetimes, right? He has only been in the imperial city for less than a day, and he has already offended a Wuji realm warrior. His Majesty. Li Lin hesitated for a moment. Just say what you want to say. Nzimu said calmly. Yes. Li Lin responded and said, Your Majesty, the woman bought Zhexianlu just after the prince consort entered the imperial city. Moreover, 2 people who had just entered the imperial city met so quickly. Isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Nzimu frowned. What do you want to say? What I mean is, could these 2 be in the same group? Then what? Then, didn't you say they were in the same group? If they are in the same group, then tell me, what are they trying to do by doing this now? This. If it's really like what you said, shouldn't the woman have secretly taken the boy away from the Tianwu dynasty while we weren't paying attention? Why did she make such a big fuss like she is now? You have a conflict with that boy, and you want to use me to eliminate him. Bang. Li Lin was so frightened that he fell to his knees and cried out, "Your Majesty, I am innocent." Unjust. Nzimu glanced at Li Lin coldly and said, "So, I wronged you? Or was it you who had a conflict with that kid in Xingyu Royal City a few days ago?" Buzz. Li Lin's heart trembled. His face turned even paler. It was obvious that Nzimu already knew what happened in the Star Moon Royal City. "Your Majesty, I. The next second, Li Lin was terrified and said tremblingly, "Okay." Unexpectedly, Nzimu just waved his hand and said, "This time I will pretend that nothing happened, but remember, this is the first time and the last time. If there is a next time, I will never let you off easily. Yes, I will never dare to do that again." Li Lin was sweating profusely and kept saying this. "Besides," Nzimu spoke again, "that boy is the prince consort chosen by Shuei. Before you touch him, you'd better think carefully whether you can withstand Shuei's anger." Boom. Li Lin's mind was shocked again. Can he withstand the wrath of the 7th princess and Rushui? Obviously not. Because Li Lin knew very well that although he was the chief eunuch of the palace and a powerful person in the Wuji realm, standing behind in Rushui were all the ancestors of the entire royal family. To put it bluntly, not to mention him, even Nzimu would not dare to easily offend in Rushui. Because to anger in Rushui is to anger all the ancestors of the royal family. This is also the reason why Li Lin targeted Ye Bufan in this way. Within Rushui's support, he could not and dared not retaliate against Ye Bufan on his own. Only with the help of Nzimu would he have the opportunity to eliminate Ye Bufan. What a pity. Nzimu saw through his thoughts at a glance. "Your Majesty, I know I was wrong." Li Lin immediately said, "Later, I will go to the prince consort to apologize and ask for forgiveness." "Do you really take him seriously?" Nzimu smiled calmly. Well, Li Lin was stunned. Nzimu continued, "I don't let you touch him, not because of him, but because Shuei has taken a fancy to him. So, as long as you don't touch him, nothing else matters." Well, Li Lin was a little confused. To be honest, Li Lin didn't quite understand Nzimu's last sentence, "Nothing else matters," but he still responded, "Yes, I understand. Get up." The next second, Nzimu waved his hand. "Yes." Li Lin stood up. Nzimu spoke again, "Although your motives are not pure, there are some things that we must guard against, especially in the current situation. So, send someone to keep a close eye on the person in the restaurant. From now on, I want to know her every move in the Imperial City." Li Lin was stunned and said, "Yes, I will arrange it now." Prince Jing's mansion, main hall. At this time, the second prince and Tianyu looked at the guard in front of him, with a look of shock and surprise, and said, "You said that the pressure just now came from the owner of a restaurant." "Yes, Your Highness. Are you kidding me? I know all the owners of the restaurants in the royal city. Where did this Wuji realm expert come from?" "Your Highness, everything I said is true. It is a newly opened restaurant." "A new restaurant?" "Yes, but, to be exact, someone bought the former Zaixianlu." "What?" And Tianyu was shocked. "Drunken Immortal Tower is sold." Well, the guard was stunned and said in a daze, "Yes, Your Highness. It's you Ma Pai." And Tianyu was furious, "Half of Zaixianlu belongs to me, and now you tell me that Zaixianlu is sold. Why didn't I know anything about it?" Well, the guard was stunned for a moment. Half of Zaixianlu belongs to His Royal Highness Prince Jing. He really didn't know about this. Son of AB*TCH. The next second, and Tianyu cursed angrily, "Go, bring that old man surnamed Zhang back to me. I want to see if he is so bold as to sell Zaixianlu without my permission." Well, the guard was stunned, then said anxiously, "Your Highness, if it is really as you said, I'm afraid that the boss of Zaixianlu has already run away. Won't you catch him if he runs away?" And Tianyu was furious. It was not a big deal that Zaixianlu was sold. It was just a restaurant. It was nothing to Tianyu. The only thing he could not accept was that he did not even know that the restaurant was sold. What is this? This is simply a slap in the face of him, the second prince. How can this be tolerated? It is absolutely intolerable and simply cannot be tolerated. Yes. Feeling in Tianyu's overwhelming anger, the guard responded and then turned and left. "Someone come." After the guards left, and Tianyu shouted again, "Your Highness." In an instant, 2 guards ran in from outside. "Walk." And Tianyu spoke in one word, "Let's go to Zaixian Tower." Chapter 2181 Yin Yang Xiaolong's Ambitions. And Tianyu rushed to Yujian restaurant. At the same time, General's Mansion, Yin Yang School. In front of the main gate, Zhou Fang, the military strategist of Yin Yang Jia and the official of Yin Yang clan, stopped Yin Yang Xiaolong and frowned. Master, where are you going? Drink wine. Zaixianlu. Any questions? Master, listen to my advice and don't cause trouble for me. After Zhou Fang finished speaking, Yin Yang Xiaolong frowned and said unhappily, Zhou Fang, what do you mean? I just went out for a drink, how come I caused trouble for the old man? Isn't the young master going after the restaurant owner? As he spoke, Zhou Fang did not forget to glare at the servant behind Yin Yang Xiaolong. Zhou Fang heard clearly what Yin Yang Xiaolong and the servant said just now. What did the servant say? He told Yin Yang Xiaolong that the previous Wuji realm pressure came from the new shopkeeper of Zaixianlu, and he also stated that the shopkeeper was a stunningly beautiful woman. Who is Yin Yang Xiaolong? That is a lustful demon. Hearing that there is a stunning beauty in a restaurant, can he still hold back? But who is the shopkeeper? He is a strong man in the Wuji realm. If this angered the other party, Zhou Fang didn't think he could protect Yin Yang Xiaolong. Even if he could, offending a Wuji realm expert would definitely not be a good thing for the Yin Yang family. In this case, how could he allow Yin Yang Xiaolong to go to Yujian restaurant? It's a pity that Yin Yang Xiaolong has made up his mind to leave, and Zhou Fang can't stop him even if he wants to. Looking at Zhou Fang who was standing in front of him, Yin Yang Xiaolong sneered and said, yes, I am going after that boss, but so what? Zhou Fang, remember your identity. You are just a servant of my Yin Yang family, and I am the young master of this Yin Yang family. Where I want to go and what I want to do is none of your business. I really have no right to interfere with what the young master wants to do, but the master has said before he left that if the young master makes a mistake, I can do what's best for him. Zhou Fang, are you using this old thing to pressure me? I just don't want you to cause trouble for me, and I don't want you to lose your life because of your recklessness. You're going to let me start or not? No. Someone come. Yin Yang Xiaolong roared in anger. However, in the huge general's mansion, none of the hundreds of guards responded to him. In an instant, Yin Yang Xiaolong's face turned black with anger. But what can he do? Call. Helpless, Yin Yang Xiaolong took a deep breath, then looked at Zhou Fang and said, Zhou Fang, I know what you are worried about, but do you think I am stupid? The young master is certainly not stupid. That's it. Although I often do things like robbing women, I only rob ordinary women from the families of low-class people. When has it ever been out of line? Master, have you forgotten the princess of the kingdom? Can it be the same? What's different? You are just a princess of a kingdom. How can you compare yourself with a strong man in the Wuji realm? Or do you think that I have been kicked in the head by a donkey and plan to snatch a strong man in the Wuji realm back for your pleasure? In that case, there is no need for you to go to this restaurant. You, master, please go back. Zhou Fang, are you getting old and confused? Do you know what a strong man in the Wuji realm means? Of course I know. You know shit. Well, oh what? If you knew, you shouldn't have stopped me. Think about it. If I could marry this Wuji realm expert, then my Yin Yang family would have 2 Wuji realm experts. By then. Master, please stop joking. Are you kidding? Does this look like I'm joking with you? Master, are you serious? Nonsense, why else would I go to that restaurant? To tell you the truth, I did go to the restaurant for the female shopkeeper, but I didn't plan to do anything rash. Instead, I planned to impress her with my sincerity. Use your sincerity to impress the other person. Why, is it not possible? Young master has had countless women, and he knows very well what women are thinking. Even if she is in the Wuji realm, she is still just a woman after all. As long as she is a woman, why can't young master use his sincerity to impress her? Besides, even if young master fails, it won't be a big loss for young master and Yin Yang family, right? But what if he succeeds? Zhou Fang hesitated. Yin Yang Xiaolong continued, think about it. Once my Yin Yang family gains another Wuji realm expert, if the old man comes forward to propose marriage to Nzimu, do you think Nzimu will agree or not? Master, are you still planning on the 8th princess? Zhou Fang's mouth twitched. Is it not possible? Yin Yang Xiaolong vowed. After all, this is a world where the strong prey on the weak. As long as my Yin Yang family is strong enough, I can make Nzimu withdraw his will and marry and Ryan to me. What's wrong with that? Master, it's not dark yet. What do you mean? You said I was daydreaming. Isn't it? You. Master, let's not talk about whether you have the ability to win the heart of the woman in the restaurant. Even if you succeed, do you think that a Wuji realm expert can tolerate sharing a husband with others? Why not? You think it's impossible because you don't understand women. When a woman truly loves a man, it's not a bad idea for her to serve other men, let alone share a husband with other women. Zhou Fang's mouth twitched. Young master, do you know that your thoughts are really dangerous? He is a strong man in the Wuji realm. It's okay if you don't succeed. If you really succeed, you will most likely be playing with fire and getting burned. Before Zhou Fang could think about it, Yin-Yang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, "Alright, you're an old bachelor, why am I telling you all this? You don't understand. Anyway, I'm going to book this restaurant, do you think you can really stop me? Or do you plan to keep an eye on me from now on? Do you think it's realistic?" Zhou Fang is messy. What Yin-Yang Xiaolong said was absolutely right. It was really impossible for him to keep staring at Yin-Yang Xiaolong. Helpless, Zhou Fang could only say calmly, "In that case, then I will accompany the young master for a trip, but the young master must promise that he will not do anything reckless after he goes to the restaurant." Don't worry, don't worry. Yin-Yang Xiaolong waved his hand and said, "I'm not stupid, let's go." Etc. But at this moment, Zhou Fang suddenly called Yin-Yang Xiaolong. What happened again? Yin-Yang Xiaolong said impatiently. Someone come. Zhou Fang did not answer, but just shouted. Da da da. In an instant, 4 guards from the general's mansion came in front of Zhou Fang. Uncle Zhou. Looking at Zhou Fang, the 4 guards clasped their fists. Drag him out and beat him to death. Zhou Fang pointed at the servant behind Yin-Yang Xiaolong and said sternly. Well, everyone present was stunned. Yes. The next second, the 4 guards came back to their senses first. They responded and walked directly to the servant behind Yin-Yang Xiaolong. No. The servant was so frightened that he immediately collapsed to the ground and looked at Zhou Fang and begged for mercy. Uncle Zhou, please spare my life. I will never dare to do it again. Please spare my life, Uncle Zhou. Snort. Unfortunately, Zhou Fang just snorted coldly and said, "You slave, if I keep you, you will kill the young master sooner or later. In this case, what's the point of keeping you? Just drag it on." Buzz. Single quote. The servant was terrified and could only look to Yin-Yang Xiaolong and asked for help. Master. But unexpectedly, Yin-Yang Xiaolong didn't even look at him. Let's go. After leaving these 2 words, Yin-Yang Xiaolong walked out of the general's mansion. Zhou Fang followed closely behind. Bang. The boy collapsed to the ground. Originally, he just wanted to gain Yin-Yang Xiaolong's favor and have him use his power by reminding him of Nan Ziluo's beauty, but he didn't expect that he would get such a result in the end. At this moment, he was desperate and regretful. Chapter 2182 Nan Ziluo's Temptation. There is a restaurant. Less than half an hour after Ye Bufan and his 3 companions left, the restaurant was already surrounded by people, and from time to time, some people walked in and out of the restaurant. Except for a very small number of people who walked out of the restaurant, most of the others were scolding and cursing. Fuck, what a shitty restaurant, it's simply a shady shop. Who says it's not true? A small cup of Shenxian drunk costs 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. The shopkeeper must be crazy about money. The worst part is the first-grade Shenxian drunk. Is that wine? It's clearly water. You are a bunch of poor bastards. If you can't afford to drink, stop talking nonsense here. What's wrong with 300,000 yuan a cup? The shopkeeper has already said that the price is clearly marked. It's consensual. If you don't want to drink, no one is forcing you to drink. That's right. Just for the shopkeeper's stunning appearance, 300,000 a cup is worth it. Neuropathy. Idiot. Stupid. No matter how beautiful she is, can she be more beautiful than the 8th princess? Yes, the 8th princess is beautiful, but no matter how beautiful she is, what can it matter? Don't forget, she is about to get married, while the shopkeeper is still single. Most importantly, the shopkeeper is a strong man in the Wuji realm. What's wrong with the Wuji realm? Can the Wuji realm be used to cheat people? What did I do to you? I spent 300 spirit stones to drink a glass of water. Isn't this cheating? Did the shopkeeper force you to drink? But she didn't say it was water. Water. That's first-class divine intoxication, okay. Damn it, if 1 part of wine is mixed with 1,000 parts of water, can that still be called wine? Then it's not wine anymore. If you're really so dissatisfied, you can go and argue with the shopkeeper. What's the point of talking nonsense here? Are you trying to make yourself feel important? Do you think I'm stupid? She's a strong person in the Wuji realm. If I go to argue with her, she'll slap me to death. Oh, you know that the shopkeeper is a strong man in the Wuji realm. You are not talking nonsense. Since you know this, you still dare to slander the shopkeeper like this. Aren't you afraid of angering the shopkeeper and causing him to rush out and kill you? The sounds came one after another. In just a few minutes, the people present had a preliminary understanding of the Yujian restaurant. In front of them, a very in-depth understanding. The beautiful boss of Wujijing. 4 levels of divine intoxication. The worst 300 spirit stones per cup is actually just water. The best 300,000 spirit stones for 1 cup is actually the original 3,888 for 1 pot of Shenxianzui. There is no doubt that this is a shady shop. As for the shopkeeper, he is a nice person but has a black heart, an absolute profiteer. In the crowd, listening to the discussions of the people around him, Zhou Fang's mouth twitched, and he looked at Yin Yang Xiaolong beside him, and said in a somewhat messy tone, "Master, do you still want to go in? Come in, why not? What happened to the black shop? So what if it costs 300,000 per cup?" In Yin Yang Xiaolong's opinion, this is not the point. The key point is the shopkeeper. Didn't you hear those people say that the shopkeeper is a beautiful lady? Just this is enough. After saying that, Yin Yang Xiaolong strode directly towards the Yujian restaurant. Zhou Fang had no choice but to follow closely behind. Inside a restaurant, as soon as Yin Yang Xiaolong came in, he found that the more than 30 tables in the hall on the first floor were almost full of people, with 4 people at each table, and there were at least more than 100 people present. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on the beautiful figure in the hall who was warmly welcoming everyone. It was none other than Nan Zailuo. As a strong man in the Wuji realm, Nan Zailuo at this moment did not have that kind of condescending attitude at all. Instead, she was charming and sexy everywhere. Although it is not enough to make people lost, it is enough to make people intoxicated. The wine is expensive. People are more beautiful. The fact that a powerful person in the Wuji realm personally poured the wine was worth the 300,000. Of course, among the more than 100 people present, not everyone can afford to drink the Shenxianzui that costs 300,000 yuan per cup. There are only a few people who are even enjoying the Shenxianzui that costs 300,000 yuan per cup. But it doesn't matter. If you can't afford the 300,000 yuan per cup, there are still 30,000 yuan per cup, 3,000 yuan per cup, or even 300 yuan per cup. As long as it is the first cup, Nan Zailuo will personally treat it. What an honor it is to have such close contact with a powerful person in the Wuji realm. The most important thing is that a large number of the people present were not there to drink, but were spies sent by various forces to find out all the information related to Nan Zailuo. After all, the sudden appearance of a powerful person in the Wuji realm is likely to disrupt the existing structure of the imperial city. In this case, they have no choice but to care and pay attention to it. Following the gaze of the crowd, Yin Yang Xiaolong quickly noticed Nan Zailuo. A beauty that can only befall a city. A stunning beauty. The moment he saw Nan Zailuo, Yin Yang Xiaolong was slightly distracted, and then a strong desire arose in his heart. This woman, I must get her. Before Yin Yang Xiaolong could think about it, Nan Zailuo, who was not far from him, had already arrived in front of him, blinked, and asked with great desire, "Sir, am I beautiful?" Beautiful. Yin Yang Xiaolong came back to his senses and said something subconsciously. Then you must come often in the future. Nan Zailuo's right fingertips gently slid across Yin Yang Xiaolong's chest. Yin Yang Xiaolong felt a chill all over his body. The tingling and numb feeling made him even more excited. So Yin Yang Xiaolong smiled and said, of course, I will come here often in the future." As he spoke, his right hand instinctively grabbed Nan Zailuo's slender hand. It's a pity that Nan Zailuo would never let him get his wish. Hate. When Yin Yang Xiaolong's right hand just touched Nan Zailuo's jade hand, Nan Zailuo grumbled, then retracted her jade hand and said, "On our first meeting, you want to take advantage of me. If you do this, I will be very angry." Angry. At this moment, Nan Zailuo was not angry at all. On the contrary, her reaction was full of endless desire for Yin-Yang Xiaolong. Yeah. Immediately, Yin-Yang Xiaolong smiled and pondered for a moment, then teased, "Beautiful lady, what you mean is that next time we meet, I can take advantage of you. My lord, you are so bad. I am not such a casual person. At the very least. At least what? Oh, it takes time to develop love. How can I say such a shy thing?" Nan Ziluo stamped her feet and said shyly, I'm dying. Yin-Yang Xiaolong felt as if his whole body was scratched by a cat's claws. That feeling, numb, itchy. The intense restlessness caused him to react directly somewhere. If he had not been afraid of Nan Ziluo's strength and the situation was not right, Yin-Yang Xiaolong would have knocked Nan Ziluo to the ground and executed him on the spot at this moment. This woman is simply a witch, so. Yin-Yang Xiaolong was like this, and Zhou Fang beside him turned pale. Zhou Fang never expected that this powerful Wuji realm expert who suddenly appeared in the imperial city would be such a person. Show off. Charm others. Is this what a strong person in the Wuji realm should do? What about the power of the strong? What about the dignity of the strong? The most hateful thing is that his young master has obviously fallen into her trap. Falling in love over time. Can love really develop over time? It's all bullshit. I'm afraid that my young master will squander all his fortune on the other party, and the other party will not have any feelings for my young master. In fact, when the day comes that my young master squanders all his fortune, the other party will most likely kick my young master away. To put it bluntly, I can help you spend money, but if you want me to be you, you're dreaming. So, what can Zhou Fang do? Should we remind Yin-Yang Xiaolong not to be fooled now? Stop kidding. Zhou Fang didn't know much about Nan Ziluo, but he knew that Nan Ziluo was a genuine Wuji realm expert. 2. Slander, the other party in front of a Wuji realm expert. Zhou Fang couldn't guarantee that if he really did this, he and Yin-Yang Xiaolong would be able to walk out of Yujian restaurant alive, so even if he intended to remind Yin-Yang Xiaolong, he could only wait until they left the restaurant. Chapter 2183 Is the seventh princess's consort so fierce? While Zhou Fang was worried and frightened, Yin-Yang Xiaolong had completely immersed himself in the role. He had even envisioned the scene in the future where he would subjugate Nan Shi. There's nothing I can do, Nan Ziluo is just too beautiful. Among all the women Yin-Yang Xiaolong had ever seen, except in Ruyan, Nan Ziluo was definitely the most beautiful woman. Plus Nan Ziluo's charm and sexiness. Just ask yourself, how many men in this world can withstand her, and how many men can ignore her? At least Yin-Yang Xiaolong is not among them. At Nan Ziluo's invitation, Yin-Yang Xiaolong and Zhou Fang quickly sat down and ordered a pot of 4th grade, Shenxianzui. That's right, a pot. 1 pot, 20 cups. 300,000 per cup. Yin-Yang Xiaolong spent 6 million at one time. Nan Ziluo smiled happily. As the second big client after Ye Bufan, the prince consort, Nan Ziluo naturally would not be stingy with his enthusiasm and directly accompanied Yin-Yang Xiaolong at the table to serve. Seeing this scene, everyone around was envious. But there is no way, since Yin-Yang Xiaolong is rich. 6 million. Although many of them could come up with 6 million, it was absolutely impossible for them to come up with 6 million to drink the so-called 4th class, God's drunk. Everyone was envious, but Zhou Fang had a melancholy look on his face. A pot of wine costs 6 million. Although it is very expensive, it is still within the affordability of the Yin-Yang family. At least, with only 6 million, it will not cause the huge Yin-Yang family to lose all its wealth. But this is not the crux of the problem. The key question is, after drinking this pot of wine, will Yin-Yang Xiaolong leave? Judging from the current situation, he obviously won't. That is to say, after finishing this pot, there will be a second pot, a third pot, a fourth pot. With Yin-Yang Xiaolong's cultivation level of half a step into the Tiangong realm, drinking 10 or 100 pots of wine is not a problem at all. In fact, if he doesn't want to get drunk, he can definitely drink 1,000 or 10,000 cups without getting drunk. In this case, it's not just a matter of a few million. 6 million for a pot. 10 pots for 60 million. 100 pots and 600 million. Even if the Yin-Yang family had mountains of gold and silver, they could not afford such squandering. But what can Zhou Fang do? Take Yin-Yang Xiaolong away by force. Stop kidding. Although Yin-Yang Xiaolong was powerless to resist, he still wanted to ask Nan Ziluo whether she agreed or not. In her restaurant, she forcefully took away her customers. Did she really think that her Wuji realm cultivation was just for show? Therefore, Zhou Fang was confused and helpless. Yin Yang Xiaolong didn't care about these. It's just a little money, what does it matter? If I can win the beauty, what does it matter if I spend all my money? Drinking fine wine, look at the beauty, enjoying the envious looks of people around. Yin Yang Xiaolong just felt happy in his heart. But that alone is not enough. He wants more. At least Yin Yang Xiaolong always remembered that he didn't come here to drink. After 3 cups of wine, Yin Yang Xiaolong looked at Nan Shi Luo and suddenly asked, "By the way, I have a question in my mind. I wonder if the beauty can help me solve it." "Sir, please speak." Nan Ziluo said this, and then filled Yin Yang Xiaolong's cup with wine. Why was the beauty angry before? Yin Yang Xiaolong asked directly. Well, Nan Ziluo couldn't help but be stunned. The same was true for everyone else present. After all, most of them also had such doubts, and even everyone was curious about what had angered Nan Ziluo, a powerful Wuji realm master, so much. Can't tell. Seeing Nan Ziluo in a daze, Yin Yang Xiaolong asked another question. This. Nan Ziluo hesitated for a moment. It's still that prince consort. But at this moment, Shu Qing, who was greeting other people at the side, suddenly interrupted and said something. Because of the prince consort. Everyone looked at Shu Qing instantly. Yin Yang Xiaolong asked, which prince consort? That's the 7th princess's consort. Is it him? Who else could it be but him? What did he do? Qinger, shut up. Shu Qing wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Nan Ziluo's sharp shout. Miss, he has done it, is he still afraid of what people say? Shu Qing retorted, then looked at everyone and complained, that prince consort is such a jerk. Seeing that my young lady is pretty, he actually wanted to take her for himself. If my young lady didn't have some strength, he would have ruined her before. What? When Shu Qing said this, everyone present was shocked. Is the 7th princess's husband so tough? He actually wanted to force himself on Nan Ziluo. MMP. He already has an Ruyan, doesn't he know how to be content? People complained. Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious. Not only did Ye Bufan steal his Ruyan, but now he even wants to get his hands on his Nan Ziluo. Pa. Immediately, he slammed his palm on the table and said angrily, how dare he? Changing the subject, Yin Yang Xiaolong looked at Nan Ziluo again and assured her, don't worry, my beauty. Although he is the consort of the emperor, he cannot do whatever he wants in this imperial city. I will tell Enrushui about his evil deeds later. With Enrushui's temper, my beauty, just wait and see. That B***starred consort of the emperor will be beaten to a pulp even if he doesn't die. It is true that Yin Yang Xiaolong was angry, but in fact, he was more excited, thrilled and happy in his heart. Why? Just because of what Ye Bufan did. Just after being named a royal consort, he starts to mess around with other women. Does he really think Enrushui is just a decoration? Yin Yang Xiaolong believed that as long as he told Enrushui about this, Enrushui would not let Ye Bufan off easily, and might even kill this so-called prince consort. Once Ye Bufan dies, won't he have another chance? And you can also gain Nan Ziluo's favor by doing so. Definitely kill 2 birds with 1 stone. At this moment, Yin Yang Xiaolong was somewhat grateful to Ye Bufan. Unexpectedly, just as Yin Yang Xiaolong finished speaking, before Nan Ziluo opened her mouth, Shu Qing curled her lips and complained first, tell the 7th princess. What's the point of telling the 7th princess? Why is it useless? If Enrushui knew about his evil deeds, she would never let him off easily. Oh, what are you laughing at, little girl? Laugh at your ignorance. I am ignorant, isn't that right? The 7th princess was also there at the time, but she didn't do anything to the prince consort. What? Enrushui was there at the time? Certainly. That's impossible. How can it be impossible? If Enrushui was present, would he let that kid off so easily? The fact is, she really didn't do anything to that prince consort. In fact, that prince consort even wanted this 7th princess you mentioned to help him take down our young lady. Fuck, is that guy really that fierce? If you don't believe it, you can go ask the 7th princess. This Enrushui really didn't say anything. No, she just got angry and left. Yin Yang Xiaolong was confused and bewildered. Who is Enrushui? She is a vicious woman who will destroy anything if she can't get it. Now, she could actually tolerate her husband messing with other women in front of her. Hemp skin. What happened to Enrushui? Could it be that her head was kicked by a donkey? But soon, Yin Yang Xiaolong felt relieved, or rather, he realized. Why did Enrushui hold back? It's very simple. First, she really cared about Ye Bufan, enough to make her make concessions. Second, Enrushui was very wary of Nan Ziluo's cultivation level at the Wuji realm. Thirdly, it was impossible for Ye Bufan to get Nan Ziluo, or in other words, it was impossible for him and Nan Ziluo to be together. These 3 points combined made Enrushui choose to turn a blind eye. But Enrushui can choose to turn a blind eye, but Yin Yang Xiaolong cannot. In other words, how could Yin Yang Xiaolong let go of such a good opportunity to show off easily? Immediately, Yin Yang Xiaolong patted his chest and assured Nan Ziluo, "Don't worry, my beauty. Even if Enrushui didn't do anything to him, I will definitely help you vent your anger. So, I will find a chance to teach this damn prince consort a lesson. Although I can't kill him directly, it's no problem to find someone to beat him up." No. Unexpectedly, Nan Ziluo directly rejected him, and then said with some disdain, "Why bother so much with a psychopath? It's meaningless and unnecessary." Well, Yin Yang Xiaolong was stunned. "Psycho. What do you think?" At this time, Shu Qing interrupted and said, "Although our young lady is a strong man in the Wuji realm, she is a newcomer after all and doesn't want to cause trouble. In addition, the boy is the prince consort, so she didn't want to do anything to him. But the boy is not done yet and even wants to stay in our restaurant. If that's the case, how can we do business?" The young lady had no choice but to casually say that as long as the boy can come up with 100 billion, our young lady will agree to him. In the end, guess what the boy said? "What did you say?" He said, "It's just 1 quadrillion, just wait for me." Isn't it just 1 quadrillion? Yin Yang Xiaolong's mouth twitched. Everyone else present also had a messy look on their faces. This guy is really a psychopath. 1 quadrillion. Even if the wealth of all the people in the Tianmu Imperial City were added together, it might not be this much. Chapter 2184. I'm short of money. That's enough. Just when everyone was in a mess, Nan Ziluo suddenly shouted, staring at Shu Qing and said, "You stupid girl, shut up." "Miss." Shu Qing wanted to say something else. "Shut up." Nan Ziluo shouted angrily, "Back off." "Oh." Shu Qing responded weakly and retreated. Nan Ziluo looked at Yin Yang Xiaolong again and said with a smile, "Sir, it's better not to mention this kind of person. Come, let's drink." As he spoke, Nan Ziluo directly picked up the wine glass in front of Yin Yang Xiaolong and handed it to his mouth. Yin Yang Xiaolong was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed and said, "Yes, yes, yes, what a bullshit prince consort, let's not talk about it, let's drink, drink. Beautiful women accompany you and good wine is served." Yin Yang Xiaolong looked very much enjoying himself. The others present were extremely envious. At the same time, because Nan Ziluo and Shu Qing stopped talking, the bet between Ye Bufan and Nan Ziluo was no longer a secret. It would spread throughout the Imperial City in no time. Imperial City, residence of the Minister of War. After leaving Yujian Restaurant, Wang Tian and Shen Shang brought Ye Bufan here at his request. At this moment, outside the Shangshu mansion, Wang Tian and Shen Shang looked at Ye Bufan with curiosity and surprise. Wang Tian couldn't help but ask, "Prince Consort, what are we doing here?" Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan did not answer Wang Tian at all, but took a step forward and walked directly towards the Shangshu mansion in front of him. Wang Tian was stunned. Then he followed with Shen Shang. At the gate of Shangshu mansion, 4 guards stopped Ye Bufan and the other 2 outside the door. One of them asked, "Who are you?" "This is the prince consort of the 7th princess." Before Ye Bufan could speak, Wang Tian beside him pointed at him and spoke first. "The 7th princess's husband." Hearing this, the 4 guards of the Shangshu mansion were all stunned. They never expected that Ye Bufan, the prince consort who caused an uproar in the entire imperial city because of Nzimu's notice, would suddenly come to the Minister of War's residence. Immediately, the guard who had asked the question earlier said, "It turns out that it is the prince consort who has come in person. I'm sorry that I didn't recognize him before." After saying this, he made a "please" gesture again and said with a smile, "My lord, please." Another guard ran into the Shangshu mansion in a hurry. It was obvious that he had gone to the palace to report. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all and just walked out. The front hall of the Shangshu mansion. Just as Ye Bufan and the other two were invited here by the guard, a middle-aged man rushed in from outside the hall. The man was of sturdy build, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. It was none other than the Minister of War Zhang Yuliang. As soon as Zhang Yuliang entered the hall, his eyes swept over Ye Bufan and the other two, and finally stopped at Ye Bufan. He came forward, clasped his fists and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. I hope your Majesty will not blame me." As the Minister of War, Zhang Yuliang was definitely a loyal minister of the Tianwu dynasty. If it were anyone else, he would definitely not be as polite and enthusiastic as he is now. But Ye Bufan is different. That was the consort of the 7th princess, Enrushui. Although they had never met or had any interactions, the 3 words, Enrushui, were enough to make Zhang Yuliang pay enough attention to Ye Bufan, the son-in-law. Zhang Yuliang welcomed him warmly. Ye Bufan just asked in a deep voice, "Are you the Minister of War Zhang Yuliang?" Well, Zhang Yuliang was stunned by Ye Bufan's attitude. But he still responded, "That's right. I'm short of money." The next second, Ye Bufan said something suddenly. Well, Zhang Yuliang was stunned again and asked, "What do you mean, Prince Consort? Don't you understand? I'm short of money, so I'm here to ask you for it." Ye Bufan said bluntly. Fuck. When Ye Bufan said this, Wang Tian and Shen Chong who were standing behind him were shocked and stunned. "I am short of money, so I come to you for money. Damn it. Do you have to be so fierce?" Just now they were curious as to why Ye Bufan, who clearly did not know the Minister of War Zhang Yuliang and had never even met him, suddenly came to the Minister of War's mansion. Now they finally understand. Is it really okay for you to come directly to the Shangshu mansion to ask the Minister of War for money? Zhang Yuliang also looked confused and dumbfounded. He had seen many others. But this was the first time he had encountered a weirdo like Ye Bufan. Asking me for money as soon as we meet. Who do you think you are? You really don't take Zhang seriously enough. All right. You are the son-in-law of the princess, and the son-in-law of the 7th princess Enrushui. Zhang really can't afford to offend you. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuliang calmed down a bit, then looked at Ye Bufan, a little embarrassed and a little nervous, and said, "My lord, you are joking, right?" Joke. Ye Bufan rebuked coldly, "Do you think I am joking with you?" After saying that, Ye Bufan said impatiently, "Hurry up and give me the money." Wokanama. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuliang became immediately angry. If Ye Bufan really needed money, it would be nothing for him to provide friendly support for the sake of the 7th princess. But what is Ye Bufan's attitude? Blackmail. Extortion. After all, Zhang Yuliang was the Minister of War. He also has a temper, okay. My lord. However, as soon as Zhang Yuliang opened his mouth, Ye Bufan interrupted him, "Stop talking nonsense, either give me the money or I'm leaving now." What's the meaning? Are you blackmailing me? Zhang Yuliang was furious. But thinking of Enrushui, he could only endure it. There was no way, he couldn't afford to offend Enrushui. As Enrushui's son-in-law, Ye Bufan also didn't want to offend him. After all, offending Ye Bufan is equivalent to offending Enrushui. Although angry. Although it's frustrating. But it is better than losing your official position and losing your life. Someone come. Immediately, Zhang Yuliang shouted loudly. Master. A moment later, a guard ran in from outside the hall, waiting for Zhang Yuliang's anger. Go to the accounting office and get 300,000 spirit stones for the prince consort. Zhang Yuliang said in a deep voice. Ah. The guard was stunned at first. Then he replied, yes. Pa. But at this moment, Ye Bufan slapped the table beside him, glared at Zhang Yuliang, and said angrily, 300,000. Are you sending away beggars? You. Zhang Yuliang was furious. You what? Ye Bufan scolded him harshly. In your eyes, are the 3 words Enrushui only worth 300,000? When Zhang Yuliang heard the name Enrushui, he immediately became scared. The 7th princess's face is only worth 300,000. If these words were to reach Enrushui's ears, then haha, no matter what Ye Bufan did, Zhang Yuliang would definitely end up in a bad state if he didn't die. After all, he knew how ruthless Enrushui was. So how much do you want? Helpless, Zhang Yuliang could only ask with gritted teeth. 30 billion. The 3 words Ye Bufan blurted out. Puff. Zhang Yuliang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The rage he had been suppressing in his heart finally erupted. 30 billion. Do you really think I have a spiritual stone mine at home? So, you don't want to give it to me anymore. You. Zhang Yuliang was confused and crazy. In his opinion, the 7th princess's husband is simply a fool. It's fine to just go to the door and ask for money. He asked for 30 billion right away. If he really gave him 30 billion, it would obviously tell Zimu that Zhang Yuliang had not only been extravagant over the years, but also embezzled a lot. Call. Take a deep breath. Zhang Yuliang said, "My lord, if you are really short of money, I can support you a little, but 30 billion. Do you think I can come up with it? Or, do you think that selling my Shangshu mansion is worth 30 billion? Then how much can you give? 30 million, no more. 300 million, or I'll leave now." "Okay, then 300 million. "No, 3 billion. "Didn't you say 300 million? "I've changed my mind. You don't go too far. Give it or not." Chapter 2185 Master, he is here again. Will you give it or not? Faced with Ye Bufan's aggressiveness, Zhang Yuliang really wanted to say, "I won't give it to you." But the 6 words, 7th princess and Rushui, were like a sword hanging over Zhang Yuliang's head, making him dare not directly refuse Ye Bufan. As the saying goes, it is easy to deal with the king of hell, but it is difficult to deal with little devils. In Zhang Yuliang's mind, Ye Bufan is just the little devil beside Rushui. More than 10 minutes later, after some bargaining, Ye Bufan finally extorted 570 million from Zhang Yuliang. Now that he had the money, Ye Bufan naturally would not stay any longer. Of course, Zhang Yuliang didn't want to keep Ye Bufan any longer. Although it was the first time the two met, in Zhang Yuliang's heart, Ye Bufan had already been put into the category of unwelcome people. If he had not been afraid of Rushui, Zhang Yuliang would have turned against Ye Bufan long ago. For this reason, he didn't even send Ye Bufan off. Outside the residence of the Minister of War. Call. As soon as they came out, Wang Tian and Shen Shang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. There's nothing we can do, they're just afraid. Just now in the Shangshu mansion, they felt Zhang Yuliang's anger and murderous intent several times. They were really worried that Zhang Yuliang would lose control and kill Ye Bufan. But this cannot be blamed on Zhang Yuliang. It was really because their prince consort was too much. Zhang Yuliang was also the Minister of War. Even though you are the prince consort, you can't blackmail others like this, right? Wang Tian and the other person are like this. Ye Bufan felt very happy. 570 million spirit stones. That is 570,000 points of luck. In just over 10 minutes, he earned 570,000 yuan. Ye Bufan finally realized the benefits of power. In that case, what are you waiting for? Where is the official residence of the Minister of Personnel? Looking at Wang Tian and the other person, Ye Bufan asked directly. Wang Tian and Shen Shang were both confused and crazy. Where is the office of the Minister of Personnel? My lord, are you still trying to blackmail the Minister of Rights? I'm asking you a question, why are you standing there like an idiot? Without waiting for Wang Tian and the others to think about it, Ye Bufan frowned and said. Well, the two of them came back to their senses instantly. Wang Tian said anxiously, My lord, you are not. That's right. Ye Bufan interrupted Wang Tian without denying anything and said, I just want to go to the Minister of Personnel's residence to ask for money. What's wrong with that? Is that not okay? Okay. Why not? You are the prince consort, you can do whatever you want. But is it really a good idea for you to make enemies everywhere? Although you have the 7th princess protecting you, these people dare not do anything to you. But if you offend all the officials in the imperial city, how will you survive in the imperial city in the future? Besides, it is easy to dodge a spear but hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. If you really offend these officials, I'm afraid even the 7th princess won't be able to protect you. Ye Bufan was unaware of the concerns in Wang Tian and the other man's minds. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. Just a few officials. What can I do if I offend you? So what if I take revenge on myself? As long as he has enough luck, young Master Yi would even dare to confront Zimu. What's more, Ye Bufan never wanted to stay in the Tianwu dynasty for long. At most half a year, he will definitely leave the Tianwu dynasty before his wedding. In that case, what is there to be afraid of? Isn't it just offending people? As long as there is luck to be gained, what does it matter if I offend the entire Tianwu dynasty? Under Ye Bufan's insistence, Wang Tian and Shen Shang had no choice but to take him to the Minister of Personnel's mansion. At the Minister of Personnel's mansion, Ye Bufan extorted another 530 million. After the mansion of the Minister of Rights, the office of the Minister of Works, the Ministry of Revenue's office, all the 6 ministers of the dynasty were beaten by Ye Bufan. But it's not over yet. As the power center of the Tianwu dynasty, the Tianwu imperial city was not short of officials of all ranks. After blackmailing the 6 ministers, Ye Bufan began to visit other officials in the imperial city one by one. At the same time, the news of the $1 trillion bet between Ye Bufan and Nan Ziluo gradually spread throughout the imperial city, and those officials who were blackmailed by Ye Bufan finally learned the ultimate purpose of Ye Bufan's demand for money from them. Use 1 quadrillion to retaliate against a powerful person in the Wuji realm. I have to say that the 7th princess's husband is simply out of his mind. What is the concept of 1 quadrillion? Even if all the wealth of everyone in the imperial city were collected, it might not be possible to collect 1 quadrillion. Besides, even if he could really collect 100 trillion, would Nan Ziluo, a powerful person in the Wuji realm, really let him do whatever he wants? Not necessarily. It may not even be possible. After all, everyone could see that Nan Ziluo's words were just to get rid of Ye Bufan. To put it bluntly, she didn't want to be an enemy of the Tianwu dynasty. But Ye Bufan took it seriously. However, many people in the imperial city could understand Ye Bufan's behavior, and even express deep sympathy for him. Why did Ye Bufan become like this? It's not because of his recent experience. Originally a talented young man, because he was favored by An Rushui, he was eventually destroyed by An Zimu and forcibly recruited as a royal consort. Not only did he have to endure inexplicable challenges, assassinations, and even arson. I believe that no one would be able to accept all this in a short period of time. With ups and downs, what Ye Bufan does now becomes reasonable. To put it bluntly, his argument with Nan Shi was nothing more than an outlet for his inner helplessness. And these officials who were blackmailed only suffered unprovoked disasters as a result. Of course, although they understand, the officials who were blackmailed by Ye Bufan will not tolerate it, or forgive the evil deeds that Ye Bufan committed against them. There must be something hateful about a pitiful person. He deserves it. However, what these officials did not know was that Ye Bufan now not only did not feel the slightest bit of pain or frustration because his cultivation had been abolished, on the contrary, his heart was filled with joy. Minister of War Zhang Yuliang, 570 million. Minister of Rights Wang Tingyu, 530 million. Minister of Revenue Zhao Xuan, 630 million. Minister of Works Sun Sanshan, 480 million. Minister of Rights Feng Mozhen, 570 million. The Minister of Justice, Su Chens, 630 million. Just the 6 ministers of the Ministry of Finance, sponsored, Ye Bufan 3.41 billion. Converted into luck, it is 3.41 million. The most important thing is that these are only the 6 ministers. There are at least hundreds of officials of all ranks in the Tianwu imperial city. If he blackmailed all the officials, Ye Bufan would be able to obtain at least tens of billions of spirit stones, which can be converted into luck, that would be tens of millions of points. What does it mean to have tens of millions of luck? Take Nan Ziluo for example. With tens of millions of luck invested, Ye Bufan can definitely push her cultivation to the Daoji level. As soon as Tianzun appeared. What Tianwu dynasty? What is An Zimu? Everything will be cooled down. It was for this reason that Ye Bufan had begun to like the title of Prince Consort. The feeling of having a huge amount of luck come in as soon as he opened his mouth was simply too wonderful. As for offending people, if you are offended, just offend. With An Rushui protecting him, who would dare to touch Prince Consort Yi? First day. In addition to the 6 ministers, Ye Bufan visited more than 20 officials of all ranks. The next day, Ye Bufan visited nearly 30 officials in succession. Day 3. Early morning. The office of the Minister of War. Zhang Yuliang was playing with his 3-year-old grandson in the garden of the Shengshu mansion. Suddenly, the housekeeper of the Shengshu mansion rushed in from outside. After he came to Zhang Yuliang, he said anxiously, "Master, no, it's not good. He is here again." Him. Who? The 7th princess's consort. Click. Zhang Yuliang lost his concentration and crushed his grandson's toy into pieces. Chapter 2186, if you can't afford to offend me, can you afford to hide from me? For 3 days, the imperial city seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, as the Minister of War, Zhang Yuliang knew very well that Ye Bufan had blackmailed no less than 100 officials in these 3 days. The highest-ranking officials among them were the 6 ministers, including him. Although they have not yet stood at the pinnacle of power in the Tianwu dynasty, they represent different factions of the Tianwu dynasty. Plus nearly 100 other officials, both big and small. It can be said that in just 3 days, Ye Bufan, the new son-in-law, has offended all factions in the Tianwu dynasty. If it weren't for the intimidation from the 7th princess and Rushui, Ye Bufan would have already become a dead body in the imperial city. But even so, he still didn't know how to restrain himself. Now, it's coming again. What is he here for? No one goes to the temple unless he has something to do. Even if Zhang Yuliang used his toes to guess, it would not be difficult to guess that this guy must be here to ask for money. He was just given 570 million 3 days ago. 3 days later, it came again. What does he take himself for? Is it his husband's purse? This is really too much. But when he thought of Rushui, Zhang Yuliang got a headache again. Helplessly, he could only say sternly, "Tell him that I am not here." Who's not here? Unexpectedly, just as Zhang Yuliang finished speaking, a calm voice suddenly sounded not far away. Zhang Yuliang was stunned. The official in the Shangshu mansion was no exception. The two of them immediately looked in the direction of the sound. In the sight, Ye Bufan, Wang Tian and Shen Shang were slowly coming. The moment he saw Ye Bufan, a flash of anger flashed across Zhang Yuliang's eyes, and then he looked at the butler beside him, as if asking, "Who told you to let him in?" The butler looked bitter and innocent. Can they stop the prince consort from entering the Shangshu mansion if they want to? Before the two of them could exchange more words, Ye Bufan had already arrived in front of them. Looking at Zhang Yuliang, Ye Bufan asked curiously, "Master Zhang, what are you talking about? Who's not here?" Zhang Yuliang's mouth twitched, and he changed the subject directly. "What brings you here, prince consort?" "Nothing, I just wanted to ask you for some money," Ye Bufan said lightly. "You are a jerk." Zhang Yuliang was immediately furious. "Nothing, you just come to ask me for some money. What do you think I am? Do you have to be so casual? Do you have to be so straightforward? Are you sure that I dare not do anything to you? How many?" Although he was furious, Zhang Yuliang still gritted his teeth and asked. "Just give me 500 million, 600 million, 700 million or 800 million. Ye Bufan looked indifferent. "Just give 500, 600, 700 or 800 million. Do you think I run a money house?" Zhang Yuliang was furious, but he said, "Wait, I'll get it for you." Ye Bufan frowned. "Isn't this a very straightforward agreement?" Not only Ye Bufan, but also Wang Tian, Shen Shang, and the steward of the Shangshu mansion all looked surprised and confused. The next second, Ye Bufan said directly, "Then I'll trouble you, Master Zhang. I'll wait here." Snort. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zhang Yuliang snorted coldly, then picked up his 3-year-old grandson and turned away. Of course, before leaving, he asked the butler to greet Ye Bufan. 10 minutes later. Zhang Yuliang hasn't come back yet. 20 minutes later. Zhang Yuliang is still nowhere to be seen. Half an hour. A playful smile appeared on Ye Bufan's lips. At the same time, Prime Minister's residence, main hall. Zhang Yuliang was sitting respectfully on a chair on the left side of the hall, and above him sat an old man with white hair and a youthful face. The old man was none other than Ye Zan, the right Prime Minister of the Tianwu dynasty. Earlier, after Zhang Yudao said goodbye to Ye Bufan, he did not go to get money for him, but left the Shangshu mansion and came to the Prime Minister's mansion. Zhang Yuliang's idea was very simple. If I can't afford to provoke him, can't I just hide from him? At this moment, looking at Zhang Yuliang, Ye Zan was a little surprised and said, "You mean, Rushui's son-in-law just blackmailed you for 570 million 3 days ago, and now he comes to you to ask for money again?" "Yes, master." "Then why didn't you say it before?" "Master, I thought that less trouble is worse than more trouble, so I didn't tell you. I believe that others have the same idea as me, but who would have thought that the boy would come again early this morning? Besides you, how many other people has he blackmailed? Including the 6 ministers, there should be nearly 100 people, right? Nearly 100 people. You bunch of idiots, if he wants it, you'll give it to him, right? Master, I have to give it to you. Why not? After all, he is Enrushue's consort. Why? Was it Enrushue's idea that he blackmailed you? Yes, probably not. If he's not, then what are you afraid of? Not to mention that he hasn't married Enrushue yet, even if he has, what does it matter? To put it nicely, he's the prince consort. To put it bluntly, he's just a plaything of Enrushue. But I can't kick him out, can I? If I really do that, wouldn't it hurt Enrushue's reputation? Considering Enrushue's character, I'm afraid that if that happens, I will be seriously injured. Yuliang, you were once one of my most proud students. Why have you become so confused now? Our seventh princess's methods are indeed cruel, but she still has some sense of propriety. You are one of the 6 ministers and a disciple of mine. What do you think she can do to you? Kill you, depose you, or dismiss you from your official position? None of these. At most, she will just give you a warning. Besides, she is not in the right this time. So master, what you mean is to just drive that kid away. You are so confused. There are obviously better options. Why do you have to offend Enrushue? Please give me some advice, master. The person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Master, do you want me to go find Enrushue? That's right, but you can't go alone. Let me say hello to the other old guys later and ask the other ministers and the officials he blackmailed to go with you. The office of the Minister of War. More than 40 minutes passed, but Zhang Yuliang still hadn't returned. Ye Bufan looked at the butler of the Shengshu mansion beside him and asked impatiently, "Does your master need so much time to withdraw money?" The butler looked nervous and didn't know what to say. Although Zhang Yuliang didn't say anything before he left, he knew that at this moment, Zhang Yuliang had probably already left the Shengshu mansion and didn't know where he had hid. It's a pity that he can't and dare not say this. Before the housekeeper could think about it, Ye Bufan suddenly asked, "By the way, when your master wants to withdraw money, where does he usually go? A bank?" The housekeeper said subconsciously, "No, that's not it, we have our own accounting office in the Shengshu mansion." So, Master Zhang went to the accounting office. It should be, right. The accounting office is in the Shengshu mansion. Yes. Then why hasn't Lord Zhang come back after being gone for more than 40 minutes? The butler was speechless. Not good. Ye Bufan suddenly cried out, then stood up abruptly and said in a hurry, "Something must have happened. Quick, take me to the accounting office." Chapter 2187. The rest of the book is written as an IOU. What? Something happened to the master. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, the housekeeper was shocked. But soon, he came to his senses. In the housekeeper's opinion, this is simply impossible. First, this is the residence of the Minister of War. Second, my master is a powerful man in the Yuanfu realm. In this situation, what could go wrong? However, it is better to be safe than sorry. Although the butler had always believed that his master had left the Shengshu mansion in order to avoid Ye Bufan, this was only his guess and not necessarily the truth. What if something really happened to Zhang Yuliang? What are you still standing there for? Lead the way. If something happens to Lord Zhang, can you bear the responsibility? Before the butler could think more, Ye Bufan urged urgently. Oh. The butler was a little at a loss, and hurriedly responded a few times, saying, "Please come this way, Prince Consort." As soon as he finished speaking, he walked out quickly. A playful smile flashed across Ye Bufan's lips, and then he followed. Wang Tian and the other man followed closely behind. Shengshu Mansion, accounting office. The butler came hurriedly with Ye Bufan and the other two. "Where's the master?" Looking at the accountant in front of him, the housekeeper couldn't help but ask. "Master." The accountant was stunned. "Right." The butler responded, "Where is the master?" "The master didn't come." The accountant told the truth. "Not coming." The butler was stunned at first, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Since Zhang Yuliang didn't come, it meant that his previous guess was correct, and his master had indeed left the Shengshu mansion to avoid Ye Bufan. In this way, Ye Bufan's previous guess naturally turned out to be a false alarm. "My lord." The next second, the butler was about to turn around and say something, but found that Ye Bufan had disappeared. However, soon, he saw Ye Bufan and the other two at the door of the warehouse in the accounting office. Suddenly, the housekeeper was shocked. "My lord." He immediately went to meet him. "What is this place?" Ye Bufan pointed at the warehouse door and asked the housekeeper. "This." The butler didn't know what to say for a moment. Click. Ye Bufan had already pushed open the warehouse door. Oh shit. The housekeeper was shocked. He immediately stood in front of Ye Bufan and said, "My lord, my master is not here. Let's go back to the back garden and wait." Waiting for what? Ye Bufan asked, then pointed to the storeroom full of spirit stones behind the housekeeper and said, "Aren't there spirit stones here? I took them and rescued them." "You are a jerk. What do you think this place is? Your home." And rescued him. The housekeeper was in a mess and said, "My lord, this is not good, right? What's wrong? After all, my master is not here, so I really can't make this decision." "What if your master is here? I want to ask you, were you present when I was talking to your master just now?" "Yes, the younger one was present." "Then I'll ask you again, does your master agree to give me 570 million? What is this? Just tell me whether it is true or not." "Yes." "What about your master?" Did he say he was going to get money for me?" "Yes, it is." "That's it." Ye Bufan clapped his hands and said, "Your master has already agreed to give me 570 million, and he left just now to get the money for me. Now he is not here, which means he must have been delayed by something, and we just happen to be here, so what's the problem with me taking the 570 million directly?" It seems to be true. The housekeeper thought instinctively. But soon, he came back to his senses. What's okay? This is a huge problem. Do you really think my master went to get money for you? My master is avoiding you. At this moment, the housekeeper came to his senses and finally realized that Ye Bufan's previous statement that his master was in trouble was clearly a lie. He just wanted me to take him to the warehouse. Hemp skin. It is true that life is like a play and it all depends on your acting skills. This prince consort is really good at playing tricks. What now? Bringing the prince consort to the warehouse would be like inviting a wolf into the house, wouldn't that be like inviting a wolf into the house? Cold sweat broke out on the butler's forehead. He was shocked and scared. You know, although this warehouse does not contain all the property of Zhang Yuliang and the Shengshu mansion, there are still quite a few spirit stones placed in it, at least more than 570 million. If the prince consort enters the warehouse, can these spirit stones still be kept? Paw. But at this moment, as if seeing through the housekeeper's heart, Ye Bufan suddenly patted the official's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have principles. Since Mr. Zhang has only promised to support me with 570 million, I will only take 570 million. I won't take any more." Real. The housekeeper was delighted. Although he certainly wouldn't be able to explain to Zhang Yuliang that Ye Bufan had taken away 570 million, it was better than letting Ye Bufan take away all the spirit stones in the warehouse, right? After all, in this situation, he couldn't stop it even if he wanted to. Certainly. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Can you move aside now?" The butler hesitated. Then he stepped aside helplessly. "There is no way, I can't stop it. Hee." Ye Bufan smiled and walked straight into the warehouse. The butler followed closely behind. In the warehouse, the piles of spirit stones placed before his eyes almost blinded Ye Bufan's eyes. Although Ye Bufan had extorted a lot of spirit stones in 3 days, those spirit stones were all packed in storage bags. After getting them, he casually threw them into his storage ring. Therefore, although the spirit stones Ye Bufan extorted were not small, they were far from the impact he faced now. Suddenly, Ye Bufan looked at the housekeeper beside him and asked, "How many spirit stones are there here?" The butler looked hesitantly at the accountant behind him. The accountant understood. Although he didn't know who Ye Bufan was, he still said, "There are a total of 3.76937 billion spirit stones here." "Oh." Ye Bufan responded weakly. Then he waved his hand. In an instant, a pile of spirit stones went directly into his storage ring. Although the housekeeper felt distressed, he could only watch. After a moment, Ye Bufan had collected nearly 570 million spirit stones. The butler was about to speak. Ye Bufan was still collecting spirit stones. This. The housekeeper was in a mess. "My lord, it's more than enough, more than enough." "What's over?" Ye Bufan asked in confusion, but he did not stop collecting the spirit stones for a moment. "The spiritual stones are too much." The housekeeper said frantically, "This pile of spirit stones is 100 million. Your Majesty has already collected 6 piles. No, it's 8, 9, and 10. Your Majesty, this is already 1 billion. Oh." Ye Bufan responded, is this what you mean? I know that the spirit stones collected have exceeded 570 million. Then you still. Since we are here now, and I am short of money, I will just take it all. What the hell? The butler nearly spurted blood and was furious, but he could only wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and said tremblingly, my lord, don't you know that you only take 570 million? Yes, I said I'll take 570 million. I don't want any more. So where are you now? The rest can be considered as what I borrowed from Master Zhang. Borrowed. Brush. As soon as the housekeeper finished speaking, Ye Bufan put the last pile of spirit stones in the storeroom into his storage ring. At this time, Ye Bufan turned to look at the housekeeper and said, yes, it's considered a loan from me. Aren't there 3.76937 billion spirit stones here? Excluding 570 million, there are still 3.19937 billion left. Well, bring me a pen and paper, and I will write you an IOU for 3.2 billion. Borrow, IOU. The housekeeper was confused and dumbfounded. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, I borrowed 3.1 billion from Mr. Zhang and will pay him back 3.2 billion. The extra money will be regarded as interest. Interest. Interest is yours. Have you ever thought about paying the money back? MMP. It was agreed that only 570 million would be required. It's agreed that I won't pay a penny for the extra money. In the end, you actually sent me away with an IOU. You are trying to trick me again. Chapter 2188. As long as you don't die or become disabled, anything is fine. The housekeeper was furious. He had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time he had met someone as shameless as Ye Bufan. How can this be called a royal consort? This is simply banditry and robbery. But what can he do? On identity. He was just a steward in the Shangshu mansion, while Ye Bufan was the imperial consort, and the consort of the future empress, the 7th princess. On strength. Although the Shangshu mansion has no shortage of guards, the strongest among them is only at the Tiangong realm. The two imperial guards beside Ye Bufan are real Yuanfu realm powerhouses. Inferior status. The strength is not as good as others. In this situation, what can you do even if you are dissatisfied or angry? You can only accept it. Fortunately, Ye Bufan also planned to write an IOU. If not, When Zhang Yuliang returned home and learned that Ye Bufan had emptied the accounting office, he was afraid that his head would have to move as well. But even with this IOU, he still couldn't expect to have an easy life. But it's better than losing your life. Helpless, the housekeeper could only grit his teeth and said to the accountant beside him, what are you still standing there for? Go and get paper and pen for the prince consort. The accountant, who was also a little confused, came to his senses in an instant, then hurried away to get paper and pen for Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan waved his hand, took the paper and pen, and quickly wrote a promissory note for 3.2 billion in front of the housekeeper and the accountant. After writing the IOU, Ye Bufan threw down his pen and said, since the money has been borrowed and the IOU has been written, I will take my leave now. After saying this, Ye Bufan turned around and left. Wang Tian and the other two followed closely behind. Looking at Ye Bufan's back, the butler's mouth twitched. Lao Lu, what should we do now? The accountant couldn't help but ask. What to do? The housekeeper was bitter and furious. How the hell should I know what to do? Outside the residence of the Minister of War, 3.1 billion was obtained. More than 3.1 million luck was credited to the account. Ye Bufan was very happy, but still not satisfied. He just said, let's go to the next place, the Minister of Personnel's mansion. Hearing this, Wang Tian's face was in disarray, and Shen Shang's face was also bitter. They felt that if they continued like this, Ye Bufan might be fine, but the two of them would be beaten to death sooner or later. However, protecting Ye Bufan was in Zimu's imperial order, so they did not dare to leave without permission. This feeling is so fucked up. Not long after Ye Bufan and the other two left, the old steward of the Minister of War's mansion ran out in a hurry and then went straight to the Prime Minister's mansion. A few minutes later, outside the residence of the Minister of Personnel. Your master is not here. Looking at the two guards in front of him, Ye Bufan frowned slightly. Yes, the guard responded. It doesn't matter if he's not here. I can just go in and wait for him. Why? No, it's just what? But the master has instructed that if the prince consort comes, I should tell him that there is no money in the mansion and that the master has taken all the money with him. What does your master mean? Wait, your master knows that I am coming. I don't know about this kid. Hemp skin. Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse. But I was shocked in my heart. How did the Minister of Personnel know that I was coming? Could it be that Zhang Yuliang told him? Impossible. Although Ye Bufan had been busy blackmailing during this period, he also learned some information about the Tianwu dynasty from Wang Tian and the other person indirectly. For this reason, Ye Bufan knew very well that the Minister of War and the Minister of Personnel belonged to two different factions. To put it bluntly, they are political enemies. Since he was a political enemy, it was impossible for Zhang Yuliang to tell the Minister of Personnel about his coming. It was even possible that he was eager to find the Minister of Personnel himself. If that's the case, how did the Minister of Personnel know that I was coming? Also, I can understand that he is hiding from me, but what does it mean that he takes away all the property in the mansion with him? Did he know that he had robbed the Minister of War's residence? That's even more impossible. I had just graduated from the post of Minister of War, how could the Minister of Personnel get the news so quickly? Unless he can tell the future. But he obviously doesn't have this ability. Ye Bufan was puzzled. But that's not the point. The point is, the Minister of Personnel is not here and the money is gone, so there is no point in him staying here. Immediately, Ye Bufan turned around and left. The next one is the residence of the Minister of Rights. 20 minutes later, Princess's mansion, front hall. Enrushui lay quietly on the throne deep in the hall. Directly in front of her, in the center of the hall, stood nearly 100 officials headed by the 6 ministers. It has to be said that as the right prime minister of the Tianwu dynasty, Ye Zhan's efficiency is somewhat frightening. In just over 20 minutes, he had gathered nearly 100 people in front of him in the princess's mansion through several other officials of the same level as him. At this moment, looking at the people in front of her, Enrushui frowned. What are these people here for? Although they hadn't spoken yet, Enrushui had actually guessed something. After all, she had always sent people to keep an eye on Ye Bufan, so she naturally knew what Ye Bufan had done in the past 3 days. Bang, bang, bang. The next second, the 6 ministers knelt down in front of Enrushui and cried, "Princess, please make the decision for us." Bang, bang, bang. After the 6 ministers, nearly 100 other officials also knelt down in front of Enrushui. "Please, Princess, make the decision for us." They spoke in unison and cried to Enrushui. Enrushui frowned. Although she had guessed the purpose of these people's visit, she still pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What do you mean, gentlemen?" This. Everyone hesitated slightly. Then they all looked at the Minister of War Zhang Yudao. Zhang Yudao did not hesitate and spoke directly. "Princess, you don't know that a few days ago, the prince consort made a bet with the proprietress of a Wuji realm restaurant called Yujian Restaurant, in the imperial city. The content of the bet is that the prince consort needs to pay the other party 100 billion spirit stones. After that, the prince consort came to us for help. We originally thought that since the prince consort could use us, we would naturally do our duty. But who would have thought that the prince consort would ask for hundreds of billions at the first moment? With our meager salary, how could we afford so many spirit stones? In the end, we could only scrape together a few 100 million spirit stones for the prince consort, but we didn't expect that the prince consort would come again today." What? When Zhang Yudao said this, Enrushui, who had been calm, could not help but exclaimed, "He went to your house again." Enrushui never thought that Ye Bufan would go to the Minister of War's mansion to blackmail her again, and the incident had just happened and she had not received the news yet, which is why she suddenly lost her composure. Of course, she quickly came to her senses and resumed her cool demeanor. But that doesn't mean nothing happened. Faced with Enrushui's sudden loss of composure, Zhang Yuliang and others were stunned. Obviously, Enrushui knew that Ye Bufan was blackmailing them. But they didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction or complain at all. They even had to pretend that Enrushui knew nothing before this. So Zhang Yuliang responded, "Yes, this is the second time that the prince consort has come to my house. Last time, I raised 570 million for him. Now he wants another 570 million. This is 570 million, which I cannot afford. But the prince consort refused to give up and threatened me. So, I have no choice but to come to see Her Royal Highness the Princess. What do you want me to do?" Enrushui asked back with a calm expression. Well, Zhang Yuliang couldn't help but be stunned. "What do I want to see you for? You are a princess. He is the son-in-law of the emperor. He is taking advantage of your power to blackmail us. If we don't look for you, who else should we look for? But Zhang Yuliang just thought about it in his mind and didn't dare to speak it out. Moreover, Enrushui didn't give him a chance to speak, and she spoke first. In terms of official rank, you are 3 levels higher than him. In terms of strength, you are Yuanfu and he is just an ordinary person. In this case, he wants money, and you give it to him. Do you have a lot of money, or is there something wrong with your brain? Well, Zhang Yuliang was stunned again and said, But what? Enrushui interrupted Zhang Yuliang. But he is my consort, right? Well, Zhang Yuliang didn't say much, but he had already tacitly acknowledged this. Oh, Enrushui sneered and said, if you really think so, then you deserve to be blackmailed by him. After all, I didn't allow him to do whatever he wanted outside, nor did I ask you to give him money. But we cannot attack the prince consort. Why not? Well, if you are doing this out of consideration for me, then it is totally unnecessary. As long as he is not dead or disabled, even if you beat up the prince consort, it is because he is incompetent. I will never interfere. Chapter 2189 I want to see how long you can hold out. Holy crap. When Enrushui said this, nearly 100 officials present, including Zhang Yuliang, were all shocked without exception, and they looked at Enrushui with a bit of confusion. As long as he doesn't die or get disabled, you don't care even if Ye Bufan is beaten. Is this true or false? Do you have a new love and don't want Ye Bufan anymore? Or do you also think that Ye Bufan has gone too far this time, so you want to use this method to calm our anger? But, how is that possible? Who are you? You are the 7th princess Enrushui. Your tyranny and cruelty are well known to everyone. Will you stay out of this matter and let us dispose of Ye Bufan as we please, just because he blackmailed us? Obviously not possible. If this is not the reason, then what is it? Zhang Yuliang and others kept trying to figure out what Enrushui meant by saying this. Soon they guessed Enrushui's intention, or rather, they thought of the only reasonable explanation, which was that Enrushui wanted to use them in this way to crack down on Ye Bufan. After all, Ye Bufan had always maintained a rejection attitude towards marrying Enrushui, and he even caused Enzimu to waste his Yuanfu realm cultivation because of this. But even so, Ye Bufan still did not compromise. What he did now in the imperial city was completely an act of venting and self-abandonment. But Enrushui couldn't do anything to him. So she thought of having others teach Ye Bufan a lesson. What will happen after Ye Bufan gets his lesson? He could only endure it. Because not only was his cultivation destroyed, but he was also in a helpless state in this imperial city. But you can endure it once, twice, 3 times, 4 or 5 times. As long as you are a normal person, there will always be a day when you can no longer tolerate it. If that day really comes, what should he do? He could only go to Enrushui. To put it bluntly, Enrushui wanted to tell Ye Bufan in this way that in the Tianwu dynasty, without her, Enrushui, Ye Bufan would be nothing more than a poor guy who could be bullied by others. What to do? If you want to live a comfortable life, then serve this 7th princess well. Ma Pai, so cruel. Zhang Yuliang and others couldn't help but curse in their hearts. But at the same time, this might not be a bad thing for them. After all, with Enrushui's promise, they would no longer have to suffer from Ye Bufan's blackmail, and they could even take the opportunity to retaliate against Ye Bufan. As for whether Ye Bufan will settle the score with them later, the answer is definitely yes. He certainly would. But is it useful? Obviously it didn't work. In a sense, their revenge on Ye Bufan was entirely Enrushui's intention, so even if Ye Bufan wanted Enrushui to help him get revenge in the future, Enrushui would definitely stop at the right time. Of course, there are some things that cannot be said openly even if you have figured them out. Looking at Enrushui, Zhang Yuliang asked, Princess, do you mean that even if I go to ask the prince consort for the money I got back now, it's okay? You shouldn't ask me about this. Enrushui smiled slightly and said, if you want to come back, it means you are capable. If you don't want to come back, it only means you are incompetent. If you are incompetent, who can you blame? I understand, Zhang Yuliang said lightly. Report. But at this moment, a notification suddenly sounded outside the hall. Come in, Enrushui said lightly. The next second, a silver-armored guard ran in from outside, clasped his fists towards Enrushui and said, Princess, the housekeeper of Lord Zhang's mansion wants to see you. He said he has something urgent to discuss with Lord Zhang. Well, Zhang Yuliang couldn't help but be stunned. So did everyone else. Rushui frowned, then glanced at Zhang Yuliang, then looked at the guards in the hall, and said, "Let him in." Yes. The guard responded and turned and left. After a while, the guard came back and brought in the housekeeper of Zhang Yuliang's mansion. The moment he saw the housekeeper, Zhang Yuliang frowned, and his eyes revealed a hint of anger and dissatisfaction. In Zhang Yuliang's opinion, this is the princess's mansion, and even if there is a big thing, the housekeeper should not come here. However, what Zhang Yuliang didn't know was that the butler's coming to the princess's mansion was not his own decision, but was asked to do so by the right Prime Minister Ye Bufan after he went to the Prime Minister's mansion. Bang! At this moment, in the hall, as soon as the butler came in, he knelt down in front of Rushui and said, "I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. May the princess live 1,000 years and 1,000,000 years. Get up." Rushui said lightly. "Thank you, Princess." The butler thanked him and stood up. "What do you want to see Master Zhang about?" At this time, Rushui looked at the housekeeper and asked. "This." The butler looked at Zhang Yuliang hesitantly. Zhang Yuliang instantly felt like he was about to explode with anger. The princess asked, "What are you looking at me doing? Do you really want to kill me?" Zhang Yuliang immediately shouted, "The princess is asking you a question. Are you deaf or dumb?" "I." The housekeeper had a bitter look on his face, then he looked at Rushui and said tremblingly, "Princess, I want to tell my master, the prince consort, the prince consort." "What happened to the prince consort?" Rushui frowned. "The prince consort." Bang! As he spoke, the butler suddenly knelt on the ground again and said, "I dare not say it. I forgive you for being innocent. Speak now." Rushui frowned and said in a deep voice. Bang! Zhang Yuliang kicked the butler and threw him to the ground, shouting angrily, "Just speak when the princess tells you to. Why are you talking so much nonsense?" "Yes, yes, yes." The housekeeper got up from the ground in panic, then knelt on the ground, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and said, "Yes, it was the prince consort. The prince consort emptied out our master's warehouse." Puff! Zhang Yuliang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He stared at the housekeeper and couldn't help but roared, "What did you say? Say it again." At this moment, the other officials were also shocked and confused. Even Rushui frowned. "Master, I said, the prince consort took away all the spiritual stones in our Shangshu mansion's storehouse, and left a promissory note for you." The butler repeated the sentence tremblingly, took out the IOU left by Ye Bufan and handed it to Zhang Yuliang. Zhang Yuliang took the IOU. At a glance, puff! He couldn't hold back any longer and the blood spurted out of his mouth. IOU. If IOUs were useful, would there still be so many unpaid debts? Zizi said, did he agree to borrow it? He had no idea whether it was good or not beforehand. That's more than 3 billion. Ye Bufan took it without asking. Is this considered a loan? This is clearly robbery. Princess. The next second, Zhang Yuliang looked directly at Rushui. Rushui had already recovered from her shock. Facing Zhang Yuliang's suppressed angry eyes, she just smiled and said, I have already said that if you can get it back, it's your ability. If you can't get it back, it's your incompetence. Of course, the premise is that the prince consort is not dead or disabled. This is my bottom line. If this bottom line is triggered, then I will not stay out of it. I understand. Zhang Yuliang responded and said, in that case, I will take my leave first. Go ahead. Rushui smiled slightly. Zhang Yuliang turned around and left. Seeing that Zhang Yuliang had left, the other 5 ministers and nearly 100 officials present also took their leave. In the blink of an eye, Rushui was the only one left in the hall. Rushui said out of thin air, Haifeng, from now on, you will be the one keeping an eye on the prince consort in secret. Remember, no one will be killed or disabled. This is my bottom line. If anyone tries to cross this line, no matter who it is, kill them directly. Yes. A cold, hollow voice rang out in the hall. Rushui narrowed her eyes, then smiled slightly and said meaningfully, my dear prince consort, I want to see how long you can hold on. Chapter 2190 is about to end. Imperial City, the residence of the Minister of Works. At this moment, standing outside the Shangshu mansion, looking at the tightly closed door in front of him, Ye Bufan's face turned ashen, and it was obvious that he was extremely angry. There is no way, these 6 ministers are really going too far. The Minister of Personnel ran away and took the money with him. The Minister of Rights was even more outrageous. When Ye Bufan went there, apart from the locked door, he didn't see even a single person. The same is true for the two major ministerial offices of the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Rights. Now, among the 6 ministers, the last one, the Minister of Works, actually had the door of his mansion locked. What did they mean? What did they think of themselves? A disaster star. Ma's Uncle Shu can tolerate it, but my aunt can't. Ye Bufan immediately shouted, Wang Tian, go and break down this broken door for me. I want to see if the Minister of Works' mansion is really empty. In more than half an hour, except for the Minister of War's mansion who was caught off guard by himself, Ye Bufan didn't even enter the doors of the other 5 ministers' mansions. How could Ye Bufan tolerate this? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Wang Tian couldn't help feeling a little hesitant and embarrassed. What are you still standing there for? Ye Bufan shouted angrily, go and smash this broken door for me. My lord, this is not a good idea. After all, this is the residence of the Minister of Industry. Wang Tianwu said helplessly. MMP. Ye Bufan yelled angrily, what's wrong with the Shengshu mansion? Can't we just smash it? I told you to go, so just go. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Go now. Wang Tian hesitated for a moment and said, okay. Although Wang Tianjun didn't want to offend the Minister of Works, he was even more unwilling to anger Ye Bufan. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward. Let's see who dares. But at this moment, an angry voice suddenly sounded not far away. Immediately afterwards, a group of people hurriedly ran over from a distance. This group of people was none other than nearly 100 officials headed by the 6 ministers. In just a moment, they arrived in front of Ye Bufan. Mr. Yi, please don't go too far. Staring at Ye Bufan, the Minister of Works Sun Sanshan could not help but yell angrily. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. Yo-ho! Looking at the nearly 100 officials headed by the 6 ministers in front of him, Ye Bufan chuckled and said, when I came to look for you, you were all gone. Now, you are all here. What's the matter? Looking at your posture, do you still want to scare me? You. All officials were furious. Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, don't be so pedantic. Now that everyone is here, it's great. It saves me from having to go through the trouble of looking for money one by one. Come on, give me the money. Come on, give me the money. You are a jerk. Do you have to be so arrogant? Do you have to be so arrogant? Who do you think you are? Prince Consort. Oh, without the support of the 7th princess, you are at best a paper tiger. No, you are even worse than a paper tiger. At most, you are just a sick cat, or a poor creature. Still want to continue blackmailing us? What are you thinking about? All the officials laughed in anger. Zhang Yuliang even shouted directly, boy, hand over the money you stole from my house immediately. If not, don't blame me for being rude to you. And mine, you have to pay me back the 130 million today. Pay back the money. All the officials shouted at each other angrily. Ye Bufan sneered, pay back the money. What money? Did I lend you money? You are a jerk. What do you mean? Do you still want to default on your debt? All officials were furious. Zhang Yuliang said, boy, you have to return the money today, whether you want or not. I won't retreat. What do you want to do? Then I can only offend you. What? Do you still dare to attack me? Why not? Then you guys should do it. Since you insist on seeking abuse, then we will grant your wish. Let's all attack together. As soon as Zhang Yuliang finished speaking, nearly 100 officials present were ready to take action. Although Ye Bufan is now just a useless person, any one of them can easily torture him to death, but the principle of shooting the bird that sticks its head out gets the upper hand, and these officials in front of them are all shrewd people, so they naturally won't take the lead. Therefore, they had already discussed it on the way here, and put aside the suspicion of faction. If they want to take action, they will all do it together. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan frowned. He originally thought that the officials were just trying to scare him, but he didn't expect that they would actually take action. Ye Bufan immediately shouted, Wang Tian, Shen Shang. Brush, brush. At Ye Bufan's command, Wang Tian and Shen Shang stood directly in front of him. All officials froze in their tracks. Zhang Yuliang asked, how dare a mere imperial guard stop us? My lords, it's not that my 2 brothers want to be enemies with you. It's just that my 2 brothers are under the order of His Majesty to protect the Prince Consort. It's our duty. Please don't make things difficult for us. Wang Tian clasped his fists and said, we are all officials in the same court, and we naturally understand the difficulties you two brothers are in. Zhang Yuliang said, however, you two can rest assured. At most, we will beat this guy up and take back the money that originally belonged to us. We will not harm his life. Therefore, there is no need for you two to get involved in this matter. This. Wang Tian and the other man hesitated for a moment. Zhang Yuliang continued, moreover, you two have seen what he did these days. I believe that even if the 7th princess knew and you two turned a blind eye, she would definitely not blame you. Hearing this, Wang Tian and the other man frowned. Why did Zhang Yuliang mention the 7th princess at this time? Also, why was he so sure that the 7th princess would not blame them both afterwards? Could it be that? Is this what the 7th princess meant? Yes. Without the 7th princess's permission, how could these officials dare to cause trouble for the prince consort? Wang Tian and the other man figured this out. Ye Bufan naturally thought of it as well. But why? During this period, Ye Bufan had already learned from Wang Tian and the other two that the 7th princess of the Tianwu dynasty, in Rushui, had always acted arbitrarily and domineeringly. So she would never stand up for these officials just because they were wronged. In other words, in Rushui's acquiescence was not due to these officials. Why is that? Ye Bufan quickly thought of a possibility, which is also the most reasonable explanation at present. In Rushui is hitting herself. She wanted to use these officials to force herself to submit and compromise. Hemp skin. What a deep scheme. What a cruel woman. As expected, none of the royal family members are easy to deal with. Ye Bufan cursed in his heart. But what can he do? Take action against these officials. If a real fight comes, Ye Bufan is not afraid of them. After all, Ye Bufan's martial arts skills were only destroyed by Nzimu, and his Yuanfu realm body was still there. Although the 6 ministers are all warriors at the Yuanfu level, and the other officials are also at the Tai and Tiangong levels, they may not be Ye Bufan's opponents. But, can Ye Bufan do it? He can't. Once he takes action, it would be equivalent to telling everyone that he has been hiding his incompetence all along. What will Nzimu do then? Ye Bufan didn't know. But what is certain is that his situation will become more difficult. It is even possible that Nzimu would kill him directly. After all, no emperor can tolerate the existence of uncontrollable variables. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan does not have the ability to escape from the Tianwu imperial city, or even the Tianwu dynasty. Back off. Before Ye Bufan could think more, Zhang Yuliang spoke again. This. Wang Tian and the other person hesitated for a moment, then they looked at each other, and finally they could only follow Zhang Yuliang's instructions and quietly step aside. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. I thought to myself, it's over. Chapter 2191. When I get angry, I even stab myself. Without Wang Tian and Shen Shang's protection, wouldn't he just be a fish at the mercy of others? Therefore, even though he knew that Wang Tian and the others would not fight to the death with Zhang Yuliang, Ye Bufan still acted a little unbelievable and said, Wang Tian, you. Unfortunately, before Ye Bufan could say anything more, Zhang Yuliang interrupted him, boy, stop shouting. No one can save you today. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for going too far. After all, this is the Tianwu imperial city, under the feet of the emperor. Even if you are the son-in-law of the emperor, you cannot do whatever you want. Since you have made a mistake, you should be punished. Everyone, let's go together. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Yuliang rushed out first. The other officials did not hesitate either. Superior. Nearly 100 officials rushed out. They are like wolves. They are like tigers. They looked like they wanted to eat Ye Bufan alive. Etc. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan immediately cried out in emergency. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to them, and the officials continued to move forward without stopping for a moment. Hemp skin. Ye Bufan couldn't help but curse in his heart. Base. The next second, a dagger appeared out of thin air in Ye Bufan's hand. Move your right hand. The dagger was placed directly on Ye Bufan's neck. Buzz. The sudden scene made Zhang Yuliang and others tremble in their hearts. Swish, swish, swish. 5 steps away from Ye Bufan, Zhang Yuliang stopped first. Other officials were no exception. What are you doing? Immediately afterwards, Zhang Yuliang couldn't help but yelled. Immortal, not disabled. This is in Rushui's bottom line. If Ye Bufan cut his throat in front of them, would they still be able to survive? Stop kidding. By then they will all be buried with Ye Bufan. Call. Seeing the reactions of Zhang Yuliang and others, Ye Bufan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He guessed right and bet right. Rushui wanted to use Zhang Yuliang and others to suppress her, so as to force her to compromise and submit, so Zhang Yuliang and others would never dare to harm her life. In that case, hee. Ye Bufan sneered in his heart, then looked at Zhang Yuliang and the others, and shouted in a deep voice, "What are you doing? What do you say? Aren't you going to beat me up? Come on, I want to see if Nzimu will peel off your skin, pull out your tendons, and take your lives if I, the prince consort personally appointed by Nzimu, dies tragically on the street today." Hemp skin. When Ye Bufan said this, Zhang Yuliang and others couldn't help but twitch their lips. They have seen many shameless people, but they have never seen anyone so shameless. He actually threatened to die. Yet they couldn't ignore it. "What do you want?" Helpless, Zhang Yuliang could only ask sternly. "Oh." Ye Bufan sneered and said, "What do I want? You guys came here to beat me up, and now you have the nerve to ask me what I want. Nzimu has wasted my cultivation. Rushui wants to force me to marry her. Now, even you ants dare to act so presumptuously in front of me. It really is what I said. A kind man is often bullied, and a kind horse is often ridden. You all think I'm easy to bully, right? Okay. Then I will show you how evil I am." A stern face. Angry words. Ye Bufan's aggrieved look was obviously paving the way for himself. To put it bluntly, he wanted to take this opportunity to tell everyone that no matter what he does in the future, it was all because of you who forced him to do so. However, facing Ye Bufan's words, Zhang Yuliang and others all looked confused and crazy. "We bully you. Who is bullying whom? Hemp skin. It was you who blackmailed us first, okay. Are you being unreasonable?" After a brief internal complaint, Zhang Yuliang looked at Ye Bufan and said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't try to trick us. It's useless. You can't escape this beating today. What nonsense are you talking about? Come on, I don't believe you dare to cut your own neck. You'll know if you try it. Superior." After Zhang Yuliang finished speaking, everyone stepped forward again. Seeing this, Ye Bufan moved his right hand. Brush. The dagger in his hand turned into a cold light and attacked his waist and abdomen. In a flash, puff, a stream of blood spurted out. Ye Bufan stabbed the dagger in his hand directly into his waist and abdomen. Oh shit. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuliang and others were shocked. They stepped back in fear. 3 meters away, everyone stared at Ye Bufan in shock. Zhang Yuliang shouted in a deep voice, "Boy, are you crazy?" He thought Ye Bufan was just trying to scare them, but he didn't expect that he would actually stab them. Oh. After Zhang Yuliang finished speaking, Ye Bufan sneered and said, "I just want to tell you that when I get angry, I will even stab myself. What's wrong? Are you scared? You are a jerk. You must be crazy." Seeing Ye Bufan stabbing himself with a knife without even frowning, Zhang Yuliang and others were in a dilemma and didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, no one can guarantee whether Ye Bufan will really cut his own neck. Although this possibility is not great. But what if? When a dog is desperate, it will jump over the wall. Even a rabbit needs help when it's in a hurry. What's more, Ye Bufan is a ruthless person who even stabbed himself. But can we just let it go like this? Nearly 100 officials looked at each other. After a brief eye contact, there was a flash of cold light in their eyes. Although Ye Bufan threatened to commit suicide, the problem was not unsolvable. As long as they took the dagger from Ye Bufan's hand, he would not have the chance to commit suicide. Moreover, with their strength, it was not difficult to snatch the dagger from Ye Bufan's hand. All they want is a chance. An opportunity to take advantage of Ye Bufan's unpreparedness. The next second, Zhang Yuliang said helplessly, "Prince Consort, we just want to take back the property that originally belonged to us. We don't want to do anything to you at all, so you don't have to do this." At the same time, the Minister of Justice beside Zhang Yuliang moved his feet slightly. He was obviously ready. As long as he had the chance, he would immediately take action and snatch the dagger from Ye Bufan's hand. It's a pity that Ye Bufan didn't give him any chance at all. Puff. As soon as Zhang Yuliang finished speaking, Ye Bufan pulled out the dagger from his waist. Puff. The next second, he stabbed himself in the stomach again. Oh shit. What are you doing? Are you a self-abuse person? Zhang Yuliang and others were shocked and even more confused. Ye Bufan had already looked at the Minister of Justice and said, "Sir Su, are you trying to snatch the dagger from me? Come on, the dagger is right here, you are always welcome to take it." The corner of the mouth of Su Chents, the Minister of Justice, twitched. He couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed when Ye Bufan saw through his intentions. Zhang Yuliang and others also looked helpless. They never expected that Ye Bufan would be so cautious and see through their plan at a glance. What now? It was obviously impossible to continue snatching the dagger from Ye Bufan's hand. Unable to take the dagger, they dared not act rashly. I dare not act rashly, so I can only wait like this. But what's the point of just wasting time like this? That would be meaningless. Let's go. Helpless, Zhang Yuliang could only shout with an unwilling look. But that doesn't mean he will stop. There is ample time. As long as Ye Bufan is still in Tianwu Imperial City, they have plenty of opportunities. In this case, there is no need to rush. After saying this, Zhang Yuliang turned around and was about to leave. The same is true for other officials. Stop. But at this moment, Ye Bufan's loud shout suddenly rang out. Zhang Yuliang and others frowned. They turned around. Then, Zhang Yuliang asked, "What else does Prince Consort want to say?" "Come as you please, leave as you please. What do you think of me?" Ye Bufan shouted, and then said, "You came and stabbed me twice, you should at least leave some money for medicine, right? So, each of you leave 200 million, and I will not pursue this matter." Chapter 2192 The Prince Consort is recruiting thugs. "You came and stabbed me twice, so you should at least leave some money for medicine, right? So, if each of you leaves 200 million, I won't pursue this matter." As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Zhang Yuliang and the others felt as if thousands of horses were galloping through their hearts. They were anxious and even furious. "We stabbed you twice. To pay for the medical expenses, 200 million per person. Do you still have any shame? It was clearly you who stabbed me twice." "Dream," Zhang Yuliang said directly in a cold voice. "So you don't plan to give it to me? If I don't give it to you, what else can you do?" Puff. Without saying anything, Ye Bufan pulled out the dagger from his abdomen, then stabbed it into his abdomen again. He stared at Zhang Yuliang and the others and said coldly, "Give it to me or not." Everyone's mouth twitched. Zhang Yuliang gritted his teeth and said, "If you have the guts, stab yourself to death." "That's what you said," Ye Bufan replied, and then stabbed himself again. Seeing this, Zhang Yuliang went crazy instantly. Will Ye Bufan commit suicide? Definitely not. But what if? If he accidentally stabbed himself to death, wouldn't they be buried with him? So in Zhang Yuliang's opinion, he could not stay in this place any longer. Otherwise, if he continued like this, either Ye Bufan would really stab him to death, or he would make Ye Bufan go crazy. As for giving money, that's impossible. How can I continue to invest when I haven't gotten my previous money back yet? If you can't afford to provoke, then you can only hide. Walk. Immediately, Zhang Yuliang said it in one word. Call out. As soon as he finished speaking, he slipped away. Decisive. Definitely. He didn't even give Ye Bufan a chance to speak. Seeing this scene, the other officials did not stay any longer. They all left in a flash, and their speed was like a mouse seeing a cat, they ran very fast. In the blink of an eye, Ye Bufan and 3 others were the only ones left there. Seeing this, Ye Bufan's mouth twitched, and then he couldn't help cursing. You bastards, the monk can run away but the temple can't, you all just wait for me. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan pulled out the dagger. Suddenly, blood spilt everywhere. Ye Bufan covered his wound, but the pain still caused cold sweat to flow down his forehead. My lord, are you okay? At this time, Wang Tian and Shen Chong immediately came forward. Roll. Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, and then scolded them. You didn't take action just now, but now you come to cry wolf. What use do I have for you? After leaving a few words, Ye Bufan turned around and left. This. Wang Tian and the other person looked at each other. Bitter, but also helpless. They knew that after what happened just now, Ye Bufan already had resentment towards them, but even so, they would not leave just because of Ye Bufan's words. Unless and Zimu gave the order, they could only protect Ye Bufan all the time. That's why they followed directly. There is a restaurant. Although most people in the Imperial City already know that Yujian Restaurant is a shady shop, it has been doing a prosperous business every day since its opening. The reason for this is entirely because of Nan Zailuo. To put it bluntly, most of the people who come to Yujian restaurant are not here to drink, but to see Nan Zailuo, the beautiful shopkeeper who is in the Wuji realm. Their motives are all impure. It was just after midnight and the restaurant was already full of people. They were talking and laughing, seemingly in high spirits, but in fact, their eyes were always fixed on the beautiful figure in the restaurant. The figure was none other than Nan Zailuo. Seductive, charming, and a little sexy. This is the Nan Zailuo in everyone's heart. But that's not the case. These are just some of Nan Zailuo's tactics. As the saying goes, a beautiful lady is a gentleman's dream. I couldn't get what I wanted, and I tossed and turned. Nan Zailuo is not a lady. These people present are not gentlemen either. However, Nan Zailuo still managed to make them want what they wanted but could not get it, tossing and turning. So, they could only come to Yujian restaurant to spend, and spend again. Nan Zailuo. Suddenly, a loud shout was heard at the entrance of the restaurant. Well, everyone in the restaurant was stunned. Nan Zailuo is a powerful person in the Wuji realm. This person dares to treat a powerful person in the Wuji realm with such an attitude. I guess he doesn't want to live anymore, right? Everyone couldn't help but think. Then they all shifted their gaze and looked towards the entrance of the restaurant. At the entrance of the restaurant, Ye Bufan walked over, covering the wound on his waist. Who is this person? Looking at him, everyone couldn't help but think. Hey, isn't this the prince consort? At this time, Nan Zailuo's charming voice suddenly sounded. Prince consort? Which prince consort? The seventh princess. Everyone was stunned. Nan Zailuo had already come to Ye Bufan. After seeing the wound on his waist and abdomen, she exclaimed again, "Oh, prince consort, why are you injured again?" Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan ignored him and just shouted at Nan Zailuo, "Stop talking nonsense. How much is the room?" Private room. Nan Zailuo was stunned. Is 200 million enough? Ye Bufan asked directly. This. Nan Zailuo hesitated for a moment. 300 million. Ye Bufan spoke again. My lord, this isn't good, is it? Nan Zailuo said with some embarrassment. You can see that I still have so many customers here. I can't just drive them all away. If I really do that, how can I do business in the future? 500 million. Ye Bufan said in 2 words. This. Nan Zailuo was obviously moved. Although she runs a black shop and it is packed with customers every day, she definitely cannot make 500 million in a day. After all, most of the people who come here drink the worst kind, the immortal drunk, at 300 spirit stones a cup. Only a very few can afford the 2nd and 3rd grade, immortal drunk. As for the 4th grade at 300,000 spirit stones a cup, it is quite good if she can sell 20 to 30 cups a day. 500 million. For Nan Zailuo, it is absolutely brush. The next second, Ye Bufan ignored Nan Zailuo and glanced at the drinkers present. He said, I paid for the drinks you drank before. Now I give you 2 choices. First, get out immediately. Second, stay here forever. Buzz. Hearing this, everyone present was trembling in their hearts. Stay here forever. What's the meaning? They were not fools, so they naturally understood what Ye Bufan meant. If they didn't leave now, he would kill someone. If it were someone else, the people present would not care about the threats and intimidation at all, but Ye Bufan was different. Ye Bufan was the consort of the 7th princess, in Rushui. The most important thing is that there are still hundreds of human heads hanging in front of the ruins of the prince consort's mansion. What is that? That was a warning from Rushui. Everyone in the imperial city could tolerate it except the 7th princess's husband. Walk. Immediately, the drinkers present did not stay any longer, but stood up and fled from the Yujian restaurant. After all, compared to the drink in the cup and Nan Zailuo's asterisk, they cared more about their own lives. In just a moment, the Yujian restaurant was empty, leaving only Ye Bufan and Nan Zailuo. At this time, Ye Bufan looked at Nan Zailuo again and said, Is it okay now? Sure. Nan Zailuo smiled slightly. If you don't make money, you're AB asterisk starred. In the eyes of everyone in the imperial city, Nan Zailuo is greedy for money, so how could he go back and refuse? 500 million a day. Ye Bufan booked the Yujian restaurant at a sky-high price. This news quickly spread throughout the entire imperial city. In the eyes of most people, Ye Bufan instantly became a complete fool and a prodigal. However, everything has just begun. 500 million packs a day. That's not enough. Ye Bufan uses one pack for 3 days. 3 days later, early morning, a notice was posted at the gate of Yujian restaurant. The content of the notice was very simple. The prince consort was recruiting thugs, with only one requirement: they must not be desperate criminals from the Tianwu clan. Chapter 2193, A Tricky Interview, Kill Them. As soon as the announcement outside Yujian restaurant came out, it immediately caused an uproar in the imperial city. If for no other reason, it was simply because the reward Ye Bufan offered was so generous that it was a bit excessive. A warrior in the immortal martial realm receives 100,000 spirit stones a day. A warrior in Tai realm gets 200,000 spirit stones a day. A warrior in the Tiangong realm receives 500,000 spirit stones a day. A warrior in Yuanfu realm needs 1 million spirit stones a day. It would be fine if the remuneration was calculated on a daily basis, but someone in the immortal martial realm could actually earn 100,000 a day. 100,000 a day, that's 3 million a month. What does 3 million mean? Even warriors at the Yuanfu realm may not be able to earn so much. The most outrageous thing was the remuneration for the Yuanfu realm warrior. 1 million a day, 30 million a month, that's 360 million a year. This is not hiring anyone. This is clearly a waste of money. But that's a good thing. At least for people other than Ye Bufan, it is definitely a great thing. That was why, not long after Ye Bufan's notice was posted, the area outside the Yujian restaurant was already crowded with people, with countless people gathering around the notice outside the restaurant. They all came for Ye Bufan's sky-high reward. However, Ye Bufan emphasized in the notice that he would only recruit people from outside the Tianwu imperial city, and not people from the Tianwu dynasty. As a result, those people from the Tianwu dynasty who were originally interested in competing for Ye Bufan's thugs could no longer tolerate it. Why don't you want people from our Tianwu dynasty? Yes, why? What's wrong with us, the people of the Tianwu dynasty? Are we worse than others? The prince consort must give us an explanation for this matter, otherwise, we will never give up. That's right, the prince consort must give us an explanation. The sounds came one after another and rushed straight to the restaurant in front of them. At the entrance of the restaurant, Wang Tian and Shen Shang both looked bitter and helpless. Why doesn't the prince consort want you? It's because the prince consort is afraid of you. Before Wang Tian and the others could think about it, an angry voice rang out from inside the restaurant. Shut the fuck up, young master. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Bufan walked out of the restaurant. Suddenly, everyone was stunned and the whole place was silent. Ye Bufan stood at the entrance of the restaurant, looking at everyone present and scolding, "Why didn't I recruit people from the Tianwu dynasty? Don't you have any idea? Why?" Someone asked instinctively. Brush. Ye Bufan glanced at the other party and said, "Because the people in your Tianwu dynasty are fucking stupid." Changing the subject, Ye Bufan continued, "When I first came to Tianwu Imperial City, I knew no one and had no grudges against anyone, but what about you? You challenged me, assassinated me, and even wanted to burn me to death. Tell me, are the people of your Tianwu dynasty crazy? Now, I am recruiting thugs and bodyguards. Their duty is to protect my life and safety from being violated. Recruiting people from your Tianwu dynasty. Am I crazy? What's the difference between that and inviting a wolf into the house?" Everyone was speechless and silent. What Ye Bufan said does make some sense. After all, human hearts are hard to predict. Who can guarantee that no one will deliberately approach Ye Bufan because of the 8th princess, and then wait for an opportunity to take Ye Bufan's life? Not only does this possibility exist, but it is also very high. But can we just let it go like this? That is a reward they would never dare to imagine in their lifetime. Before they could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. "Let's not waste any more time, and start the interview now. Anyone who is not from the Tianwu clan and is willing to be my thug, please stand up." After saying this, Ye Bufan turned his head and looked at the restaurant behind him, and said, "Hey, little girl, bring a chair over to me." After a while, Shu Qing brought a chair to Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan took a seat and looked at everyone present and said, "Why, no one wants to be my thug? Or do you think the salary I give you is not enough?" As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, a middle-aged man stood up. He raised his hand, looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Sir, I would like to apply to be your thug." This person was none other than one of the 30 god-killing guards. Young Marshal Ben. As soon as the man finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at him and asked with a smile. Well, the man was stunned. Then he added, handsome, Prince Consort is the most handsome man I have ever seen, bar none. Very good. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, you passed. Go wait aside. What? The man was stunned again. Everyone else present was also confused. Is this passed? Are you kidding me? Yes, thank you, Prince Consort. The next second, the man came back to his senses, said something to Ye Bufan, and then stood obediently on the left side of the restaurant. The others were still confused. Just because someone says you're handsome, you recruit him right away. You are taking this too lightly. However, before everyone could think about it, another man dressed as a scholar stood up and looked at Ye Bufan with fear and said, my lord, I also want to apply for the job. Why? I'm asking you why you want to be my bodyguard. I want to make money. The scholar said this subconsciously. But he soon realized that he had said the wrong thing. However, just as he was about to change his words, Ye Bufan took the lead and said, okay, you've passed too, go stay over there. The scholar was stunned again and was completely confused. Can this pass? Not only him, but everyone else present also had a messy look on their faces. Isn't it too easy to make money as the Prince Consort? Driven by this idea, those who had ideas at the scene no longer hesitated and stood up one after another. My lord, I would also like to apply for the job. Do you like men or women? Woman. Okay, you passed. Go over there and wait. My lord, there is also me. How old are you? To answer your question, my lord, I am 27 this year. Very good, go over there and wait. My lord, I want to apply for the job too. Are you short of money? Lack. Okay, passed. My lord, what level of warrior are you? My little one is at the 6th level of Shanwu. Yes, you are one of them. My lord, who is Emperor Tianwu? And Zimu, you passed. My lord, is the 8th princess beautiful? Beautiful. You passed too. My lord, my lord, my lord. Time passes by every second. In less than half an hour, Ye Bufan had successfully recruited more than 100 thugs. His efficiency was so high that it was scary and outrageous. However, Ye Bufan's interview method was really weird. One question per person. Just answer and you will definitely pass. Is that an interview? That's just child's play. But because of this, the number of people coming for interviews has not decreased, but has increased. Originally, there were only 100 or 200 people gathered outside the restaurant, but now it was packed with people. Countless people filled the streets, and there were at least 3,000 or 4,000 people. What's worse, there are still people rushing here. An hour. Ye Bufan has recruited more than 300 thugs. Okay, that's all for today. At this time, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke. Is this the end? Everyone was stunned. Especially those who want to apply to be thugs feel a little disappointed and unwilling. Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Wang Tian, pointing at the more than 300 thugs, and said, Wang Tian, check if there are any people from the Tianwu dynasty among these people. If there are, kill them. What? When Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was shocked. Especially those 300 thugs, those who belonged to the Tianwu dynasty. Although Ye Bufan had already made it clear that he would not recruit people from the Tianwu dynasty, these people still held on to a fluke mentality and wanted to come and give it a try. In their opinion, it would be best if they could hide the truth and become Ye Bufan's bodyguard, but if they were exposed, the worst that could happen would be the loss of this well-paid job. If it's more serious, the worst that can happen is a beating. But they never expected that Ye Bufan would not beat or scold them, but would kill them directly. How can they not be afraid? Bang! Immediately, a middle-aged man in the immortal martial realm knelt on the ground and looked at Ye Bufan and begged, I know I was wrong, please spare my life, my lord. Bang! 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 Immediately afterwards, more than 100 people knelt down in front of Ye Bufan one after another. As for running, all under heaven belongs to the king. If Ye Bufan, the prince consort, really wanted to kill them, where could they run to? So they had no intention of running away at all. Looking at the more than 100 warriors of the Tianwu dynasty kneeling on the ground, Ye Bufan sneered, but ignored them. Instead, he looked at the thugs who were still standing and said, Now, I will conduct the first test on you. After saying this, Ye Bufan pointed at the more than 100 warriors kneeling on the ground and said, Kill them. Chapter 2194 The second round of assessment of the prince consort. Boom! Ye Bufan's cold voice rang out, causing everyone present to tremble violently. Kill. The next second, one of the standing thugs rushed out instantly. This person was naturally one of the 30 god-killing guards. Kill. After the first god-killing guard rushed out, 7 more god-killing guards rushed out one after another. A sudden change. Seeing that 8 people had already rushed out, the rest of them no longer hesitated. Kill, kill, kill. Nearly 200 thugs attacked at the same time. Seeing this, the thugs who were kneeling on the ground were terrified and even more furious. They just concealed their identity as people of the Tianwu dynasty, but they didn't expect that Ye Bufan would take their lives just because of this. This is really too much. Brothers, fight them. Immediately, someone shouted sternly. Fight them. Others responded by drinking. Since there is no way to retreat, let's fight them to the death. Isn't he just the prince consort? The worst that could happen is that I could just break out of the imperial city and never come back. What a pity. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Not only did Ye Bufan's side have an absolute numerical advantage, but there were also 30 god-killing guards hidden among them. How could these warriors who were originally kneeling on the ground possibly be their opponents? Puff, puff, puff. The flashing of swords and sabers. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. The battle was over in less than 10 minutes. More than 30 people from Ye Bufan's side were killed or injured. None of the more than 100 warriors on the other side were spared, and all were killed or injured. Of course, a small half of these people died at the hands of the 30 god-killing guards, but in the melee, no one noticed or discovered this. Gurgle. The bloody scene made everyone present swallow their saliva. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. More than 100 people, killed at will. For the first time, he showed his fangs to everyone in Tianwu Imperial City. Very good. The next second, Ye Bufan looked at the remaining nearly 200 thugs, praised them, and said, "Congratulations on passing my first round of assessment. Now, you can go into the restaurant and relax." Leaving a word, Ye Bufan walked into the restaurant first. A god-killing guard followed closely behind. Seeing this, others followed in. Outside the restaurant, Wang Tian and Shen Shang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. They found that after the incident 3 days ago, Ye Bufan, the prince consort, seemed like a different person. Before, he was decadent and depressed. Now he is cold and ruthless. Even they both had a feeling that from now on, the imperial city would no longer be peaceful. Inside the restaurant, nearly 200 thugs were sitting in the lobby on the first floor. Ye Bufan stood on the second floor, looking down at these people, and said, "Congratulations, you have passed my first round of assessment. Next, I will conduct a second round of assessment on you. However, before the second round of assessment, I have to remind you that the second round of assessment is very dangerous. Many of you may lose your lives. Moreover, once the second round of assessment begins, you cannot quit halfway. So, you'd better think clearly whether you want to continue or quit now. Well, I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it. If you want to quit within 3 minutes, just walk out of the restaurant. After 3 minutes, if you are still in the restaurant, I will assume that you have accepted my second round of assessment. At that time, you will no longer have the opportunity to quit. You will either lose your life in the assessment, or pass the assessment and become one of my thugs. Start the timer now." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone hesitated. One of them looked up at Ye Bufan and asked, "My lord, I wonder what is the second round of assessment?" The others also looked curious. "Want to know?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "If you really want to know, it's not that I can't tell you now, but I have to remind you that once you know the content of the second round of assessment, you will no longer have the opportunity to withdraw. So, do you still want to know the content of the second round of assessment in advance?" "No need, let's think about it again." Everyone thought secretly in their hearts. The whole place was dead silent. After a while, one of them stood up and said, "My lord, I withdraw." "Can?" Ye Bufan smiled slightly. "Since you choose to withdraw, then leave the restaurant on your own." "Thank you, Prince Consort." After saying this, the man turned around and walked out of the restaurant. "My lord, I withdraw too. And me, I'm quitting too." Next, people continued to withdraw. Ye Bufan did not stop him. "Quit, then leave." 3 minutes later, although many people chose to withdraw, there were still 167 people in the restaurant. Ye Bufan stood on the second floor, looking down at these people, and said in a deep voice, Now, I will confirm one last time whether you accept my second round of assessment. Yes. 167 people shouted in unison. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. If you are afraid of death, how can you gain wealth and honor? Very good. Facing everyone's response, Ye Bufan said, since you have accepted the second round of assessment, from now on, you are my brothers. I am never stingy when it comes to my brothers. Now, I can promise you that even if you die unexpectedly during the second round of assessment, your family can still receive 10 years of your wages as compensation. It's not just this assessment, it will be the same in the future. I cannot guarantee that you will not die, but I can guarantee that after you die, your family will enjoy a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Wow! As soon as Ye Bufan said this, everyone present was instantly excited. After my death, my family can still receive 10 years of compensation. You know, among these people, the weakest one is at the 4th level of immortal martial arts, which means that the worst one among them can get a reward of 3 million spirit stones a month. 3 million a month. That's 36 million a year. In 10 years, that's 360 million. Are their lives worth 360 million? In their own opinion, their lives are definitely not worth 360 million. At least, they will never be able to earn 360 million spirit stones in their entire lifetime. In this case, what's wrong with working for Ye Bufan? At least even if I die, my family will be able to live a rich and prosperous life. Some people even almost cut their own throats. Exchange my life for 360 million. This business is a huge profit. At this time, Ye Bufan continued, of course, if you gain something, you will lose something. I will pass your information to the Imperial City Guards later. Do you know what this means? This means that without my permission, you will not be able to leave Tianwu Imperial City. That is to say, if any of you dare to betray me, you will die. Not only you will die, but your family and friends will die as well. So, don't betray me, or you won't be able to bear the consequences. Betray. Only a fool would betray. Everyone thought of this subconsciously. Ye Bufan spoke again. Okay, I have said everything I need to say. Now let's start the second round of assessment. However, before announcing the content of the second round of assessment, I need to divide you into 6 teams. Well, I'll give you 10 minutes to form your own groups. 10 minutes later, 6 teams were formed. Pa. Ye Bufan threw something down from the second floor and said, this is the personal information of all the direct relatives of the 6 ministers of the dynasty. The content of your second round of assessment is that within 3 days, each team will kidnap a direct relative of the 6 ministers for me. I will not specify who it is, but this person must have an extremely important position in the heart of the 6 ministers. Do you understand? Chapter 2195, just the 6 ministers, fuck him. This is the personal information of all the direct relatives of the 6 ministers of the dynasty. The content of your second round of assessment is that within 3 days, each team will kidnap a direct relative of the 6 ministers for me. I will not specify who it is, but this person must have an extremely important position in the heart of the 6 ministers. Do you understand? After Ye Bufan finished speaking, among the 167 people present, except for the 30 god-slaying guards, all the others looked confused. What does Prince Consort mean? Kidnapping the immediate family members of the 6 ministers. Oh shit. No wonder the Prince Consort said before that once the second round of assessment begins, you can no longer quit. Damn, it's not that you can't quit. It's obviously that the Prince Consort is worried that someone will quit and the content of the second round of assessment will be leaked. Who are the 6 ministers? He was a powerful official of the second tier in the Tianwu dynasty. Not only did they hold high positions and great power, but they are also powerful men in the Yuanfu realm. Kidnapping their immediate family members. What's the difference between that and seeking death? The Prince Consort is absolutely crazy. He is playing with fire and getting burned. If I had known that the second round of assessment would be like this, I should have withdrawn early. But can I quit now? It's too late. Since the Prince Consort has already revealed the content of the assessment, he will not give them the opportunity to withdraw. What to do? Suddenly, except for the 30 god-killing guards, everyone else had a bitter look on their faces. Why, are you scared? Looking at these people, Ye Bufan chuckled and asked. How can I not be afraid? Those are the 6 ministers of state. Everyone thought to themselves. Ye Bufan spoke again. Actually, there is nothing to be afraid of. They are just the 6 ministers. Even if they kidnap their immediate family members, so what? With me protecting them, they dare not do anything to you. Even if they want to do something to you, what can they do? What is this place? This is a restaurant. The lady boss here, Nan Zailuo, is a strong person in the Wuji realm. Although the 6 ministers hold high positions and have great power, do they dare to act so recklessly here? They don't dare. Plus, I have already booked a restaurant. Nowadays, no one can enter the restaurant without my permission. If someone breaks in by force, Nan Zailuo will be the first one to not let him off. So, after this, as long as you hide in a restaurant, even the 6 ministers won't be able to do anything to you. That's why the only thing you need to consider now is how to bring the immediate family members of the 6 ministers back to me safely. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, everyone was stunned. I have to say that Ye Bufan's words do make some sense. With the support of the prince consort, what are they afraid of? Besides, isn't there Nan Zailuo, a powerful person in the Wuji realm? In front of the strong man in the Wuji realm, the 6 ministers are nothing. Now, those present finally understood why the prince consort had booked the Yujian restaurant at a sky-high price of 500 million per day. How can he be considered a spendthrift? He is clearly seeking asylum. As everyone was thinking, Ye Bufan spoke again, of course, I will not treat you unfairly. After you bring the person back, I will blackmail the 6 ministers. At that time, I will split all the profits with you 50-50. That is to say, if I extorted 3 billion, then 1.5 billion of it would be yours. Of course, the 1.5 billion will not be divided equally among all of you. Instead, it will be divided equally among the group that kidnapped the person. Take your group for example. Ye Bufan pointed at one of the teams and said, if I succeed in extorting 3 billion from the people you kidnapped, then 1.5 billion of the 3 billion will be yours. In other words, the 27 of you will share the 1.5 billion equally. On average, each of you will get about 56 million. Can you understand what I am saying? Clear. How could I not understand? Only a fool wouldn't understand. For those present, the remuneration offered by the prince consort Ye Bufan was already so generous that it was a bit scary, but they did not expect that Ye Bufan's benefits were even more astonishing. You can get 56 million just by kidnapping someone. Damn it. This is the rhythm of getting rich overnight. In an instant, except for the 30 god-killing guards, everyone else present was extremely excited. People die for money, birds die for death. They were even almost becoming Ye Bufan's die-hard fans. After all, it was Ye Bufan who gave them the opportunity to make a fortune. As for the risks, there are certainly risks, and they are not small. But so what? Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Without taking some risks, how can you be rich in life? Besides, so what if there are risks? The worst that can happen is death. Don't forget, even if they die, their families can still receive 10 years of their wages as compensation. In that case, what are you afraid of? 6 ministers. Hee. Fuck him. Immediately, the god-killing guards in the 6 groups said, my lord, let's select the Minister of War. Our group wants the Minister of Rights. Minister of Revenue, no one is allowed to compete with our group. In just a moment, the 6 ministers were completely divided up. Ye Bufan smiled slightly and said, who to choose is up to you guys to decide. I won't care and won't get involved. As long as you can bring the person back within 3 days, that's all. Of course, the target is not limited to the 6 ministers. That is to say, within 3 days, if you have the ability and time to kidnap the relatives of the 6 ministers and bring back some more people, I don't mind. After all, the more people I kidnap, the more money I make. Similarly, your income will increase accordingly. As for offending people, don't be afraid. See this restaurant. I have already kept him for 20 days in a row. At worst, I can keep him for another 20 years. If we have money, we are the boss. As long as they are not in the Wuji realm, we are not afraid of anyone who comes. Ye Bufan's solemn words shocked everyone present. Just because we have money, we are the boss. That's right. If you have money, you are the boss. Because if you have money, you can stay in Yujian restaurant forever, and if you stay in Yujian restaurant forever, you can enjoy the protection of Nan Zailuo, a powerful person in the Wuji realm. Since you have the protection of a powerful person in the infinite realm, what are you afraid of? As long as it's not Wuji, I won't be afraid of anyone. In that case, screw him. Roll. But at this moment, an angry voice suddenly rang out from outside the restaurant. Two imperial guards dared to stop me, who gave you the courage? Or do you think you have lived too long? Get out of here quickly, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. Chapter 2196 Brothers, beat him. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the restaurant's tightly closed door was kicked open by someone from the outside. Then, a young man and an old man walked in from outside the restaurant. The young man was none other than Yin Yang Xiaolong, the young general of the Yin Yang school. As for the old man, naturally, it was Zhou Fang, the official from the Yin Yang school. As soon as Yin Yang and Xiaolong came in, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the restaurant. At this time, Wang Tian and Shen Shang also ran in hurriedly from outside the restaurant. Then, they immediately looked up at Ye Bufan on the second floor of the restaurant. Wang Tian said with embarrassment, "My lord." However, just as he was about to speak, Yin Yang Xiaolong looked up at Ye Bufan and interrupted Wang Tiandao, "Are you in Rushui's consort?" "Who are you?" Ye Bufan frowned. "My young master Yin Yang Xiaolong." "Yin Yang young dragon." "Oh." Yin Yang Xiaolong sneered and said, "You just came to the imperial city and have never heard of me. I don't blame you, but from now on, you have to remember that I am the young general of the Yin Yang family." "Yin Yang family? What is that?" "Humph, you don't even know about the Yin Yang family. Let me tell you, the Yin Yang family is a hereditary general's family, and my old man Yin Yang Jia is the leader of the 7 generals and a powerful master in the Wuji realm." "Oh, and then, yeah, what does what you said have to do with me?" "You." Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious and said angrily, "Boy, don't be shameless. Get out of the restaurant right now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." Originally, Yin Yang Xiaolong did not want to have a head-on conflict with Ye Bufan. At least not yet, but there's nothing I can do. Ye Bufan really went too far. It's okay that this guy booked the whole place, but he actually booked it for 3 days. What does he want to do? He was obviously coveting Nan Ziluo's beauty. How can this be possible? Yin Yang Xiaolong had already regarded Nan Ziluo as his woman. What Ye Bufan is doing now is clearly trying to poach his people. Not only did he steal his and Ruyan, but now he even wants to get his hands on Nan Ziluo. How could Yin Yang Xiaolong tolerate this? The most important thing is that love is inevitable over time. Although Nan Ziluo does not have the slightest affection for Ye Bufan now, who can guarantee that under Ye Bufan's crazy money offensive, Nan Ziluo's heart will not be captured by him? Although the possibility is very small, it is not impossible. If it really comes to that, what should he do? You know, he had already planned it out. He would first capture Nan Ziluo's heart and get her, and then use her to force Zimu to marry Ruyan to him. In this way, he can get Nan Ziluo and Ruyan at the same time. Absolutely the best of both worlds. But Ye Bufan, this troublemaker, got involved. 3 days. These 3 days were simply torture for Yin Yang Xiaolong. So when he came 3 days later, he absolutely could not let Ye Bufan succeed, and he certainly could not let Ye Bufan get there first. It's not enough to just rob Ruyan. Do you still want to fight for Nan Ziluo now? Do you really think I don't exist? Are you going to be rude to me? After Yin Yang Xiaolong finished speaking, Ye Bufan on the second floor of the restaurant chuckled and said, "To be honest, I really want to see how you want to be rude to me." As he was speaking, Ye Bufan had already walked down slowly from the second floor of the restaurant. "You." Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious. "Call." Then he took a deep breath, looked at Ye Bufan who was walking slowly, and said, "Boy, you are messing around outside, aren't you afraid that your 7th princess will find out?" "What if she knew?" Ye Bufan asked back with a smile. Yin Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but be stunned. Yes, what would happen if Rushui knew? Even Rushui must know that Ye Bufan is here. But she just didn't care or ask. Hemp leather. What exactly does Rushui want to do? Yin Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but curse in his heart. Ye Bufan had already sat down at the table in front of Yin Yang Xiaolong, picked up the wine pot on the table, poured himself a glass of 4th grade, Shenxianzui, and then picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Seeing this scene, Yin Yang Xiaolong felt angry in his heart. How could he have imagined that Ye Bufan would dare to ignore him like this? For him, this was a huge provocation and humiliation. However, before Yin Yang Xiaolong opened his mouth, Ye Bufan had already put down the wine glass in his hand, looked at Yin Yang Xiaolong, and said first, "Aren't you going to be rude to me?" Why don't you do it? You. Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious, so he pointed at Ye Bufan and said angrily, "Boy, don't think that I won't dare to do anything to you just because An Rushui is backing you up. Let me tell you." Okay. Ye Bufan interrupted Yin Yang Xiaolong and said, "If you want to take action, then stop talking. Son of AB*TCH. Wang, your sister, are you going to do it or not?" You. Nan Zailuo. Ye Bufan ignored Yang Xiaolong and shouted directly. Yin Yang Xiaolong was stunned. Nan Zailuo had already appeared somewhere on the second floor, and looked at Ye Bufan and asked, "What do you want, Prince Consort?" The moment he saw Nan Zailuo, Yin Yang Xiaolong was slightly dazed, and a hint of fiery obsession flashed in his eyes. A beauty is a beauty, and she became even more beautiful after not seeing her for 3 days. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly said, "Nan Zailuo, I have reserved the place, why are there still cats and dogs running in? Is this how you do business? Who the hell are you calling a cat or a dog?" Yin Yang Xiaolong came back to his senses and became furious. However, before he could say anything more, Nan Zailuo was the first to react. This. On the second floor, Nan Zailuo hesitated for a moment, then looked at Yin Yang Xiaolong and said with some difficulty, "Master Yin Yang, how about you come back in a few days?" Puff. Hearing this, Yin Yang Xiaolong almost couldn't hold back a mouthful of blood. Nan Zailuo actually drove him away. It's so heartbreaking. Yin Yang Xiaolong felt as if his world had collapsed. He was heartbroken. He would rather die than live. But he soon understood and felt relieved. In his opinion, Nan Zailuo did not really want to drive him away, but was just helpless. After all, Ye Bufan had already booked the entire restaurant. Immediately, Yin Yang Xiaolong looked at Nan Zailuo and said, "Don't be embarrassed, beauty. It's just booking the whole place. If he can book it, I can do the same. So, he will pay 500 million and I will pay 1 billion. This. Nan Zailuo hesitated for a moment. "Oh." Ye Bufan sneered. "Why are you laughing?" Yin Yang Xiaolong glared at Ye Bufan angrily. "I am laughing at you being stupid." Ye Bufan played with his wine glass and said with a satisfied look, "You said you can book the whole place. First come first served, don't you know? I have booked the whole place for 20 days in a row. Do you want to book the whole place?" "Sure, 20 days. No, come back in 17 days. You've been packing for 20 days straight." "No." "You. What do you mean? Tisk tisk, looking at you like this, you don't seem to have any feelings for Nan Zailuo, do you?" "Oh, it seems that I really guessed it right. What a pity. What about Major General? There are still 17 days left. By the time you book the venue, I'm afraid I will have already captured Nan Zailuo." Son of AB*TCH. Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious. He lost control of his emotions, so he grabbed Ye Bufan's clothes, glared at him and shouted angrily, "Boy, if you have the guts, say it again." "Pa." Ye Bufan knocked away Yin Yang Xiaolong's right hand that was grabbing his clothes, then looked at him with a gloomy expression and said, "Why, do you still want to fight?" "So what?" Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious. "Call." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Ye Bufan directly. A sudden change. Zhou Feng was shocked. As the saying goes, those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see clearly. Yin Yang Xiaolong couldn't see any problems while he was in the game, but he could see clearly from the outside that the provocation in Ye Bufan's words was clearly meant to deliberately anger Yin Yang Xiaolong. What does he want to do? Zhou Feng didn't know, but Zhou Feng was certain that if he took action, his young master would suffer. Immediately, Zhou Feng exclaimed, "Master, don't." As he spoke, he took immediate action to stop it. Unfortunately, it's too late. Bang! Yin Yang Xiaolong punched Ye Bufan on the chest. Although he didn't use his full strength, Ye Bufan still spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground with a bang several meters away. It's over. Zhou Feng's heart skipped a beat. At this time, among the 167 thugs that Ye Bufan had just recruited, a god-killing guard immediately shouted angrily, "He dared to hurt the prince consort. Brothers, beat him up." Chapter 2197 Major General. Tied. Brothers, beat him up if he dares to hurt the prince consort. As soon as he finished speaking, the god-killing guard rushed towards Yin Yang Xiaolong. The others also came back to their senses instantly. They never expected that Yin Yang Xiaolong would suddenly take action. But it doesn't matter anymore. As the saying goes, taking money from people is to help them eliminate disasters. Since the other party has touched Ye Bufan, they can't just turn a blind eye. Unless they want to give up that generous reward. But who wants to? Who is willing? Isn't he just a major general? Fuck him. In an instant, under the instigation of the god-killing guards, everyone else present no longer hesitated and rushed towards Yinyang Xiaolong. What kind of scene would it be like if 167 people rushed forward to kill us? In just a moment, Yinyang Xiaolong was surrounded. But Yinyang Xiaolong didn't care at all. Because he is not only the major general of the general's mansion, but also a warrior in the Tiangong realm. Although there are only 2 levels of Tiangong, it is the Tiangong realm after all. In Yinyang Xiaolong's opinion, these immortal warriors and Tai realm warriors in front of him are just a group of ants. Even if they are numerous and powerful, they are definitely not his opponents. That is why, seeing more than 100 people besieging him, Yinyang Xiaolong shouted angrily, "You are looking for death." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked directly, and his first move was a killing move. He didn't dare to kill Ye Bufan, but that didn't mean he didn't dare to kill others. Not only kill, but kill intensively. It's just right to use them to vent the anger in my heart. However, Yinyang Xiaolong was wrong. He underestimated the strength of the people in front of him. Or maybe he underestimated Ye Bufan. Why did Ye Bufan say so much nonsense to Yinyang Xiaolong before? It's just delaying time. Ye Bufan's purpose of delaying time was just to help the god-killing guard improve his cultivation. Currently, among the 30 god-killing guards, 3 of them have successfully improved their cultivation to the 1st, 3rd, and 7th levels of Tiangong under the infusion of Ye Bufan's luck. The one who instigated everyone to gang up on Yinyang Xiaolong was the god-killing guard of the 7th level of Tiangong. At this moment, he was the first to come in front of Yinyang Xiaolong. Court death. Yinyang Xiaolong roared angrily and used a killing move to directly kill the god-killing guard. However, Yinyang Xiaolong's so-called seeking death seemed so ridiculous, so ignorant, and so stupid in the eyes of this god-killing guard of the 7th level of Tiangong. He's only at the 2nd level of Tiangong, but he wants to take his life. It's totally incomprehensible. Call. Facing Yinyang Xiaolong's fatal blow, the god-slaying guard also struck out with a palm. His palm was fast, fierce and powerful. Although he was a step slower than Yinyang Xiaolong, he was the first to arrive. What? Seeing this scene, Yinyang Xiaolong was shocked. He never expected that the speed of the god-killing guard in front of him would be so swift. It's a pity that it's too late. Even if Yinyang Xiaolong wanted to dodge, it was too late. The god-slaying guard slapped Yinyang Xiaolong squarely on the left cheek. "Paw!" A dull and heavy voice sounded. Puff! Yinyang Xiaolong spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! Then, his body fell directly to the ground. A lightning-fast confrontation. Yinyang Xiaolong was completely defeated. The god-killing guard knocked him down with one move. At this time, everyone else had also rushed up. Although they were very surprised to see Yinyang Xiaolong suddenly fall to the ground, it was just an accident. In just a moment, they had already submerged Yinyang Xiaolong. A sudden change. Zhou Feng's face changed drastically. He never expected that his young master would be knocked to the ground in an instant, so he shouted, "Stop!" At the same time, he attacked instantly. But at this moment, Ye Bufan had already climbed up from the ground, holding his chest. Seeing Zhou Feng trying to rescue Yinyang Xiaolong, he shouted angrily, "Wang Tian, Shen Shang, stop him for me." Ye Bufan's angry shout startled Zhou Feng, and his move, which had originally intended to rescue Yinyang Xiaolong, also froze. Wang Tian and the other 2 looked hesitant and embarrassed. Damn it! Seeing this, Ye Bufan cursed angrily, "Disobedient dogs, what use do I have for you?" After saying this, he ignored Wang Tian and Shen Shang and looked at Nan Ziluo on the 2nd floor. He said, "Nan Ziluo, I was beaten in your restaurant. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" On the 2nd floor, Nan Ziluo frowned, then looked at Zhou Feng. Zhou Feng was stunned and said, "Senior. Move, and you'll die." Nan Ziluo's 4 words interrupted Zhou Feng directly. Zhou Feng was shocked. Although he has the strength of Yuanfu realm, he is nothing in front of Nan Ziluo, a powerful person in Wuji realm. If Nan Ziluo really wants to kill him, one move will be enough. Helpless, Zhou Feng could only look at Ye Bufan and plead for Yinyang Xiaolong. "My lord, what happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I would like to apologize to you on behalf of my young master. I hope. You said a misunderstanding is a misunderstanding. Ye Bufan interrupted Zhou Fang and said, let me tell you, assassinating the prince consort is a capital crime. Buzz. Zhou Fang's heart trembled. Ye Bufan continued, however, for the sake of your old master, I can spare his life. However, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. Call. Hearing this, Zhou Fang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Ye Bufan would kill Yin Yang Xiaolong in a rage. Fortunately, Ye Bufan still had some rationality. As long as he doesn't take Yin Yang Xiaolong's life, everything will be fine. Before Zhou Fang could think about it, Ye Bufan shouted again, drag this fellow over here. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, more than 100 thugs immediately stopped punching and kicking Yin Yang Xiaolong. Then, 2 god-killing guards escorted Yin Yang Xiaolong to Ye Bufan. At this time, Yin Yang Xiaolong was already bruised and battered. Mr. Yi, I will kill you. The moment he saw Ye Bufan, Yin Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but let out a roar. The next second, he was about to pounce on Ye Bufan, but unfortunately, he was restrained by 2 Tiangong realm god-killing guards, and he had no ability or chance to get close to Ye Bufan. Oh. Facing Yin Yang Xiaolong's anger, Ye Bufan just sneered. Kill me. He took a few steps and came in front of Yin Yang Xiaolong. Pa. Then, he slapped Yin Yang Xiaolong on his swollen left cheek and said, you are a prisoner, and you dare to talk about taking my life. Did a donkey kick your head? You. Yin Yang Xiaolong was stunned, and seemed to have realized his situation, so he said, my father is Yin Yang Jia, the leader of the 7 generals. If you dare to touch me, he will never let you go. The head of the 7 generals. Pa. Ye Bufan slapped Yin Yang Xiaolong in the face. Is it awesome? Pa. Ye Bufan slapped again. Do you believe that if your father comes, I will still beat you? Pa. Why aren't you talking? Pa. Weren't you awesome just now? Pa. Major General. Pa. Speak. Pa. Ye Bufan slapped Yin Yang Xiaolong again and again. Yin Yang Xiaolong was angry, even furious. He wanted to roar several times, but Ye Bufan didn't give him the chance at all. As soon as he was about to open his mouth, he was greeted with a slap from Ye Bufan. After more than a minute, Yin Yang Xiaolong's head had swelled up like a pig's head. Ye Bufan finally stopped beating him, and shook his hands, saying, this guy is so shameless, his hands hurt from beating him. After saying that, Ye Bufan shouted again, come here, tie him up. Chapter 2198. Let's talk about compensation. Someone, tie him up. When Ye Bufan finished speaking, Yin Yang Xiaolong was shocked. Mr. Yi, what do you want to do? Zhou Fang also frowned. Ye Bufan ignored him and just walked aside and sat back in his original seat. Seeing this, the 2 god-killing guards did not hesitate at all. They tied up Yin Yang Xiaolong and then threw him in front of Ye Bufan. Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious. Just as he was about to say something, Ye Bufan had already looked at the 167 thugs under his command. He glanced at them all and asked, who ordered the fight just now? This. Everyone's hesitant eyes immediately turned to the god-killing guard of the 7th level of Tiangong. The 7th heavenly god-killing guard of the heavenly gang was stunned for a moment, then looked at Ye Bufan again, and said with a somewhat nervous and uneasy expression, reply to the prince consort's words, yes, it is me. What's your name? Ye Bufan looked at the Tiangong 7th layer god-slaying guard and asked. My name is Li Mu. The god-killing guard of the 7th level of Tiangong replied. Li Mu. Ye Bufan groaned for a moment and said with a smile, very good. After he finished speaking, he pointed at the others and said, from now on, they are all under your charge. You are their leader. In addition, your salary will be increased tenfold from the original amount. What? When Ye Bufan said this, everyone was shocked. Let Li Mu be their leader. That would be fine, but the remuneration is increased tenfold. Damn it. Everyone has seen Li Mu's strength. He is a genuine Tiangong realm warrior. 100,000 a day in the Shanwu realm. 200,000 a day in Tai realm. 500,000 per day in Tiangong realm. 1 million a day in Yuanfu territory. Li Mu is a Tiangong realm warrior, so his original salary was 500,000 a day. Now it has increased tenfold, which is 5 million a day. 5 million. The Yuanfu realm only earns 1 million per day. Li Mu, a Tiangong realm warrior, reached 5 million a day. 5 million a day. That's 150 million a month. 1.8 billion a year. 18 billion in 10 years. Crazy. Li Mu simply ascended to heaven in one step. Why wasn't I the one who shouted to beat Yin Yang Xiaolong just now? Everyone envied him, but also secretly hated him. Li Mu excitedly said, "Thank you, Prince Consort. Thank you, Prince Consort. You don't need to thank me. If you want to thank someone, you should thank yourself because you deserve it." Ye Bufan said calmly, "As long as you work hard for me, it is possible to get a reward of 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times as much. The same goes for others. I will treat everyone equally and reward those who have made contributions." "Yes, yes, yes," Li Mu said repeatedly. "In the future, I will follow the orders of the Prince Consort and go through fire and water without hesitation, even if it means death." Although the others didn't speak, they all had the same idea. It can be said that Ye Bufan's sudden reward directly won the hearts of all 167 thugs. But this is not just because of money, but because of Ye Bufan's style of doing things and his attitude towards everyone. "If you treat me as a national hero, I will repay you as a national hero." But at this moment, Yin Yang Xiaolong suddenly shouted angrily, "Isn't it just 10 times the reward? I will give you 10 times more. No, I will give you 100 times more. You help me take him down now." Well, hearing this, everyone was stunned. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled, then looked at the god-killing guard of the 7th heaven of Tiangong, and said, "Our Major General is willing to pay you 100 times the salary, otherwise you should just follow the Major General in the future, right?" Bang! Li Mu said nothing and directly gave Yin Yang Xiaolong a kick. "What are you doing?" Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious. "What?" Li Mu said coldly, "How dare you compare yourself to the Prince Consort? Let me tell you, you are not even qualified to carry shoes for the Prince Consort. Let alone 100 times the reward, even if it is 1,000 times or 10,000 times the reward, I will not bother to pay attention to you." Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious. But suddenly he realized that, except for Li Mu, everyone else present was looking at him with disgust and contempt. What's going on? Yin Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but feel a little confused. Zhou Feng was also a little surprised. The news of Ye Bufan recruiting thugs had already spread throughout the entire imperial city, so Zhou Feng knew very well that the reason these people followed Ye Bufan was simply because of the generous rewards offered by Ye Bufan. If that's the case, why would they reject their young master's offer? Is it that Ye Bufan's money is money, but their young master's money is not money? How could Zhou Feng know that among these people in front of him, except for the 30 god-killing guards, the others followed Ye Bufan because of the generous rewards offered by Ye Bufan? But, although they come for money, they are not stupid. Why is Yin Yang Xiaolong willing to pay 100 times the salary to hire them? It's not because of the situation. To put it bluntly, he just wanted to use himself and others to resolve the current dilemma. What happens after escaping from trouble? Is he really willing to pay 100 times the salary to hire himself and others? Not likely. Besides, even if he could, so what? In addition to paying them high salaries, Ye Bufan also gave them life insurance for 10 years of their salary. 10 years reward. Can Yin Yang Xiaolong give it? Is he willing to give it? Stop kidding. A dandy boy. Compared to him, Ye Bufan is more trustworthy. If that's the case, why abandon Ye Bufan and choose Yin Yang Xiaolong? Follow him. It will never be possible in the next life or the next. At this time, Ye Bufan spoke again, looked at Yin Yang Xiaolong and said with a smile, "Major General, it seems that the money you gave is not enough. How about you give 1,000 times the reward and try?" Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious. "All right, stop staring. If you keep staring, your eyeballs will pop out." Ye Bufan ignored Yang Xiaolong after saying this and looked at Zhou Feng, saying, "What's your relationship with that guy?" "I am the steward of the general's mansion." "Butler, right. Then let's talk about compensation." "Compensation? Why? Your young master beat me up. Shouldn't he give me some money for medicine?" Zhou Feng hesitated. At this moment, he finally understood why Ye Bufan had angered his young master before. Ye Bufan clearly wanted to create an opportunity to blackmail their Yin Yang family. Suddenly, Zhou Feng became angry and secretly resentful. Yin Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but curse, "Mr. Yi, don't go too far." Unfortunately, Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Zhou Feng, and continued, "Old man, stop talking about this and that. Just give me a word whether you want to compensate or not." Zhou Fang had no choice but to ask, how much do you think is appropriate, Prince Consort? Just give me 3 billion. 3 billion. Zhou Fang couldn't help but be stunned. Yin Yang Xiaolong was furious, why the hell don't you just go and rob it? 5 billion. Ye Bufan directly raised the price by 2 billion. Son of AB*TCH. Yin Yang Xiaolong cursed loudly. 10 billion. Ye Bufan raised the price again by 5 billion. Yin Yang Xiaolong wanted to say something, but Zhou Fang shouted angrily, Master, stop talking. Yin Yang Xiaolong was stunned, but didn't say anything more, because he also realized that Ye Bufan did it on purpose. If he opened his mouth again, Ye Bufan would definitely ask for more compensation. Others are the butchers and I am the meat. Now, he can only endure it. But, Mr. Yi, you just wait for me. Call. Seeing that Yin Yang Xiaolong didn't speak again, Zhou Fang finally breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Ye Bufan, thought for a moment, and said, Sir, just as you said, 3 billion, we will give it. 3 billion was before, now it's 10 billion. What do you mean? You don't want to give it? No, it's just that I think 10 billion is a bit too much. A lot. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all, then put the glass down, looked at Zhou Fang and said, well, I won't bully you. Since you've said too much, let's go find An Rushui and ask her how much compensation she should pay for assassinating the prince consort. Chapter 2199, Use my money to pick up my girl. Looking for An Rushui. When Ye Bufan said this, Yin Yang Xiaolong and Zhou Fang were both stunned, and a cold light flashed in their eyes. Ye Bufan's move was definitely a naked threat. Who is An Rushui? It is no exaggeration to say that she is a cruel and vicious woman. If this matter is really brought to her attention, Yin Yang Xiaolong will be badly injured even if he doesn't die. Immediately, Zhou Fang said with a bitter face, My lord, it's just a small matter, there is no need to disturb the seventh princess, right? So are you going to give it or not? Give. Zhou Fang gritted his teeth and said one word. Then he added, but 10 billion is not a small amount. I need time. How long? 1 month. Your Highness, you don't know that although our Yin Yang family is wealthy, our daily expenses are also high. Raising 10 billion a month is already the limit of what we can do. Sure, I have plenty of time anyway. Call. Hearing this, Zhou Fang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although 10 billion is not a small amount for the Yin Yang family, it is definitely not a lot either. At least with the financial resources of the Yin Yang family, they can take it out now. The reason why Zhou Fang said it would take a month is because within a month, the Yin Yang Jia will definitely return to the imperial city. As long as the Yin Yang family returns to the imperial city, all problems will be solved. 10 billion. It is impossible for the Yin Yang school to give it. But at this time, Ye Bufan continued, it's just that I can wait, but I don't know if your young general can wait. Zhou Fang was stunned. What does your husband mean? Nothing. Ye Bufan said calmly, you should know that all the people I'm looking for are desperate criminals, and you've seen what happened just now. They all have bad tempers. If they beat up your major general at every turn, then considering your major general's current condition, it's hard for me to guarantee that he can survive for a month. Bang. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Li Mu kicked Yin Yang Xiaolong directly. Bang, bang, bang. Immediately afterwards, he punched and kicked Yin Yang Xiaolong. Yin Yang Xiaolong cried out in pain. Zhou Fang's face instantly became extremely gloomy. Staring at Ye Bufan, he was already furious. Ye Bufan glanced at Li Mu and said in a slightly reproachful tone, Li Mu, how can you hit someone so casually? Hearing this, Li Mu froze for a moment, then he scratched his head while looking at Ye Bufan, and said awkwardly, my lord, this guy really deserves a beating. I couldn't hold back for a moment. Forget it, it's just once, it won't happen again. Yes. After Li Mu finished speaking, Ye Bufan looked at Zhou Fang again and said, by the way, how long did you say it would take? Son of AB*TCH. Zhou Fang cursed in his heart, but he could only hold back his anger and said through gritted teeth, my lord, I just said half a month to raise 10 billion. My Yin Yang family needs half a month. Oh. Ye Bufan responded with a long sigh, and then said nothing more. Seeing this, Zhou Fang was stunned. What do you mean? Can you please give me some advice? But at this moment, another god-killing guard walked up to Yin Yang Xiaolong, and without any hesitation, he started punching and kicking Yin Yang Xiaolong. Ye Bufan immediately scolded, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting people again?" "Well, my lord, I just couldn't help it." The man scratched his head and said. "Never mind." Ye Bufan waved his hand and said, "This is just the first time. It won't happen again." "Yes." The god-killing guard stepped aside in response. Zhou Feng was furious. "Couldn't help it. I couldn't help it, sir. You obviously did it on purpose. Just this time, and never again. There are more than 100 people here. Does everyone want to beat up my young master? Call." Zhou Feng took a deep breath and looked at Ye Bufan, feeling a little angry and helpless, and said, "My lord, I think in 10 days, my Yin-Yang family should be able to raise 10 billion. 10 days. Yes, 10 days. 10 days is enough." "Oh." Ye Bufan responded, and then there was no movement. "Hemp skin. What do you mean?" Zhou Feng went crazy. He immediately looked at Yin-Yang Xiaolong. Sure enough, someone rushed towards Yin-Yang Xiaolong again, and not just one, but a group. Zhou Feng was about to explode. Etc. He immediately said, "One day, no, I will go get money for the prince consort now." "Now?" Ye Bufan glanced at Zhou Feng with interest. "Yes, now. Didn't you say it would take at least a month?" I was just joking with the prince consort. Are you kidding me? What a joke. Okay, but if you have any difficulties, you must tell me. After all, I don't like to force people. I can give you a few days. No, that's not necessary. I'll go get the money for the prince consort now. After saying that, Zhou Feng ran out of the Yujian restaurant. How many days of grace are left? If you had given me a few more days, my young master would have been beaten to death by you. Hee hee. Watching Zhou Feng leaving, Ye Bufan smiled, then poured himself a glass of wine and started drinking. Yin-Yang Xiaolong lay on the ground like a dog, looking at Ye Bufan, his eyes full of anger and hatred, but he dared not say anything or do anything. More than 10 minutes later, Zhou Feng came back. He walked into the restaurant, placed 10 storage bags in front of Ye Bufan, and said, "Sir, this is 10 billion, please count it." "No." Ye Bufan said this calmly, then looked at Li Mu on the side and said with a little dissatisfaction, "What are you standing there for? Untie our major general quickly." "Yes, yes, yes." Li Mu responded immediately and untied Yin-Yang Xiaolong. Call. Yin-Yang Xiaolong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was angry, anxious, furious, and hateful, but he was also really scared of being beaten. After regaining his freedom, he did not stay. "Let's go." Leaving behind a few words, Yin-Yang Xiaolong walked straight out. He didn't want to stay in this place for a moment. Behind Yin-Yang Xiaolong, Zhou Feng followed closely. However, just as the two were about to step out of the restaurant, Ye Bufan suddenly spoke. "Major General, thank you so much. I just needed money and you sent me 10 billion. It really solved my urgent need. Come to the restaurant next time and I will treat you to a drink." "Drink your sister." Yin-Yang Xiaolong cursed in his heart. Ye Bufan looked at Nan Ziluo on the second floor of the restaurant and said with a smile, "Nan Ziluo, you see, 10 billion, I will cover you for another 20 days. Hearing this, Yin-Yang Xiaolong paused, then turned around abruptly, stared at Ye Bufan and shouted angrily, "Mr. Yi, what do you mean? What do you mean?" Ye Bufan pretended to be confused. "You." Yin-Yang Xiaolong was furious. "Oh." Ye Bufan stretched out his voice and said, "Major General, are you referring to booking the venue? What else could it mean? It's naturally to get in close contact with shopkeeper Nan. Son of AB*TCH. Use my money to pick up my girls. You are really going too far." Puff. In a rage, Yin-Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 2200. Let's set a small goal first, to promote Nan Ziluo to the 9th level of Wuji Heaven. "Hey, what happened, Major General? Are you okay?" Seeing Yin-Yang Xiaolong spitting blood, Ye Bufan did not hide his sympathetic expression. Son of AB*TCH. Yin-Yang Xiaolong felt like he was about to explode with anger. "You wait." Staring at Ye Bufan, he shouted angrily. "Let's go." Afterwards, Yin-Yang Xiaolong left a few words and did not stay any longer. He turned around and left Yujian restaurant. He was afraid that if he continued to stay here, Ye Bufan might really make him angry to death. In that case, it's better to leave as soon as possible. Although he failed today, there is still a long way to go. Yin-Yang Xiaolong didn't believe that Ye Bufan could stay in Yujian restaurant forever. As long as he comes out, I can take revenge on him. Just wait. Yin Yang Xiaolong left in anger. Zhou Fang followed closely behind. Looking at the departing Yin Yang young dragon, Ye Bufan smiled and called out, "Young general, come often when you have time." Damn it. Yin Yang Xiaolong couldn't help but curse in his heart. Not only did he not stop, but he even quickened his pace. Oh. Seeing this scene, Ye Bufan just sneered. General's mansion. Major General. So what? Too many lice won't itch, and too many debts won't worry you. Anyway, I have already offended so many people, so I am not afraid of offending one more person. What matters is luck. 10 billion spirit stones were traded. 10 million luck is credited to the account. Perfect. After Yin Yang Xiaolong left, Ye Bufan ignored him and looked at Li Mu and others in the restaurant, saying, "Okay, you all should start to act. Remember, you only have 3 days." Yes. 167 people responded in unison, and then left one after another. In an instant, only Ye Bufan, Nan Ziluo, Wang Tian, and Shen Shang were left in the restaurant. Looking at Wang Tian and Shen Shang, Ye Bufan frowned and said with a look of disdain and dissatisfaction, "What are you still standing here for? Either get out or go out and watch the door." Wang Tian and the other man smiled bitterly. They knew very well that after what happened with the officials and Yin Yang Xiaolong, Ye Bufan was extremely dissatisfied with them, but what could they do? Ye Bufan and the others can't afford to offend. They couldn't afford to offend those officials and Yin Yang Xiaolong either. The most important thing is that it is difficult to disobey the king's orders. No matter how dissatisfied Ye Bufan was with them, they did not dare to leave without permission. Immediately, the two of them retreated out the door. Inside the restaurant, Ye Bufan didn't pay any attention to Wang Tian and Shen Shang. After they left, Ye Bufan focused his mind on the Hongmeng Tianian in his body. By blackmailing officials such as Zhang Yuliang, Ye Bufan obtained a total of more than 8.7 billion spirit stones, which converted into more than 8.7 million luck. In addition, after helping Nan Ziluo to ascend to the Wuji realm, he had more than 2 million left. Before today, Ye Bufan had a total of nearly 11 million luck, but he had spent a lot of it to help Li Mu and the other three improve their cultivation. Under normal circumstances, if ordinary people's talents are forcibly improved by infusing their bodies with luck, it would cost 59,500 points of luck to reach the first level of Tiangong, 79,500 points for the second level, 109,500 points for the third level, 149,500 points for the fourth level, 199,500 points for the fifth level, 259,500 points for the sixth level, and 329,500 points for the seventh level. The talent of the god-killing guards is 5 times that of ordinary people, so the luck they expend is also 5 times that of ordinary people. Ye Bufan improved the cultivation of 3 god-killing guards in total, namely, the first level of Tiangong, the third level of Tiangong, and Li Mu, who was the highest, the 7th level of Tiangong. The first level of Tiangong is 297,500. The third level of Tiangong is 547,500. The 7th level of Tiangong is 1,647,500. The 3 god-killing guards cost Ye Bufan a total of 2,492,500. A consumption of nearly 2.5 million. Ye Bufan originally had more than 8 million luck left. But now, Yin Yang Xiaolong's 10 billion spirit stones directly provided Ye Bufan with 10 million luck, causing Ye Bufan's luck to surge to more than 18 million. What can more than 18 million luck do? It can elevate a god-killing guard in the immortal martial realm to the 7th level of Yuanfu, and she can also elevate Nan Ziluo to the 4th level of Wuji. Although Nan Ziluo, who is at the 4th level of the Wuji heaven, cannot walk around arrogantly in the Tianwu dynasty, but with his cultivation level at the 4th level of the Wuji heaven, it will not be difficult for Nan Ziluo to take Ye Bufan away from the Tianwu dynasty. But Ye Bufan didn't do that. Why? In just 2 days, Ye Bufan had earned 20 million luck. In that case, why leave? Make 100 million from him first, no, make 1 billion from him first. When the time comes, what Tianwu dynasty? What is Nzimu? All are grandchildren. Call. After calming down, Ye Bufan looked directly at Nan Ziluo on the 2nd floor. Nan Ziluo understood and returned to her room. Ye Bufan poured himself a glass of wine. He seemed to be drowning his sorrows in alcohol, but he was secretly infusing Nan Zailuo with his qi. At this moment, in the mansion of the Minister of War, Zhang Yuliang and 6 other ministers as well as nearly 100 officials blackmailed by Ye Bufan gathered together. Although they belong to different factions, they have now formed a temporary alliance to deal with Ye Bufan. But for 3 days, Ye Bufan had been hiding in a restaurant, making the 6 ministers and nearly 100 officials want to teach him a lesson, but they were completely helpless. This feeling is really too depressing. Suddenly, an official spoke up. In my opinion, we should just go to the restaurant and ask for her help. Although Nan Zailuo is a Wuji realm expert, with so many 2nd and 3rd rank officials coming together, does she still dare to fight us? What if she really dares to do it? An official immediately asked back. You also mean just in case, right? The official who spoke first immediately responded, since it is a one-shot deal, it is very likely that she will choose to turn a blind eye. Besides, we don't have to force her to hand over the person. We can ask her what she thinks first, right? If yes, we will take the person away. If not, we can find another way. It is better than just standing here and staring at each other, right? After a pause, the official who spoke first continued, for 3 days, that guy has been enjoying himself in the restaurant with our money, while we can only stand here and watch. I don't know if you can stand it, but I can't stand it anymore. This. Everyone hesitated for a moment. The 6 ministers also looked at each other. That's it. After a moment, the Minister of War Zhang Yuliang made the final decision. Report. But at this moment, a guard rushed in from outside. What is it? Zhang Yuliang looked at him and asked. The guard clasped his fists and said, Master, there's news from the restaurant that the young general went to the restaurant and was beaten. When the guard said this, everyone present frowned. Major General. Although there was more than one Major General in the imperial city, they immediately thought of Yin-Yang Xiaolong, because Zhang Yuliang belonged to the Yin-Yang Jia faction, and the only one who could be called a Major General by the guards in his mansion was Yin-Yang Xiaolong. But what the hell is going on with Yin-Yang Xiaolong being beaten? As the only son of Yin-Yang Jia, who in the imperial city dares to attack Yin-Yang Xiaolong? Ye Bufan. He is really too bold and ambitious. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the officials present looked at Zhang Yuliang. The Minister of Rights asked, Brother Zhang, do you think we still need to go to the restaurant to ask for someone? What do you think? Zhang Yuliang smiled slightly. Yin-Yang Xiaolong will definitely not give up after being beaten. Even Yin-Yang Capricorn will show up. After all, Yin-Yang Xiaolong is his only son and the Major General of the General's mansion. Hitting Yin-Yang Xiaolong is equivalent to hitting Yin-Yang Jia in the face. It is true that Nan Zailuo is in the Wuji realm. But Yin-Yang Jia is also in the Wuji realm, and a Wuji realm master who has experienced many battles. In this case, does Nan Zailuo still dare to protect Ye Bufan? Stop kidding. Unless she wants to die. Therefore, Nan Zailuo is no longer a threat. Without Nan Zailuo's protection, what would Ye Bufan be? He is courting death. Since he wants to die, then we just have to wait. Half an hour later, inside a restaurant, Ye Bufan smiled slightly, then picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Chapter 2201 The Prince Consort invites you. Of course, in order to push Nan Zailuo's cultivation to the Wuji 9th level, a lot of luck is needed. With her talent twice that of ordinary people, it would take 10 million to upgrade to the Wuji 5th level, 12 million to the Wuji 6th level, 14 million to the Wuji 7th level, 16 million to the Wuji 8th level, and 18 million to the Wuji 9th level. In other words, Ye Bufan still needs 70 million points of luck to promote Nan Zailuo to the 9th level of the Wuji heaven. Converted into spirit stones, it is 70 billion. Is it a lot? Not much at all. In just a few days, Ye Bufan had earned nearly 20 billion spirit stones. At this rate, Ye Bufan would be able to earn 70 billion in half a month at most, or even less than half a month. After all, he would soon receive another large sum of income. Imperial City West Street. At this time, a group of more than 20 big men were wandering on the streets. Pedestrians all gave way wherever they passed, which attracted the attention of other people around them. However, this group of big men did not pay any attention or care at all. This group of people were none other than the thugs that Ye Bufan had just recruited. Of course, this is just one of the 6 teams. A group of people wandered aimlessly on the street. Suddenly, one of the 20 or so people looked at the middle-aged man in the lead and said, "Brother Wong, there are so many people in the Minister of War's mansion, who should we kidnap?" Brother Wong is naturally one of the 30 god-killing guards. Although his cultivation is not the highest among this group of people, his aura, or the murderous intent he releases is definitely the strongest among this group of people. Naturally, he became the leader of this team. It's not just this team, it's the same with the other ones as well. The captains of Ye Bufan's 6 teams are all god-killing guards. At this moment, facing the man's question, the god-killing guard surnamed Wong frowned and said, "Let's see first." "Brother Wong, look quickly." But at this moment, another person in the team suddenly exclaimed. The god-killing guard named Wong frowned. No one else is an exception. Then, they all looked in the direction pointed by the person who spoke. In the field of vision, a young woman in blue was holding a 2 or 3-year-old child and standing in front of a snack stand. Behind her was a maid who was about 18 or 19 years old. At this time, the thug who had exclaimed asked again, "Brother Wong, is that person the daughter-in-law of Minister of War Zhang Yuliang?" Upon hearing this, Brother Wong immediately retrieved the personnel information of the Minister of War's mansion. All this information comes from Ye Bufan. As for where Ye Bufan came from, after nearly falling into the hands of the 6 ministers 3 days ago, Ye Bufan returned to Yujian restaurant and began to think about revenge on them. So, Ye Bufan directly summoned 1 million snakes, insects, rats and ants from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds. That's right, snakes, insects, rats and ants. Compared to warriors, these snakes, insects, rats and ants are not worth mentioning at all. Even an ordinary person without any cultivation can easily kill them. However, their insignificance has made them Ye Bufan's best spies. After Ye Bufan summoned 1 million snakes, insects, rats and ants, he ordered them to enter the 6 ministerial offices. Although these snakes, insects, rats and ants cannot speak, as the god of the Tianyuan small thousand world, Ye Bufan can know what these snakes, insects, rats and ants are thinking through telepathic communication. That was why it only took Ye Bufan 3 days to get a clear picture of the situation of the 6 ministers through these snakes, insects, rats and ants. He even knew what the 6 ministers ate every day. Swish, swish, swish. Brother Wong kept flipping through the stack of portraits in his hands. After a moment, his movements froze, and his eyes fixed on the portrait in his hand. The portrait depicted a dignified and virtuous young woman, and there was a line of text notes. The daughter-in-law of the Minister of War, Sun Qianya. The next second, Brother Wong looked at the young woman in blue not far away. Same body shape, same looks. That's right. The woman in the distance was Sun Qianya, the daughter-in-law of the Minister of War. That's not all. Brother Wong continued to flip through the portrait in his hand. Soon, he found a portrait of a 3-year-old child from a pile of portraits, and the child in the portrait was obviously the same child in the arms of the young woman in blue in the distance. The beloved grandson of the Minister of War, Zhang Hongliang. Brush. After confirming the identities of the two, Brother Wong put away the stack of portraits in his hand, and then his eyes fell on Sun Qianya and Zhang Hongliang again. His eyes were deep and thoughtful. At this time, a thug immediately laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it really is easy to get what you want. I didn't expect to meet Zhang Yuliang's daughter-in-law and grandson so soon. Besides a maid, they don't even have a guard. We deserve to get rich. Brother Wong, let's do it." No. But at this moment, someone suddenly stopped him. The person who spoke first frowned immediately, then looked at this person and said, "What do you mean?" "I don't mean anything else, but don't you think it's strange that the daughter-in-law of the Minister of War and her beloved grandson go out without even a guard? Do you think there might be some trickery involved? You mean, this woman and child are baits released by the Minister of War to lure us into the trap? It's not impossible. Are you suffering from paranoia?" "What do you mean?" "What do I mean? Don't you think about it? The prince consort had just decided to let us kidnap someone. If it was just decided, how did Zhang Yuliang know about it? Could it be that he has the ability to predict the future? What's this? In my opinion, the reason why the woman and the child had no guards around them was because Zhang Yuliang never thought that anyone in the imperial city would dare to harm the family of his minister of war. Okay. The two of them were arguing endlessly, but Brother Wang suddenly shouted, then looked at the three masters and servants in the distance with his deep eyes, and said, no matter if he is deceiving or not, just go up and tie him up, and then go back to the restaurant immediately. Well, everyone was stunned. Brother Wang, are you robbing me? One of them couldn't help but ask. Any questions? Brother Wang frowned and said, anyway, the prince consort will come forward sooner or later, and the 6 ministers will know that the kidnapping was done by the prince consort sooner or later. In that case, why bother hiding it? Just do it. As soon as he finished speaking, Brother Wang took a step forward and rushed out. The others were stunned again, but did not hesitate any longer. However, what Brother Wang and his group didn't know was that the other 5 teams were facing similar situations. The concubine of the Minister of Rights and the third son of the Minister of Revenue were outside the mansion, but they had no guards following them at all. Even if they did, they were only guards of the Shanwu realm and Tai realm. But how could guards of this level be their opponents? Now that I've met him, I'll just tie him up. Half an hour later. There is a restaurant. Looking at the 167 thugs in front of him and the people they had tied up, Ye Bufan couldn't help but feel a little confused, and even a little extremely confused in his heart. Why did he give everyone 3 days? It's because, in Ye Bufan's opinion, kidnapping the close associates of the 6 ministers is definitely not an easy task. At least it requires long-term planning. But what is the result? In just half an hour, all 6 teams succeeded. Isn't this too smooth? Especially Li Emu's team. The other 5 teams only captured 1 or 2 people, but Li Emu's team captured 13 people, and all of them were children of officials. Is this the legendary surprise victory? But it doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is that the person has been brought back, that's enough. A few minutes later, the office of the Minister of War. Although the 6 ministers and nearly 100 officials have decided not to take action for the time being, they are still discussing how to teach Ye Bufan a lesson and retaliate against him later. But at this moment, a young man ran in hurriedly from outside the hall. The man was none other than Zhang Yuliang's eldest son Zhang Qing. After Zhang Qing entered the hall, he ignored the other officials present and looked at Zhang Yuliang with a worried and solemn expression, saying, Dad, it's bad. Something happened. Something happened. Zhang Yuliang was stunned and asked, what happened? The other officials also looked at Zhang Qing. Zhang Qing said anxiously, Qianya and Hongliang were captured. What? Zhang Yuliang was shocked and stood up suddenly. The other officials present were also stunned. Report. At this time, a guard from the Minister of War rushed in from outside and said to Zhang Yuliang, Sir, the stewards of the Minister of Rights, the Minister of Revenue and the Minister of Justice want to see you. What's going on? The 5 ministers were a little confused for a moment. Please. Zhang Yuliang said sternly. Yes. The guard left immediately. A moment later, the guard hurried into the hall with several old men. As soon as they entered the hall, these old men immediately knelt down in front of the 5 ministers and said in a hurry, Master, it's bad, the 4th lady was robbed on the street. Master, the young master has also been captured. Master. The sounds came one after another. After the 5 butlers finished speaking, the whole place fell into dead silence. The beloved grandson of the daughter-in-law of the Minister of War was arrested. The 4th wife of the Minister of Rights was arrested. The 3rd son of the Minister of Revenue was arrested. Who the hell did this? Do you dare to kidnap the family members of the 6 ministers? You're trying to kill yourself. Report. At this time, another guard hurried in, looked at Zhang Yuliang, and said, Sir, there is a restaurant where Miss Xu Qing wants to see you. Is there a restaurant? Xu Qing. Nan Ziluo's maid. What is she here for? Everyone was stunned again. Zhang Yuliang said, Please. A moment later, the guard brought Xu Qing in. I wonder what Miss Xu is here for. Looking at Xu Qing, Zhang Yuliang frowned and asked. Xu Qing did not respond to Zhang Yuliang immediately, but glanced at the others present and then said, You all are here, that's great, I don't have to go to each house one by one. My lords, the prince consort wants to see you. Chapter 2203 The prince consort is recruiting thugs again. Although he was very angry and reluctant, Zhang Yuliang had to admit that they had once again fallen into Ye Bufan's hands. Since they had fallen, they could only accept it. More than 10 minutes later, each of the 6 ministers brought 3 billion spirit stones. 180 billion spirit stones were placed in front of Ye Bufan. Zhang Yuliang said coldly, "Can we release him now?" Ye Bufan ignored him and put away the spirit stone in front of him. 180 billion spirit stones were obtained. Another 18 million in luck was credited to the account. Perfect. At this time, Ye Bufan looked at Zhang Yuliang and said happily, "In fact, I have already helped you find the person back. He is now in the restaurant." After saying this, Ye Bufan called out again, "Come here, please invite all the family members of the masters out." Hearing this, Zhang Yuliang and others couldn't help but curse in their hearts. People who have no shame really think they are invincible. Have you found it for us a long time ago? Looking for you, Ma Pai. It was obviously you who kidnapped that person. A moment later, a group of people were brought before Zhang Yuliang and others. Zhang Yuliang and others took their families back, but there were still 12 people left. Zhang Yuliang and others ignored them and turned around and left. "Hello." Seeing this, Ye Bufan called out softly, pointing at the remaining 12 people, and said, "There are still 12 of them here. Whose are they? Is there no one to claim them? Led you hemp skin. He is not one of us, so it's none of our business." Zhang Yuliang and others left the restaurant without looking back. Seeing this, all 12 of them looked bitter. They never imagined that they would be kidnapped by Ye Bufan, the son-in-law of the emperor's wife, just when they were visiting a brothel with the third son of the Minister of Revenue. To them, this was a complete disaster. The most important thing is that although they are all second-generation officials, the elders in their families are just a group of small officials of the 4th, 5th, or even 6th rank. How could the 6 ministers care about their life or death? Helplessly, one of them could only look at Ye Bufan with a nervous, uneasy face and said, Prince Consort, my father is just a 5th rank official. I really can't come up with 3 billion. So do we. My lord, please let us go." The 12 people were crying and complaining one after another. Ye Bufan said, "You can't come up with 3 billion, right? Then how much can you come up with? No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Now that it's already been tied up, it's natural to take whatever you can get." The 12 people were messy, crazy, but helpless. 20 minutes later, there is a restaurant outside. A burst of dense footsteps came. The 6 ministers of the 6 ministries returned with nearly 100 officials. Not only that, they also brought nearly 1,000 guards. "Surround it." In front of the restaurant, Zhang Yuliang shouted angrily. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the nearly 1,000 guards they brought with them surrounded the Yujian restaurant. Such a loud commotion naturally alarmed Ye Bufan, who was in the restaurant. As soon as the nearly 1,000 guards brought by the 6 ministers and others surrounded the restaurant, Ye Bufan walked out of the restaurant. He stood at the door of the restaurant, looked at Zhang Yuliang and others and said jokingly, "Tisk tisk, what are you guys doing? You are not going to storm the restaurant." Snort. Zhang Yuliang snorted coldly, stared at Ye Bufan and said, "Mr. Yi, don't be complacent. From now on, we won't give you any chances, because these people will always be guarding outside the restaurant." Ye Bufan frowned. Zhang Yuliang continued with a playful and teasing look, "Why, are you scared? I'm telling you, it's too late. 500 million a day, I'll see how long you can hold out. When the little money you have is all squandered, it will be time for us to avenge our grudges and pay our debts." Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "So you guys are sure that I'll take advantage of you? That's right, we're determined to get you. I'm so scared. You can show off as much as you want. The more you show off now, the more miserable you will be in the future. That may not be the case. We'll see. Haha, it seems that Master Zhang still hasn't seen through the nature of this world. What's the meaning? After all, this is a world where the strong are respected. You, a useless person. You still have the nerve to tell me that the strong are respected. I am useless, but so what? You still can't do anything to me, right? I am rich, so I can be willful and do whatever I want. That's our money. But now they are all in my pocket. You bastard, come out if you dare. Why should I go out? Do you think I'm as stupid as you? Do you know what I like to watch the most? What I like to watch the most is the frustrated look on your face when you clearly want to hit me but can't do anything about it. Son of a bitch. Zhang Yuliang started swearing. Yes, that's what you are like now. Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Zhang Yuliang wanted to say something, but the Minister of Finance beside him stopped him. Brother Zhang, don't waste your words on him. There is no point in arguing with him. Let him be proud for a while. When his money is gone, we will have plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Snort. Zhang Yuliang snorted coldly and said nothing more. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, you are the only one who wants to deal with me. Innocent. Let me tell you, you couldn't beat me before, you can't beat me now, and you still can't beat me in the future. 6 ministers. Rubbish. Leaving a word, Ye Bufan walked straight into the restaurant. Son of a bitch. Looking at Ye Bufan's back, Zhang Yuliang couldn't help but curse. Brother Zhang, please be patient. He won't be able to jump around for much longer. Seeing this, the Minister of Revenue could only say a few words of comfort. I know. Zhang Yuliang gritted his teeth and said, but it's really infuriating, aren't you angry too? Everyone's mouth twitched. Gas. How could I not be angry? But what can we do? Just bear with it a little longer. Instead of making things difficult for yourself, it's better not to think about it for the time being. Let's go. Immediately, the Minister of Finance said, let the guards in our palace guard here. When he runs out of money, we can come and deal with him. But at this moment, Ye Bufan came out of the restaurant again. He happened to hear what the Minister of Revenue said, so he looked at him and chuckled, oh, Lord Zhao, are you leaving? Now that you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you come in and have a drink? Don't worry, I'll treat you. Snort. The Minister of Revenue snorted coldly and turned his head away, looking as if he didn't want to bother with Ye Bufan. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and didn't take it too seriously. Instead, he walked to the left side of the restaurant and posted a new notice on the wall on the left side of the restaurant. Letter. Recruit Yuanfu, a fighter from the Wuji realm, and you can set any conditions. Chapter 2204, Bored, let's take a gamble. Looking at the content of the notice that Ye Bufan had just posted, Zhang Yuliang and other 6 ministers as well as nearly 100 officials present were all stunned, some even a little confused. Zhaoyan Mansion, a fighter from the Wuji realm. And you can set any conditions. Is this your response? Is this why you are so confident? I have to say, this is indeed a good idea. If you can recruit thugs from Yuanfu or even Wujijing, we really won't be able to do anything to you. But, what do you think of warriors like Yuanfu and Wuji? Chinese cabbage. Is that someone you can recruit whenever you want? No. Is that something you can encounter just by chance? Then again, even if you do encounter it, what right do you have in your current situation to recruit others and make them follow you wholeheartedly? Is it just based on the 18 billion? Don't be funny. Those 18 billion are only enough for you to stay in the restaurant for a few more days. Want to recruit thugs like Yuanfu and Wuji? It's just a pipe dream. Most importantly, what do you take us for? Just for decoration. We were careless when we allowed you to recruit more than 100 warriors. Now, do you think we will give you another chance? Don't even think about it. Although we cannot influence the thoughts of warriors like Yuanfu and Wuji, if you want to recruit them, we can also recruit them. With our financial resources and power, what can you use to compete with us? The 6 ministers of the ministries and nearly 100 officials sneered. Zhang Yuliang even mocked with disdain. Boy, are you dreaming in broad daylight? You want to recruit thugs like Yuanfu and Wuji. If you can recruit them, I will call you daddy from now on. Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly and ignored Zhang Yuliang, and walked straight back to the restaurant. Hee. Seeing this scene, Zhang Yuliang smiled leisurely. He found that he had never felt so comfortable as he did at that moment. That feeling can be summed up in one word: awesome. Zhang Yuliang was like this, and other officials present were no exception. As the saying goes, fortune changes. Seeing Ye Bufan's frustrated look, they felt so relieved. But although it makes you feel better, you still need to be on guard. After all, things are unpredictable. No one can guarantee whether warriors like Yuanfu and Wuji will suddenly come out to accept Ye Bufan's recruitment. If that were the case, it would not be fun. Therefore, Ye Bufan must not be given any chance. For this reason, the officials who were originally planning to leave had to stay. They had to keep an eye on Ye Bufan outside the restaurant until the day when Ye Bufan was kicked out of the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, 167 thugs were sitting in the hall. Facing the delicious food and wine on the table, they had no interest in it at all. They just looked at Ye Bufan with sad faces. Beside Ye Bufan, Li Mu couldn't help but ask, Prince Consort, what should we do next? What to do? Ye Bufan asked back. Then he took a sip of wine, looked at Li Mu again, and said, why, are you scared? No, I haven't. Li Mu's eyes dodged slightly. Oh. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said, don't worry. When I recruit thugs from the Yuan Mansion or even the Wuji realm, they will be a bunch of bastards. I will show you how I can beat them to death. Everyone smiled bitterly. My lord, do you really think you can recruit thugs from Yuanfu or even Wuji level? Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. Alright, it's not a big deal. I'm not afraid, so what are you afraid of? Come on, drink. Everyone was helpless. But what can we do? At this point, we can only take one step at a time. Aren't they just the 6 ministers? At worst, I can just fight them. Who is afraid of whom? Drink wine. In an instant, all 167 people present ignored the threats posed by the 6 ministers and nearly 100 officials outside the restaurant, then raised their glasses and drank. 20 minutes later, the news that the 6 ministers and nearly 100 officials were blocking the door of the Yujian restaurant, and that Ye Bufan was recruiting Yuanfu and even Wuji realm masters had spread throughout the entire imperial city. Everyone was talking about it. Many people even came directly to the outside of the Yujian restaurant. Imperial City, Princess's Palace. Rushui also knew what happened in the Yujian restaurant, but she ignored it and didn't care about it. She even felt a little secretly happy about it. After all, in Rushui's opinion, it is impossible for Ye Bufan to recruit strong people from Daoyuan Mansion or even Wuji realm, so Ye Bufan is now at the end of the road. She believes that it won't be long before Ye Bufan will come to her for help. And this is exactly what Rushui expected. She wanted to use this opportunity to win Ye Bufan's heart. Time passes by inadvertently. 2 days passed in a flash. For 2 days, the 6 ministers and nearly 100 officials had been guarding outside the Yujian restaurant. During this period, no warriors from Yuan Mansion or Wuji came to inquire about Ye Bufan's recruitment. Of course, this is all understandable. After all, in Yuan Mansion, warriors of Wuji's level are rare, and warriors of this level will never easily yield to others. In addition, due to the grudges between Ye Bufan and nearly 100 officials, it is even more unlikely that anyone will come. So, let alone just 2 days, even if it was 2 months or even 2 years, with Ye Bufan's method, he would definitely not be able to recruit strong people from the Yuan Mansion or even the Wuji realm. Noon time. Ye Bufan walked out of the restaurant, stretched himself, and then looked at Zhang Yuliang and others outside the restaurant, and said jokingly, "Hey, are you all still here?" Snort. Zhang Yuliang and others all snorted coldly. Ye Bufan didn't care at all, but still smiled and said, "It's been 2 days, and you gentlemen have been here all the time. Don't you feel bored? Why, are you scared?" Zhang Yuliang sneered. Afraid? Ye Bufan pretended to be puzzled and asked, "What am I afraid of?" Snort. Zhang Yuliang snorted again. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Actually, what I want to say is that I have been in the restaurant for 2 days, and just like all of you, I feel extremely bored, even a little anxious. Since everyone is so bored, why not make a bet?" A bet? Zhang Yuliang was instinctively stunned. "That's right." Ye Bufan responded, "I will send 1 person from my side, and the masters will send 1 person from your side. Let's let them fight, and the loser will give the winner 2 billion. How do you think?" Zhang Yuliang and others frowned. Then they looked at each other again. After a brief eye contact, they looked at Ye Bufan again. Zhang Yuliang smiled and said, "If you really want to gamble with us, it's not impossible, but 2 billion is too little, it's not interesting. If you want to gamble, let's bet 30 billion. Chapter 2205. One knife, 30 billion. 30 billion. Ye Bufan was shocked. Zhang Yuliang smiled and said, "That's right, 30 billion. No, it's too much." Ye Bufan refused directly. "Then forget it." Zhang Yuliang smiled and ignored Ye Bufan. "This." Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment. "How about adding another 10 billion and betting 3 billion? Either don't gamble, or if you do gamble, gamble 30 billion. Zhang Yuliang and the others knew exactly what Ye Bufan wanted to do. He just wanted to get more money from them by gambling, so that he could stay in Yujian restaurant for a few more days. But Ye Bufan was not sure of winning, so he only bet 2 billion. After all, it's only 2 billion. Even if he loses, it won't have much impact on him. But Zhang Yuliang and others don't think so. Now that they knew Ye Bufan's idea, how could they let Ye Bufan get his wish? Ye Bufan took nearly 30 billion spirit stones from them, so Zhang Yuliang asked for 30 billion right away. He wanted to win all the money from Ye Bufan at once. Without money, Ye Bufan had no choice but to leave Yujian Restaurant. Leaving Yujian Restaurant would mean losing the protection of Nan Zailuo, a powerful Wuji realm expert. Without Nan Zailuo's protection, what would Ye Bufan be? When the time comes, they can retaliate against him however they want. After Zhang Yuliang finished speaking, Ye Bufan frowned and said, "No, 30 billion is too much, not to mention that I can't afford that much money. It's okay if you can't come up with 30 billion. Just write an IOU for the remaining amount. We still trust the character of the prince consort. No, the most I can bet with you is 5 billion. Either don't gamble, or if you do gamble, gamble 30 billion. That's fine." Ye Bufan left a word and turned to walk towards the restaurant. Well, Zhang Yuliang and others were stunned. Leaving now? That won't work. Zhang Yuliang immediately said, "My lord, you better think about it. With the little money you have, even if you don't gamble, you can only hold on for 40 or 50 days. After 40 or 50 days, you will be kicked out of the restaurant. But if you win this time, it will be different. This is 30 billion, 500 million a day, you can at least stay in the restaurant for another 60 days. Ye Bufan paused. Zhang Yuliang smiled and continued, "Well, for the sake of the 7th princess, let's make a concession. Our people are one level lower than yours. How about that?" "Forget it." Ye Bufan shook his head and continued walking into the restaurant. 2. Our people are 2 realms lower than yours. That should be fine, right? Zhang Yuliang gritted his teeth and said, "Really?" Ye Bufan immediately turned around and looked at Zhang Yuliang. "Really?" Zhang Yuliang said seriously. "Well, I'll make a bet with you guys." Ye Bufan shouted loudly. "Call." Zhang Yuliang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The same is true for other officials. Although the people on their side were 2 realms lower than Ye Bufan's, what kind of people were on Ye Bufan's side? To put it bluntly, they were a mob. But what about them? Although they have a motley crowd, they also have many elite soldiers and generals. Use a strong soldier to fight against a mob. In this case, what does it matter if he has 2 small realms? In the end he still has to lose. The next second, Zhang Yuliang spoke again. "However, for the sake of fairness, both of us must first prepare our own 30 billion and hand it over to shopkeeper Nan, and let shopkeeper Nan keep it for us. How about that?" This. Ye Bufan hesitated for a moment. Isn't it possible that the prince consort is afraid that he won't have the chance to deny his debt after losing? Zhang Yuliang said with a smile. "Fart." Ye Bufan shouted angrily, "Just hand it over, who's afraid of who?" Hee hee. Zhang Yuliang smiled, then looked towards a restaurant and said, "In that case, I'd like to trouble shopkeeper Nan to be a witness for us. I wonder would shopkeeper Nan be willing to do so?" "Can." The words Nan Zailuo rang out. Then she appeared beside Ye Bufan. "For you." Ye Bufan directly threw a storage ring to Nan Zailuo. Nan Zailuo took the storage ring with a smile and checked it. Then he looked at Zhang Yuliang and the others and said, 30 billion is still 3.4 billion short. Is that feasible? No problem. Zhang Yuliang said with a smile. At this time, Ye Bufan had already looked at Zhang Yuliang. "I have already taken out my money, where are yours?" "Wait." As Zhang Yuliang spoke, he looked at the other officials around him. Naturally, he couldn't come up with 30 billion. Not only him, no one among them could come up with it. But it doesn't matter. There are nearly 100 of them. Only 30 billion. The average cost per person is just over 300 million. Soon, Zhang Yuliang and others collected 30 billion and handed it over to Nan Zailuo. The money of both parties has been handed over to Nan Zailuo. Zhang Yuliang said, "Let's start. Who does the prince consort want to fight?" "You." Ye Bufan pointed at a god-killing guard at random. "Yes." The god-killing guard stood up in response. Zhang Yuliang and others immediately looked at the god-killing guard. About 30 years old. The cultivation level of the 7th level of immortal martial arts. This talent is average. That is why Zhang Yuliang and others all smiled indifferently. In their opinion, Ye Bufan was bound to lose. But even so, they still didn't dare to be careless. Afterwards, they selected a warrior of the 5th level of immortal martial arts from their own side. He was the guard of the Minister of Revenue's mansion. Although he was only at the 5th level of immortal martial arts, His combat power was comparable to that of a warrior of the 7th or 8th level of heavenly martial arts. He even once killed a warrior of the 9th level of immortal martial arts. It was definitely more than enough to use him to deal with the big man selected by Ye Bufan. Personnel from both sides have left. The other people present stepped back one after another, leaving them a large open space. In the field, two people faced each other. Zhang Yuliang looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Can we start now?" "Can." Ye Bufan responded. Zhang Yuliang said, "Let's get started." At this time, Ye Bufan suddenly shouted, "Kill him, and you will get half of the 30 billion. Well, Ye Bufan's sudden words stunned everyone present. If you kill him, you will have half of the 30 billion. What is this? All or nothing. So what? Do you think that with such a huge reward, the immortal martial realm warrior under your command will be able to win? Innocent. The gap in strength cannot be made up by courage. Zhang Yuliang and others sneered in their hearts. Kill. At this moment, the god-killing guard shouted loudly and rushed out with a knife in hand. Kill. The immortal martial realm warriors on Zhang Yuliang's side also refused to give in. Two figures rushed out quickly. When the two were less than half a meter apart, the god-slaying guard finally drew his sword. Base. A cold voice sounded. A terrifying murderous intent poured out. Everyone present felt a chill. But that's all. After all, the endless murderous intent of the god-slaying guards was not directed at them, but at the 5th level immortal martial artist in front of him. So outsiders had no idea that at this moment, in the eyes of the warriors at the 5th level of the immortal martial realm, the god-slaying guard in front of them seemed to have turned into an evil ghost and a fierce demon from the endless purgatory. The terrifying aura made him tremble and even lost his mind. And at this moment of distraction, the long sword in the hand of the god-slaying guard had already attacked him. Not good. The 5th level immortal martial artist instantly came back to his senses. But it was too late. Puff. The long knife swept past. Blood splattered. The god-slaying guard and the immortal warrior of the 5th level stood back to back. The 5th level of Shanwu looked shocked, horrified, and even incredulous. You. He just uttered a word. Bang. The next second he fell to the ground, lifeless. Kill with one strike. God-killing guard, complete victory. Chapter 2206 The Black-Robed Man Who Was Poisoned. As the direct descendants of Godkiller, every member of the Godkiller Guard is an elite, a genius, and a dragon among men carefully selected by Godkiller from among the billions of human beings. Coupled with the personal guidance and training of the God Slayer, fighting against enemies of higher levels, and even winning the battle, is as easy as a daily routine for every God Slayer guard. Now, Zhang Yuliang and others actually tried to use a warrior of the 5th level of immortal martial arts to defeat a God-slaying guard of the 7th level of immortal martial arts. That's nothing but seeking death. A lightning-fast confrontation. The end in an instant. The whole place was dead silent. Except for Ye Bufan and his group of god-killing guards, everyone else present was stunned, even the thugs Ye Bufan had just recruited were no exception. Who I am? Where am I? What did I just see? Everyone looked confused. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Ye Bufan burst into laughter and said, "My lords, you have lost. The 30 billion belongs to me now." Buzz. Hearing this, everyone came back to their senses instantly. You cheated. The next second, Zhang Yuliang pointed at Ye Bufan and shouted angrily. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Cheating. That's right. Zhang Yuliang gnashed his teeth and said, "You must have cheated, otherwise. What else? Otherwise, how could someone from our side suddenly die? This is called a second kill. Do you understand? Bullshit, it's just the difference between two small realms. If there is no cheating, how could a warrior of the 7th level of Shanwu kill a genius of the 5th level of Shanwu in seconds? Why not? You think it's impossible because you are ignorant and you don't understand the world of monsters. You. Stop arguing with me. Since you said we cheated, why don't you tell me how we cheated? You can't say it, right? Lord Zhang, you are the Minister of War after all, can you stop acting like a woman? If you lose, you have to admit it. If you don't accept it, let's play another round. Woman. How am I like a woman? One more round. Come on your sister. Zhang Yuliang was furious. He knew very well that Ye Bufan's side did not cheat at all. Winning is their ability. Defeat is due to one's own incompetence. But this result is really hard to accept. The most important thing is that Zhang Yuliang and other officials have already seen clearly that the so-called bet is clearly a trap set by Ye Bufan for them. Ye Bufan must have known the strength of the 7th level immortal warrior in front of him, so he proposed to gamble with him in the form of a duel. His previous hesitation and refusal were just acting. They were all deceived. They fell into Ye Bufan's trap and were defrauded of 30 billion by him. Son of a bitch. That's 30 billion. Zhang Yuliang was furious, so he shouted, Mr. Yi, you cheated us. That's right, I am trying to trick you, what's the matter? Ye Bufan said this without denying it, and then continued, a fly won't bite an egg without a crack. If you didn't want to trick me, how could you be tricked by me? Being cheated only shows that you are incompetent. It's my own skill to trick you. As he spoke, Ye Bufan directly snatched the 2 storage rings from Nan Zailuo's hands, and said with a smile, thank you for your stupidity, gentlemen. Now, these 30 billion belong to me. Son of a bitch. Zhang Yuliang and others were furious. Catch him. Zhang Yuliang shouted angrily and rushed out. Other officials were no exception. Unfortunately, Ye Bufan was well prepared. At the moment when Zhang Yuliang and others rushed out, he, who was originally standing at the door of the restaurant, retreated back into the restaurant with just 1 step. Zhang Yuliang and others were just about to rush into the restaurant. Ye Bufan had already shouted with a smile, Nan Zailuo, someone is causing trouble. Hemp skin. Zhang Yuliang and others paused. Looking at Ye Bufan in front of them, their faces turned dark. Nan Shi fell. Nan Shi fell. It's Nan Zailuo again. If possible, they really wanted to ignore Nan Zailuo. But unfortunately, they can't and dare not. So, they could only stand half a meter outside the restaurant, glaring at Ye Bufan. Zhang Yuliang said, boy, come out here if you have the guts. You asked me to go out, so do I have to go out? Are you stupid, or do you think I'm stupid? Haha, you asked me to go out, but I just won't go out. I just want to ask you, are you angry? Ye Bufan said with a smile. You are a jerk. I'm really angry. Zhang Yuliang even felt like he was about to collapse. The next second, he clenched his fist, stared at Ye Bufan and said, boy, let's make another bet if you dare. 60 billion. You said 60 billion, then that's 60 billion. But can you still come up with 60 billion? This is our business, you don't need to worry about it. Just tell me whether to gamble or not. No gambling. Then come on, wait, no gambling. Yes, I have already made 30 billion, why should I gamble with you? Don't you want to win another 60 billion? In no mood. Are you very angry? Do you want to beat me to death? Come on, I am right here, waiting for you anytime. You really don't want to gamble. Zhang Yuliang, do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Are you planning to arrest my men once I accept your bet, and then use this as a threat to me? If I leave the restaurant, it will be equivalent to fulfilling your wish. If I don't leave the restaurant, you will use this as an excuse to sow discord and make my brothers leave me. The corner of Zhang Yuliang's mouth twitched. Although Ye Bufan's guess was not completely correct, it was almost right. Hee. Seeing Zhang Yuliang's reaction, Ye Bufan smiled and said, well, did I guess right? Lord Zhang, you can't be so sinister. Fortunately, I know how to be content and never be greedy. I always remember that there is no such thing as a free lunch. There are only traps. Otherwise, I would have fallen into your trap. Do you know how to be content? You are never greedy. Do you still have any shame? Zhang Yuliang was furious. But at this moment, a slightly hoarse voice suddenly sounded from the left side of the restaurant. As long as you are a warrior of the Yuan Mansion or Wuji type, you can ask for any conditions. Can you detoxify me? Well, the sudden voice startled everyone present. Then, everyone looked in the direction of the voice. On the left side of the restaurant. The place where Ye Bufan posted the notice. A man in black robe immediately appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone was stunned again. Zhang Yuliang asked suspiciously, who are you? Unfortunately, the man in black robe ignored him. In front of Zhang Yuliang and the others, he slowly walked to the door of the restaurant, then looked at Ye Bufan inside the restaurant and said, are you the prince consort? Can you detoxify him? Antidote. Ye Bufan frowned. That's right. The man in black robe responded, as long as you can help me detoxify, my life will be yours from now on. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Oh. An official beside Zhang Yuliang glanced at the man in black robes, then looked at Ye Bufan in the restaurant, and sneered, my lord, it's not easy. It's been 3 days, and someone finally came to your door. Although he is only at the 3rd level of Shanwu, it's better than nothing. In my opinion, you should just accept him. Ha ha ha. Instantly, the other officials also burst into laughter. Naturally, they would not miss this opportunity to attack Ye Bufan. Roll. Unexpectedly, the man in black robe suddenly turned around, glared at the official who was speaking, and shouted angrily, "If you say another word, I'll kill you." Buzz. The official who was speaking felt his heart tremble. The terrifying aura and sharp murderous intent released by the man in black robe made his soul tremble and shiver. The other officials' expressions also changed. The black-robed man ignored him and looked at Ye Bufan, saying, "Your Highness, there is no need to doubt me. I do have the cultivation base of the Yuanfu realm, but I have been poisoned by a strange poison and need to suppress it with my own cultivation base. That is why I only have the 3rd level of the Shanwu realm." Chapter 2207 Life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills. Is this person really a warrior at the Yuanfu realm? The reason why he seems to be only at the 3rd level of Shanwu is because he is poisoned and needs to suppress it with his own cultivation. Zhang Yuliang and others looked surprised and doubtful, and somewhat unconvinced. But it's better to be safe than sorry. If this man is really a warrior at Yuanfu realm, and Ye Bufan just happened to detoxify him, then it would be troublesome. Etc. Zhang Yuliang immediately stopped him and said to the man in black robe, "My friend, if you are really poisoned, we can help you." The man in black robe turned around and looked at Zhang Yuliang with suspicion. Zhang Yuliang continued, "We are all warriors at the Yuanfu realm. I believe you don't want to live under someone else's roof from now on, right? Therefore, we are willing to help you detoxify for free, without asking for anything in return. We just consider it as a good relationship." Really? The man in black robe was delighted. A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Zhang Yuliang said seriously, "Mr. Zhang, please don't go too far." But at this moment, Ye Bufan shouted angrily, then looked at the man in black robe and said, "Think carefully, if you accept their treatment and it fails, I may not help you." The man in black robe hesitated. Zhang Yuliang smiled and said, "My lord, why do you have to force me to do something?" After he finished speaking, he looked at the man in black robes again and said, "My friend, you may not understand the situation of our prince consort. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is at the end of his rope right now. So, you can rest assured that even if we really fail, he will have to help you because he has no choice. Of course, whether he can help you detoxify is not certain." Zhang Yuliang. Ye Bufan was furious and gnashed his teeth. Zhang Yuliang ignored him and just looked at the man in black robe and asked, "How is it?" "In that case, I'll trouble you all." The man in black robe did not hesitate any longer and directly chose to let Zhang Yuliang and others treat him. Ha ha. Zhang Yuliang smiled and said, "It's not a problem, not at all. However, we need to first understand what kind of strange poison our friend has been infected with." As the man in black robe spoke, Zhang Yuliang and other 6 ministers all gathered around him. They began to treat the man in black robe. Seeing this, Ye Bufan's face turned pale and his expression was ferocious. Zhang Yuliang and others were all smiling. But this situation did not last long. After treating the black-robed man, Zhang Yuliang and others looked at him with frowns and doubts. "Are you sure you are poisoned?" "Nonsense." The black-robed man shouted angrily, "If I wasn't poisoned, would I need to suppress it with my own cultivation?" The 6 ministers were speechless. The Minister of Rights suddenly said, "How about you temporarily release your cultivation so that we can examine it in more detail?" "What did you say?" The black-robed man was instantly furious. He glared at the Minister of Rights and said, "Release your power." "If I release my power, I'll die. Are you guys really helping me, or are you really trying to harm me?" The Minister of Rights looked embarrassed. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Ye Bufan burst into laughter and said, "You can't even find out if someone is poisoned, and you still want to detoxify him. My lords, are you the funny people hired by the monkey?" The 6 ministers were furious. Snort. Zhang Yuliang snorted coldly and said, "Mr. Yi, don't be complacent. Even if we are powerless, so what? Do you think that a useless person like you can cure the poison that the 6 of us in the Yuanfu realm are helpless against? Why?" Hearing this, Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed, "Although I am just a useless person and I can't detoxify, I happen to have a detoxification pill that can cure 100 poisons. Don't you think this is a coincidence? An antidote that can cure 100 poisons. Zhang Yuliang and others were all stunned. Yes, Ye Bufan responded, perhaps this is God's will. God's will. Zhang Yuliang and others were angry and crazy. The man in black robe was overjoyed. Bang! He knelt down in front of Ye Bufan and said, please save me, my lord. Sure, sure. Ye Bufan smiled and said, although you chose them instead of me, I am a generous person and I will not argue with you. Now, the detoxification pill is yours. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan took out a pill and threw it at the man in black robe. The man in black robe took the pill and was overjoyed. He thanked him, thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. No need to thank me, just remember what you said before. Ye Bufan said something. Yes, yes, yes. The black-robed men responded repeatedly. Etc. But at this moment, Zhang Yuliang suddenly spoke up, looking at the man in black robe and reminding him, friend, although we are very sorry that we couldn't help you detoxify, at least we didn't harm you, but what about this kid? He didn't even know what poison you were poisoned with, but he directly gave you a pill and said it could cure all poisons. Aren't you afraid that after you take this pill, not only will it not cure the strange poison in your body, but it will take your life instead? Oh. After Zhang Yuliang finished speaking, the man in black robes not only did not appreciate his words, but instead sneered, then looked at him with disgust and mockery. Do you think a dying person would still care about life and death? This. Zhang Yuliang was stunned and said, but you're pockmarked. The man in black robe interrupted Zhang Yuliang and cursed him, saying, if you keep talking, I'll take you with me even if I die. Zhang Yuliang was speechless and didn't dare to continue speaking. Snort. The man in black robe snorted coldly. Brush. The next second, he directly threw the pill Ye Bufan gave him into his mouth. At this time, Ye Bufan suddenly reminded, I don't know whether this pill can cure the poison in your body, but I have to remind you that you'd better go to the restaurant first. After all, it's not very safe outside. The man in black robe frowned. Zhang Yuliang and others were furious. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? It's nothing. Ye Bufan said leisurely. I am just worried that once the elixir is effective, some people with bad intentions will be unable to resist killing people. You're a jerk. Zhang Yuliang started swearing. The man in black robe had already stood up and ran straight into the restaurant. Seeing this, Zhang Yuliang and others twitched their lips. They were messy and frantic. At this moment, the man in black robe who had just run into the restaurant suddenly stopped. Then he sat down cross-legged. What's going on? Zhang Yuliang and others were all stunned. Boom. The next second, the aura of the man in black robe suddenly changed. The fourth level of Shanwu. The sudden change made Zhang Yuliang and others slightly distracted. However, everything has just begun. The fifth level of Shanwu. The sixth level of Shanwu. The seventh level of immortal martial arts. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man's cultivation level broke through 4 levels. And it continues. The 8th level of Shanwu. The 9 heavens of immortal martial arts. The first heaven. Fuck. The black-robed man's unstoppable improvement shocked Zhang Yuliang and others. No one else present was an exception. Only Ye Bufan and a group of god-killing guards were laughing secretly. What black-robed man? What a strange poison. It's all bullshit. The man in black robe was clearly the god-killing guard that Ye Bufan had just summoned. Ye Bufan had previously made a bet with the 6 ministers, not only to cheat them out of a sum of money, but also to attract everyone's attention and create an opportunity for the god-killing guard to appear. After all, the creature summoned by Ye Bufan from the Tianyuan small thousand worlds would appear directly in front of him. If he did not make any plan and directly let this god-killing guard appear in the restaurant, wouldn't that arouse suspicion? The so-called strange poison was also to avoid arousing suspicion. Now, in everyone's eyes, the rapid improvement of the god-slaying guard was because the strange poison in his body had been resolved, but in fact, it was nothing more than Ye Bufan infusing the god-slaying guard with qi. What is this called? This is called, life is like a play, it all depends on your acting skills. Chapter 2208, 1 vs 6, Fight. Tai 3 Heavens. The 4th level of Tai. Tai 5th Heaven. The 3 levels of Tiangong. The 4th level of Tiangong. The 5th level of Tiangong. The black-robed man's cultivation level soared, leaving everyone inside and outside the restaurant dumbfounded. After more than half an hour, the black-robed man's cultivation had reached the first level of Yuanfu, but there was still no sign of stopping, and his cultivation was still constantly improving. At this moment, the 6 ministers and others were no longer shocked, but panicked, frightened, and scared. Ye Bufan alone is difficult to deal with. If we add a Yuanfu realm warrior. They really couldn't imagine what kind of crazy move Ye Bufan would make next. The most important thing is that they are the ones who will definitely suffer. What to do? The 6 ministers and others looked at each other. After a brief eye contact, they had already made a decision. Kill him while he is ill. Right now, the man in black robe is healing his wounds and detoxifying. This is definitely the time when he is at his weakest. If they take action, they will be able to kill him easily. That's it. In an instant, the deep eyes of the 6 ministers all turned to the man in black robe. Murderous intent flashed across their eyes. But at this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in their sight. Nan Ziluo leaned his slender figure against the door frame. Well, seeing this, all the 6 ministers were stunned. They couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Damn it, how could they forget about this woman? Nan Shi fell. Nan Shi fell. It's Nan Ziluo again. Now Nan Ziluo has become a thorn in their side. But what can they do? The Wuji True Lord. These 4 simple words were like a sharp blade hanging over their heads, making them dare not act rashly. What to do? Is that the end of it? No, we must not allow this black-robed man to recover his cultivation. Call. Take a deep breath. Zhang Yuliang clasped his fists and said, I hope you can help me. As long as we can capture the prince consort, all the money and property on him will belong to you. Are you insulting me? Nan Ziluo's face darkened. I have absolutely no such intention. Zhang Yuliang was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Snort. Nan Ziluo snorted coldly and said, I don't think you would dare. Finally, she added, also, what do you think I am? A greedy person who values money as his life. Let me tell you, I just enjoy the process and fun of making money. By force. If I really have this idea, would you still need to take action? This is the first time and the last time. If you do it again, you will die. Buzz. Nan Ziluo's words of death made Zhang Yuliang and others tremble in their hearts. At the same time, they couldn't help feeling confused and crazy in their hearts. You are a powerful person in the Wuji realm, but you opened this black shop just to enjoy the process and fun of making money. MMP. What kind of weird hobby is this? Are you sick? Boom. Before Zhang Yuliang and others could think about it, the man in black robe's cultivation level broke through again. The 7th level of Yuanfu. Finished. This unexpected change made Zhang Yuliang and others feel shocked. They knew that they had lost the best opportunity to take action. The 7th level of Yuanfu. The black-robed man's cultivation has surpassed all of them. Nowadays, even if we take action, the outcome is unpredictable. However, the black-robed man's cultivation is still improving. A few minutes later, the man in black robe broke through the 7th level of Yuanfu and advanced to the 8th level of Yuanfu. A powerful pressure swept across the entire place. Brush. At this moment, the black-robed man's eyes, which had been closed, suddenly opened. 2 cold rays shot out. The man in black robe stood up suddenly. Bang. Then, he knelt on one knee, faced Ye Bufan, clasped his fists and said, Thank you, my lord, for giving me a new life. From now on, my life belongs to you, my lord. I will go through fire and water and die for you. Okay. Ye Bufan said 3 good words in a row and said, Get up. Thank you, Prince Consort. The man in black robe stood up in response. Ye Bufan asked again, What's your name? My lord, I am Duan Feng. Duan Feng, right. The poison has been resolved. I solved it, but what? It's like this, my lord, I have several brothers, and they were all poisoned like me. We'll talk about this later. Yes, since your poison has been cured, your cultivation should be restored, right? Recovered. How many levels are there in Yuanfu? The 8th level of Yuanfu. How's your combat power? This. Duan Feng hesitated for a moment. Ye Bufan had already looked at Zhang Yuliang and the others outside the restaurant, squinting his eyes and saying meaningfully, If we are all Yuanfu realm warriors, can we win if we fight 1 against 6? What the hell, what do you mean? The 6 ministers were all stunned and shocked. Duan Feng said confidently, My lord, if it's just the Yuanfu realm, I'm not afraid of anyone. Blow. You continue to blow. Are you not afraid of anyone in Wanyuan Mansion? What do you take yourself for? Peerless genius? Or a peerless monster? Do you know what it means that there are always people better than you? How dare a mere Yuan Fuyuzhong call himself invincible? It's ridiculous. The 6 ministers and others all sneered at Duan Feng's words. Very good, Ye Bufan said with a smile, then pointed at Zhang Yuliang and the other 6 ministers and said, in that case, help me deal with them all. Of course, don't kill them, just beat them half to death. Yes, Duan Feng responded. Zhang Yuliang and others were almost furious. What do you mean don't kill him, just beat him half to death? MMP. It's just the 8th level of Yuanfu. Do you really think that you can turn the world upside down just by having him? And there is this man in black robe. Yes, it's you, Ma Pai. It's just the 8th level of Yuanfu. 1 against 6. Where do you get the courage and confidence? Call out. Before Zhang Yuliang and others could think about it, Duan Feng had already rushed out first. Court death. Zhang Yuliang shouted angrily. The other 5 ministers were also furious. Kill. They no longer hesitated and rushed forward. The other people around no longer hesitated, and they all retreated to a nearby place. After all, this was a battle of Yuanfu, and a melee among 7 Yuanfu realm warriors. Even if it was just the aftermath of the battle, it was not something they could bear. Between breaths, Duan Feng and the 6 ministers were the only ones left outside the restaurant. Duan Feng came like a wolf or a tiger. The 6 ministers fought with great ferocity. In an instant, the 2 sides encountered each other. Die. The 6 ministers attacked in anger. Duan Feng grasped the long sword at his waist and drew it out of the sheath in an instant. Base. A long metallic sound was heard. The moment the long sword is unsheathed, the sky and earth changed color. The wind and clouds are surging. Call. Duan Feng slashed horizontally with his sword. The sword is powerful and varied. The boundless murderous intent turned into a fierce ghost in purgatory, roaring and rushing towards the 6 ministers. The 6 ministers were shocked. They had a feeling that they couldn't block this blow. That is why they immediately changed their strategy and switched from offense to defense. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 6 people scattered. Duan Feng forced back the 6 ministers with one sword, but he showed no intention of stopping. Base. He sheathed his sword and rushed straight towards the Minister of Revenue. Fast, fierce and violent. In just a moment, Duan Feng had arrived in front of the Minister of Revenue. At this time, the Minister of Revenue was still immersed in the shadow of Duan Feng's previous knife, and was still in shock. Seeing Duan Feng suddenly coming to kill him, his heart was shocked and he said anxiously, "Not good." As soon as the Minister of Revenue finished speaking, Duan Feng punched him in the face. Damn it! The Minister of Revenue shouted sternly. There was no way to avoid it, so he could only fight hastily. Call. Facing Duan Feng, the Minister of Revenue also threw a punch. In an instant, the 2 fists collided. Boom. A powerful sonic boom sounded. The ground collapsed. A large circular pit instantly appeared where Duan Feng and the Minister of Revenue were. Puff. The next second, a mouthful of blood spurted out of the Minister of Revenue's mouth. Then, his body flew backwards rapidly like a kite with a broken string. Chapter 2209, Too Much Bullying. With one sword, he forced back the 6 ministers. The Minister of Revenue was seriously injured with one punch. In the lightning-fast confrontation, the fighting power displayed by Duan Feng shocked all the onlookers around, even Zhang Yuliang and the other 6 ministers were no exception. They originally thought that Duan Feng's previous words were just bragging. But now it seems that this is not the case. Call out. After severely injuring the Minister of Revenue with one blow, Duan Feng ignored him and turned around and rushed straight to the Minister of Works on the other side. Seeing this scene, the Minister of Works became very anxious. His strength is comparable to that of the Minister of Works. The Minister of Works was seriously injured by Duan Feng's attack. How could he be Duan Feng's opponent? Immediately, he retreated backwards and shouted urgently. Everyone, help me. In fact, the other ministers had already taken action without the Minister of Works. Reminder. After all, they still understand the principle that when one prospers, all prosper, when one suffers, all suffer. Especially after seeing Duan Feng's true combat power, they dared not be careless. If they fought on their own, in the end, they would be defeated one by Duan Feng. The 4 ministers rushed to provide reinforcements. The Minister of Works was very happy. He was originally retreating, but he immediately switched from defense to offense and rushed straight towards Duan Feng. An accident happened in an instant. The 5 ministers surrounded him. Oh! Duan Feng sneered. Bang! The next second, his body turned into a ball of black mist and disappeared out of thin air. What's going on? The sudden change made all the 5 ministers stunned. Call out. At this time, Duan Feng suddenly appeared behind the Minister of Works. Careful! Zhang Yuliang couldn't help but exclaim. The Minister of Works naturally noticed something strange behind him. He wanted to dodge immediately. It's a pity that he is only at the 4th level of Yuanfu. Duan Feng is at the 8th level of Yuanfu. Combat power, cultivation, speed. Under such all-round crushing, how could the Minister of Works have a chance to dodge? Call. Duan Feng threw a punch. This punch was as fast as lightning. This punch was as powerful as thunder. Bang! The Minister of Works had just reacted when Duan Feng punched him on the back. Powerful force impact. The Minister of Works felt his blood boiling. Puff! The next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew forward uncontrollably. He was defeated instantly again and seriously injured. How is that possible? Zhang Yuliang and the others all looked incredulous. Especially the scene where Duan Feng disappeared out of thin air just now made them feel their scalps tingling. Even until now they still haven't figured out what was going on. Strong strength. Weird means. In less than a minute, 2 people on their side were injured. How can we fight this? Call out. Before Zhang Yuliang and others could think about it, Duan Feng had already rushed out again. This time, his target was Zhang Yuliang. Zhang Yuliang was shocked. Knowing he was no match for him, he immediately shouted, "Wait." It's a pity that Duan Feng simply ignored it. Damn it. Zhang Yuliang's mouth twitched and he was furious. He retreated rapidly, and at the same time he shouted loudly, "My lord, let's talk it out. There's no need to use force. We were wrong this time. If you have any requests, just let us know. If you can't beat them, just give in. Although it is a bit embarrassing, it is better than giving in after being beaten or injured." At least that's what Zhang Yuliang thought. Stop. Hearing this, Ye Bufan immediately said with a smile. Call out. Duan Feng paused. Call. Zhang Yuliang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He couldn't help wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Zhang Yuliang was in such a situation, and the other ministers were not much better. They never expected that Duan Feng's strength would be so strong that they didn't even have a chance to fight back. At this time, Ye Bufan had already looked at Zhang Yuliang and said with a smile, "Is what Lord Zhang said true? No matter what conditions, I can propose them." Zhang Yuliang's mouth twitched and he said, "Yes." Although he was very reluctant, he had no choice. From the moment Duan Feng appeared and Ye Bufan resolved the strange poison in his body, they had already lost. At this moment, they were like fish on Ye Bufan's chopping board, and could only be slaughtered by him. Hee hee. Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Actually, I am a very easy-going person. Although you have blocked me for 3 days and even wanted to teach me a lesson, I should forgive you when I can. So, just give me 30 billion and let this matter go. We are still friends when we meet in the future in the Imperial City." You are a jerk. 3 billion is easy. Whatever you want. Can you just take out 301 and let me see it? Besides, do we want to bet on you? Do we want to teach you a lesson? That's all your fault. Zhang Yuliang and others were furious and gnashed their teeth. Why, you don't want to give it? Ye Bufan raised his eyebrows and said, "Since you don't want to give it, then keep fighting." Etc. Zhang Yuliang shouted immediately. "What's wrong with you? I'm so fucking." Zhang Yuliang was furious. He was about to yell, but he immediately held back and said, "My lord, 30 billion is too much. We simply can't afford it. Can't take it out. Yes, all in all, the prince consort has already snatched it from us. No, we have already paid the prince consort about 60 billion as a gift. That's 60 billion. How can we afford 30 billion now? That's your business. What does it have to do with me? You. Give it or not. Duan Feng, let's do it." Hemp skin. Zhang Yuliang cursed in his heart, "My lord, it's useless for you to force us. Even if you beat us to death today, we can't come up with 30 billion. Since you have no money, why are you still alive? Just die. You are not being reasonable. Is it meaningless to live without money? Call. Take a deep breath." Zhang Yuliang continued, my lord. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, Ye Bufan interrupted him. Duan Feng, what are you still standing there for? Get started. Yes. Duan Feng responded and took action directly. Damn it. Zhang Yuliang and others cursed in their hearts. But since Duan Feng had already taken action, they were forced to fight back. It's a pity that they are not Duan Feng's followers at all. Bang, bang, bang. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuliang and his 4 companions were all knocked to the ground. At this point, the 6 ministers were completely defeated. Ye Bufan sat at the entrance of the restaurant, looking at the 6 ministers who collapsed on the ground, and said with a smile, it seems that you really can't come up with 30 billion. In this case, I will take a step back. You can pool your money and take as much as you can. You are a jerk. Why didn't you save us earlier? You must beat us up, right? Zhang Yuliang and others were furious. In their opinion, Ye Bufan definitely did this on purpose. But what can they do? Others are the butchers and I am the meat. If you can't win, you can only be slaughtered. Soon, the 6 ministers and nearly 100 officials collected more than 17 billion and handed it over to Ye Bufan. Zhang Yuliang said angrily, let's go. Walk. Ye Bufan smiled and said, did I let you go? What does Prince Consort mean? Zhang Yuliang gritted his teeth and asked in a cold voice. It's meaningless. We still need 13 billion to reach the 30 billion. You want to leave without paying the full amount. How can such a cheap thing happen in the world? Ye Bufan said calmly. You. Okay, stop being so you and my me. Ye Bufan interrupted Zhang Yuliang and said, I know you have no money, but it doesn't matter. I have already thought about it for you. Sign these and I will let you go. Pa. As he spoke, Ye Bufan threw a stack of papers in front of Zhang Yuliang and others. What's this? Zhang Yuliang and others looked at him suspiciously. Then I picked it up and looked at it. Today, I, the Minister of Rights, Wangting Yu, O young Master Ye Bufan 376 million, which I am unable to repay. I am willing to use my little queen, Queen Yulin, to pay off the debt, and in the future I can redeem her with double the spiritual stones. I hereby establish this as a proof. Today, I, the Minister of War, Zhang Yuliang, O young Master Ye Bufan 167 million, which I am unable to repay. I am willing to use my mansion as collateral, which can be redeemed with double the amount of spiritual stones in the future. I hereby establish this as a proof. Today, I, the Minister of War, Zhang Yuliang, O young Master Ye Bufan 236 million, and am unable to repay. I am willing to use my beloved grandson as collateral, which can be redeemed with double the amount of spiritual stones in the future. I hereby establish this as a proof. Today, I, the Minister of Revenue. Today, I, the Minister of Industry. Today, Ben Guang, the Minister of Justice. Today, I, the Minister of Personnel. Looking at the contents on these papers, Zhang Yuliang and others were confused and even angry. What does Ye Bufan want to do? He is going to force me and others to sell our children and property. It's simply too much. Chapter 2210 New Prey, Imperial City, Zuijinlu. Extortion is fine. Now Ye Bufan is even forcing them to sell their children and property. This is intolerable. After a moment, Zhang Yuliang was the first to come back to his senses. He looked at Ye Bufan angrily and said through gritted teeth, my lord, aren't you going too far by doing this? The other officials also glared at each other. Past. Ye Bufan said calmly, it is only natural to pay back debts. Where have I gone wrong? It is only natural to pay back your debts. But do we owe you money? You are extorting money. Snort. Zhang Yuliang snorted coldly and said, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Although we admit defeat, we will never sign these contracts. If the prince consort is dissatisfied, he can just kill us. Kill you. That's right. No, 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 I never take human life lightly. Then goodbye. Have you been allowed to leave? So what else do you want? I don't want anything, I just want to destroy your cultivation. What? You dare? Do you think I dare? Duan Feng, do it. Yes, etc. Master Zhang, do you have anything else to say? Give us 3 days. After 3 days, the remaining 13 billion will be handed over to you with both hands. 1 day. 3 days, 13 billion is not a small amount after all. 1 day. You 2 days. 1 day. Is the prince consort trying to force us to death? 1 day. You just 1 day at a time, let's go. After saying this, Zhang Yuliang turned around and was about to leave. etc. Ye Bufan called him back and said, words are not enough. If you want to leave, you must sign a written agreement first. Damn it. Zhang Yuliang couldn't help but curse in his heart. In the end, he, together with the other 5 ministers and nearly 100 officials present, jointly wrote a promissory note of 13 billion to Ye Bufan before leaving. Hee. Looking at the backs of Zhang Yuliang and others leaving, Ye Bufan smiled leisurely. Killing people and setting fires earns you a gold belt, repairing bridges and roads earns you death by freezing. Sure enough, robbery is the way to go. From the previous kidnapping incident, Ye Bufan made a net profit of 18 billion. After that, Ye Bufan made another 30 billion from the bet. Today, another 30 billion has been received. The total amount added up is 78 billion. Even if the 13 billion that Zhang Yuliang and others have not yet paid is deducted, Ye Bufan has already received 65 billion. Converted into luck, it is 65 million. It had cost around 20 million to help Duanfeng improve his cultivation. Ye Bufan now has 45 million left in his hands. With 45 million in hand. For Ye Bufan, it was definitely a case of becoming rich overnight. If he wanted, he could use these 450 billion to improve his cultivation to the same Yuanfu 8th level as Duanfeng. But Ye Bufan didn't do that. There is ample time. We'll talk about restoring my own cultivation later. The top priority is to make money, and make more money. However, after this battle, the wealth of the 6 ministers and nearly 100 officials had been almost drained by Ye Bufan. In other words, Ye Bufan would no longer be able to gain much benefit from them in the future. Ye Bufan knew this very well. But it doesn't matter. What is this place? This is the Tianwu Imperial City. The last thing that's lacking here is rich people. The 6 ministers have no money, so they have to find other targets. As long as Rushui doesn't show up. As long as Zimu doesn't interfere. Ye Bufan will continue to do this. After a moment, Ye Bufan said, let's go back, drink, and divide the money. After saying this, Ye Bufan walked straight back to the restaurant. Duanfeng followed closely behind. The thugs were also delighted. However, the people watching outside the restaurant were still dumbfounded and confused. They never imagined that the 6 ministers of ministries and nearly 100 officials would fall so easily into the hands of Ye Bufan, the new son-in-law. But this matter has nothing to do with them. As the saying goes, mind your own business. For them, it's just something more to talk about. Not long after, what happened between Ye Bufan and the 6 ministers and others spread throughout the entire imperial city as if it had wings, and became known to everyone. Everyone was shocked. Inside the princess's mansion. Rushui was furious, a bunch of trash. The next day, early morning. Another beautiful day has begun. Ye Bufan stood at the door of the restaurant and stretched lazily. Behind him, more than 100 thugs had smiles of great joy on their faces, simply because Ye Bufan had given them a lot of money yesterday, and now each of them was a genuine billionaire. Suddenly, one of them couldn't help but ask, Master, who are we going to kidnap today? Well, hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Even Ye Bufan looked at the person who was speaking, and asked in surprise, you mean, kidnapping? Yes. The man responded. Ye Bufan shook his head and sighed, I am a good citizen. How could you encourage me to do something illegal? Well, the man was stunned. The others also looked confused and speechless. Are you a good citizen? My lord, if you are a good citizen, are there any lawbreakers in this imperial city? Before everyone could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again, changing the subject. Come to think of it, I've been in the imperial city for quite some time, but I haven't really been around the imperial city. By the way, is there a casino in the imperial city? Casino. Everyone looked at Ye Bufan. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, the weather is nice today, I want to go to the casino to try my luck. After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, how come there isn't even a casino in this huge Tianwu imperial city? Yes, sir, there are casinos in the imperial city, and there are quite a few of them. One of them responded immediately. Yeah. Ye Bufan looked at the man and said, it seems that you are a frequent visitor to the casino. Small ones only happen occasionally. The man scratched his head and said. Ye Bufan smiled slightly, do you know which casino is the largest in the imperial city? Of course I know. The biggest casino in the imperial city is definitely Zuijinlu. Zuijinlu. Yes, sir. This Zuijinlu is definitely the largest casino in the imperial city. The entire Zuijinlu is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is for the most common games such as dice. There are no restrictions on this floor and anyone can enter. The second floor is for beast fighting, but there are entry conditions to enter the second floor. The entry condition starts at 3 million spirit stones. Without 3 million spirit stones, you are not qualified to enter the second floor. As for the third floor, I have never been there, so I don't know the situation on the third floor. I only know that the entry condition for the third floor starts at 20 million spirit stones. Oh, Ye Bufan said with great interest. In that case, let's go to Zuijinlu. Chapter 2211 Nan Zailuo said, I will definitely win. Imperial City, North District. Looking at the 3-story building in front of him that covers thousands of square meters and has magnificent exterior decoration, as well as the 3 large gold-plated characters Zuijinlu in front of the main entrance, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be a little dazed. No one else is an exception. As expected of the number 1 casino in the Imperial City, it is truly extravagant. The next second, Ye Bufan stepped out. More than 100 thugs followed closely behind. Inside the casino, as soon as Ye Bufan and others came in, they saw a sea of people. Ye Bufan took a quick look and found that there were about 100 gambling tables on the entire first floor. At this moment, each gambling table was surrounded by people. Even if there were 20 people at each gambling table, that would be more than 2,000 people. What's more, there are more than 20 people surrounding each gambling table. The total number of people here is definitely over 3,000. Remember, it's only early morning. What would the scene be like if we waited until noon or evening? The business of Zuijinlu is so good that it is about to explode. At this time, when Ye Bufan and others were looking at the situation on the first floor, their arrival had already attracted the attention of most people in the casino. After all, Ye Bufan and his group were too conspicuous. More than 100 people visiting a casino. Are you here to gamble? I'm afraid he's here to cause trouble. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He glanced at the entire first floor of the casino, then frowned and said, how can we play with so many people? Li Mu understood and said, Master, please wait a moment. Then, Li Mu waved to the others and said, follow me. After saying this, Li Mu walked straight forward. Others followed. Suddenly, at a gambling table near the door, the 20 or 30 people gathered around the gambling table saw Li Mu and his group coming, and a look of nervousness appeared on their faces. The dealer at the gambling table also frowned. Those who come with evil intentions will not come, and those with good intentions will not come. He was ready to call for help. But at this moment, Li Mu and his group had already arrived in front of them. Li Mu said directly, this table is reserved by our prince consort. Everyone else, if you don't want to die, get out of here right now. Well, when Li Mu said this, everyone was stunned. Did your husband take charge of this table? It turns out you are here to gamble, not to cause trouble. MMP. It's just gambling, is it necessary to make such a big fuss? Everyone was dissatisfied and some even complained. But soon, they were all stunned again. Prince Consort. Who? Ye Bufan. By now, the 3 names Ye Bufan have spread throughout the entire royal city. He has a bad reputation and everyone knows it. When it comes to the Prince Consort, the first person that everyone thinks of is naturally him. Suddenly, everyone looked at Ye Bufan. Afterwards, the gamblers at the gambling table in front of Li Mu and his group no longer hesitated and stepped aside. There was nothing they could do. They couldn't afford to offend a vicious man like Ye Bufan, nor did they dare to. At this time, Ye Bufan had already walked up. Li Mu directly took out a chair from the storage ring that Ye Bufan had, rewarded him, and placed it next to the gambling table. He looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, Master, please sit down. Ye Bufan responded and sat down. Li Mu stood next to Ye Bufan. The other thugs retreated behind Ye Bufan. The group faced the dealer at the table. After learning that Ye Bufan and his group were here to gamble and not to cause trouble, the dealer secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, the presence of the prince consort is truly an honor to our Zuijinlu. Do you know me? Ye Bufan glanced at the banker. The banker is a middle-aged man at the 7th level of the immortal martial arts realm. Facing Ye Bufan's question, he smiled and flattered, I won't answer the prince consort's question. I don't know him, but the name of the prince consort is already well known to me. Yeah, Ye Bufan groaned for a moment, then looked at the gambling table in front of him and said, how do we bet on this? The dealer hesitated for a moment and said, to answer your question, Prince Consort, this is the most common way to play in our Zuojinlu. You bet on the size of the 3 dice. Of course, you can also buy points. The banker explained it to Ye Bufan in detail. Although Ye Bufan knew all about this kind of gameplay, he still responded after hearing it and said, is there a limit? Upper limit. The dealer was stunned and puzzled. Ye Bufan asked, is there any limit on the bets? The dealer came back to his senses and said, no, you can bet as much as you want, but just what? If the Prince Consort wants to have more fun, he can go directly to the 2nd floor, or even the 3rd floor. It is more suitable for the Prince Consort and will definitely allow the Prince Consort to have a great time. No need, I'll just play this. Okay, Prince Consort, shall we start now? You guys aren't cheating, are you? Cheating. It's just cheating. The dealer's mouth twitched, thinking, if we don't cheat, we will be left with nothing. Although he thought so in his heart, he said, don't worry, Prince Consort, we have never cheated in Zuojinlu. The victory or defeat is determined by fate and depends entirely on luck. Is it really true that victory or defeat is determined by fate and depends entirely on luck? Ye Bufan seemed a little unconvinced. Yes, small promise. The dealer patted his chest with a sincere look on his face. That's good. Ye Bufan said this, and then suddenly changed the subject. By the way, since you know me, you should know that I live in Zaxian Tower now, right? The banker hesitated for a moment. Although he didn't know why Ye Bufan asked this, he finally responded, this I did hear something about it. Then you should know that the proprietress of a restaurant, Nan Xiluo, is a Wuji realm expert, right? I know. But you definitely don't know that Nan Xiluo is not only a Wuji realm expert, but she is also a divine fortune teller who can predict good and bad luck and calculate future events. So far, she has never made a mistake. Well, the banker was stunned again, and said in surprise and astonishment, there is such a thing. Do you think I'm fooling you? No, I don't dare. Humph, if you don't believe it, you can go and ask Nan Xiluo for confirmation in person. No, thanks. Really? Then you should know Nan Xiluo's abilities, right? I know. Okay, let's get started. Ye Bufan said, since you said your casino won't cheat, and Nan Xiluo told me before I left that as long as I bet small on the first bet, I will definitely win, then. Ye Bufan slapped a storage ring on the gambling table and said, 30 billion, I'm going to buy the small one. Chapter 2212 Brother-in-law. What the hell, sir, what do you mean? Looking at Ye Bufan, his thugs were shocked. Even the thugs are like this, let alone others. At this moment, all the gamblers on the 1st floor and the dealers at each table looked at Ye Bufan. They were surprised and even a little confused. Especially the dealer in front of Ye Bufan, some cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. Nan Xiluo said, as long as you buy small in the 1st round, you will definitely win. Bullshit. What Nan Xiluo said, this is definitely just a nonsense you made up. The banker was not a fool, so he understood the meaning of Ye Bufan's words. Ye Bufan simply wanted to tell him that if Ye Bufan won, it would be a matter of course. But if Ye Bufan loses, it means that the casino is cheating. MMP. Is there still justice and law in this world? Ye Bufan's move was clearly a blatant threat and blackmail. The most hateful thing is that he bet 30 billion at a time. For in Rushui's sake, if it was only 3 million, 30 million, or even 300 million, the casino might grit their teeth and give it. But 30 billion, the casino will definitely not give it, at least the dealer knows that he has no say in this matter. He immediately wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, looked at Ye Bufan and pretended to be calm. Your Highness, you are joking. Gambling is all about excitement. Winning or losing depends entirely on luck. How can you say you are guaranteed to win? You mean, Nan Xiluo is fooling me? Or is she lying or bragging? Ye Bufan frowned. The dealer's mouth twitched. Today, at this moment, the banker finally understood what it meant to be shameless and invincible. He had never met a shameless person like Ye Bufan. But what can he do? He can't afford to offend Ye Bufan. He couldn't afford to offend Nan Xiluo even more. The most important thing is that if he loses this round, he will definitely lose his life. Ouch. With no other options, the banker could only call out, looking distressed, please wait a moment, my lord. I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. I'll be right back. After saying this, the dealer turned and ran away. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Was the dealer really forced to leave the market because of stomach discomfort? Obviously not. The dealer did this simply to avoid Ye Bufan. The first thing he asked for was 30 billion. The prince consort Ye Bufan is even worse than a robber and even more of a bandit than a bandit. Ye Bufan knew this very well, but he didn't care at all. After all, he came here to gamble, not to cause trouble. That is why, when Ye Bufan saw the dealer fleeing from the gambling table, he did not stop him and did not even say anything. 3 minutes later, the dealer came back. Looking at Ye Bufan, the banker smiled and said, "Sir, our boss invites you to the 3rd floor for a chat." "Your boss asked me to go to the 3rd floor." Ye Bufan glanced at the dealer with a hint of surprise. "Yes." The dealer responded. "No time." Ye Bufan waved his hand, looked at the banker and said, "Since you are back, let's get started. Start with your hemp skin." The corner of Zhuangzi's mouth twitched, and he said, "My lord, this is not good, right?" "What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that? You guys opened the door to do business, and I come here to support you. Is there anything wrong with that? Hurry up and start." What do you mean by, I? Are you going to open it or not?" The dealer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Ye Bufan's face darkened, and he said, "Why, you know that I will definitely win, so you don't want to gamble with me. Or, you are open for business, and only allow us gamblers to lose, but not us to win." The dealer looked frustrated and bitter. "Although our casino does win more than you lose, and you can even win or lose as you please, but, are you here to gamble, your majesty? You are clearly here to blackmail and extort." The dealer was at a loss. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of dense footsteps on the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Immediately afterwards, 20 or 30 men in black ran down from the 2nd floor. The moment they saw these men in black, all the gamblers present were stunned. As frequent visitors to the casino, they naturally knew the identities of these men in black. Those are the casino's guards and thugs. But what are they here for? Are you going to fight with Ye Bufan, the prince consort? Before the gamblers could think about it, the middle-aged man of the 4th level of Yuanfu, who was leading the 20 or so men in black, had already glanced at the whole place and said, "Everyone, I'm sorry. We have some private matters to deal with today, so we will suspend business for a day. Please leave as soon as possible." "Oh shit. What do you mean? Do you really want to do it?" The gamblers were shocked. But they didn't dare to stay any longer and ran out of the casino. In just a moment, the casino, which was originally crowded with people, was left with only Ye Bufan and his group and the people inside the casino. Of course, although the gamblers who were originally in the casino left the casino, they did not leave, but still stayed at the entrance of the casino and watched. Bang! Bang! At this moment, 2 dull and heavy voices suddenly rang out. The gamblers were startled. The casino doors were closed. At this time, the gamblers could no longer hold back their discussions. What the hell, what does Zuijinlu want to do? Are they really going to do it? Of course, otherwise why would they kick us out? Oh my god, Zuijinlu is going to cause trouble. They even dare to touch the 8th princess's consort. Aren't they afraid of angering the 8th princess? What are you afraid of? If they were afraid, they wouldn't have done it. That's right. There have always been rumors in the outside world that the boss behind Zuijinlu is extremely powerful and has connections everywhere. I didn't believe it before, but now it seems that I have no choice but to believe it. Ha ha ha, so that kid surnamed Yi has hit a wall. He deserves it. He dared to touch the 7th princess. It would be better to kill him. Inside the restaurant, Ye Bufan glanced at the 20 or so men in black before him, and finally fixed his sight on the middle-aged man in the lead. He chuckled and said, "What's the matter? Looking at your posture, do you want to compete with me?" Swish, swish, swish. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, more than 100 thugs behind him drew their swords and glared at the men in black. Ha ha ha. But at this moment, a hearty laugh suddenly rang out from the stairs. "Brother-in-law, you are worrying too much. We are all family. How could my second brother fight with you?" Chapter 2213 I can help you kill her. "Brother-in-law, you're worrying too much. We're all family. How could my second brother fight with you?" Following a chuckle, a handsome young man in his 20s, about the same age as Ye Bufan, walked down from the 2nd floor. The young man was none other than the 2nd prince in Tianyu. The moment he saw Tianyu, Ye Bufan frowned. Tianyu had already come to Ye Bufan. He first glanced at Ye Bufan, then looked at the 20 or so men in black around him, and said, "You are a bunch of blind people. Get out of here quickly." Yes. More than 20 men in black responded in unison and then retreated. After the man in black left, Tianyu looked at Ye Bufan again and said with a smile, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, brother-in-law." Looking at Tianyu, Ye Bufan suddenly recalled a sentence a mother once said to her son. Not only beautiful women cannot be trusted, even seemingly honest men cannot be trusted either. In Ye Bufan's opinion, Tianyu in front of him was the latter. He seems honest, but in fact he is smiling with a knife hidden behind his smile. Ye Bufan immediately frowned and scolded, "Who is your brother-in-law?" Well, Tianyu was stunned. Ha ha. Then he smiled and said, "It's my fault, my fault. I was so excited to see my brother-in-law coming that I forgot to introduce myself. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Tianyu, Rushui's second brother. Are you the second prince?" "Exactly." Snort. Ye Bufan snorted coldly and said, "Let's go." After saying this, he turned and was about to leave. Etc. Unexpectedly, Tianyu called out directly, saying, "Since you are here, brother-in-law, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Ye Bufan ignored it. Tianyu continued, "Although I am Rushui's second brother, I do not agree with Rushui's approach. In fact, in my opinion, what Rushui did to young Master Yi was indeed a bit excessive." Ye Bufan paused, turned around and asked, "What do you mean?" Chat. Tianyu did not answer, but smiled and said, "I don't think there's anything to talk about with you, right?" "That may not be the case." "What are you talking about?" "We can talk about romance and family matters, but this is not the place to talk. Why don't we go to the second floor and find a private room so we can sit down and chat slowly?" "It's your place, you call the shots. In that case, I will make the decision for Master Yi." Tianyu responded with a smile, and then shouted softly, "Someone come." "Your Highness." The man in black who was the leader immediately came to Tianyu. Tianyu pointed at the more than 100 thugs behind Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Take all the brothers to the second floor to have some fun. All expenses will be on my account." "Yes." The man in black responded, then looked at the thugs and said, "Everyone, please." "This." The thugs looked at Ye Bufan with inquiring eyes. Ye Bufan nodded. After getting Ye Bufan's tacit consent, the thugs went up to the second floor under the leadership of the man in black. After everyone left, Tianyu looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Young Master Yi, please." Afterwards, under the guidance of Tianyu, Ye Bufan also went up to the second floor of Zuijinlu. However, Ye Bufan and his thugs were obviously not going to the same place. In one of the private rooms on the second floor. As soon as Ye Bufan took his seat, two young women walked in from outside the private room. The two women. One person is like a rose, enchanting and charming. One person is like a white lotus, holy and quiet. Although they have two completely different temperaments, both of them are definitely rare and stunning beauties. Before Ye Bufan could think about it, they had already sat down on his left and right. Ye Bufan frowned and looked at Tianyu and asked, "What does the second prince mean?" "Nothing, it's just that if it's just the two of us, doesn't young Master Yi think it's too boring?" Tianyu smiled, then looked at the two women and said, "Qingyi, Diwu, your task today is to serve young Master Yi well." "Yes, Your Highness." The two women responded. Ye Bufan said, "Let them leave. I don't like this. Just say whatever you want to say." Well, Tianyu couldn't help but be stunned. He never expected that Ye Bufan would actually refuse. You know, Qingyi and Diwu are the two trump cards in his Zuijinlu. Many dignitaries come here just for Qingyi and Diwu. But Ye Bufan refused. However, since Ye Bufan has already refused, Tianyu naturally will not continue to force it. Immediately, he waved his hand. Qingyi and Diwu immediately stood up and left the private room. After the two women left, Tianyu looked at Ye Bufan and joked, "I didn't expect young Master Yi to have such good self-control." He was able to remain calm in the face of Qingyi and Diwu. "I admit that I am not as good as him in this regard. Second prince, just say what you want to say. There's no need to beat around the bush." Hee. Tianyu smiled, but did not speak directly. Instead, he picked up the tea on the table, took a sip, then put the teacup down, looked at Ye Bufan and suddenly asked, "Does young Master Yi hate Rushui?" "Hatred." Ye Bufan glanced at Tianyu and said, "Why should I hate you?" "Well." Tianyu was stunned and said, "Rushui treats Master Yi like this, does Master Yi really not hate her in his heart?" If you are not as skilled as others, why would you express hatred? Ye Bufan said as he picked up the tea on the table and drank it all in one gulp. And Tianyu was a little surprised and unconvinced. Ye Bufan had already put down his teacup and spoke again. It's you, second prince. What's wrong with me? Don't you hate in Rushui? Huh, Rushui is my sister, why should I hate her? Yeah. Ye Bufan chuckled and said, as a prince of the dynasty, he doesn't even have the qualifications to compete for the throne. If you say that the second prince doesn't hate in Rushui, do you believe it yourself? Young Master Yi is joking. And Tianyu flatly denied it and said, this king has no interest in the throne. No interest. Ye Bufan sneered in his heart. Although he had never seen Tianyu before today, and did not know what kind of person Tianyu was, it was not difficult to see from the current Zuijinlu that Tianyu was definitely an ambitious person. For an ambitious person, would he not care about the throne? Stop kidding. Take the Star Moon Kingdom for example. Just a throne was enough to make the eldest Prince Chu Ming so cruel as to kill the king and his father, let alone the throne of an empire. Therefore, even if Tianyu denied it, Ye Bufan could be sure that Tianyu must hate Rushui in his heart, and he even wanted to kill Rushui. There is also the matter of Tianyu appearing in person. In the eyes of everyone in the imperial city, at least the vast majority of people, although the boss behind Zuijinlu has a powerful background and even connections, few people know who he really is. If Tianyu didn't have other intentions, would he expose himself in front of Ye Bufan? Obviously not possible. He just didn't want to admit it. Perhaps he still had concerns in his heart. He was on guard against himself. He was also worried and afraid that Rushui would know his evil intentions. In that case, let's defeat him. Ye Bufan stood up and said, since the second prince has no interest in the throne, there is nothing to talk about between us. Besides, I have never met the second prince, let alone who is the boss behind Zuijinlu. Goodbye. After saying this, Ye Bufan turned around and was about to leave. Etc. And Tianyu immediately called Ye Bufan. Oh. A sneer flashed across Ye Bufan's lips, and then he turned to look at Tianyu and said, second prince, do you have anything else to say? And Tianyu frowned and said, now that things have come to this, I will speak frankly. Yes, I do covet the throne, and I do hate Rushui. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled and sat down again, then looked at Tianyu with a playful expression, is that right? As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. There is no need to hide anything between you and me. And Tianyu couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he realized that he had underestimated Ye Bufan, or rather, everyone in the imperial city underestimated Ye Bufan. At least, Ye Bufan was not as decadent and self-destructive as everyone saw. The most important thing is that he originally had absolute initiative and even wanted to take advantage of Ye Bufan, but he didn't expect that Ye Bufan would outwit him and even told him his evil intentions. Take a deep breath. After Tianyu calmed down, he looked at Ye Bufan and said, it seems that everyone in the imperial city has underestimated young Master Yi. At least, now it seems that everything young Master Yi has done during this period of time must have been an act, right? Ye Bufan did not answer Tianyu directly, but picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, then put it down, looked at Tianyu and said lightly, I can help you kill her. Chapter 2214, The Wedding Night, The Time to Kill Her. I can help you kill her. Bang. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tianyu's right hand shook uncontrollably, and the teacup he had just picked up fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Then, Tianyu looked at Ye Bufan mechanically and said in disbelief, what did you say? Ye Bufan smiled slightly. I said, I can help you kill Rushui. Neuropathy. Tianyu's mouth twitched, and he cursed in his heart, saying, young Master Yi is joking. Are you kidding? Ye Bufan shook his head. Do you think I am joking with you? Are you serious? Tianyu was stunned. Certainly. Ye Bufan took a sip of the tea, then continued, Rushui destroyed my cultivation and cut off my martial arts. If I don't kill her, it will be difficult to eliminate the hatred in my heart. Tianyu frowned. Aren't you afraid that I will tell Rushui about your thoughts? You won't. Are you a little overconfident? No, this is not self-confidence, but because you want Rushui to die more than I do, so you must be eager for me to kill Rushui. If that's the case, how could you possibly betray me? Let's take a step back. Even if you told Rushui, what would happen? Words are useless. As long as I refuse to admit it, who can prove that what you said is true? After a pause, Ye Bufan continued, besides, even if someone proves it for you, so what? Doesn't Enrushui know that I hate her? She must know, after all, this is human nature. However, in her eyes, I am just a poor creature that she can manipulate at will. So, even if she knows that I want to kill her, she won't care too much. At least before I take action, or before I succeed in taking her life, she will never believe that I have the ability to kill her. It seems that I have underestimated you. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tianyu suddenly said something, then he looked at Ye Bufan and frowned and said, "You are far more terrifying and dangerous than I imagined." Yeah, Ye Bufan smiled slightly. He instinctively picked up the teacup on the table, but immediately put it down and said, "Tea is too boring, let's change the wine." Someone come. As soon as Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tianyu shouted loudly, "Your Highness." The man in black who was the leader immediately walked in from outside the private room. "Change to wine," Tianyu said in 2 words. "Yes." The man in black left immediately. After a while, the tea on Ye Bufan and Tianyu's table had been replaced with wine. Ye Bufan took a sip and said, "Not bad. How does it compare to being drunk like a god? Everyone has their own strengths. Nan Zailuo is your man, right?" No. Second Prince, you don't think that I have the ability to control a powerful person in the Wuji realm, right? It's hard to say. Haha, you think too highly of me. If Nan Zailuo was really my man, I wouldn't have ended up like this, and how could Enrushui still be alive today? Maybe you don't dare. Don't dare. I have fallen to this point, what else can I not dare to do? Ye Bufan smiled bitterly, picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Tianyu frowned and said, "It's not that you don't dare, but you are waiting for an opportunity to kill Enrushui with one strike." Opportunity? Ye Bufan shook his head. Enrushui was in a restaurant a few days ago. If Nan Zailuo was really my man, how could Enrushui survive if we attacked her at that time? Tianyu still said in disbelief, "Maybe you don't dare to act rashly. After all, this is Tianwu Imperial City. Even if you want to kill Enrushui, you have to choose a way out for yourself. Again, if Nan Zailuo was really my man, why didn't I just kill Enrushui and then flee from Tianwu Imperial City before anyone noticed? With the strength of a Wuji realm expert, it shouldn't be difficult to do this, right?" Tianyu was speechless. What Ye Bufan said was indeed flawless. In other words, if Nan Zailuo was really Ye Bufan's man, then everything would become unreasonable. After all, Ye Bufan had the opportunity to kill Enrushui and escape from Tianwu Imperial City, but he didn't do it. What does he want to do? Are you looking for excitement by dancing on the edge of a knife? Unless he is a lunatic. But he obviously wasn't. In that case, Nan Zailuo is not his. Thinking in his heart, Tianyu said, "Since Nan Zailuo is not yours, how do you plan to take Enrushui's life? Want to know? Sure, show your sincerity." Ye Bufan smiled and said, "Sincerity?" Tianyu was a little confused. "Ye Bufan, I have already said so much, shouldn't the second prince also let me know something? For example, why did you come to me?" Tianyu hesitated for a moment and said, "Since we have come to this point, I will make it clear. Originally, I came to talk to Brother Yi in order to instigate Brother Yi to continue making enemies in the Imperial City." "Oh, that's a good idea. As Enrushui's consort, those people whom I have offended will inevitably feel resentment towards Enrushui, but that's all, right? This can't pose a substantial threat to Enrushui at all." "That's true, but there's one thing Brother Yi may not know yet." "What is it?" "After the wedding, Enrushui will succeed to the throne." "I see. The second prince is trying to trap me to death. As long as I offend a certain number of people, Enzimu will have to consider the overall situation and depose me and find a new husband for Enrushui. In this way, I will definitely die, but the wedding banquet in half a year will be cancelled. To put it bluntly, the second prince is stalling for time." "That's right. It's a good idea, but it doesn't work." "Yes." Tianyu smiled bitterly and said, "I have completely underestimated Brother Yi. With Brother Yi's ability, how could he be used by just a few provocative words?" "No, that's not what I meant. Not this." "What is it?" "What I want to say is that even if the second prince succeeds, I will indeed be deposed, but the wedding banquet in half a year may not be cancelled." "What's the meaning? Has the second prince forgotten Enrushui's identity?" "Enrushui's identity?" That's right. She is the future empress of your Tianwu dynasty. As the future ruler of the dynasty, Enrushui will definitely invite many people to attend her wedding, and these people should have received the invitations by now. Buzz. And Tianyu's heart trembled. Ye Bufan continued, the prince consort has been replaced. If the wedding banquet is cancelled again, where will the face of your Tianwu dynasty be? Therefore, the prince consort can be replaced, but the wedding banquet cannot be cancelled. This. And Tianyu's mouth twitched. He really hadn't thought of this. He immediately smiled bitterly and said, it seems that I don't have much time left. Half a year, that's quite a bit. Brother Yi, do you have any good suggestions? Of course, you and I will cooperate. Cooperate. That's right, you and I will cooperate and each get what we need. How does Brother Yi want to cooperate? You pay, and I kill. Well, and Tianyu was stunned, and said in astonishment, I will pay. Brother Yi will kill people. Brother Yi is not going to hire those desperate criminals to assassinate Enrushui. After a pause, and Tianyu continued, if that's the case, then I advise Brother Yi to stop. Enrushui is closely protected by a Wuji realm expert. It's impossible for those people under Brother Yi to assassinate her. Of course I know that Enrushui must have strong guards around her, but when did I ever say that I wanted to hire someone to assassinate Enrushui? What does Brother Yi mean? I will do it myself. Ye Bufan's face darkened, and he said with a deep gaze, on the wedding night, it's time to kill her. Chapter 2215 Happy Cooperation. On the wedding night, when you want to kill her. And Tianyu groaned. That's right. Ye Bufan responded, on our wedding night, it's impossible for Enrushui's personal guard to watch me and Enrushui have sex, right? Even if he wanted to, Enrushui would definitely not agree. And this gives me an opportunity. Although Enrushui is a Tiangong realm warrior, she is also a woman. Quote. At that time, did the second prince think that Enrushui would still be on guard against me? She won't. She doesn't have the ability or mood to guard against me. As long as I make a move, I can kill her with one strike. Buzz. After Ye Bufan finished speaking, and Tianyu couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Who says women have the most vicious hearts? Damn, when men become cruel, they can be 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times more vicious than women. At least Ye Bufan definitely is. What does he want to do? He is willing to sacrifice his chastity and fight for his life with Enrushui. On the wedding night, her life was about to be taken. Damn it. Thinking of the honor of his seventh sister, and Tianyu couldn't help but admire Ye Bufan. But that's a good thing. Who will be the biggest beneficiary after Enrushui's death? Of course it's these princes. After all, after Enrushui's death, they will have another chance to compete for the throne. Among the many princes, and Tianyu believes that no one can compete with him. In other words, once Enrushui died, the throne would be his. As for Ye Bufan, he is just a passerby. Whether he is dead or alive is none of my business. Of course, and Tianyu would not say this explicitly. The most important thing is that he and Ye Bufan are now discussing cooperation. Since they are going to cooperate, he naturally has to consider Ye Bufan's safety. Brother Yi, I have to remind you that although your plan is very feasible, how will you get away after killing Enrushui? Do you want to exchange your life with Enrushui's? Of course I won't trade my life with Enrushui's, that's why I need money. Money. What does this have to do with money? Of course it matters. Haven't you seen it all? Once I have the money, I can recruit a large number of desperate criminals, and they will help me escape from Tianwu Imperial City. I see. But this is not enough. With only these people, I cannot escape from Tianwu Imperial City. So I need the cooperation of others, and that person is you, the second prince. How does Brother Yi want me to cooperate? We'll talk about this later. Second prince, there is no need to look at me like that. It's not that I don't want to say it, but this concerns my life and property. I must be careful, cautious, and cautious. Understandable. Has the second prince agreed to cooperate with me? Of course, I can't find any reason to refuse, but what? Brother Yi is a smart man and should understand my difficulties. So, we can cooperate, but I will not show up in person, and my people will not have any interaction with Brother Yi and his men. Of course, the second prince just needs to pay. Of course, the second prince's cooperation will be needed on the wedding day in half a year, but he doesn't need to show up in person either. Then I will be relieved. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Ye Bufan picked up the wine glass and extended it towards Tianyu. It's been a pleasure working with you. Tianyu raised his wine glass and clinked it with Ye Bufan's. They both drank it down in one gulp. Afterwards, Tianyu put down his wine glass, looked at Ye Bufan and said hesitantly, "Brother Ye, I actually have something else to say, but I don't know how to start." Second Prince, you are being too polite. Given our current relationship, just speak frankly. Okay, but Brother Ye, don't call me the Second Prince all the time. Just call me Tianyu from now on. Then I will call you Brother N. Can. Brother N, just speak frankly. It's like this. The fact that I'm secretly running Zuijinlu is completely unknown to outsiders except for my trusted aides here. Even my father doesn't know about it. So, I'm afraid those people under Brother Ye can't stay. Ye Bufan frowned. Just now he was still curious about why Tianyu would expose himself in front of more than 100 of his thugs. It turned out that he had already planned to kill him to silence him. More than 100 people were killed at will. I have to say that Tianyu is also a cruel and ruthless person. But there was no way Ye Bufan would agree to him. It's not that Ye Bufan is soft-hearted, but among the more than 100 thugs, there are 31 god-killing guards, especially Duan Feng, a Yuanfu realm powerhouse, which cost Ye Bufan a full 20 million of his luck. Just kill him like that. How is that possible? Ye Bufan immediately said with a smile, "Brother N, don't worry. My brothers will never leak this matter, so there is no need to kill them to silence them." This. Tianyu seemed a little embarrassed. Ye Bufan frowned. "Why, Brother N doesn't trust me?" "Of course not, it's just that Brother N is worried about them." "Yes, Brother N, believe it or not, as long as I say a word, they will draw their swords against you without hesitation, even if they already know your identity as the Second Prince." "Isn't this unlikely? Why is it impossible? Is it because of Brother N's identity as the Second Prince?" "My identity is only one of the reasons. Another reason is that they have only been with Brother Ye for a few days. They can help, but there is no need for them to risk their lives for Brother Ye, right? That's because I have already bought their lives." "What's the meaning?" "Brother N, you should know that the people I recruited are all desperate criminals from outside the Tianwu dynasty, and I also offered a reward that most people would find difficult to refuse, right? I have heard a little bit about this. Brother N, do you know what other promises did I make to them? I'd like to hear more about it. I promised them that if anyone died fighting for me, I would give their family 10 years of their salary as compensation. Most importantly, in addition to the 10 years of protection and salary, I would give them a certain reward every time they did something. Take the kidnapping of the immediate family members of the 6 ministers as an example. Afterwards, they all received rewards. Now, each of them is a billionaire." After Ye Bufan finished speaking, Tianyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. High remuneration. 10 years of protection. Each person made more than 100 million from each kidnapping. Damn, Ye Bufan is clearly using money to attack others. Under such circumstances, it would be strange if those warriors at the Shanwutai realm did not work for him. The most important thing is that Ye Bufan's approach is impossible to imitate. Why? Because Ye Bufan's money was all robbed. He may not treat money as money, but others cannot. Use hundreds of millions, or even billions of spirit stones to bribe immortal warriors and warriors in the Tai realm. Are you crazy? Only a psychopath would do that. Before Tianyu could think about it, Ye Bufan spoke again. "Now, Brother N, do you still think it is necessary to silence those brothers under me?" "No, thanks." Tianyu's mouth twitched and he said absent-mindedly. "That's good." Ye Bufan smiled. "Someone come." Tianyu shouted loudly. "Your Highness." The man in black walked into the private room again. Tianyu ordered, "Go to the accounting office and get 50 billion. Chapter 2216 and Ruyan comes to visit. Since he has chosen to cooperate with Ye Bufan, Tianyu naturally cannot let Ye Bu return empty-handed. The 50 billion represents his sincerity. "Yes." The man in black responded and turned and walked out of the private room. After a while, the man in black came back and handed a storage ring to Tianyu. After the man in black left, Tianyu pushed the storage ring in front of Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "Brother Ye, take these 50 billion first. If it's not enough, you can come and get more at any time. Then I will accept it." Ye Bufan smiled slightly. Although his expression was calm, in fact, there were some waves in his heart. Tianyu spent 50 billion at once. What does this mean? This shows that Tianyu is not only not short of money, but also very rich. Come to think of it, with such a treasure trove as Zuijinlu, how could Tianyu be short of money? Besides, it is obvious that Tianyu secretly controls more than just the Zuijinlu. At least, when Tianyu went to visit Nan Zailuo before, he had already told Nan Zailuo that there was a restaurant, which was the former Zaixianlu, and Tianyu actually also had a share in it. Zaixian Tower and Zujin Tower. The two industries that Ye Bufan had been in contact with were both related to Tianyu. Is this just a coincidence? Absolutely not. This can only mean that in the Tianwu imperial city, the industries that Tianyu secretly, indirectly, or directly controls have reached an unimaginable level. To put it bluntly, it means having money. If we use the words of Qian Duoduo, Tianyu is a fat sheep. Since he is already fat and juicy, of course we have to kill him hard. Of course, there is no rush. Anyway, the two of them have already started cooperating, so there is still a long way to go and there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. It's a pity that Tianyu didn't know Ye Bufan's thoughts. Of course, even if he knew, Tianyu might not care too much. It's just money, and he has plenty of it. As long as Ye Bufan can help him kill Rushui, he is willing to spend any amount of money. After that, after chatting with Tianyu for more than 10 minutes, Ye Bufan left Zuijinlu with more than 100 of his thugs. The gamblers who had been waiting outside the casino were inevitably surprised and astonished to see Ye Bufan and his group walk out of Zuijinlu safely. After all, in their opinion, the previous reaction of Zuijinlu was obviously to take action against Ye Bufan's side. But what is the result? As a result, Ye Bufan and his party walked out of Zuijinlu unscathed. What exactly happened in Zuijinlu? Everyone speculated secretly. But Ye Bufan said before leaving, "I've got 5 million, I'll come back next time." In an instant, everyone understood that it was undoubtedly Zuijinlu that had given in, and in the end allowed Ye Bufan to extort a full 50 billion spirit stones. This is 50 billion. The most hateful thing is that this prince consort actually said he would come again next time. This is simply too much. Everyone couldn't help but feel some sympathy for Zuijinlu. Ye Bufan didn't care at all. He directly stated that he extorted 50 billion from Zuijinlu just to cover up for Tianyu. The key point is the harvest this time. 50 billion spirit stones were obtained. In addition, today, the 6 ministers received 13 billion yuan. By then, Ye Bufan's luck will surge to 108 million. 108 million luck. As long as Ye Bufan is willing, he can immediately train 3 Wuji 1st level God-slaying guards, or 1 Wuji 5th level God-slaying guard. What does the God-killing guard of the 5th level of Wuji mean? Take Nan Zailuo for example. Although she has reached the cultivation level of the 4th level of Wuji, but in front of the 5th level of Wuji, or even the God-slaying guards of the 4th level of Wuji who are of the same level, she is nothing but a trash. If the God-slaying guards make a move, they can definitely defeat her completely, or even kill her instantly. If Nan Zailuo is like this, the others won't be much better. This is the power of the God-killing guard. As the God-killing troops under the command of the God Slayer, the combat effectiveness of the God Slayer guards is absolutely terrifyingly powerful. If Ye Bufan really used all his luck to create a Wuji 5th level God-killing guard, then he would not be afraid of anyone in the Tianwu imperial city, not even in Zimu, the Tianwu emperor. Of course, this is in a one-on-one situation. Ye Bufan had no idea how many powerful Wuji realm masters were hidden in the huge Tianwu imperial city, so he would never act rashly. What's more, he is now making a fortune, so there is no need for him to act rashly. Zuijinlu. 3rd floor. Tianyu stood at the window, his deep eyes quietly watching Ye Bufan and others leaving in the distance. Behind him, the man in black also looked at Ye Bufan and the others who were leaving, but he couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness, do you really want to cooperate with him?" "Why not? But isn't this a bit too hasty? Who is Rushui? Is she so easy to kill? Even if this guy really succeeds in killing Rushui by chance, he will definitely not be able to escape from Tianwu imperial city. Once he is caught, won't your Highness be implicated by him? Do you think if he really kills Rushui, he will still have a chance to speak?" Well, the man in black was stunned. Tianyu smiled and said, "Don't worry. On the wedding day in half a year, no matter whether he succeeds or fails, my people will kill him immediately and won't give him a chance to speak." The man in black was stunned again, then looked at Tianyu with some surprise and astonishment and said, "Your Highness, is there someone from our side in the princess's mansion?" Tianyu frowned. The man in black trembled all over and said immediately, "Your Highness, I made a mistake in my words." Snort. Tianyu snorted coldly and said, "Remember, don't ask about things you shouldn't ask about. Otherwise, it won't do you any good." "Yes." The man in black responded with a trembling voice and dared not say anything more. Imperial City. There is a restaurant. "Oh, Prince Consort, you are finally back. Your young wife has been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as Ye Bufan came back, Nan Ziluo came to greet him with a smile. "Young wife." Ye Bufan was stunned, looking at Nan Ziluo in surprise and asked, "What little wife?" "That's the 8th princess in Ruyan." After Nan Ziluo said this, he exclaimed in amazement, "She is indeed the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. She looks tisk, the prince consort will be blessed in the future." In Ruyan, Ye Bufan frowned. If it was in Rushui who came, Ye Bufan could still understand, but this in Ruyan. What is she here for? Although he couldn't figure it out, Ye Bufan was still very interested in the legendary 8th princess. At least he wanted to know what kind of person was it that could make all the men in the imperial city so crazy about her. "Where are the people?" Ye Bufan asked immediately. "Ball." Nan Ziluo pointed to the 2nd floor and said, "I'm waiting for you in the prince consort's room." Ye Bufan said nothing more and went straight to the 2nd floor of the restaurant. Chapter 2217. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young master is unparalleled in the world. Ye Bufan only felt hatred and anger towards An Rushui. But An Ruyan is different. To her, if she was to talk about hatred, the matter of the prince consort had nothing to do with her, and she even had no choice. But if she said she didn't hate him, she was An Rushui's sister and An Zimu's daughter. That was why Ye Bufan himself was not sure how to treat the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. The 2nd floor of the restaurant. Outside the bedroom. As soon as Ye Bufan arrived, he saw a young man in white. The young man in white stood quietly at the bedroom door with his hands folded across his chest, holding a silver white sword. His long hair was as black as ink, scattered on his white clothes, and he only used a white ribbon to tie his hair in front behind his head. His whole body exuded a cold temperament like the sword in his hand. His three-dimensional facial features, like those carved by a knife, also exuded a cold breath. His thin lips were beautifully pursed, and his deep, bottomless eyes were looking at Ye Bufan, revealing an undisguised vigilance. Looking at him, Ye Bufan couldn't help but be slightly dazed. Although the young man in white gave him a cold feeling, it still could not conceal his handsomeness and excellence. The young master is unparalleled in the world. These 5 words are the most appropriate to describe the young man in white in front of me. Looking at his face, Ye Bufan even felt a little jealous. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that Ye Bufan couldn't see through the other party's depth and true cultivation level. What does this mean? This shows that the young man in white's cultivation is far superior to Ye Bufan's. It is at least the 5th or 6th level of Yuanfu. But it's definitely more than that. Because Ye Bufan actually felt a dangerous aura from the other party. The only person who can make Ye Bufan feel danger is a strong man in the Wuji realm. But how old is he? Judging from his appearance, he is no more than 25 or 26 years old. A 25 or 26-year-old Wuji realm expert. Ye Bufan suddenly realized that he seemed to have underestimated the Tianwu dynasty and the people of this world. The next second, Ye Bufan came back to his senses. He was about to say something, but the young man in white had already withdrawn his gaze and ignored him. Ye Bufan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed, but he didn't take it too seriously and just pushed the door open and walked in. In the bedroom, a pure white figure was sitting quietly at the table in the middle of the bedroom. At this moment, she held her chin with both hands and looked out the window quietly. The moment Ye Bufan opened the door, the woman heard the noise and turned around suddenly. Ye Bufan also looked at the other party. In an instant, their eyes met. The girl's figure came directly into Ye Bufan's sight. The girl was wearing a light white dress, as if she was in the mist, with long and thin eyebrows, clear eyes, a straight nose, slightly rosy cheeks, delicate lips, a snow-white face, crystal-like jade, and a beautiful skin. She was petite and gentle. She looked about 17 or 18 years old, and except for her black hair, her whole body was white. The 8th princess, in Ruyan. She is worthy of being the number 1 in Tianwu, and she is indeed a stunning beauty. Ye Bufan could not feel in Rushui's nobility and arrogance from her, but only a kind of light tranquility and elegance. Especially her eyes. There is a hint of sadness in his indifferent eyes, and that sadness seems to be innate. Even when he smiles, the sadness still exists. It is precisely because of this touch of sadness that people feel even more pity for her. Looking at her, Ye Bufan couldn't help but become obsessed and intoxicated, as if everything in the world had ceased to exist and the only person left in his eyes was the person in front of him. Suddenly, Ye Bufan thought of the young man in white outside the door. The man on the street is as beautiful as jade, and the young man is unparalleled in the world. It seemed as if Ruyan and the young man in white were a perfect match. Ye Bufan felt jealous for no reason. Sir. But at this moment, Ruyan's voice, like the clear chirping of a yellow oriole, suddenly rang out. Ye Bufan suddenly came back to his senses. He realized he had lost his composure. He finally understood why the men in Tianwu Imperial City were so crazy. Ruyan's beauty lies not only in her appearance, but also in her unique temperament. It is a kind of otherworldly charm that captivates everyone and is irresistible. Ye Bufan had to admit that for a moment just now, he was also moved. However, Ye Bufan always remembered that the person in front of him was the 8th princess of the Tianwu dynasty, the sister of Rushui, and the daughter of Zimu. They are destined to be enemies rather than friends. Take a deep breath. Ye Bufan looked at the stunning beauty in front of him and said in a deep voice, 8th princess, Ruyan. Ruyan hummed softly. What are you doing here? Ye Bufan asked in a cold voice. Sorry. Ruyan said suddenly. Well. Ye Bufan was stunned. When he looked at Ruyan, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Ruyan continued, I've heard about your situation. What my sister and father did this time was indeed a bit too much. But I don't want you to give up on yourself because of this. After all, being alive is more important than anything else. If you continue like this, I'm afraid that my sister will. What should we do? No, it's nothing. Anyway, please don't make trouble again, okay? Not good. Why? You haven't answered my question yet. What? If I continue like this, what will Rushui do? Will she kill me? This. Ruyan's eyes dodged slightly. Although she didn't say anything, the answer was self-evident. Ye Bufan smiled calmly and said suddenly, Rushui asked you to come, right? Ruyan responded, my sister asked me to comfort you. Comfort. Ye Bufan sneered, do you know that your sister is using you? Ruyan was stunned, confused and puzzled. What do you mean? Can't you see it? What do you see? Rushui wants to use your beauty to seduce me into compromising with her. How could that be? Why not? Hasn't our father already betrothed me and my sister to you? Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Faced with Ruyan's response, he really didn't know what to say. Yes, Zimu had already betrothed Ruyan to him. If that's the case, why would there be any talk of beauty? After all, she would be his sooner or later. But is it really that simple? Obviously not. In Ye Bufan's opinion, Ruyan said and thought this because she was either really kind or naive to the point of being almost stupid. Or maybe she was just pretending. If that was the case, then the scheming of this most beautiful woman in Tianwu was probably even more terrifying than Rushui. Thinking in his heart, Ye Bufan frowned and looked directly at Ruyan. A blush immediately appeared on Ruyan's cheeks. She avoided his gaze slightly and finally lowered her head. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. He walked towards Ruyan step by step. Ruyan still had her head lowered, but her body was tense uncontrollably. Even Ye Bufan could hear the bang-bang sound of her rapidly beating heart. After a moment, in front of Ruyan, Ye Bufan raised his right hand and gently slid his fingertips across Ruyan's cheek. Ruyan's whole body trembled. She was about to speak when Ye Bufan interrupted her. As expected of Tianwu's most beautiful woman, she is truly the most beautiful woman in the whole country. After that, Ye Bufan said, do you really hope that I will behave myself and stop causing trouble from now on? Ruyan responded, promise me one condition, and I will stop causing trouble from now on. Ye Bufan said softly, what conditions? Ruyan raised her head instinctively. I will obey you, young master. After he finished speaking, Ye Bufan carried Ruyan on his shoulders and walked towards the bed. Ruyan was stunned and dumbfounded, and there was only a blank in her mind. After a moment, she let out a scream. Chapter 2218, Zhang Haoshan, the White-Robed Swordsman. Bang! Ye Bufan didn't care at all. He went straight to the bed, threw Ruyan onto the bed, and then climbed on top of her. Ruyan was terrified and trembling all over. What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Ye Bufan smiled wickedly and kissed Ruyan's lips. Ruyan was so scared that she immediately turned her head away and said in a trembling voice, "No, don't. Have you forgotten what you just said?" Ye Bufan's movements froze, his face darkened, and then he looked directly at Ruyan, slightly angrily saying, "Don't forget, Zimu has already betrothed you to me. If that's the case, you will be mine sooner or later, so why don't you want it?" But, no buts. I will give you two choices now. Either you obey me, or I will kill the 6 ministers right now. You are unreasonable. That's right, I am so unreasonable. Tell me, which one do you choose? I. Ruyan was at a loss. After a moment, tears fell from her eyes and she cried, "You bullied me." Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. He originally just wanted to test Ruyan, but he didn't expect to make her cry. For a moment, Ye Bufan was overwhelmed and at a loss as to what to do. Buzz. But at this moment, a chill came from outside the bedroom, and a cold murderous intent directly locked onto Ye Bufan. Ye Bufan's heart trembled. Before he could react, a cold warning sounded in his ears. "Although Zimu has betrothed Ynur to you, if you dare to touch Ynur before the wedding, I guarantee that no one can protect you, not even Zimu. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself." Hearing the sudden sound, Ye Bufan immediately looked towards the tightly closed bedroom door. He was very sure that the voice in his mind came from the young man in white outside the bedroom. But this is not the point. The point is that extremely dangerous aura. Ye Bufan felt that he was really going to die. Bang! The next second, when Ye Bufan was distracted, Ruyan suddenly pushed him away and said in a trembling voice, "Yes, I'm sorry, I'm not ready yet." After leaving a few words, Ruyan got up and ran out of the bedroom. Well, Ye Bufan couldn't help being a little dazed and confused. "I almost killed her, and she actually said sorry to me. What kind of girl is this? Is he so scheming that he is terrifying, or is he so innocent and kind that he is stupid?" Ye Bufan was not sure. But he became more and more curious about Ruyan, the most beautiful woman in Tianwu. A few minutes later, Ye Bufan calmed down and walked out of the bedroom. At this time, Ruyan and the young man in white had already left the first floor of the restaurant. Seeing Ye Bufan, Nan Ziluo said with a smile, "Oh, Prince Consort, you are still alive. I thought you were killed by a sword. What's the meaning?" Ye Bufan sat down, looked at Nan Ziluo and asked in confusion. Everyone else present also looked at Nan Ziluo with curiosity. Nan Ziluo poured Ye Bufan a glass of wine and said, "My lord, don't you know that your young wife's guardian has already plotted to kill you?" After a pause, Nan Ziluo continued, "Your life is a small matter, but if my restaurant is destroyed, it will be a big deal. After all, I still rely on this restaurant to support my family." All of a sudden, all the thugs looked at Nan Ziluo with a look of confusion and contempt. "You are a powerful person in the Wuji realm, but you still need to rely on this restaurant to support your family. Don't be funny." Ye Bufan was shocked. In his opinion, Nan Ziluo's words were clearly a hint and reminder to him. Ye Bufan immediately looked at Nan Ziluo and said with a smile, "Haha, I don't believe it. Could it be that he dares to take action in the restaurant owned by the boss lady? My lord, you think too highly of me. To tell you the truth, when your young wife's protector had murderous intentions, I was actually panicked. I even thought about packing up and running away." "No way. Why not? Is he really that strong?" "Oh. Why are you laughing?" "I laugh at you, my lord Prince Consort, for being so audacious that you dare to touch your young wife without even knowing her situation." Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. Nan Ziluo continued, "Does your majesty know who is the person you should not offend in this imperial city?" "Zimu. No, Zimu is at most fifth. The person you should not mess with in the imperial city is your young wife." "No way. Just because of the person next to her?" "Yes, because of him." "Who on earth is he?" "The white-robed swordsman Zhang Haoshan." "White-robed sword immortal Zhang Haoshan. What the hell? In fact, I am not very clear. I only know that his name is Zhang Haoshan, and the title of white-robed sword immortal was also imposed on him by the people in the imperial city. As for his identity and origins, I know nothing about it, because all of this is still a mystery to everyone in the imperial city." No way. Why not? Will Nzimu be willing to let a person of unknown origin follow in Ruyan? So what if I'm worried? Can he beat Zhang Haoshan? Besides, he's a flower protector, not a flower thief. Why should I be worried? Is it true that even Nzimu is no match for him? Uncertain. No, not sure. Yes, they have never fought each other, so who knows who is stronger. Anyway, the rumor outside is that Nzimu is no match for Zhang Haoshan. Rumor. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Don't you know that rumors are the most unreliable? But it is a fact that Zhang Haoshan killed a strong man from the Wuji third heaven with one sword. Kill Wuji Sanshan with one sword. Yes. Nan Xiluo responded, about 2 years ago, a group of flower thieves consisting of 3 Wuji realm true lords and 7 Yuanfu realm warriors sneaked into the imperial palace and wanted to kidnap Ruyan to commit evil deeds. Unfortunately, although this group of people did not attract the attention of the imperial guards, they encountered Zhang Haoshan outside Ruyan's palace, and then Zhang Haoshan killed all 10 flower thieves with one sword. The strongest among them was a Wuji Zhenjin of the third heaven. 3 Wuji, 7 Yuanfu, 1 sword for each. Are you sure this is not a rumor? Of course not. Although the battle ended very quickly, it caused quite a stir. Many people in the imperial city saw it with their own eyes. That's how Zhang Haoshan got his title of white-robed swordsman. Wait a minute. Ye Bufan rubbed his head and said, even if what you said is true, even if Zhang Haoshan is indeed extremely powerful, you also said that Zhang Haoshan's origins are unknown, so why did he appear next to Ruyan? It was love at first sight. Love at first sight. Yeah, I met her, fell in love with her, confessed my feelings, failed, and then I stayed. Ye Bufan's mouth twitched. Don't you think this statement is a bit too frivolous? Is there? Nan Xiluo smiled and said, my lord, this is called true love. Chapter 2219 I'm just here to have fun, not to cause trouble. True love. Maybe. Not for gain, but for protection. Ye Bufan thought that he could never do what Zhang Haoshan did. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, at this moment, Ye Bufan actually felt uneasy. What is this? Are you jealous of Zhang Haoshan? No way. Could it be that I have also been conquered by Ruyan, the most beautiful woman in Tianwu? Ye Bufan shook his head. But he couldn't help but think of Ruyan's stunning beauty, and her simple, tranquil, and unique temperament that seemed as if she was out of touch with the world. What kind of person is this 8th princess? It's really so simple that it's almost stupid. Or is she so terribly scheming? Ye Bufan was very curious. However, although people often say that when a woman becomes curious about a man, it is the beginning of the woman falling in love with the man, but this is true for women, and it is also true for men. Before Ye Bufan could think more, Zhang Yuliang and the other 6 ministers had already walked into the Yujian restaurant. Ye Bufan came back to his senses instantly. His eyes fell on the 6 ministers, and he said with a smile, oh, you gentlemen are here quite early. How is it? Did you bring the money? The 6 ministers' mouths twitched. I brought it. Zhang Yuliang said this in a stiff tone, and then placed a storage ring on the table in front of Ye Bufan. It's quite efficient. Ye Bufan smiled, but ignored the storage ring on the table, and did not even check whether it really contained more than 10 billion spirit stones, because there was no need. Zhang Yuliang and others would never use an empty storage ring to play tricks on him. Goodbye. Ignoring Ye Bufan, Zhang Yuliang said in a deep voice. Leaving now. Ye Bufan was a little surprised. Since you're here, would you like to have a drink? No need. After leaving a few words, Zhang Yuliang turned around and left. The 5 ministers followed closely behind. Looking at the backs of Zhang Yuliang and the others, Ye Bufan immediately shouted, in that case, I won't see you off. However, please remember to come often in the future. Come on you Ma Pai. You think we are stupid? The 6 ministers cursed in their hearts. As the saying goes, every little bit counts. They have already suffered several defeats at Ye Bufan's hands, so why would they come to trouble Ye Bufan again? At least for now, they no longer have this idea. There's no way. I can't afford to offend him. Hee. After the 6 ministers left, Ye Bufan smiled slightly and put away the storage ring on the table. 13 billion spirit stones were obtained. The luck within the Hongmeng Tianyan exceeded 100 million for the first time. With so much luck in hand, Ye Bufan naturally wants to make good use of it. Immediately, Ye Bufan looked at Nan Xiluo beside him. Nowadays, Nan Xiluo has reached the 4th level of the Wuji heaven. With her talent twice that of ordinary people, she only needs to spend another 70 million luck points to raise her cultivation to the 9th level of the Wuji heaven. Ye Bufan's luck is over 100 million, so it is not difficult for him to achieve this. But Ye Bufan didn't intend to do so. First, Nan Xiluo has average talent and limited combat power. Second, the cultivation level of the 4th level of Wuji is already enough for Nan Xiluo. At least with the cultivation level of the 4th level of Wuji, she can already intimidate most of the people in the imperial city. Third, the second prince was speculating about the relationship between him and Nan Xiluo, so what about the other people in the imperial city? Especially Nzimu, the second prince had this guess, so would Nzimu, the lord of the dynasty, not have it too? He must have. It's just that this conjecture cannot be confirmed or affirmed. But no matter what, Nan Xiluo has been exposed to the eyes of everyone in the imperial city. There were many things she couldn't do in this situation. Moreover, it is impossible for Ye Bufan to put all his chips on one person. Therefore, the strength on the surface is sufficient in the short term and there is no need to continue to grow. What Ye Bufan needs to develop and strengthen now is the power in secret. Fourthly, and most importantly, more than 100 million points of luck are enough for Ye Bu to directly create a god-killing guard of the 5th level of Wuji. Although it cost an extra 30 million, it was definitely worth it. After all, the god-killing guard of the 5th Wuji level is definitely stronger than Nan Xiluo of the 9th Wuji level. Combining these 4 points, although Ye Bufan has more than 100 million luck, he does not plan to continue to improve Nan Xiluo, but plans to directly create a Wuji 5th level god-slaying guard. Of course, now is not the time, or the timing is not right. Since it has been decided to let this god-killing guard hide in the dark, then his existence must not be known to anyone outside the Tianyuan's small thousand worlds. On this day, after Ye Bufan came back from Zuijinlu, he did not leave Yujian restaurant again, but just drank and boasted with more than 100 of his thugs in the restaurant. The next day, early in the morning, Ye Bufan brought more than 100 of his thugs to Zuijinlu. Wow! As soon as Ye Bufan arrived, the gamblers outside the door of Zuijinlu who were about to go in to try their luck immediately scattered away, looking like mice seeing a cat. Ye Bufan didn't care about this at all. Duan Feng will follow me, the others are free to move around. Leaving behind a word, Ye Bufan walked directly into the Zuijinlu. Duan Feng followed closely behind. After thinking about it, the other thugs followed in. Outside of Zuijinlu, everyone present had a look of confusion and madness on their faces as they watched Ye Bufan and his group walk into Zuijinlu. There was only one voice left in their minds: why is this guy here again? Inside the Zuijinlu. As soon as Ye Bufan and his group came in, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. In an instant, the whole place was silent, and everyone's eyes fell on Ye Bufan and his party, or rather, on Ye Bufan, the prince consort. The news that Ye Bufan extorted 50 billion from Zuijinlu yesterday had already spread throughout the entire imperial city. As frequent customers of Zuijinlu, the gamblers present were naturally well aware of it. But why is this guy here again? Wasn't the 50 billion yesterday enough? Is he here to blackmail Zuijinlu again today? If that's true, it's a bit too much. What happened to the prince consort? The prince consort cannot not give others a chance to live. The most important thing is, if Zuijinlu is forced to close down, how can they play in the future? Go to other casinos. Don't be ridiculous, can other casinos compare with Zuijinlu? The gamblers were angry and complained. But they could only think about it in their hearts and dared not say it out loud. At this time, a man in a green robe came hurriedly towards Ye Bufan. As a frequent visitor of Zuijinlu, all the gamblers present knew this man in green robe. He was the manager of the first floor of Zuijinlu. In just a moment, the man arrived in front of Ye Bufan. Looking at Ye Bufan, the man said with some uneasiness and trepidation, Prince Consort, you are here. Are you afraid of me? Ye Bufan frowned and asked the man in green robe. No, I haven't. The man in green robe said insincerely. Hee. Ye Bufan smiled, then patted the green-robed man on the shoulder and said, don't worry, I'm just here to have fun today, not to cause any trouble. Chapter 2220, My lord, did you cheat? Are you really just having fun and not causing any trouble? The man in green robe looked at Ye Bufan with suspicion. However, thinking of the second prince's explanation and Ye Bufan's expression at the moment, the man in green robe felt relieved. It seems that Ye Bufan really came here to have fun. That's good, that's good. As long as you don't cause trouble, anything is fine. Call. The man in green robes secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "You are joking, my lord. How could you come here to cause trouble? You are not that kind of person. By the way, what do you want to play today?" Ye Bufan was very pleased with the flattery of the green-robed man, so he said, "Just guess the size. I don't know the others either." When he heard the word big and small, the green-robed man's mouth twitched. There was no way. What Ye Bufan did yesterday had left him with a psychological trauma. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "In that case, let me play with you, my lord." "You?" Ye Bufan glanced at the man in green robe and said, "You're not cheating, are you?" The man in green robe was heartbroken. "How could I cheat? Was I born with a cheating face? All right, I am indeed an expert at cheating, and I am also the cheating ace in this, Zuijinlu. But who are you? You are the prince consort. How dare I cheat on you? No, no." Immediately, the green-robed man said with some embarrassment and bitterness, "Don't worry, prince consort. In Zuijinlu, victory or defeat is determined by fate. It all depends on luck. There is absolutely no cheating." "That's good," Ye Bufan responded. Li Mu took out a chair for him. Ye Bufan took a seat. The man in green robe had also come to the dealer's position. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, "Your Majesty, shall we begin?" Then he picked up the sieve on the table, etc. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly stopped the man in green robe. "My lord prince consort." The man in green robe looked at Ye Bufan with a puzzled look. Ye Bufan glanced at the gamblers watching from all around and said, "Don't just stand there, come on, join us." Together. The gamblers were all stunned. Even the man in green robe was a little surprised. "Why, you don't give me face." Ye Bufan frowned and said with some dissatisfaction. "No face? How is that possible? We must give face to the prince consort, and we must give it." Zizi said that playing with the prince consort would definitely bring many benefits. At least, betting with the prince consort would definitely be a sure win. I just don't know whether Zuijinlu would agree to it. Immediately, the gamblers around all looked at the man in green robe. The man in green robe looked embarrassed and bitter. Did he agree? Or still don't agree? If you agree, these gamblers will definitely follow Ye Bufan in placing bets. Can they lose then? If you don't agree. Looking at Ye Bufan's expression, if I didn't agree, he would probably flip the table. For a moment, the man in green robe was at a loss and in a dilemma. But at this moment, Ye Bufan suddenly looked at the man in green robe and said, "Why, you look very embarrassed, aren't you worried that I will not admit defeat if I lose?" "Nonsense, how can I not worry?" The man in green robe cursed in his heart. Ye Bufan spoke again, "Don't worry, I've already said before that we are here to have fun, not to cause trouble, so as long as you don't cheat, I will accept any loss." "Really?" The man in green robe looked at Ye Bufan suspiciously, then said with a smile, "Your Highness is joking. I am just worried that if other people come along, it will affect your performance." "That won't happen. In that case, let them go with the prince consort." Wow. In an instant, all the gamblers around gathered over, at least 50 or 60 people. They surrounded the gambling table where Ye Bufan was, but still left an open area for Ye Bufan. Seeing this, the green-robed man's mouth twitched. He was reluctant, but helpless, so he could only look at Ye Bufan and said, "My lord, then shall we start?" "Let's get started," Ye Bufan said lightly, then took out a storage bag from his body, threw it on the word small on the left side of the gambling table, and said, 3 million, buy small. 3 million. Everyone was stunned. You know, Ye Bufan bet 30 billion yesterday. Today it has become 3 million. What is this? Could it be that the prince consort is really here to gamble today? Everyone was suspicious. Ye Bufan was already looking at the gamblers and said, "What are you all standing there for? Place your bets." Oh. The gamblers came back to their senses instantly. No matter what Ye Bufan is here for, you will never go wrong if you follow him and buy things. Immediately, gamblers placed their bets. 20 spirit stones. 70 spirit stones. 13 spiritual stones. 200 spirit stones. 1001 spirit stones. 60 spirit stones. Although the gamblers did not bet much, the total amount of bets from 50 or 60 people had reached as much as 30 or 40,000, and all the bets they bought were the same as Ye Bufan's, small. Seeing this, the green-robed man couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Then he looked at Ye Bufan again. To kill or not to kill? With the green-robed man's cheating skills, it would be very easy for him to make a big move, and it would not be noticed by anyone present. But, never mind. After thinking about it, the man in green robe gave up the idea of cheating. In his opinion, it was totally unnecessary. It's just 30,000 or 40,000 spirit stones, Zhuge Jinlu can afford to lose it. As for Ye Bufan's 3 million. The 50 billion was paid yesterday, and there is still a shortfall of 3 million. In that case, there will be no cheating. Victory or defeat is determined by fate and depends entirely on luck. Immediately, the man in green robe picked up the sieve on the table, shook it a few times, and then put it directly on the gambling table. He looked at Ye Bufan and said, "My lord, then is it open?" "Open it," Ye Bufan said leisurely. The gamblers stared at the sieve in the green-robed man's hand with wide eyes. The man in green robe didn't care about this at all. Brush. In front of everyone, he opened the sieve directly. 1, 2, 4. The numbers on the 3 dice immediately appeared in everyone's sight. 7 o'clock, that's small. Without a doubt, they won. In an instant, all the gamblers at the table couldn't help but feel excited. Sure enough, you can eat meat by following the prince consort. The man in green robe just smiled bitterly. He did not cheat in this round, which means that Ye Bufan's victory was entirely due to luck. Be willing to accept defeat. Immediately, the man in the green robe looked at Ye Bufan and said with a smile, "My lord, you win." Unexpectedly, Ye Bufan just responded with an "oh." It was as if he didn't care at all about winning or losing these 3 million spirit stones. This is also true, because what Ye Bufan cares about is not the spirit stone, but his luck. A small win of 3 million. Logically speaking, Ye Bufan can also obtain 3,000 points of luck at the same time. However, the luck within the Hongmeng Tianian did not increase or decrease, there was no change at all. What's going on? Can't the money one increase your luck? Ye Bufan was puzzled. If you can't figure it out, try a few more times. Continue. 3 million, and you still buy a small one. The gamblers followed suit. The man in green robe shook the sieve. After. The sieve cup fell on the table and was still small after it was opened. Ye Bufan wins. The gamblers were delighted. The man in green robe still looked calm and composed. Ye Bufan, however, had a worried look on his face. Another small win of 3 million. But the luck didn't increase at all. Is it true that the money won cannot increase your luck? No. Just when Ye Bufan was confused, Dao Ling's voice suddenly sounded. Well, Ye Bufan was stunned. He almost forgot about Tianian Daoling. Ye Bufan immediately asked, "What's going on? I have received 6 million in total, so I should be able to get 6,000 points of luck. Why don't I get any now?" That's because the spirit stones one can only be counted once. One-time calculation. Yes, if the Lord God leaves now, he can obtain 6,000 points of luck corresponding to 6 million spirit stones, but if the Lord God continues, we can only wait until the Lord God leaves to settle the account. Fuck, there is such a thing. Ye Bufan was messy. Originally, he wanted to improve his luck by gambling. After all, Ye Bufan doesn't care about spirit stones at all. He only cares about luck. In other words, even if he lost, Ye Bufan would only lose some spirit stones, but if he won, he would not only win back the spirit stones, but also earn a corresponding amount of luck. In this case, even if Ye Bufan only wins once out of 100 times, it is still a profit. But now, one-time settlement. That means that during the entire gambling period, the luck that Ye Bufan wins must be subtracted from the luck that he loses. To put it bluntly, the more spirit stones Ye Bufan can win in the end, the more luck he can get. Of course, if you lose, your luck will not be deducted. Your luck will not be deducted. But so what? In a 50-50 situation, how much can Ye Bufan win in the end? 1 million. Or 10 million. Even if you win 100 million, that's only 100,000 points of luck. After spending a lot of time, you only earned 100,000 points of luck in the end. What to play? Playing with yarn. If you have this much time,